go to work and you over there, you doing TikTok videos. But I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied. You shut up. And I'm like, and that's the culture now. Oh, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Yes, you did something. And my thing is, even if you didn't do anything, that might be the problem. You don't do enough. So I'm like, if she can only keep certain people, there's a reason why she don't want to keep you, because maybe you're not hardworking. Like, it's insane to me. But you go home, you grab a knife, you come back and you stab the lady. Why are you stabbing the lady? And once again, it took a white person to apprehend her, because he was at the drive-through window when he saw her stab the lady. So he shot his gun up in the air and she kept doing it. She kept stabbing her. So then he runs out of his car. Yeah, because the lady was sending her home too. The lady was sending her home. And I'm like, okay, she sent you home, and what the heck? Of course he killed her. Of course. And now they're on TikTok. They're on TikTok over there making videos to excuse her poor behavior. I'm like, she committed murder. Yeah. So she went home and she came back with a knife and a ski mask, and then she just walked on her up and then she stabbed the lady to death. Yeah, of course. And I'm like, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What's up, y'all? Get in here, you guys. Because she said, you were having me. She was being bullied. I'm like, and you have proof of that? Hey, for me, you have proof of that? You have proof that the lady was being bullied, huh? Yeah, kind of, yeah. I'm like, you have proof that she was being bullied? You saw her get bullied? So because somebody comes on TikTok and claims to be bullied, they're hating that. So because somebody comes on TikTok and claims to be bullied, that means they were bullied. You got proof of that? You saw her bully the young lady? I mean, it's like, it's unbelievable. There are just too many idiots in the world. Too many idiots. Too many idiots. I'm like, everybody, hey guys, you guys saw the story. Hold on. Have you guys seen the story of the black woman who got stabbed at McDonald's by this other black girl because she told the young lady to go home? So she stabbed her multiple times, and they gave her a bail of $25 million. I'm like, they didn't have to do that though. They could have given her a bail for like $250,000. She wouldn't have the money anyways. But I'm like, you stab the lady. Everybody knows this. In America, when you're a manager, your job is not just to keep the staff and this and that. Your job is to meet your sales goals. Every manager has an hourly sales goal to meet. It doesn't matter where you work. You can work at McDonald's. You can work at Victoria's Secret. You can work at the gas station. It doesn't matter. When you start your shift, they will tell you, okay, this day you need to make this much during your shift. Everybody should know this. This is insanity. And so if you're not making the money, I'm like, and now too, like stuff has gotten so better, because before when we used to work, they would just get a printout for the day, right? But you could see, they would check throughout the day, right? But I'm sure like now with AI and stuff like that, you probably get a notification on your laptop or your computer. You know what I mean? Because everything is so streamlined now. They can see how many sales they had. They can see how many cars went to the drive-through. These white people have so much technology, huh? So they can, okay, you're here, like so far is this time of the day, you've only made this much money, so you got to send people home. So that's why she had to send you home, to say that, she's bullying you. How is she bullying you? How exactly are you being bullied? Exactly. Why would you do that to the lady? Like, my thing is, she's a manager. It is not her business. She don't own this place. It's not her business. She's also a worker. And she has instructions she has to do. She has goals she has to meet. That's the whole point of being a manager, is that your job is to keep, your job is to keep the business profitable. But I'm like, today with AI and all this tech they got going on, if you're not making your sales goal because you only sold so many subs, or you sold so many burgers, or you sold so many breakfast sandwiches, okay, we can predict that you're not going to make this much by 12 o'clock. So start sending people home. They have models for that. It's not her decision. And my thing is, if you don't understand why she sent you home, just ask her. But my thing is, you know why she sent you home, because you go to work to just do TikToks. Because if you were the hardest worker on her, you don't even want to work. They just want the money without working. You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't want to work. And they say, oh, I'm being bullied. No, you are a thief. You want to come here and get free money for doing the least amount of work, and then you put the other work on your coworkers. And how is that fair? How you're a thief. You are truly a thief. And it's like today there is a problem, you guys. Let me tell you something, guys. I love you. Yvette, I love you, right? There really is a problem because today the culture, the so-called culture, it is riddled with this love and affinity for crime behavior, criminal behavior, scamming, stealing, killing, looting, raping, all kinds of foolishness. People no longer want to be honorable. You know what I'm saying? You're not forced to work somewhere. But if you decide to apply for a job and they say, okay, we're going to hire you, and you decide to go work there, you need to show up and work. You need to show up ready to work. If you don't want to work, stay your ass at home. Exactly, Yvette. They don't want to work, Yvette. And I've been saying this. Y'all think I'm being mean sometimes, but I'm so glad. It's sad. It's sad that it takes unfortunate circumstances for people to see that I was right. I said people don't want to work. People do not want to work. And I'm going to say this to a lot of women who are managers. Stop hiring these women. Stop hiring them. The vast majority of women in America do not have good work ethics. They do not have good work ethics. Y'all don't want to be honest because they're black, because they're this. I don't give a damn. You need to be honest with yourself. When you're a manager, especially if you're a black woman manager, your job is not to be an activist. Your job is not to carry every single black person on your head like an African woman carrying her food to the market, okay? Your job is to have an effective team. You need to hire people, build a team of doers. Too many black people today, especially black women in America today, are too comfortable complaining. And they're a freaking liability. I can tell y'all this. They are a freaking liability. They don't want to work. So it's better for you to hire men. Hire all kinds of men. White boys, black boys, Latino boys, Asian boys. Your crew needs to be full of men. That's it. Because they're going to come in there, they're going to work. They're going to take the trash out. They're going to clean the floors. They're going to mop. Hey, Miss V, what's up? These women are too much. They are too much. But I'm like, everybody knows this. When you're a manager, your job is to make the business profitable. That's why they hire you. These people will give you a sales goal. Sometimes they give you a daily sales goal for you. Like sometimes you have like two managers. Hey, Diana, you'll have two managers. So okay, for the sales goals, the whole day, you might have to make $5,000, or you might have to make $20,000. I don't know. But this McDonald's, like I said, today because of AI and stuff like that, and plus McDonald's like one of the out of the top 5 fast food, McDonald's might be number 1 or number 2. So imagine how much money they have. They have so much money to invest in models that we can't even think of. You know what I'm saying? Because McDonald's knows, okay, this McDonald's here is at this intersection. It's next to this highway. It's next to like 3 public schools. It's next to this. They know all of this, you guys. They know all this information. White people will track everything. Okay, white people will track everything. They track everything, you guys. When I used to work at Victoria's Secret, mind you, I was like 18. They will track the number of people who cross the door. They have a sensor by the door, y'all. It's crazy things. But they can track how many people, went through the sensor. I'm like, what the heck? And then based on that, they can predict how much a person should have bought. And then also, yes, and then even before, like before we had all this AI, all these models, you guys, per square footage, right? If a store is 600 square feet, if a store is 1,000 square feet, they'll say, okay, per square feet, we should make $5 a day. These people have everything tracked. It is not a joke. It's not a joke. And this is why I keep saying black people don't care about money. People can think I'm being mean. I don't care. I've come to realize that in America, black people in America do not care about entrepreneurship. They don't care about business. They don't care about money. They don't care about models. They just don't care. They don't care. Because you see, if people cared about money, people would know these things. Okay? People will know these things. They have models, you guys. They predict everything. Even the ketchup, like the bags of ketchup, they have that count now too. They count the ketchup. They count the sweet and sour sauce, the barbecue sauce. They count everything. And that's why if you notice now, whether it's McDonald's, it's Burger King, it's Chick-fil-A, they'll usually give you 2 of everything, and unless you ask for more. But if you don't ask for more, you're only getting 2. Because that adds up. They're like their napkins, their straws. You guys, these people count everything because they don't charge that much. It's not like a fancy restaurant, it's fast food, right? So every little penny counts. Huh? Okay, go ahead, Abby. Go ahead. Bye-bye. Right? They know everything, Miss V. They know everything. Like when I used to work at the mall, I had this young lady, she's Black American, but her parents owned a chain of McDonald's, like somewhere in North Carolina. So if your parents have a McDonald's and your parents want to get you a McDonald's does not allow you to train with your parents. You got to go train at somebody else's McDonald's to make sure that you get the proper training and you don't get like privileged treatment. So she came up here to the Fairfax area to train at the McDonald's. Because when she came into my store, I said, girl, how can you afford this? You wearing a whole McDonald's uniform. Little did I know. So she invited me out to eat. I kind of think she was lesbian, but whatever. She invited me out to eat, so she explained that to me. But she's like, the ketchup, the barbecue sauce, the sweet and sour sauce, they count everything. Because it really is a penny business. Like, you know, everything counts. Every penny counts. So if you don't ask for more, you'll get two. Like, you'll get two ketchups. You'll get two barbecue sauce. You'll get two this. They're not being mean, but they have to care for their cost. These are businesses. They're not doing this like philanthropically. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I even said it. And we'll get into this whole Richelieu thing. That's why I feel like with Essence too, it's problematic because Black people do not care about finances. They don't care about money. They truly don't care. So it's like, because he was using all these financial terms. I'm like, child, they don't care. They do not care. There is a reason why they wanted Kamala Harris to be president. They don't want to learn about money. They don't want to learn about finances. They don't want to learn about entrepreneurship and how to keep a business, grow a business, profit and loss statement, how you should have more assets than you have liabilities, how you pay for stuff. They do not care. And that's why a lot of Black people here, they gravitate towards Marxism and socialism because they don't want to know how people pay for stuff. They just don't care. They don't care. They truly do not care. But I'm like, the lady, she sent you home. She wasn't trying to be mean. But it's like, if they have everything figured out, like the time of day, how many cars are going by the business, how many other businesses are around the business, how many schools are around the business, the foot traffic, right? So they use that to come up with models to say, okay, and between the hours of 8 to 9, we should make $5,000. Between the hours of 9 to 10, we should make this much, right? And then maybe lunch would be a lot bigger. From 3 to 4, it might be, hey, Queen, they plan all that stuff. So my thing is like, if she sits at her computer, because now things are so advanced with AI, most likely, because there's a model running that keeps track of all these things, right? The model will say, you got to send somebody home. And I'm telling y'all, we're going to even get to a point. Listen to me. We're going to get to a point where McDonald's is going to have sensors by the fry machine. Like the French fry machine, McDonald's is going to have sensors to see if people are pouring the fries fast enough. Just like they do at Amazon. Amazon rates you on how fast you wrap a box. Because they might say, you got to do 88 boxes a day. And they have scanners that they track all of your movements to see if you're moving fast enough. So I'm like, do you think it's too far off that you're going to start to see McDonald's? They're going to start putting sensors around the French fry machine to see if you're pouring fast enough. They might have sensors where people actually make the burgers and stuff to see if you're moving fast enough. And then every worker is going to get a score for how fast they move. And they're going to use that score to determine who to send home. That's real, you guys. This automation, AI stuff, sensor motion crap, okay? Like, it's real. They're going to start using that because they want to put robots in anyways. They're going to start using robots very, very soon because they don't want to use people for this kind of foolishness. Okay? People are slow. People play on the job. People want to stab their managers, all kinds of foolishness. It's like, it's crazy. But I'm like, you cannot blame her for sending you home. And what people seem not to understand, what a lot of Black people seem not to understand is that, yes, McDonald's, the name is super big, but McDonald's is not the one that's paying you. These are franchises. Every franchisee is responsible for payroll. So just because McDonald's, the company, makes billions and trillions of dollars, it doesn't mean that this franchisee is even making that kind of money. You don't know. And maybe that's why when you have a McDonald franchise, you got to have multiple to make money. You don't even know. But once again, we don't care. We don't care. Like, people don't care. Like, oh my gosh, people do not care. And that's why the weird thing, the craziest thing you can ever do when you're a Black person in America is to let other Black people know you have something, you own something, and you make money. Because they will do everything in their power to destroy your business, right? We have to stop dehumanizing people who have businesses. We got to stop trying to turn every Black person that has a business into a villain. Because every Black business owner is not a billionaire. You can have smoke for a billionaire because it's kind of weird. How'd you make all this money? Okay. But there are Black people here, they have businesses, but when they do all their bills and everything like that, and they pay taxes, they might only take home $100,000. Just because you have a business doesn't mean that you're automatically a millionaire. And I blame social media for that, because there's so many Black people who are so-called entrepreneurs who lie to other Black people and make it seem like, oh, having a business, in 6 months you drive a Rolls Royce. In 2 days, you're flying first class in the Emirates. It doesn't work like that. You can have a business, and when you pay all your expenses, you pay all your staff, you pay your county taxes, your state taxes, you pay your especially if you're McDonald's, you got to pay McDonald's for the franchise fee and the ice cream machine that's always broken, right? You don't even know if that person only makes $100,000. Like, we're so mean. We're just so mean. Like me, I'm so done with the fakery. You're so mean. But because you heard, oh, she's a business owner, you think she has all this money. No. And the vast majority of people on social media that call themselves bosses or CEOs, and they have all this money, they never go to work, they have time to put on their makeup until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Many of these people are frauds. They're running scams. They're stealing money. But real business people, it might take 5-10 years for you to get to a place where you can say, wow, now I've made $1 million. Because when you have a business, it's like, it truly feels like you work just to pay other people. You work just to pay other people. Black people truly don't have no mercy. Truly have no mercy. And they want to not have mercy, which is why they do everything in their power to not educate themselves about what it truly takes to run a business, what it takes to have a business be successful, how expensive it is to payroll. Because even when a business, people think, oh, minimum wage is $20. Okay. You think because a business pays you $20 that you really cost $20? You don't cost $20. You cost more than $20. Because they still have to pay your unemployment taxes, right? You pay, but the business also has to pay for that. Social Security tax, they got to pay for that. They got to take insurance in case you get hurt on the job, right? If they provide you benefit, like all of that goes into how much you actually cost. You don't just cost your hourly pay. Then sometimes they got to offer you food. So yes, they might pay you $20. But when it's all said and done to hire you, they're probably putting in $40. You understand? But people do not want to understand business, because as long as I don't educate myself, I can use my ignorance as a justification to go bully somebody because they own a business. Are you crazy? It's very expensive. Payroll is so expensive, and it's such a liability, right? But anybody that has employees, you have to get insurance, because God forbid somebody gets hurt on the job. God forbid somebody said they were sexually harassed on the job. God forbid. You know what I mean? You don't know. You don't know. But I'm like, Black people is a money pit, y'all. Black people is a money pit. Stop trying to do businesses for Black people. Stop trying to hire Black people. Hire people who want to work. Hire people who want to learn. Hire people who want to see the business grow. It's enough. It's not going to work. Those days are gone. The days of Black unity and looking out for Black people, no, because they're going to be the first one to take your business down. I'm sorry, but the truth has to be said. Baba, you cannot stab this woman. You cannot stab this lady because she sent you home. If you don't know it, sometimes a franchise can be a pain. Sometimes a franchise can be a pain. Do you know how many innocent people got scammed by these franchise people? They took their 401ks. They took all their retirement. They cashed out all their stocks and bonds, and they were buying into some BS. They were buying into some BS. They have no support. They have no training. They don't get no help. And they get scammed. They're told to go sign up for SBA loan, and they get robbed. A lot of franchise are schemes. They're Ponzi schemes to just swindle people out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. But I'm like, people need to have mercy on business owners. People need to have mercy. And the fact that it is so hard to even have the money to start a business. And you see how Black people are always so quick to mishandle, mistreat, talk poorly about a Black business owner. I don't care if they're Black American, Black West Indian, Black African. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But it's like these people, they chose to believe in themselves and take a leap of faith and go cash out all their money to start a business. And it's like they're being punished for breaking the mold. There's so much jealousy. It's like people are being punished for not working a 9 to 5. Like, what kind of spirit is this? Like, who's stopping you from starting your business? Who's stopping you? You don't believe in yourself. So as soon as you see a Black person who believes in themselves and they want to try something, you have to find every single reason to say something bad about that person. Wickedness, nothing but some wickedness. I'm like, you're crazy. You're really crazy. Yeah, it's really hard, May. They don't know. Because they go to social media and they allow themselves to be deceived and lied to by these so-called social media bosses, who many of them are running scams. Many are running scams. But everybody should know, when you have a business, the first 5 years, you might barely make any money. You barely make any money. You just work just to pay other people. You pay your workers. You pay the post office. You pay insurance. You pay taxes. You pay. It's like, damn, what am I going to pay myself? You know what I'm saying? It's like you work just to pay other people. And they complain about everything. They run to the Better Business Bureau about everything. They run to Trustpilot about everything. They have no mercy because they're jealous. But when they go with white people and they get mishandled or their stuff arrives late, they're so patient because they just can't wait to be next to white people. No, black businesses need to chase after white people, Indian people, Korean people. Let Black people chase behind white people. Stop thinking that, oh, because we're the same color, we got to do business together. No, we don't have to. We do not have to. I don't need your help. Okay? Like, I don't need your help. And it's so hard. It's really, really so hard. It really, really is hard. It's really hard. Hey, Queen. You know what I'm saying? It really is hard. You know, but they don't understand business. They don't understand business. They don't. And if you're going to say, okay, sit down and let me explain it to you, they don't even have the attention span to listen to what you're trying to say. And that's why stuff don't grow. Stuff don't grow. Like, think about integration. Integration was truly about Black people buying from whites. Do you see whites buying from Black people? No. It's everybody buys from the whites. And then what happens? You start having an attrition with Black businesses because they're not getting supported. They're losing their original Black buyers. And then they will never get the white people because white people are not going to come in. They're not going to drive out of a white neighborhood to come to a Black neighborhood to buy from Black people. It's not going to happen. Okay? So it's like, exactly. It's just not going to happen. So I'm like, make it make sense. You know, you got to take life seriously, but you don't want to learn anything. Yeah, they really hate math. They hate math. They hate the balance sheet. They hate a budget. They just hate everything. They truly hate it. And I'm like, how can you have success in this life? How can you even have success in America if you don't prioritize financial literacy? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, think about this. And this is why most Black children, most Black college graduates have to wait for a job because there are no jobs to hire them because Black people don't have that many businesses, right? A lot of white kids, when they go to college, they're not, I'm going to go apply for a job. Many of those people, it's already a job waiting for them, okay? Many of these people, they have jobs that await them. When you look at Korean kids, a lot of Korean kids, they don't go to college to go work for someone. They go to college, they major in something that is needed for the family business. They're not going to apply to nobody's job. There's already a job that awaits them, like Chinese, Korean. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, right? The job already awaits the children. It's usually Black children that have to apply for a job, and it's Black children that have to wait the longest because they don't have a network. They don't have connections. And there are not enough Black people who own businesses that can not only just pay them, but pay them a livable wage based on their degree. It's not that many people. It's not that many people. So Black people have to wait for jobs. And you're going to be the last because the white person, he has to hire his family first. The Asian man, he got to hire his people first. The Indian man, he got to hire his people first. The Arab man, he got to hire his people first. And you cannot blame anybody for not hiring their people first. You will do the same. I mean, probably not, but listen, it makes sense to me. Okay, it makes a lot of sense to me. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, what you want to do? You know what I'm saying? So make it make sense. Like, it's like they don't care. But imagine if you had more and more black businesses, a lot of black college graduates, it would be so much easier for these young people to have jobs. But there are none. There are none. There are none. Because like I was telling Kevin yesterday, because Yvette and Tariq are out here fighting over FBA versus ADOS. I'm like, at the end of the day, FBA, ADOS, it doesn't matter. Because if people are homeless, what does it matter? You know what I mean? If you're going to call yourself an FBA, but you're homeless, who cares? Because people will laugh at you. How come you have nothing to show for it? You call yourself an ADOS, but you're homeless. Who going to take you seriously? Right? So you understand that if you want people to respect ADOS or respect FBA, people need to be financially secure. Right? And I'm like, there's no pathway. There's no, like, even with the ADOS movement, the FBA movement, there's no, like, okay, let's prioritize entrepreneurship. Let's tell people to start banking with black businesses, or sorry, with black banks. Let's tell people to do this, and that. There is no true financial movement. It's just, oh, I was born here. I'm from here. We were here first. Okay, who cares? Because where are you now? Where are you now, and where are you going to be? That's the same thing I said about country music. Oh, Black Americans created country music first. Okay, who cares? Because who took care of it? Who took care of it? Who nurtured it like a baby? Who invested money into it? Who made it something respectable? Who made it something that represents family and God and church values? It's the white people. So it's not about who did something first. It's who took it to a level that everybody wants to respect it. Everybody wants it to be a big brand. And you didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? And it's okay to be honest. It doesn't matter who did what first. Where is it now? Like, where is it now? And are you responsible for where it is now? But they never want to talk about, like, the real business. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is really crazy. This is truly, truly crazy. You have to say, okay, if I'm an FBA, especially in a country like America that is so capitalistic, to be an FBA and to have no money, it's embarrassing. To be FBA and to have no real financial power, no real financial machine, it's embarrassing. You see, the Chinese will come to America. They barely speak English. Everywhere they go, they're going to create a Chinatown to let you know we are a financial bloc. We shop together. We live together. There are people in Chinatown don't even speak English, y'all. And they've been here for decades. They're in there speaking Mandarin. You can go to DC. You can go to San Francisco. You can go to Chicago, go to Atlanta. You can go wherever you want. You will find a Chinatown everywhere you go. Because they want you to know they are a financial bloc. Don't play with me. Right? Koreans will do the same. And the Vietnamese will do the same. They will take an entire neighborhood, create a shopping center. It's all them. They write in their language and everything like that. Like, it's crazy. What the heck? Because it's about being a financial bloc. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how people gonna respect you. Like, even here, if you come here to Virginia, Northern Virginia, there's a place called Falls Church. Listen, I'm telling you, they have an entire shopping center. When you go in there, you are in the Hanoi, okay? You are in the Vietnam, okay? You are in the Saigon, all right? You guys, the streets are even in Vietnamese language. The mayor of Falls Church is Vietnamese. Why? So that way she can give her people those business licenses. Okay, there you go. They're all over. In New Orleans too. The Vietnamese got their thing in New Orleans. They own so many food stuff, and they own a lot of esthetician stuff, so they can give their people their nail licenses. Cause like, girl, you barely speak English. How'd you get your nail stuff? Right? Because they go, hey Mark, they go to Vietnamese owned beauty schools. And that's how they get their nail stuff really quickly. Then they can start a business. Yeah, that's how they do it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, it's the same everywhere you go. New York City, the DC, San Francisco, Atlanta, Philadelphia. It doesn't matter. Where Chinese people go, they will build their own like epicenter. And they'll make money with each other. They'll turn their money in their community. And they work hard. They because you, like me, I say this, right? You don't have to believe in capitalism to be an entrepreneur, but you must believe in entrepreneurship. You will have to. You Absolutely have to. I was watching this documentary on welfare, you guys. There's so much to talk about, right? I was watching this documentary on welfare in Black America. I started crying. I really did. Because I'm like, you see, this is my point. This is the point I was making, right? I said the moment you take Black people away from their land, they're not going to be able to feed themselves. And when they cannot feed themselves, you will control the people. Right? You put all these people that used to own the land, work the land, people that their hands, and they knew how to grow everything. Now they're in these large ass, tall ass, I guess, erected upward slave ships, okay? These housing projects, them long ass buildings is giving slave ships standing erect. Like if you took a boat and you got the boat standing straight, that's what these housing projects look like to me. So I saw this Black mother in there. She had like 6 or 7 kids. And they're like, oh, for breakfast, all she can give the babies was half an orange. For every baby had half an orange. I'm like, what the heck? What the heck? Like, you see, if you were back in the village, that's the country, okay? If you were back in the village, you don't have food, you can just walk outside. You can just walk outside. No, they lured Black people into these concrete-ass cities, concrete-ass jungles. People live in these high-rise housing projects. You can barely breathe. You'll barely see grass. You barely see a garden. You barely see a park. And now the stuff that you used to just go outside and get a tree, you could just go get, you could go get the orange. You could go get the potato. You could go get a watermelon, right? Now you got to wait. Now you got to wait for the white man to give you a food stamp for you to go buy an orange. Do y'all see the scam? Do you see the scam? Do you see the scam? Stuff that you used to just go outside and just get. Sometimes you go outside, it's all over the place. It's all over the ground. So I'm like, even if you don't have money to buy protein, getting oranges for Black children was never this hard. But now, because you wanted to live in a big city, to be close to the white man, to do whatever next to the white man, right? You don't even have the space to plant your own food. People went from living on the land to now they living in a food desert. Do you see the scam? Like, think. You'll see what I'm talking about. Think. Right? There was a point in time in American history, most Black people knew how to grow at least cabbage. They could grow cabbage, potatoes, watermelon, what else? But I guess like what else? Name something. You know what I'm saying? Onions. They knew how to grow stuff to eat. Black beans, whatever. They could grow their food. So even if you're not rich, you can eat well. They could have a little bit, little space back there. You got the chickens back there. You might not eat chicken every day, but I'm just saying. When you're next to your land, even if you're not the richest, even if you can afford designer clothes, y'all, listen, at least you can eat. You can have breakfast. You can have lunch. You can have snacks. You can have dinner. But they bamboozle people that a job will make you rich. Marlene, I say the land will make you rich. Yes. You understand? And also, ask yourself this. You need to think, right? Yes. Exactly, Ms. B. It is about control because the man that cannot feed himself will be controlled. You know, like the first president of the Ivory Coast, he said a man who's hungry is not a free person. And it's true though. Because as long as you're hungry, whoever can feed you controls you. Right? But if you can feed yourself, who can control you? Because you don't need like everything else, the cars, the shoes, like these things are excess. You don't really need them. Like they're nice, but they're not need. Food is a need. Clean water is a need, right? Clean water is a need, right? But I'm like, think. Don't you find it weird that they never told these people living in a housing project, go upstairs, right? The rooftop, have a garden on the rooftop. You see, because they want you to forget. Y'all, these people are diabolical. They are truly diabolical. They want you to forget. And that's what happened. People forgot, right? Because imagine if people had used the rooftop to start doing like a garden in the city, right? Where you can have potatoes on the roof. You can grow certain things in the city. Even in cold weather like New York City, there are things that you can grow, right? Encouraging people, even outside your window, like even if you live in a housing project, you can grow parsley. Like you can open your window up and there are certain little plants like that can grow inside the house, inside the apartment. Right? But no initiative to tell these people who came from the South, don't forget don't forget your knowledge of the soil. Don't forget the knowledge of growing stuff, because you need to know this. People forget. And after a while, everybody's forgotten. So now you gotta wait for the food stamp or the food was. I'm like, why are you waiting for? I'm watching the video and I'm like, sis, why are you waiting for food stamp for an orange? You don't know how to grow orange? You see stuff that used to be so basic. Y'all get me? Because imagine these projects. They're gonna have beautiful windows full of fruits. You can grow oranges for your babies. You don't need to wait the white man and the food stamp. The what? What are we talking about? You see what I'm saying? But this is what they do. This is what they did. Luring people away from the land to these big ass cities, putting people in these containers, these brick, these concrete containers, the housing project of death and gloom. Okay? And then little by little, people forget who they are. People forget what they know. Even beans, you can grow beans if you want to. You can grow tomatoes. Do we not see white people now? They grow stuff inside their apartments. So we know it's possible, but they don't even want you to be creative like that, because these people could have gone up the rooftop and started planting stuff. Even the housing project, wherever you see grass in the housing project, we are growing potatoes. Go sit down somewhere. But they're gonna come and hit you with the city says you can't do it, the city's against it, the city, because they can give you a violation, you see? Because they don't want you to grow your own stuff, because they need to control your food supply. These people is diabolical. These people are really diabolical, because honestly, what's the problem? No, they rather have these parks that nobody takes care of. People go there, they sell the drugs there, people die there, instead of saying, hey, you know what? If y'all want to grow some vegetables, grow your vegetables. No, these people are evil. They are truly evil. And you know what? Let me tell you this. I don't know if they do it at the African American Museum, right? But you guys, for real, there needs to be an initiative to restore the Black American knowledge of the land, the Black American knowledge of the soil and the crops that were grown by Black Americans. And over the summer, people need to go take their kids there and have their children learn how to grow things. I'm serious. Because it used to be so easy. Growing greens, growing this. These women just knew how to grow stuff. Like even the conservation, when you put the stuff in a jar and stuff like that, they could do all of that. They have stuff. You put onions in a jar. You can put beans in a jar. You can put oh my God, even pumpkin in a jar. These women used to have jars of everything, and they knew how to preserve the stuff because they wouldn't go bad. People, they forgot. They forgot. And yeah, candy, exactly. And they would have these cans. These people have done something very evil. But and I hope that any other country, like especially all these African countries who are considering industrialization and always copying the white people without thinking for themselves, that they really teach people you cannot forget how to feed yourself. I don't care what degree you pursue. I don't care. I do not care. You have to know how to grow at least a few things, because you cannot wait on these people. And now you see companies like Maternal, they have trademarked certain grains. I'm like, you people are crazy. God gave us these grains. Who are you to put IP on a grain that God gave the people? Like, you are insane as hell, right? But I'm watching this thing and I'm like, people completely lost the meaning of community. People completely lost the meaning of like self-sustenance. Like, you got to know how to feed yourself. This is really evil. It's really evil. And then you see all these mamas, they struggling. And like, because sometimes you have EBT, she don't have EBT. But I'm like, you see, once again, because you forgot who you are, you forgot where you came from. But once upon a time, all Black women, yes, your African roots, be really mad. But I'm like, once upon a time, all Black women used to cook together. You come together, you cook together. So like, okay, you have this money, I got this money. We buy groceries and we cook together. We can stuff, we freeze stuff, right? So that way nobody goes hungry. No. They move to the cities and they learn to be selfish. It's everybody for themselves. Who taught you that? Who taught you that? You see, get around white people and learn their badass behavior. You know, and to me, that's the meaning of your community. Because as long as you have women in a place, when you have women and children, if the mothers are here, children should not be starving. Because every woman should know how to cook something. And every woman should know how to come with another woman. Okay, says we got to cook because we don't have enough food. If those kids have to eat. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, to me, that's the meaning of community. On Sundays, on Saturdays, everybody can open up their kitchen. Everybody's cooking. You cook this, I cook that, and then we split the food. How many kids you got? We split the food. But no, people don't have a heart for that. But once upon a time, that's how everybody made it. It wasn't, oh, this is me, this is mine, these are my groceries. It was about survival. But people truly had the heart to share food. It wasn't a big deal. But they move into these cities and they acquire these weird ass, selfish ass, white liberal mindsets. I keep telling y'all this. Oh, the A is famous for agriculture. Of course, Tuskegee also is for agriculture, right? With George Washington Carver. People never use a thing like that. They go to these liberal colleges and they're being told, oh, cooking is misogynist. So because I'm a woman, I'm expected to cook? Yes. You're going to go to war? No. So you're going to cook. Nobody expects you to go to war, but we do expect you to cook because the kids have to eat. So today also, a lot of women don't know how to cook. You see this? I'm educated. Do you know how to cook? No. The basic life skills don't even have it. So the kids are starving. But I'm like, how is it possible that during the slavery time, these Black women could make all kinds of meals with the scraps from the table? And you have to wait for EBT to feed your children. So something is wrong. Something is seriously wrong. But I'm like, there's no way you have all these women in this building and children are starving. This is insanity. This is insanity. Even parents, if you have a set of parents who work at night, then the parents who work during the day, they should come home and watch the kids of the parents who work at night. Then the parents who work at night, when they come during the day, they should watch the kids of people who work in the morning. But people don't have a spirit of community. They don't have a spirit. It was really sad because I'm like, you don't have to live like this, but because you want to be selfish. You don't have to suffer like this. See, this is how I look at it, right? I said, okay, white people can be evil because, you know what I mean, it's their brain. Like, what the heck? You're not going to expect the demon to start being nice to you all of a sudden, right? But I just feel as though, right, white people can be mean. But as long as Black people have a spirit, as long as Black people have real love and a spirit of togetherness, like, it's not going to work. You know what I mean? Because the only way you can hurt people is if the people themselves are already hateful towards each other. If the people themselves are already selfish. But if you're not selfish, if you believe in community, if you share food, I love your kid the way you would love my kid and vice versa, right? It is not going to work. Hold on, you guys, let me find this video. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work, right? But it's like you must find a people that's already excessively divided, and then, of course, it is going to work. Here's a video. Hold on. I'm gonna say is a leader of the wealth. See? Hold on, Olivia. I was just so surprised. Yeah, it was a thing. Because if you can the stuff, it doesn't go bad. They don't know how to do it. Like even people who have EBT, they throw so much food away because they don't know what to do. But I'm like, if you can the stuff, it doesn't go bad. It can last because they know what, like, if it's salt, like they have things they put in there and don't go bad. But people have forgotten all of that. They have forgotten. And that's why also obesity is a problem. Because you don't control what you eat anymore. Your food supply, like having access to your food supply, it really, exactly. Poor in the finances, but wealthy in community, right? Exactly. But I'm like, I'm like, that's why I think it's so sad when people are sitting here trying to deny their African roots. And because you denied your African roots, that's why you're in this predicament. Because if you were not so quick to deny your African roots because it's ugly, it means I have a wide nose, whatever you think it is, as if because you have a wide nose, automatically it makes you unattractive. Cassie got a wide nose. You don't think she's unattractive, okay? But I'm like, this is what the women do in the village. And this is what women were doing in the South also, is that everybody cooks together. Everybody cleans together. Everybody feeds together. So like nobody starves because you're not by yourself. You are part of a community. So as long as there's food on the stove, you're going to eat. They don't know how to sew, Ms. V. Don't know how to do shit. All they can tell you is they have a degree, lots of student debt, and they promiscuous. That's all they got for you. That's all they got. And they think it's a flex. I'm like, you are crazy. You are truly crazy. And I'm like, the grandmothers of yesteryears, they were way more resourceful. They were way more intelligent. These girls didn't even know how to read and write, but they could do it all. And their work ethic was on fleek. Wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 in the morning. There's already food on the stove. And she just does stuff like a robot. Like the Proverbs 31 woman, that's her. Nobody has to wake her up. She doesn't have an alarm clock. She doesn't have 5 different alarms on her freaking iPhone. These people here is lazy. They are lazy. I will never stop saying it. They're like, oh, Africans think we're lazy. Yes. If you compare yourself to your grandma of yesteryears, you got the same energy? No, you don't. Okay, leave me alone. I said what I said. You are insane. You are truly insane. But nobody starved. In the projects, people are starting to starve because they don't know how to do shit anymore. They're just sitting there waiting. But I'm like, come on. The moment you realize, me, Marlene, listen, the moment you realize that your EBT money, it don't hit on time, I'm going to start collecting the grains from the tangerines. I'm going to start, babies, we're saving the seeds. I'm going to start saving some seeds, all right? Because you're not going to get me again. My babies might eat half an orange at one time. That's it. After that, I'm going to save the grains. I am going to grow my own oranges. Because you people, I can't count on. You ain't shit. I'm going to grow something in my house. I'm going to grow something because my children are going to eat. I'm not going to wait for the mailman to maybe bring me my check. You don't have to bring me shit. My kids are going to eat. This is crazy, right? But they get to the city, they don't know what to do anymore. I guess I'll just wait. You'll wait for who? You'll wait for who? Are you crazy? And a bunch of women are sitting there, Ms. V, just waiting. These are grown-ass women just sitting there waiting. And I'm like, the grandmothers would have been so ashamed. What are you waiting for? You better find something to do. And every woman needs to come together and cook together. You cook this, I cook this, you cook this, we cook that. And then we're going to partition this food. We're going to have food to last. Right? Everybody's going to use their EBT and buy something needed for the local kitchen. They're even doing it in Europe too. They're doing it in Europe. Like a lot of Europeans now, because they too struggle with groceries and stuff. They live in these apartment buildings, but they have a communal kitchen. And so they bring their food together and they cook together to make sure nobody goes hungry. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. Hold on. Because I know I watched a documentary about that. You see, look, this is what I mean. You see? Instead of everybody keeping their EBT to themselves, we make a giant grocery list. What do you like to eat? What do you like to eat? What do I like to eat? What the kids like to eat? But as women, we would actually sit down and say, okay, for breakfast, what are we feeding the children? Right? For lunch, what are we feeding the children? And then for dinner, what are we feeding the children? And then we make a schedule. But then, okay, like we can say, okay, Saturdays and Sundays, they can have what they want. But we're going to keep it basic so that we have enough to feed everybody, right? That's the whole point of women. And like, to me, that's what feminism should have inspired in women. It's like the spirit of real community, taking charge, feeding children, making sure that kids don't go hungry, making sure that the elders are not forsaken. No, feminism today, it's all about debauchery, selfishness, shopping, consumerism, me. How can I sleep with a man? These women are so selfish. They are so selfish. They don't solve any problems. They create chaos. So we all come together. We can say, okay, Marlene, this week you are in charge of the menu. So tell us what to buy. Then okay, we come up with a grand master shopping list. You buy this with your EBT. I buy this with my EBT. Then we bring the groceries. We start cooking. Next week, Ms. V, you're in charge of the menu. So she's going to do Monday through Sunday. Then the week after that, Lonnie is in charge of the menu, right? So that way everything's on one person. But even that, we can get to a point where we've made so many menus for the weekly menus that now we have master templates. We don't have to think. You can take from Marlene's Tuesday, right? Take Lonnie's Wednesday, take Ms. V's. Because once you just need, let's say you have 7 people who come up with a weekly menu. Do you know how many combinations you can do with that? So once you start mixing and matching, that's even more that's more variety so nobody gets bored. But to me, that's the whole point of having women. That's the whole point of the woman group. That's what women are for. You know what I'm saying? Women are here to feed. They're here to nurture. Men are here to build and go to war. That's it. Right? But if everybody goes and you buy your own EBT and you don't know what to cook, so you're going to put your stuff in the trash. She goes and buys her own EBT. She buys all kinds of foolishness. Right? It don't even last the whole month. God knows what you buy. So I'm saying, let's come together, put our EBT money together and buy stuff where we can actually make proper meals. And then maybe we go to Home Depot and we buy some grains or whatever, and then we grow stuff on the rooftop. And then you go to the city, you apply for a license. But it's like you got to have the mindset of, I need to take care of myself. I cannot wait for white people because they're not trustworthy people. And also, I don't want to forget the stuff I learned from my grandmother. I don't want to forget the stuff I learned from my great-granddad. I cannot forget how to grow my own food because I don't trust you people. I just don't trust you people, right? So it's like in Europe, a lot of people, because like their food, like it can be quite expensive. Like,
please take notes so you can remember a lot of this stuff. I want to get it to where you're accurate. So we're going to start off with accuracy, and then we will build on speed. We'll start off a little bit slow, make sure we keep all our digits, and then we'll work up a little bit quicker and a little bit quicker and get that knife closer to our hand. Get that knife close to your hand. Honestly, it's a whole lot safer. You think, wow, getting a sharp blade next to my hand is safe? Through knife skills, cooking skills.
See, and that's why you should have had a head grandmother. Y'all, this is how it used to work. And because people are too busy trying to deny their African ancestry. This is how it used to work in the South. And that's how it still works. You go to most African villages, that's how the people survive. There's a head mother in charge. You will cook. Everybody cooks. If you're a young lady, even at the age of 8, you don't sit down and peel potatoes. Are you kidding me? Right? And I feel like even what makes it so hard for inner city parents is that they don't teach the kids how to cook. So it's very stressful. But if children know how to cook, if we teach the love of cooking to children, and what they have done in this country, especially with these deranged ass white feminists, and imagine taking your cues from people who don't know how to cook. White women cannot cook. They will burn a pan for the sake of burning a pan. Girl, go sit down somewhere. Okay? I'm not taking cues from white people. But I'm like, that's how it used to be. There's like these matriarchs, and that's what it meant to be a matriarch. They really took charge, and they gave people life advice, like stuff that you can take care of yourself, take care of your household, take care of your children, take care of your husband. These women had it, and they passed it down. Today, the hatred of men, play with yourself, masturbation, promiscuity, student loan debt, waste money on foolishness. That's all they do. This is not what real woman empowerment is. These are a bunch of idiots, right? But it's like you could have, especially the ones that came straight from the South, because they know how to cook. You sit down, all these women, bring a notebook. You're going to sit down and learn something. Learn pot roast. Today, I'm going to teach every woman here how to do a pot roast. Take notes. This is how you make a pot roast. Okay? And the open Marlene, as a woman, shut up. Shut up. You don't go to war? No, you're not. So sit down and learn how to cook. Shut up. Shut up. You going to learn how to cook today. Okay? Like basic stuff like that, even like a casserole. You need to know how to make a basic vegan casserole, like with a bunch of vegetables, bunch of legumes. You put them in there, that's it. Put a little bit of cheese on there. What the heck? What is wrong with you? Seriously, you should know how to do a woman needs to know how to cook the bare minimum. This is insanity. And for you not to know how to cook is misogyny, actually. Let me tell you that. Okay? That is insanity. But what they have done, these weirdo white people, is that they have told women cooking is oppression, cooking is this, and now look, everybody's obese. Everybody's obese. Everybody is relying on somebody else to feed them. You have no idea what they put in your food. You have no idea what kind of seasoning is in your food. You don't know what kind of oil, how old the oil is. You don't even know where your food comes from, where they went and sourced your food, how they cooked your food, how they season your food, and you put it in your body because you have no respect for your body. And that's a problem. That is a big problem. Hold on. Right? But I'm like, that's the way it should have been. No, it's all about brainwashing and putting dumb shit in their heads. But they should have been like, because sometimes in these projects, these housing projects, they have halls. Like they have kind of like party halls, but there should have been a hall. And the older Black women should have taken charge. You're going to bring your notebook. You're going to write down these recipes and we're going to practice. You're going to learn how to make something. You have to learn how to make stuff. You know what I'm saying? Even basic soup. You need to know how to make soup. And it can still be a soup that has lots of like nutritious stuff for the children in there, right? You can be poor, but you need to know how to cook. You cannot be poor and not know how to cook. Oh my gosh, that's dangerous, right? That's incredibly dangerous. That is so dangerous. But the problem is you don't have people who care anymore. Hold on.
Safety and sanitation, all the way through to the grand buffet.
Skills and job skills that go with it. So it's really great if you know how to cook, but if you cannot hold a job, perform well, maintain a good work ethic, have a great interaction with your staff, then it's kind of a moot point.
Where you'll get to know.
People could have even went to the city and demanded that the city gives them equipment or you find people to give you equipment so you can staff, like you can say, hey, this hall, because we got so many kids and people are starving, we're gonna turn this hall into a kitchen. Oh yes, y'all. Like, this is crazy. And you see, and this is why I will never stop saying this. I will never stop saying it. Dr. King needs to be investigated. Dr. King needs to seriously be investigated. You understand me? Dr. King needs to be seriously investigated. I'm even starting to look at Morehouse sideways. I am even starting to look at Morehouse sideways. Dr. King, Jamal Bryant, all these Morehouse people. I am starting to look at these people sideways. Listen to me, right? I said to y'all, I said Dr. King and his civil rights movement and his weird ass socialism, he killed something inside of Black Americans. I told y'all this. I said he killed the spirit of entrepreneurialism, because before he came around, Black Americans in this country were not waiting on no white person for anything. They built their own banks. They started their own businesses. Everything I'm telling you, they would have done it themselves. Like, hold up, wait a minute. This is giving a setup. This is giving a setup. They want to starve us. They brought us here to starve us to death. They want to starve us. And then we're so hungry, we're going to start taking their drugs. Because there's always, with white people, there's always a darker plan. There is always a darker plan. Everything I'm saying, you ask anybody that's from the South, they would have told you. Their people would have started their own kitchen. They would have started their own, like, they would have grown their own vegetables. Y'all don't understand, y'all. This is the story of George Washington Carver. Like, when I tell you these people were problem solvers. You are not about to put me in no foolishness. You're not going to put me in no bind. George Washington Carver was a slave. And I said, if you listen to his voice, I think he was castrated because he sounds like Mickey Mouse. You understand? But George Washington Carver, he realized what the cotton was doing to the land. He said, this thing's a problem. When a lot of Black people went into sharecropping, he was going around plantation and sharecropper, telling these Black people, if you keep doing this cotton, you're going to go back into slavery. Because sharecropping is like, it's like you're leasing the land, right? You lease the land, you work the land, and then you sell the stuff, you pay the white man, and then whatever's left is for you. But if you can't make your payment, just like an all along, they're going to repossess the land, right? Sharecropping is you have land on credit. It's a lease. You don't own it. So you got to pay the people. It's no different than having a franchise. You got to pay your franchise fee. If you can, they take the land back. So George Washington Carver, he was going around telling the Black people that cotton, it takes out so much nutrients that if you're not careful, this land is going to go so barren, nothing will grow. And if nothing grows, not only will you starve, you're going to have to go back into slavery. Okay? And this is how he started introducing beans, because he was like, okay, a certain season you can do cotton, but then you got to let the earth breathe. But I know you have to grow stuff. So when the earth is breathing, that's when you grow the beans, because beans don't do too much, right? The beans, the peanuts and stuff like that. He started showing them other crops that were not so like nutrient taxing on the soil like that. You understand? Like, that was the mind of the people. You solve problems. Like, you don't just watch your people just walk into a burning house. If you know something, say something. If you read something that can save everybody, speak on it. Don't just let these people make bad decisions because they don't know how to read and write. They can't read, but you read. So because you read, it is your duty to help these people out. You see, that spirit today is gone. Today, 2025, the vast majority of Black people, if they know something, they're not going to say it because they make money off of your failure. It's okay. It really is okay to admit that. Besides complexion, the people have changed. The Black people today, they do not mind you going straight into a burning house, going straight into depravity, because most likely they will make money off of that. They are rooting for your downfall. The Black people of yesteryears, they will do everything in their power to stop something bad from happening to you because they don't want nobody to go back into slavery. Right? Today, people want Black people to go into slavery, whether it's debt, whether it's addiction, whether it's drug dealing, whether it's prison. They want Black people to go into slavery. And so they use their Black skin to get you to trust them. And then they promote foolishness to you and you believe them because they have your complexion. They might have your complexion, but they don't want you. They don't mean you well. They don't mean you well. Because if they meant you well, they would tell their children to do the very thing they're telling you to do. But they make sure to tell their kids, don't go over there. But they tell you to go over there. It's a bunch of traders for money. It's okay. It really is okay. Right? But someone like George Washington Carver, somebody like Booker T. Washington, or even, what's his name? Frederick Douglass, all these people, they would have been like, nah, we're going to build our own kitchen because we're not going to die. These people took charge. They solved problems. They weren't out here begging Target. Exactly. They also cooked. Nation of Islam, they cooked. Also, the Black Panther, they were really big on food. Right? They were really big on food. The Black Panther was huge on food. They love to talk about the Black Panther for having their fist up in the air and making them look mean and people that hated white people. No, they hated starvation. Okay? They hated famine. The Black Panther is known for having these big ass kitchens and feeding children. And guess what? Those Black women did not mind cooking. There you go. There you go. Okay? Because how can the Black man do what the Black man needs to do for the Black community if the Black women don't want to cook? Somebody got to feed the children. Somebody has to feed the mans. But these women go to these goofy ass liberal colleges where they are told that cooking is oppression, cooking is misogyny, wump. And guess what? Today they're highly educated, they're excessively in debt, and they're all obese because they don't know how to cook. They can't cook. Right? Cooking is a basic life skill. It's a basic life skill. And every woman, especially a Black woman, should be proud to know how to cook. Because you know how to feed yourself, you know how to feed your family, feed your children. And also, if you're married to someone, why would you not want to feed your man? Why would you not want to feed your children? If your parents get older and they cannot feed themselves, why wouldn't you be proud to know how to cook for your mom and your daddy? You want to see your mom eat out of a can? You want to see your daddy eat out of a can? You want to see your daddy eat processed food? If your mom was sick tomorrow, wouldn't you be glad that you know how to go to a farmer's market? You know how to go to the market and pick food that can actually heal her body, right? If your daddy was sick, would you not take pride? Like, you know what? I know exactly what to cook for you, daddy. I got it. Because I'm somebody who knows food. I know what comes out the ground and I know how to source my food, right? No, they go around white people. White people put these weird ideas in their heads, right? And then they start, oh, hey, Sheena, what's up, I love? Then they start, oh, I don't know. You don't know what? You don't know what? Imagine if so many Black women stop having this hateful relationship with the kitchen. Imagine if so many Black women stop being so hateful about knowing how to cook. So many people will start dropping weight like this. Just start dropping weight. You know, I weighed myself yesterday. I was 218. I told you April was 245. Okay? When you cook your own food, your weight is going to drop. When you know where to get your stuff, your weight is going to drop. But you have to know how to feed yourself. That is the most basic life skill. And I think any woman, but especially if you're a Black woman, you should take pride in being even, I guess, a healer. Because to me, a person who knows how to cook and who knows how to cook nutritious food, your family is going to heal. People going to start dropping weight. People going to start getting off cholesterol medication. People going to start getting off diabetic medication, right? Like, wouldn't that make you proud? Wouldn't that, like, my cooking made so that my husband lost 30 pounds. My cooking made it so my sister lost 20 pounds. My cooking made it so I lost 40 pounds. Are you not going to be proud? Like, you know what? Ever since I started caring more about cooking, the weight is just coming off and my mood is getting better. My skin is getting better. Every time you go to the doctor and they run your blood work, everything is looking good. You really can, Ms. V. It's God, he put healing in the food. God put healing in the food. But we turn our backs on it because we want to go eat processed food, whatever food. You are poisoning yourself. And what you call going out to eat at the restaurant, you think is luxury, it's just a fast track to obesity because you have no idea what you just put in your food. But you see, white people have scammed Black folks with luxury, experience. There's no better experience than regulating your food and your hormones through your food. Call that luxury. Being able to make your own food and know how you're making it and knowing what goes into it, that right there is a luxury. That is a luxury, right? You go to a restaurant. Yeah, once in a while it's cute. But if all you do is go to the restaurant all the time, you're going to blow up. You're going to blow up. And the people who at the restaurant, they know how to cook. They know how to feed themselves. You got to be here. So think about that too, huh? Because the chef, the sous chef, all these people in there, they know how to cook. And that's why they can charge you this much because they know how to cook. Yeah, because people don't because they don't control their food. Like today, the average Black person has no connection to their food. They have no connection. You compare that to 100 years from now. The vast majority of Black people who lived in America had a good idea of where their food came from. And most of the time, they were responsible for growing their food. So when you grow your own food and you make it, it's very sacred, you know, it's very sacred. But the more distant you are from your food and where your food is sourced, you are more likely to blow up. You know what I'm saying? You're more likely to blow up because this food is not natural food. It's in the lab. They make it in the lab. They put pesticide. They put chemicals. I'm like, what is this? What is this stuff? It's just nothing more than poison. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing more than poison. Where am I? Right?
Each other really well. And again, when it works well, it is amazing. We've got a big day today. 700 meals are going out.
You see?
So it's going to be busy. We've made it through a little over half of the chicken fabrication. We are very, very strict.
You can't. But imagine, right? Do you see my vision, you guys? You see my vision? Imagine if all these women put their EBT money together. They could have a pantry. You gotta think. They could have a pantry. Like you actually go to the grocery store with your EBT stuff and you buy stuff that actually matters. Not chips, not sodas, not whatever. You buy stuff for the pantry. Everybody brings their food. And you can even have one person that's responsible to keep the inventory of their food, right? I'm like, they're doing it all over Europe because people can't eat by themselves. Because food, see, in India, they do it, right? Because food is expensive. You know what I mean? Food is expensive. Food is really, hold on, what is this one?
That was the best decision I made when I joined CCK. The best decision of my life. How come? Because it was hard for me to stay in a job and have stability and whatnot. But when I graduated from CCK, I was able to do all that.
CCK helped me achieve the confidence that I needed to look for work, to find work, and to people.
People can come. You cut the greens, you cut this. But I'm like, they have it in Seattle too, right? Let's see this one. Food is really important, you guys. You see? You see? You see? You're like,
what I love about Community Kitchen is that
just like there's nothing, and also people used to cook. People used to tell stories. The woman used to tell, girl, what happened to that? Because it's like cooking can be so much fun. Cooking can really bring people together. People can be, it can be like, you might not believe me, but believe me, cooking can be a moment of like relaxation. For a lot of people, cooking is really relaxing, right? But I'm like, it can be a lot of fun. And the fact that you're taking charge, like you're taking back your nutrition, you're controlling when you eat, and you're making sure that the kids don't go hungry. So whether the EBT hits, it don't hit, you guys have made sure you have a system that you are EBT delayed proof, because at any moment people can eat, right? But it's the breakfast for the kids, it's the lunch for the kids, and then it's the dinner for the children. And if we have any elderly also who can't eat, we got you. Don't worry about it, right? But it's like to me, that's what it means to have community. But just pounding your chest, oh, I'm this, nobody, I don't care. What do you do? And how do you show love for the next person? Because I'm like, to me, this is where the world is going today, right? Community is going to be where I feel love and where I feel like we're actually building something meaningful. But I'm like, there's no reason why these children in the projects are hungry. I don't understand that part. I do not understand that part. You know what I mean? And that's why even sometimes too, like people would rather, like, because I don't know here if it's easy to do it, but like in Africa, like in African countries, for example, right? People will buy the entire animal and just kill the entire animal so it lasts longer. Just saying. You know what I mean? Instead of like buying it in pieces like that because it's too much, you kill the entire cow and then you save the cow because then it lasts longer. People used to the same thing. Everything I'm saying here is not crazy. And then they used to cook everything. It's like what y'all call you call it chitlins here, right? The intestine stuff, like you clean the intestines. African people do the same thing, but keep denying your roots though. But like, see, the intestine, like the tripes, they will make that to what they call pepper soup, right? It's like a very, very spicy soup, but you cook and cook and cook. You cook the intestines, you clean it a lot, but you keep cooking it until you remove the smell. Like you boil it, you throw the water. You boil it again, you throw the water until you get to a place where it's super clean and super tender. And then they put it into a soup. It's a stew. It's called pepper soup, but it's like super, super spicy. Another trick also that many African mothers who cook have is that they usually make the food spicy, which is why a lot of African people love spicy food, because when you make the food spicy, the kids can't eat too much because they drink so much water, right? So they don't eat too much because they drink so much water. So people are full. So then the food lasts longer. Y'all, that's how it goes. Okay. But you learn stuff like that. But ultimately, everybody's going to eat, right? Everybody's going to eat. But you can't do it by
It's a
yourself.
place for anyone to come and learn how to cook, learn about new foods, enjoy food in community, and learn how to apply kitchen skills that also improve health.
It's a really great program, and it really, I think, has a really positive impact on the community. Just brings people together where we can come and learn skills together and cook together and eat together. It's not just one thing of coming and like eating a meal, but we're actually learning with one another.
Well, I like the idea of being able to make so many like foods. The recipes are really complex, and I feel like most people can't buy all those ingredients on their own and make them themselves. So you get a chance to make like 5 different things that you've never made before.
I think it's like learning how to cook meals on a budget, because that's like every college student, you're like tight on money, and like you get to learn how to cook healthy meals that are like low cost and you can create in a very short amount of time.
So my passion for nutrition started in 7th grade when I decided to start eating healthier for the new year, and I started to make all my own recipes and cook dinner for my family every night. My mom told me to start a blog and to start uploading my recipes, so I started doing that. I took it to Instagram and just developed a really big passion for food photography and food blogging.
And you know what's so painful too is that Black women in America have always spent their time cooking for white people. Now, the day you're finally free, you forget how to cook for yourself and you forget how to cook for your children. When all you ever did was cook for white folks and their kids. But now it's okay, you're free. Do your own thing. Oh, I don't know how to cook. I don't want to cook. You should be like, oh, you know what? For once. Even the Black woman's breast milk was not even hers because she had to give her breast milk to the white babies. Think about that, right? Think about that. I'm gonna start a movement for cooking. Black women back in the kitchen, okay? Maybe they're gonna start getting husbands after that. Hold on.
My nutrition knowledge and passion has developed ever since then, and I decided to take it as a career. One of the ways I've been inspired is actually through Community Kitchen, which I think is really great.
What has been most valuable for me is just all of the skills that I've learned. I have never tried to do like recipe formatting for something to take home before. And then essentially every month you're creating a nutrient panel for what's in something and needing to know how to use the computer. And then just all of like communication skills.
Isn't it funny how you don't see one Black girl in there? And there's a bunch of white girls. Oh, we want to cook. We learn how to cook. Well, and it's funny how you don't see one white Black girl in there, right? Because somewhere she's being indoctrinated by the sisterhood that you don't cook, and man need to take you out to eat, and he needs to order appetizers, entree, boom. They go to these restaurants, they order food like ogres who've never been nowhere, right? You see this? There's a problem, you guys. There is a real problem. And we're going to wake up one day, white women who didn't know how to cook will be better cooks than Black women. You'll see. You'll be like, Marlene told me. You'll see.
Working with the team and going out in the community and telling people about us.
Joining Community Kitchen is one of the best things that you can do in your undergraduate education, because you have the opportunity to work one-on-one with the faculty. You have the opportunity to work one-to-one with your peers. You can develop your leadership skills. You can develop your mentoring skills. And you also have the chance to work with people from different backgrounds and get to know them and teach them skills that they can take home into their families and teach to other people as well.
Yeah. I'm like, they're doing, all over Europe because people are paying for their groceries in euros. So, okay, San Leandro.
Well, the future of more than 100 mom
thingy. Good. Let's go Chicago way. Y'all don't play the music.
If you're great, strive for something else above. I tell my children that all the time, and I just have to lead by example for them.
Amen.
I did corporate America. I did post office. I did retail. I absolutely hated those jobs. And I did not want to do something.
The lie, oh, you're going to work with the white man. You're going to go work a job. It has made everybody miserable. It has made everybody miserable. Okay? Well, she did the post office. And what happens? Inflammation. You're inflamed. You are tired. You barely sleep. Once again, you barely have time to make your food. So you grab whatever you want. And most of the time it's fast food. And you think it makes you better? No, it makes you worse. It makes you groggy. It makes you constipated. It makes you heavy. It makes you sluggish because there is absolutely nothing nutritious in that food. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. You work. You barely worth my money even going. Who knows? But these women just had to work. They had to be independent. Well, here we are.
Else that I did not like to do. So when I saw the culinary program, I was like, oh yeah, this is for me. This will help me get where I want to be in life.
Cook your food. Cook your food.
I try to get up at 4:20 every morning to get my first bus.
Hey.
Route.
Then I'll take the second bus. It's always late. I do not stand on that corner most of the time because it's unsafe. So I'll wait at the gas station that's across the street. My children, they miss my being home all day. I told them this is something to better us. I'm doing this to make sure that we're good at the end of the day. Doors open to the building at 5:30 in the morning. They're welcome to come. A lot of students do homework and have breakfast together, but then they get in the kitchen and we produce. Yeah, so I'm here. Chicago's Community Kitchens is a 12-week program in the kitchen and then a 2-week internship. We're not just a culinary school, we're not a cooking school, we're a job training program.
Do you guys see my vision here? How every housing project should have a community kitchen. It's not that hard. Every housing project in America should have a community kitchen. And the mothers need to learn how to cook. Even if you don't want to get a job, then this needs to be your job. People should know how to cook. They should have a community kitchen. This ain't hard. And you come there, you learn all kinds of recipes. You learn how to make healthy stuff that tastes good with carrots, with turnips, with beets, whatever. The kids gonna eat it. Okay, they will eat it. They will eat it, right? It's a lot better than taking your EBT to go buy chips and sodas and all that kind of stuff. Like, this is not healthy food. And wonder why these kids they're all getting diagnosed with ADHD because they eat horribly at home. Horribly. The food is horrible.
Our end goal is to get our students not just a job, but a very successful career. But our students come from all over. You have some students coming straight out of high school, but we also have a lot of people who've cooked all their life and never thought of this as a career. You have returning citizens.
I got hands. I ran into some trouble last year, and I've been out of work since. It's been hard. I have a newborn daughter at home. Every time I try to go to a job, I'm getting pretty much like the door in my face.
We got to stand in the kitchen hungry, so hopeful. We help everybody. Come on in, let's do it.
If you don't allow yourself to fail, you're not allowing yourself to learn. Part of our strategy is to recreate what it would be like in a professional kitchen.
The medium dice, is that half an inch?
It's structured in a 3-tier structure. The first 4 weeks are very introductory, knife skills, how to be in the kitchen, how to move in the kitchen, very basic cooking skills. Tier 2 is a lot more hands-on demos, field trips, really immersion into the program. Knife skills to life skills is what we train. So mock interviews, how to write a resume, how to research for a job, how to look for a job, how to communicate professionally. Why is that important? And then tier.
Me and my soup kitchen, though, people would learn about macros, like macros, micros, fats, carbs, protein. What does an 8-year-old need in their diet? What does a 9-year-old need in their diet? What does a 12-year-old need in their diet, right? Like, how do you make meals for these children that they can have a successful day, right? And still make it tasty, but the kids got to hit their the kids have to hit their macros, right? And I feel like even doing this is good because some moms, especially those who got pregnant really young, they don't know how to feed children. Sit your ass down. Let me teach you something, okay? But this is how you make sure a child hits their macros because for their development, they need to have a certain amount of protein. Otherwise, they're going to be too skinny, okay? Yeah, like it's really, and that to me, like this is what being a matriarch is about. To me, that's what being a woman is about. If you see a young woman, a young mother with a baby, and she don't know what the hell she's doing, you sit her ass down and you show her how to take care of this black child. Don't hurt this baby now, okay? This is how you need to feed the baby, right? But if you have a 5-year-old, what do they need? You have a 6-year-old, what do they need? You have a 7-year-old, what do they need? Until like by the time they're grown, the 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds, we're going to have their classes too. Because at this age, you should kind of know how to feed yourself. And this is what you need to have in your diet, right? We got to teach people about their macros. And this is your height, it's your age. This is how much you need. You need this much fat, this much protein, and then these many carbs. So that way you can be good throughout the day. Like you guys, I'm telling you, you need to know how to feed yourself. And I don't just mean just grabbing anything, just shoving it in your mouth. You're going to be sick. You're really going to be sick. This is not a joke. You're going to be sick.
And just kind of polishing professionals and preparing them for these last 2 weeks of the program, that internship.
I am an intern at the Gary Colmer Youth Center. All right. I started off kind of rough.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? The parts they don't want no more. Instead of doing the drugs and the foolishness, people need to go to the city. Listen, y'all don't want to take care of these parks. It's foolishness here. Let us turn these parks into community gardens. And we'll just take care of it. That's it. The basketball court, don't take care of it. Okay, let's get rid of the concrete, turn it into a food park. You can grow strawberries. You can grow, and I even think like that's even going to soften up the housing project where it's like, oh, this is actually really cute. This is actually really sweet, right? Because it's like you're not taking care of these parks and people are out here doing foolishness. So you might as well take the land back and use the land to grow the food. And the mothers need to be in charge of the new gardens and stuff like that. They need to be in charge of the fruits. And even the kids, they might even like doing it. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. Instead of being on the tablet all day and the iPad all day, you can give children fun things to do. You'll be surprised. They actually will like it.
But as we started getting more catering events in, and I started learning the flow of how things go, this is the best.
When you're hiring for a kitchen, skill is always important, but attitude is even more important. A lot of culinary school is focused solely on very classic techniques, which are fantastic to have as a basis. But once you get into a kitchen, it's very, very different, the energy and the knowledge that you need to have. And CCK really focuses on that functional knowledge of what working in a kitchen is really going to be like.
Are you proud of yourself?
I am, yeah. And I know my babies are proud of me too, so yeah, we're good.
What's next for you?
I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Hopefully working here at Gary Comer.
Someone once told me the word hospitality means the love of people. That always stuck with me because it's what we do. You know, food nourishes not just our bodies, but it nourishes our soul, it nourishes our community. And I'd like to think that that's what we do at Chicago's Community Kitchens.
To make sure that this is folded down. You know, I'm just happy to be able to help someone. You know, I'm fortunate enough to have people in my life that helped me and had enough support to make it to the point that I'm at now. So just to be able to help somebody else, it's a big deal to me.
My next step is to find employment, hopefully, and from there build up the necessary information that I need to become a chef.
Program's not easy. The ripple effect of the impact that this program has on these students is staggering. The things that
That's my point, Joe. Where's this video that I played for y'all? Now let's watch this video, and you will see if you're a problem solver, you'll be like, there's no reason for you to be starving. Like, why are you starving? Like, why do you not have food? Yeah. Why are you starving? You know what I mean? Why are you starving? Watch the video. I was so triggered. I'm like, why are you starving?
Fair rights movement. Their principle and their overwhelming complaint is that there simply is not enough money to raise a family, and then that it's given in a self-defeat.
See, and this is the problem with socialism, like especially people who have this mindset, is they think money fixes the things. It's not money. You need to learn to rely on other people. Your biggest source of wealth it truly is your community. It's not money. Because we can give you a whole lot of money and you're not going to know what to buy. But you can learn to lean on other people. The greatest source of wealth is community. That's why families matter. And that's why, to be so honest, it is so sad that so many Black children, 21 million, have been aborted. Okay? Because everybody is needed. Everybody is needed. Doctors have been aborted. Presidents have been aborted. CEOs have been aborted. Engineers have been aborted. When you abort a baby, you have no idea what you just did. You have no idea. People are so damn stupid. People have no idea. You don't know who you just killed. But you'll see. When you die, you'll find out. Okay? You have no idea. That could have been that could have been the next CEO of some great agriculture business. That could have been a banker. You don't know what the fuck you did. Because you sit here and you listen to idiots. Keep doing that dumb shit. But those 21 million people, only God knows what they would have done with their lives. Only God knows what they would have invented, what they would have started. We don't know. But they're gone. They're gone. We wonder why we're sitting here suffering, because the people, there's somebody who said that every pregnancy is God answering a prayer. And a lot of our prayers, unfortunately, have been flushed down a tube. But you know what? You're going to answer to God for that, right? But it's like money is not the thing. You know what I'm saying? Money's not the thing. Money's just paper. The real currency is love. If I can lean on you, you can lean on me, we'll make it through. And then if there's 10 of us and we can lean on each other, we'll make it. If there's 100 of us and we can lean on each other for real, we will definitely make it. Because there's power in number, not so much money. People can have money and not have great ideas. So who cares? Who truly cares? There's not enough money because you don't need money. An entire housing complex with over 100 Black women. Why aren't y'all eating food? Why are the children starving? That makes no sense to me. That truly makes no sense to me. Because somebody should say, and that's the thing about in the book of the book of Acts, right? When they told the people to sell their stuff so that they can have money for the thing. And then Sephora, what's the name again? Ananias and his wife, they chose to lie. And Peter said, it's not to me that you lie, but you're lying to the Holy Spirit, right? Because they understood if we all put our resources together, no one is going to drown, right? Because that's the real wealth, is like leave no one behind. And today, people are very, very comfortable leaving other people behind. And the only kind of Black people they care for are rich, famous, light-skinned Black people. And that's disgusting. That is truly disgusting. You don't leave people behind. You're sitting here, you're starving. She's sitting up there, she's starving. You have the same problem. So when do you say, you know what? I've noticed that you have the problem I have. Well, let's put our brains together. How do we make sure we don't starve ever again? Right? And that's the thing with the Jews, like even the Zionist movement, is to say, okay, we went through the Holocaust. Let's make sure this never happens to us again, right? We've been through starvation. We've been through slavery. Let's make sure this doesn't happen to us. No, she doesn't talk to her. You don't talk to her. And you're both going through the same stuff. Are you okay? Like, it's very weird to me. Because I'm like, what's the problem? You look just like her. She looks just like you. You have kids. She has kids. Her kids look like your kids. You're in the same building. You have the same predicament. You guys should actually be best friends. Like, friend, how the do we get out of this hole? And then people start thinking, I don't know. What do you know how to do? Well, I don't know. I know how to do this. Okay, I know how to do this. Let's come together. Let's do something because we can't die over here. But it's like people have just given up. They're, oh, somebody gonna come save me. And I said, they learned that from Dr. King. Someone needs to come save you. Who? Who? The government? The white man? No. Your savior is the person that looks just like you. And just like you'll be a savior for someone that looks just like you, right? But if God put y'all in the same building and you have the same problem, maybe he wants y'all to sit together, be like, you know what? There's no coincidence in life. Maybe you have something I need. Yeah, it's like that. That's it, Tim. And do you know that on average, the Black American church collects $1 billion every Sunday? Like, it's something crazy like that. I'm like, what? What? You didn't, people, I'll show y'all. You need to look up how much the Black churches collect every Sunday. It is astounding. But they got time to boycott Target. They don't care about money, y'all. They don't care. They have the money. They just squander the money. Yeah. I'm like, that is your greatest source of wealth. You know, and that's why I said, even like about this big nose of mine, like I said, oh, maybe also the ancestors, they sprinkled these noses and these features so that when we would see each other, we would know we're family. Like, oh, you have my nose. Hey, you have my nose. That's crazy. We must be cousins, huh? No, instead we use these noses to hurt each other, demean each other, instead of saying like, wow, maybe you are my family. Maybe we are connected. So let's help each other out. You know what I mean? No. Instead, we use that to hurt each other. Like, I'm like, it's just so crazy to me. But you watch this documentary, you get triggered. Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm so confused. And there's no way. These women are not even like 2020 women. These are Black women in like the 1960s, 1970s. So they still have family in the South. They still know how to cook. But for some reason, they're like, what? You know how to cook a thing. If you say the average Black girl nowadays can't cook, I understand. It's been a while. But like in the 1960s, the 1970s, Black American women don't know how to cook anything. They don't know how to can vegetables. I'm sitting here confused. Like, what in the world? I am so confused. I was so triggered, y'all. I was so triggered. I had to, Tim said, our noses help to breathe better in warm climates. I cannot. This is crazy.
In a self-perpetuating way, that it degrades the people who receive it.
I have children. I look at my kids' face and I think, am I going to really prove to them where it starts at? You know, they're always screaming about delinquents. American Welfare Department makes delinquents.
There is an evil system around.
Martin Luther King believes that welfare is part of that system, damaging to Black and...
As if he's not the one who pushed that on people. As if he's not the one. This man needs to be investigated. As if he's not the one. Because I'm like, you compare his movement, especially when it comes to food, compare his movement to the Nation of Islam or a Black Panther. Black Panther, Nation of Islam, they had food. Like, food was a big part of their movement. And these women, whether it was the Black women in Nation of Islam or it was the Black women in the Black Panther, these women cooked. They actually enjoy cooking. They enjoy feeding people. Like, it was part of their mission statement was to feed people. Make sure that no Black person goes hungry because there's no reason to. There's just no reason. You know, I'm like, whether it's here with Black Americans and you're in Africa, or like anywhere you have Black diaspora, most Black people can say, my grandmother, my great-grandmother had stacks of recipes. We got to stop people have to stop playing with me. Like, people truly have to stop insulting my intelligence, right? The average, especially a great-grandmother, a black great-grandmother, stacks, like they had this like index cards, and they would put them in the boxes. Bunch of recipes, breakfast recipes, lunch recipes, dinner recipes, snack recipes, dessert recipes, stacks. People need to stop playing with people. Okay? But the problem is, if it's not shoes, it's not jewelry, it's not coats and furs, it's not wigs or whatever, people don't see that as inheritance. But it is. Because these recipes, somebody had to think about the recipes. Someone had to think from the recipes. Right? When you ask anybody, African people, Caribbean people, it doesn't matter. Even Afro-Latinos, it doesn't matter. You ask anybody, because the grandmothers, especially the great-grandmothers, most of them were cooking for white people. They were the ones to cook for white people. They fed these white folks. These were their recipes. So it's like, okay, so why are you here today and you don't know anything to cook? Flack, you just write all kinds of foolishness. You're all over the place. You need help, okay? You truly need help, right? But I'm like, to me, your great-grandmother, your great-great-grandmother, even your grandmother, her recipes, these women, their recipes are part of your inheritance, right? Exactly. They all cooked. They were all cooks. White people don't know how to cook. To this day, they don't know how to cook. Like, what the heck, right? But I'm like, to me, inheritance is not just cars, shoes, bags, houses, money. Food recipes to me, it's an inheritance. There are people who make millions of dollars selling cookbooks. Am I lying? There are people who make millions of dollars selling pre-made sauces, pre-made condiments, like they have these pre-made sauce, and many times it's a family recipe. It's a family recipe. There was this one black woman, she's Black American. Her daughter had a baby. Things that I'm gonna look it up. Things were not going well for her. So she moved in with her mom. Her mom was also broke. They were all broke with the grandbaby. Her mother said, oh, hell no, we're not about to die. You know what it reminds me of? Remember the story in with the lady who went up to Prophet Elijah, and she said that they're about to sell her children into slavery because her husband, who was also a prophet, he took on these loans. He didn't pay the loans, and then he died. So then the prophet said, what do you have in your house? And she was like, well, she has oil. He said, okay, go knock on your neighbor's doors, right? And ask for as many jars as you can. Do not stop. Right? And then so she asked for the jars. Then she came back to him. She said, okay, I have the jar. He said, okay, pour the oil and then go sell it. Right? And then she was able to sell the oil and pay her husband's debt so her kids wouldn't be sold into slavery. You understand? People, even when you read the Bible, the Bible teaches you to not just sit there and wait for somebody to come save you. The Bible teaches you to get up, grab a stick, and move. Speak over your life, pray over your life, do something. Don't just sit there and wait. You're going to die. You're going to die. God even said, okay, maybe for a season, I'll drop manna from heaven. Maybe for a season, I will bring a crow. He told Elijah, because he was scared of Jezebel. He said, okay, you can stay here for a season. The crow will come feed you for a season. But after that, you have to move. The Bible tells you to move, start something, sow something, build something. You got to move. But today, people understand Christianity. Oh, I just wait for miracles. I wait for this. I wait for money to show up in the mailbox. Like, which Bible do you read? But because they go and they follow these weird-ass, goofy-ass so-called pastors who are truly not teaching the word of God, right? The Bible even says that if you die, if you're a man and you die, your job is to leave an inheritance, not just for your children, but for your grandchildren. And if you're a man and you die and you leave nothing, if you leave nothing for your children, and also your grandchildren, the Bible says you are a wicked person. Right? The Bible gives us the parable of the talents, that you have to multiply your talents. So whether it's money, whether it's knowledge, the Bible says you need to increase what you know. Because if you don't multiply, it says they will take from you and give to the one that have more. I'm like, it's all over the Bible. Right? It's all over the Bible. You cannot read the Bible. You can't read the Bible. Oh, I'm waiting for the government. I'm waiting for Target. I'm waiting for this. I'm like, what is this? Which Bible are you reading? The Schofield Bible? This is crazy. This is really crazy. So I don't understand how in the 60s, many of these Black American women who are living in these housing projects, I'm like, you probably came from the South not too long ago. You still have family in the South not too long ago. And I know your grandma's alive. How come you don't know how to cook? I'm watching this documentary, like I am shaking. I'm like, if it's a woman in 2020 and she'll know how to cook, that's fine. But it's like, why are you waiting? Why do you not know how to cook? Like, you left the South and you didn't even learn how to can vegetables before you moved to this big city? What is going on here, y'all? I am so confused. I am so confused. And do you see how children suffer when mothers don't know how to cook? Do you see how children will suffer when they have a mom who can't cook? Like, it's not a flex to not know how to cook. Like, it's not a flex. It doesn't mean that you're sophisticated, no, it means you're an idiot. Why don't you know how to feed yourself? That's the basic stuff. But here you have these women, I don't know how to feed my kids. Call your grandmother. Call your mother. You got to have some auntie or somebody that's still in the South that knows how to cook something. She'll tell you how to put 3 or 4 things together, shove in the oven. It's going to work out. Why don't you know how to cook, though? What is going on? It is so concerning. It's so confusing. You see? There you go. You see? And they learn that by going to these liberal colleges, chasing behind white women. Oh, cooking is oppression. Cooking is misogyny. Cooking is this. I don't even know why these Black women are sitting here thinking that a white woman is somebody's influencer or somebody's role model. So you see, the mom dies and she dies with all her recipes. The knowledge of feeding a family, gone. And nobody weeps behind that. So many recipes are just gone. Like this, it's insanity. It's just insanity. You know what I'm saying? It just angers me because it's like Black people don't take nothing seriously. They don't take nothing. If it's not flashy and shiny and with a white man's name on it, they don't think it has worth. It has value to it. How can you deal with a people like this? I'm like, it seriously. And that's why maybe I do sound anti-Black, but how can you not be anti-Black though? Like seriously, because this new Blackness here is utter foolishness. It is utter foolishness. People just let stuff just die. They let stuff die. You know what I mean? Like your mom lived and your mom was a great cook. You never even learned one recipe from her and you just watched her die. But they'll be on TikTok fighting Black men. They'll be on YouTube fighting these men. They'll be all over the place trying to get into an argument with these Black men instead of learning what their mom was doing. Learn from your mom. Get off of social media. Learn from your mom. Learn from your grandma. Make sure that these families' recipes do not die. Make sure that one day when you're a grandma, you can do the same thing for your grandchildren. No, they don't know shit. All they want to do is be on social media and fight with these guys. Go back and forth with these men. Man ain't shit. Girl, you ain't shit. Because your mom's about to die. Your grandma's about to die. And all of her knowledge is going to be gone with her. And you haven't learned shit. And you don't see that time is of the essence. People need help. People need serious help. Y'all, this documentary had me so triggered. I can't even, oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is really crazy.
Quite alike.
Will not get right until this evil system is removed, because as I have listened and as I've looked and as I've lived in the ghetto, I've seen what this evil system has done to my brothers and my sisters.
There's no food.
I've seen how it has left little children with clouds of inferiority formed in their little mental sky. I've seen how this evil system has transformed nice, decent young women into prostitutes.
Because you part of the problem, teaching people liberal ideas and progressive. You, Dr. King, I can't wait to see you in the afterlife. I got time for you. Okay? You see? Go work in the factory. Go work for the white man. And nobody said, okay, but if everybody goes to work, who's going to feed the children? I've always said hashtag Black children deserve better. Hashtag Black children deserve better. And I can see why this drug epidemic, it took like the way it took in Black America, because people were hungry. People were truly hungry. And this drug stuff, I don't even think they knew what it really was, but I think they realized it was a way to distract themselves from hunger. I don't think they knew what it was. It's just they were just hungry. Nobody cooks. There's no one. There's no one. People come to the city and they act brand new. Everybody for themselves. Everybody for themselves. Utter selfishness. All the things that you living in the South, where you go to church, you stick together, you help other people, you loan money to other Black people, and then when you got the money, you pay people back. You can borrow sugar, you can borrow this. All that went out the window. Everybody for themselves. Let's act like white people. Let's behave like white people. White people are nobody's role model. They're fucking evil. And you should see how throughout history they have treated each other. White people should never be anybody's role models. They're very mean. They're very, very selfish, and they can't cook. So just because somebody has money doesn't mean that you should aspire to be like people. White people have money because they're evil. They don't have money because they went around the world teaching people what it means to be a good human being. That's not what they care about. That is not what they care about. But I'm like, this is insanity. This is real insanity. I'm like, this man.
I've seen how this system has transformed nice, decent young men into dope addicts trying to escape the ugly.
They have a mother in the house. They got a mother in the house teaching people to march, teaching Black women to be activists. You brought this foolishness over here. I can't wait. This man, I need to meet this man in the afterlife. Seriously, I need to meet this man. Isn't this the man who taught Black women to be activists and do all this weird stuff? Leave their children, go fight white people, go fight for this, go fight for that. So yes, there's no one to cook in the house. There's no food. So if there's no food, what are the children to do? They're going to go outside looking for food because they're hungry. It hurts. When you're hungry, your belly actually hurts. It hurts really badly. What are we talking about?
Of their daily life.
What is that?
Maria Ortiz and her children, Hilda, Juanita, Antonio, Pedro, in the New York apartment.
Okay, where's your mom? Where's your mom? Like, where's your matriarchy? Where is your mom? You have all these children. Why are you by yourself? Where's your mom? How come your mom's not coming to help you take care of these kids? You see? Because these women are selfish. Or matter of fact, pack your bags. Go home, Juanita. Go back to Puerto Rico. Go back to the village where you can have a support system there to help you raise those kids. And when they're older, you can come back to America. Like, you need sisterhood. Like, you need like real maternal sisterhood. You cannot do this by yourself. I'm like, girl, what are we doing? You guys just look so weird.
Mrs. Ortiz gets her welfare check under the Aid for Dependent Children program. It comes to about $117 every 2 weeks, about $3,000 a year. Not enough to pay the rent, feed and clothe the kids, and provide the diet that a doctor has told Mrs. Ortiz she needs.
So I guess Ortiz, maybe she's Mexican, maybe she's Puerto Rican, I don't know. But I'm like, wherever she's from, pack your bags, go with your children. You see? Tim said my grandmother had a grocery store with a deli across the street from the project in Chicago. They spent their food stamp at the white stores and came to my grandma's store when they ran out of food stamp. You see this? You see this behavior? And we already know he's not lying. We already know. It's okay. Like it truly is okay to be honest, right? We know Tim is not lying because the mere thought is, why is she gonna be rich? So they'd rather go to the white people and make sure, because I think I've come to realize a lot of Black people, they don't mind making somebody rich as long as they don't see it. Because if we go to your grandma's store and she starts to make money, we are going to see how successful she is. It's going to trigger us. So it's okay. That's why they don't mind making celebrities richer, because they will never see these celebrities, right? But the person that if you support their business, you will see how successful they become, and it's going to make you feel a type of way, right? And then they come to Tim's grandma to borrow money. Oh, can I get this on the credit? Can I get some credit? And they know they're not going to pay because they want her business to fail. It's okay. It really is okay to be honest. It's okay. And if we care, and if we really, really care, right? If we really, really care to be even more honest, this is why a lot of Black businesses in America were not successful, because so many Black Americans were moving out of good faith. Okay, I'll loan you this, I'll loan you that, I'll loan you this. And they never got paid back by their own people. They never got paid back. You see, even last time when we watched the documentary of the black father, the one who was 39 years old, who had all the businesses and the white people shot him in the back 6 times, right? What did she say? That when the mom decided to leave, she had to forgive all their debts. Where it's like, if they were honorable people, they'd be like, nah, because you lost your husband, we got to pay you your money. You see, and this is why a lot of black businesses, black American businesses, went into bankruptcy, because many of them were not getting their money paid back. Hey, Elaine, they were not getting the money paid back because they're not going to pay it back. Because black people take black business owners for granted. And they know you're black, I'm black. If you see me struggling, you're going to help me out. But when they make the money or they have enough to pay you, they will not pay you. They're going to go back to the white man. Because with the white man, they want to pay the money because they want to show the white man, I got money. But by the time they come to you, though, they don't care about looking embarrassed in front of you. They don't care about begging in front of you. They don't care. But in front of white people, they have an image to maintain. So they will pay the white man the money, even if he's overcharging them. And we still see it to this day. They will go to the Louis Vuitton store, spend $3,000, $5,000 on a bag, knowing dang well the bag is not cowhide, it's made out of plastic. A lot of Louis Vuitton bags are made out of plastic. Okay? They're made out of plastic, right? So, but you have designers, you even have black designers who make real bags with real leather, but they don't want that. Okay? They don't want that. To this day, this mindset persists. I know they never paid her back. It's okay, Tim. It's okay. Because they don't mind not paying you back because you're black. They take you for granted. But they would never do it to the white man. They wouldn't do it to the Asian man. Right? Because over there, they want to have a great reputation. You see what I'm saying? And this is why I say a lot of black businesses, a lot of black American businesses went into bankruptcy. Because they gave too many loans. Because they thought their people was going to pay them back. It's okay. You know, and that's why today you don't have businesses, or you don't even have like wealthy black people who are out here giving money, because they know I'm not going to get my money back. It really is okay. Yeah. But he also went to Morehouse, Kevin. He went to Morehouse. That's why I said we need to study Morehouse and what Morehouse is truly about, because they just create chaos. They just create chaos, right? They just create chaos.
Another child is on the way, but the father of her children has deserted her. The fact that governs everything else in Mrs. Ortiz's life is money, or the lack of it. Her inability to give her children the things they need.
Even this robbing behavior that we're noticing with so many black children in America today, it's the lack of structure. It truly comes down from a lack of structure because there's no one in the home. There's no one in the home. So who's there to teach the kids right from wrong? Who's there to tell kids you don't steal, you don't kill? Human life is precious. There is no one in the home camp. Nobody's there. No one is there, because the black woman today in America has told herself that her job is to be masculine, compete with a man, don't need no man. That's it. She lives to compete with the black man. She doesn't live to say, okay, God, what is my lane? God, what is my purpose? And how do I make my purpose pass? Because you're here for purpose. What is your purpose? No, instead, she runs behind the white woman. The white woman tells her, oh, all men are evil. Your man is this. And she just regurgitates this stupidity, right? Without even like paying attention to it. It's like, you're crazy. So today, the black child is truly raising, or she's raising herself, or he's raising himself. There is no one in the home. So there is no structure. Even back in the day, you used to have children, even if the parents were busy, the grandparents were responsible for teaching the child about God. It was the grandparents who took the kids to church, right? It was a big deal, right? It was part of life. Like, yeah, you went to church with your grandparents. If your parents couldn't take you, your grandparents could take you. But you had elders as a black child that would teach you the fear of God. Life is sacred. We don't steal. We don't lie. You know how to sit down and things of the sort, right? Today, kids don't care. There's nobody. Even grandparents don't want to be grandparents. Like, there's a black woman I watch her, Miss Sheila. Her daughter asked her to move in with her so she could help her watch the kid. And that way she wouldn't have to worry about rent. But her daughter, she needs help watching her son. Now she said, oh, I know my daughter would not take advantage, but I don't want to do it. And I'm thinking like, Miss Sheila, you are one selfish ass woman. Because before I used to watch her content because I felt bad for her, but I've noticed a theme with her. She's very selfish. First marriage, divorce, selfishness. She met another black man. It didn't work out because she's selfish. She wants to go camping by herself. She wants to go into the bushes by herself, put a book bag on and go in the bushes by herself. I'm like, this is so dangerous. And the man, he was not comfortable with that. She's like, yeah, I get it. He's right. Because if I was a man too, I would not be comfortable with that because it's a woman going by herself camping. Anything can happen. Now her daughter is asking her for help. She's like, I don't want to do it. And like, you see, the selfishness. And I'm like, Miss Sheila, you're about to die. You don't have much life left. Like, how much more selfishness do you need to have? If your daughter needs you to watch your grandbaby, what's the problem? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, you will see, like, especially even with white people, you will see some white grandparents out here, Indian grandparents, African grandparents. You will see, like, they can quit a job or they can dedicate their entire life to taking care of their grandbaby because they want to be involved as grandparents. They want to teach stuff to the child. They want to be there. But today you have this new age these new age grand black parents. They're so damn selfish. And the women are even worse. It's like, oh, I want to see my grandbaby for a few hours and take it back. Right? They don't really want to be involved too. Let me teach you how to read. Let me take you to church. Let me read the Bible with you. Like, let me even go to your school. Let me walk you to the bus stop. Right? They don't want to be bothered because they don't like children. They are so consumed with living a selfish ass life. You understand? So I'm like, this is why we have this problem today, because the children have no structure. The children do not have anybody who is willing to sacrifice and invest in the child and put what the child needs to have to be successful. Then you would think they treat like, it's not even 18 years, because usually by the time a child is 13, 14, they're pretty much made. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all you got to do is invest 13 years and then you're good to go. Because like the Bible says, train a child in the way that they should go so that when they get older, they will not depart from that, right? All this YN behavior, for as much as I don't like it, right? Sometimes it gets on my nerves, but I also have to recognize that if children are acting like YNs because they don't feel loved, no child who feels loved, no child who feels people care about me or investing in me is going to be out here behaving like a YN. YN to me are black children who are screaming out for attention. Unfortunately, they're doing it in the wrong way. You know what I mean? But they want attention. They want to be noticed. They want to be loved. They're just going about it in the wrong way because they're children. Their brains are not fully formed, right? But a child who knows he's loved, even if my mom don't love me, my dad don't love me, but my grandma calls me every day, my granddaddy calls me, my uncles call me, he's not going to go do foolishness because he knows that there are people he's going to disappoint. But when you do all this foolishness, because you don't believe that even if you were locked up, even if you were murdered, that nobody will be mourning you. So that's why you do this. You don't feel loved. And I don't blame him. Sometimes I sit here, because I watch stuff. I don't always come live, but I see stuff, social media, YouTube. I see all kinds of stuff. You need to see some of the meals that people make for black children. The way they plate up, the way they give food to black children. Even inmates eat better than this. Even people in prison have better meals than this. How can you feed a child like this? The bare minimum, something from the freezer, and they've probably been there for 3 months. Chicken nuggets from the freezer, fries from the freezer, something from the can, this from the can. This is crazy. This is crazy. And you don't think that a child can look at his plate of food, or a child can look at her plate of food and be like, damn, my mama hates my guts. Okay? My mother hates my guts. This is horrible. This is really horrible. You have to, like, especially food. Me, I will always feel this way. Food and the kind of food you make or don't make can tell somebody whether I love you or I don't fuck with you. Doesn't matter. Whether you feed yourself, you feed a man, you feed your children, it don't matter. The way you make that plate, it says a lot. It says a lot about our relationship. And I'm like, a lot of children, they don't feel loved. And a lot of kids also, they know they are not wanted in the house. That's why they stay outside all day like this. Because they're not wanted in the house. That they're not wanted. People tell them every day, I can't wait for you to leave. I can't wait for you to be 18. I can't wait for you to this. How can you talk to a person like that? And you wonder why they don't mind committing stupid crimes and going to prison for the rest of their lives. Because they keep being told, I can't wait for you to leave. I can't wait for you to be 18. I can't wait. I can't wait. How can you talk like this? Family does not talk like this. A child should know, no matter what, you can always come home. You can always come home. This is your home. Where else would you go? Right? But when the family ties are not strong enough, we can't sit here and be surprised that the streets is just swallowing these children. It's sad. It's really sad that a Black child can feel more love by criminals than him or his family. That's really evil because people don't know love anymore. Because people do not want to read the Bible. They don't want to go to church. Even these pastors, they do everything but preach the word of God. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's insanity. It really is insanity. But I'm like, yeah, the behavior is not okay. I'm not going to say it's okay. But children are born innocent. So if a teenager starts acting like this, I got to trace back the simple, okay, how did we get here? And at the end of the day, it comes from a place of not being loved. Because when you feel loved, all you can do is give love to people. If you see a Black child shooting another Black child, this Black boy is shooting this other Black boy, he is giving that Black boy what he has and all he has, and it's hatred. It's hatred. It's hatred. I wonder how many Black children wake up every day and people tell them, I love you. You're beautiful. You're going to be successful. You're going to do big things with your life. How many people speak life over Black children? So, because you cannot give the world what you don't have. You can't give people that look like you what you haven't received. You understand me, right? So if you grow up Black and everything attached to you is negative, it's insult, it's this, and that, it's crazy. Because when that child goes out and he sees someone who looks like him, why would he be kind? Why would he be soft? Why would he be gentle? Does he receive gentleness? Does he receive softness? Do people say, oh my gosh, you're so beautiful, you're so handsome, blah, blah, blah. Even a little Black boy as little as 8 years old. You take a little Black boy as old as like 13 years old. They already get called the N-word. They get called the N-word. You're 8 years old. They'll call you little nigga. You are 13. They'll call you the N-word. Like, what is going on with these people? And nobody says the way we talk to these children is extremely problematic. Of course not. Of course not. Because today, Black America has turned into a cult of the Black woman. You got to worship at the altar of the Black woman. She's not the most vulnerable. She's a grown-ass woman. She is not the most vulnerable. The most vulnerable in the Black community are Black children. Because they need the love. They need to be uplifted. They need to be told, you matter. You understand? Life sometimes it fucking sucks. It really sucks. But it gets better. You know what I'm saying? Your math homework, you don't have to be afraid of math. You can do it. You just got to study harder. You understand? Children need positive affirmation. And today, America, even the Black American community, it has turned into worship the Black woman. Protect the Black. Protect her from what? She's the one looking for problems. She goes outside and looks for problems. Nobody brings problems to her. She is the architect of her own foolishness. If bad things happen to her, most likely she asked for it. So she get a delivery. It is what it is. But it's the children who are the most vulnerable because they didn't ask to be here. And they are struggling to love themselves. They are struggling to understand their purpose. They are struggling to have self-esteem and to believe that they can be somebody great. You know what I mean? Children need to believe that you are great. You are called to be great. How many people take Black children to the side and read the passage in Jeremiah where the Lord says, before you were conceived in your mother's womb, I knew your name. Before you were even a thought, I have plans to prosper you. How many children, how many Black children are told that, okay, God brought you here so you can prosper? It might not seem like it today, right? But just because it don't seem like it doesn't mean it's not going to happen for you. You know what I'm saying? And so our kids are out here doing all kinds of foolishness. They see each other. Instead of hugs, it's bullets. They go to parties. They delete each other. Like something is wrong. And the real problem is that there's a serious lack of love. There is a serious lack of love. There is no love. There is no true love. That's like this. Narcissism is not love. Like this is crazy. Enabling people is not love. People are just sitting here breeding a lot of ethnic narcissists. And I'm like, to me, that is not love. You're just a narcissist. And most narcissists are parasites. All they do is take, and they never give. They never give. And you will never be able to satisfy a narcissist because they're parasitic in nature. It's crazy to me. But I'm like, there's a serious lack of love. And this is why so many Black children are throwing their lives away or they're sending their other Black friends to an early grave. It's a real epidemic. And it's the lack of love epidemic. It's the lack of kindness epidemic. It's the lack of, you have to center children. You got to center children. Children have to be centered. Children have to be everybody's focus. What is best for the child? What is best for the Black child, especially Black boys? They're falling behind, and nobody is raising a red flag. Nobody's ringing the alarm. These Black children, these Black boys, by the time they get to the 4th grade, they are falling behind at such an alarming pace. But no, let's focus on targeted DEI measures, because Black children are not a priority. And I've come to realize a lot of people, they might not say it, but I think when their kids are either dead or when their kids are in prison, I really feel like they feel a sigh of relief. Like, wow, you're dead. I don't have to take care of you. Or you're dead, or you're in prison. I don't have to worry about feeding you and clothing you, because ain't no way. Ain't no way. Because I'm like, once again, oh, please, you're just delusional. You're just like those typical ethnic narcissists. Like, you're just so delusional. You are so delusional. You turn on your TV every day. You watch the news every day. The numbers are here. Black children are killing each other at an alarming rate. So you are part of the problem. People like you, Black Americans like you, are part of the problem. Toxic positivity. The numbers are glaring you in the face. The bodies are everywhere, right? The news is not lying to me. You're lying to yourself because it's convenient, right? You're probably the type to want to boycott Target, right? Right? You're like those. You're no different than people like Jamal Bryant. You live in a weird space. You're like in a weird metaverse, and you detest facts. You hate numbers, and you hate reality. You're delusional. You hold on to an ideal of what you think Black America is, as opposed to what it truly is. And people like you are the reason why things don't get fixed, because you don't talk facts. You don't talk numbers. You don't talk statistics. People are dying. There's a reason why in most predominantly Black neighborhoods, the most thriving businesses are funeral homes, right? Some of the most successful Black businesses are funeral homes. And trust me, they're not embalming white people. They're embalming Black children, right? Everything else is the Korean, the Asians, the Arabs, whatever. But the most thriving business in the Black American community is a funeral home owned by a Black family. Because people die every single day. These kids are dying in alarming numbers, right? Bunch of white people are getting rich off of Black people in prison as working for 5 cents per hour. I don't do delusion. I don't do this kind of sickness. You're sick. You are truly sick. You are really sick. It's disgusting. The numbers don't lie. These homicide rates are real. Now, I might not want to talk about it because I don't want to give white people talking points, because I don't like white folks like that, right? I'm not going to blame white people. I'm going to blame Black people, because a Black child does not come out of white people, okay? For a Black child to be born, a Black man got to be involved, and a Black woman has to be involved. A Black child is a product of a Black woman and a Black man. So if the Black baby is either dying or he's killing his other Black friends, I'm going to look at the Black parents. Because I said, where is the structure? And I will also look at the grandparents. Where is the structure for this child? Because the Black people that I know, they read the Bible. The Black people that I know, the grandparents, they take their Black grandchildren to the church house, and they tell the pastor, put your hands on my baby and bless my baby and anoint my baby. Right? They tell the kids, don't steal, don't kill, because the Bible says not to do it. So no, I'm not gonna blame white people. I'm gonna blame the Black family, because where is the structure? Okay. Okay, so why isn't this culture all over the place now? Because people are letting go of tradition, right? So you need to stop being delusional. You need to stop being delusional, because people like you make things worse. You got to call a thing, because how can you fix it? How can you fix a problem if you don't have enough courage to admit that there's a problem? There is a real problem. There is a real problem. Like in Chicago, just July 4th alone, 44 people died. Are you here? Are you all the way here? These kids are killing each other, 17, 16, 17. Your mother speaks for everybody? Your mother speaks for everybody? Does your mother speak for everybody? Shut up. My mother, my mother, my mother. That's all you can talk about, because you know you don't have other examples out here, right? Everybody can talk about that one example they know. Okay, but is that the rule? Is that tradition? Is that the norm nowadays? Is that the norm? Is that the norm? We were sitting here minding our business and we see a black woman got stabbed because she sent this black woman home, this black girl home. The girl comes and she stabs her to death. So we have a problem. Okay? We have a serious problem. Even if you're upset that she sent you home from one black woman to another black woman, not just that, she's an elder. She's older than you. At least she can be your big sister. You have children her age. Even if you're upset that she sent you home, you can ask her, oh, big sis, why are you sending me home? So you're saying all kinds of foolishness. We have a real problem with senseless violence, just senseless crime. People are just killing people that looks just like them over some foolishness. Seriously, you know what I mean? People used to be afraid. People used to be afraid of doing foolishness because you knew. Because you spent so much time in the Bible. You had to read the Bible in your house. You even had Bible study at your house. You had prayer cell at your house. Life used to be so sacred. Today, you have grandmothers who want to be in the club. You have grandmas who don't even want to be bothered with kids because they hate children. How can a woman hate children? Even if a child is not your child, you should want to help out the baby. If you are an elder woman, if you are an older black woman, and you see young black women struggle with motherhood, you should step in. She don't have to be your child. She don't have to be your baby. Like, listen, you could be my daughter's age, so let me help you with this baby. You see a young woman, she struggles to put the baby to sleep. You need to grab the baby and put the baby to sleep. You're a mother or not. You know what? Maybe he wants to fart. Maybe he wants to poop. Maybe he needs this. Maybe put him on his back, right? But it's like they ain't got nothing to pass down but their bitterness when it comes to black men. That's all they got. That's all they got, right? That is crazy to me. I'm going to say insanity. This is what a woman is. And the thing is, when an older woman steps in, when a black mother, a black grandmother steps in, when a real matriarch steps in, you should feel like, wow, wisdom has just entered the room, right? Quietness has entered the room. Love has entered the room. Like a woman that fears the Lord has entered the room. But today, you don't have that. You don't have that. They want to twerk with their daughters. They want to go party with their daughters. They want to be selfish AF. Your daughter needs you. Your daughter needs you. I'm like, Miss Shayla, you're about to die. You're like 60-something. You're 60. You have arthritis. What can you do anyways? But if your daughter needs you, if your grandbaby needs you, it should be an honor for you to say, you know what, daughter, I'll help you out. Because not only do I want you to succeed, I want my grandbaby to succeed. You see what I'm saying? Like me, I have lots of dreams. I really do. But if it got to a point where one day my kids are, oh, mommy, come over here and help our kids, or we want you to help our kids with math homework, it'll be my pleasure to help them. It's not a problem. Because as a woman, I see my life as when you're a woman and you're a mother and you're a grandmother, your job is to serve. I'm here to serve. To me, that's real leadership. You're here to learn to be selfless. But most women are selfish. And that's why their daughters are broken. Their grandkids is broken. Right? You'll see a woman out here today. You'll see a woman of a certain age. Her daughter is like mid-30s. She's not married. She's not even scared. It doesn't bother her. Like, oh, she's fine. I'm like, but if you die, she'll be by herself. She doesn't care. Oh, what am I going to do? What kind of man can I sleep with? What kind of TV show can I watch? Her granddaughter is born. Her granddaughter also ends up being a single mom as a teenager. She don't care. They don't care. Because to me, if you're a real mother, you're a real matriarch. When your daughter gets to a certain age, especially if you got a cute little daughter, you're like, girl, what's wrong? How come my daughter's not married yet? I will start praying for my child. Because I don't want you to be by yourself. I don't want you to live this life by yourself, because one day I'm going to die. And before I die, I want you to find your person. And I will pray for my child. I will fast for my child. I will go to church for my child. I will make offerings for my child. Because the point of being a mother is also you a prayer warrior for your family. You pray for your family. You pray for your children. You pray that, they find the person and that they do what God has called us to do. Go ye and be fruitful. Get married, be fruitful. And create your own, create your children. Because one day I'm not going to be here. But if you have your children, you're not going to miss me as much. You're not going to cry for me as much. Because you got life to live for. Okay, exactly. That's why I say you're part of the problem. People like you're these new blacks with these weird ass mindset. You people are part of the problem. You're selfish as hell. You're selfish. You're not traditional. All you do is think about yourself. You're pretty much white people with black skin. You're white liberals with black skin. You're part of the problem. You are part of the problem. You don't value family. All you care about is money, what you can do, your degrees, me. You are not a family-minded people. That's why we say you are a different type of black people. You are a different type of black people. People like you are white liberals in black skin. That's what you are. That's what you truly are. Okay, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You think like a white person. You are a white liberal with black skin, right? That's it. And people like you need to stay up here. And most likely you live in the north or you live somewhere in the west somewhere, right? Stay over here, right? But a traditional old school black person values family. Because most black people who grew up, their first best friends were their own cousins. They never had to go outside and make friends with people. Because they had so many siblings, they had so many cousins. No, I don't care where you're from. Nobody cares. Because when you talk, anybody can see it for themselves. When you talk, you sound like a white liberal. Nobody would ever look at your psychology and even surmise that you're a black person. Because the way you think, the way you talk, it's a white liberal. You are a white liberal in black skin. That's it. And you have to accept that. You have to accept that. You are not a traditional black person. You're just not. You're a white liberal with black skin. It's cool, right? It's really cool. Because if you were a traditional black person with traditional black values, you would prioritize family. That's it. You would prioritize family because how can you be black without family? The very essence of being black is that you have so much family. It's ridiculous, right? The very essence of being black is that you got family, cousin, auntie. I mean, it's so many people. It's just so many people. Right? And also it's traditions. It's the birthday parties. It's the weddings. It's the babies being born. It's all of that. So your mindset is not there. You're nothing more than a white liberal in black skin. And it's a lot of them. It's a lot of y'all. It really is. And you're the problem. You are truly the problem. Like, that's crazy to me. But to me, if you're a mother, like I said, if you're a black mother, your job is to be a prayer warrior for your family. You got to pray for your son. You got to pray for your daughters. You got to pray that they find their people. By the time they get to a certain age, they should already be married. By the time they get to a certain age, they should already be starting their family because it is your job, because that's why you're here. As a parent, you never stop being a parent. And as a parent, you never stop praying for your children. At a certain age, your daughter has to be married. At a certain age, your son has to be married. Like life, there are certain things that have to be done by life. And you notice that even when it comes to life skills, even when it comes to like pillars of life, a lot of black people are behind, right? But when you get to 18, you should be done with high school. When you get to 22, you should be done with college, right? By the time you're 24, 25, you should be done with your master's. By the time you're like in the 27-ish, 30-ish, get married, right? You should have your first child by a certain age. But a lot of black people, they struggle with the foundations. Like they struggle. They're behind. They're behind because they have to figure everything by themselves because they're not being guided by wise people. They're not being guided through prayer. They're not being guided through, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, prayer. Somebody really talking to the kids and also praying for the young people. Because you got to talk to young people. You got to pray for young people. And sometimes you also might have to fast for young people that they will not fall behind because and there's a season for everything. But it's like black kids, they're always playing catch up because they're not being guided. They don't have direction. They got to figure everything by themselves. You have people who are 40 years old and they're still trying to figure things out that they should have known at 25. Like, what the fuck? Because they're doing everything by themselves because they're not being guided. Conversations are not being had. What do you want to do with your life? What are you thinking about? This, and that. You got to talk to young people. You got to help young people that by the time they get to 20, they know what they're going to, they have a plan for the age of 25. You have to help young people come up with a plan to be successful in this life. It's not enough to just raise them just to be 18. No, you got to raise successful young people. And success, it involves a lot of talking. You got to talk to young people. You have to guide young people. You got to challenge the way that they think. Did you ever consider this? consider that, this, and that. You got to talk to them. But instead, they're discovering everything by themselves. They have to figure everything out by themselves because nobody is talking to them. You don't even see people sit with the young people and say, you know what? When I was your age, this is where I messed up. And here's what I learned from that. So now think about what I did. How would you move differently? Right? How would you avoid this pitfall? Right? How many people are sitting with young Black people and telling them, do not fuck up your credit. Don't you dare fuck up your credit. Don't go out here fucking up your credit behind some consumer credit, some Beyonce concert ticket. Man, fuck Beyonce. Right? Use your credit for something meaningful. Like credit is only for meaningful things that can build your credit. You want to go buy stuff from Klarna? Well, I guess you don't have the money. You want to go to a Beyonce concert? You don't have the money. Do not waste your credit. And because so many Black children waste their credit on foolishness, it makes it really, really bad for them to buy homes because by the time they're 40, they're working on their credit. You see? You see? Like you see, do you see the level of wickedness here? Because to me, when you're a parent, when you've been through some stuff, it is your job to make sure your child never goes through that. But I think a lot of Black people are truly jealous of their children. So that they don't tell their kids, avoid this, watch out for this, be careful about this. This is not needed. No, they stay quiet and they watch the child go straight into the pit of hell. Then they say, oh, you need to go figure that out. Why? Why would the child figure everything out when he has mom and he has dad? You can't help this little child to think. But because people are mean. People are truly mean. People are seriously mean. And they don't want to be honest with themselves. Because as long as you can focus on white people, as long as you can focus on calling white people racist, you don't have to look at yourself. And you don't have to look at your own heart and be like, you know what? White people is shit, but I'm no better. Because parents have to successfully guide their children. You know, how many fathers are sitting here? You see your Black daughter every 6 months in and out of a relationship, in and out of a relationship, failure after failure, nothing works. When are you as a Black man going to sit down with your daughter and say, daughter, what's going on with these guys? Why are these things not successful? And let me tell you what you need to know about a man. She's not successful because she doesn't understand man. And you watch your daughter fail relationship after relationship, and you never say to your child, sit down, let me tell you what a man is really looking for. And they crazy how, girl, bye. And they crazy how so many Black children today, young Black adults, have to go to social media and get dating advice from random ass people. Right? They go to random ass woman, Shira7, don't even know who the fuck she really is, because that's not even her real name. They got to go to Ashley, Anwar. I'm like, who are these weirdos? Who are these weirdos? Because people don't give a fuck about Black children. Why do Black children have to go to the internet and talk to random people for dating advice? Who are these people? Because a young Black girl, her first dating coaches should be the matriarchy in her bloodline. What about your mama? What about your aunties, your older cousins? Until nobody has a successful relationship where you're from, you got to go to social media to ask Shira7. Are you kidding me? You know, because at first you think it's entertainment. You're like, no, this is not entertainment. This is gospel. These people are latching onto these people as if everything they say is gospel. And I'm like, this is crazy. Where is your mom? Where is your dad? Where are your older brothers, your older cousins? Where are your peoples to help you to know how to navigate dating? Trusting random ass people on the internet that you never met. People turn on their phones, their cameras, whatever, and they perform. Many people are fraudulent. But when it comes to dating, especially marriage, you should be able to source that information from your family. Your mom, your dad, your grandparents, your aunties, your uncles, your older cousins. Why is there such an attrition of self-counsel in your bloodline? Something is weird, right? The church house should also, we were growing up, they used to have, young people, like, what's it called? Singles ministries, whatever, right? Why don't you go to church? Where is your community? They have no one. 37 years old. They don't know how to date. 37. They're trying to figure out the basics of dating. Figure out the basics of what does it mean to be a wife? What does it mean to be a husband? I'm like, but damn, you're 37. When are you going to learn this? No, I'm not approaching anybody. I'm not approaching anyone. Marlene, I will never teach anybody anything about how to date, how to find a husband, because you should have that in your family. You should have that in your family. And Marlene, I don't do foolishness. I don't lie to people. I will never lie to people. I'm not going to sit here and tell a 40-year-old woman that she can still find a husband. I will never do that. It's too late. I don't lie to people. The best way, the best time to form a young lady to be a wife is when she's a child, a teenager, and when she's in her early 20s. If you're already in your 40s and you have yet to find a man, it's too late. Your people failed you. You cannot be coach. Coach do what? Coach do what? You're not a wife. That's what I'm saying. People have been failed because the moment, that's why I said even the whole cooking thing. No, but my name is Marlene, baby. My name is Marlene. Thank you for calling me Miss. It's really sweet. But you can call me Marlene. That's my name. It should be here somewhere, right? Okay, listen to me, bro. Listen to me. This is why I say, like even the videos that I make, yes, some things that I say, like the whole cooking thing, I stand on cooking because no matter how old you are, it is never late to get into the kitchen. However, Marlene, if I was to start a get married movement, it will be for young Black girls. They will be teenagers. They will not be 37. Hey, my love, right? They will not be 37. They will not be 40. This is why I say it's really sad. It's really sad how much people have lost chasing behind the American dollar and chasing behind the so-called corporate ladder. You are crazy. People are crazy. But you cannot lie to a young woman. If she's already 37, she's already 40, when is she going to learn to be a wife? Because first, somebody has to instruct you on what it takes to be a wife. Then you got to practice. Then you got to master it. How much time do you have left? How much time do you have left? And that's why I say, if the matriarchy was made up of good matriarchy, when a young woman gets to be about the age of 25, everybody should start to pray for her. You know what I'm saying? We should all say, oh, let's start praying for her that she finds her person. Let's start talking to her. You know, I have 3 boys, right? Let's start talking to her. Let's start praying for her. Right? Because she's at the age where she needs to find the person because it gets harder. The older you are, it doesn't get easier. It gets harder. But you'll see a mom, her daughter is 25, she thinks it's funny. She's 26, she's single, she thinks it's funny. Then the daughter becomes 30. She's still thinking it's cute. It's, girl, you'll find him, you'll find him. Then the girl is 32. Then she's 33. I said, that's a problem. Because you as a mother, you should know. You should know. And you should start praying for your daughter. That's not enough. What does that mean to treat a woman nice? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Right? Because if you tell your son, treat a woman nice, but you don't teach your son to be responsible. You don't teach your son work ethic. You don't teach your son courage. You don't teach your son that, hey, in this life, a man has to understand that he's going to be used. Welcome to being a man. And you can't let that hurt your feelings. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to be brave. Right? What does it mean to be nice to a woman? You know what I'm saying? It's too vague. And once again, that also doesn't help the young Black man. And that's why young Black boys need to be around successful Black men who can tell them this is what a man's supposed to be. And this is what your life is going to look like. No, he's going to be used. Men are used. That's a fact. Your son will be used. My son will be used. The problem is, it's not that you're being used, it's who you're being used by. You understand, right? Your wife will use you. Your kids will use you. The only issue is being used by people who are grateful. You understand? But a man is meant to be used. That's the job of a man. You understand, right? No, I'm not crazy. Oh, yes, people are meant to be used. Absolutely. You see, you're very sensitive, right? You need to get your son some real paternal patriarchy help because you're very sensitive, right? And that's why, and if a woman like you keeps being responsible for his psychology, he will break down. Because once he gets used, he'll be like, oh my gosh, look at what they're doing to me. Oh, no. He will be used. Men are used. That's why men go to war and they get killed and nothing like, okay, he's dead now. Men are used. That's life. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. In this life, men will give up more than women. And they're expected to. That's why most of the time men are called to make the biggest sacrifices. I'm not talking crazy. You just never heard someone like me because you've lived in an echo chamber. Men are used. And he needs to be okay with that. The only issue is do not be used by ungrateful people. You got to be used by people who appreciate that you're doing this for them and they pay it forward. Right? That's it. But a lot of men don't get thank yous for what they do, and they know it comes with it. So your job is to prepare your sons mentally to understand this is what it means. A man can never go through life and expect for things to be reciprocal. Most likely it won't be. He most likely, if he ever gets married, he will work harder than his wife. He will work longer than his wife. He will have to sacrifice himself to give to his wife, give to his children, give to the community, right? But it's like if you learn that early on, you're not going to be bitter about it because you understand that's what you were born for. Okay? That's it. No, a woman will never be equal to a man. That's why I told you. You might be black, but you think like a white liberal. A woman is not equal to a man. A woman will never be equal to a man. I'm not bitter at all. You seem confused, right? I am not bitter. You cannot sit here and tell your son that a woman is equal to him. Are you okay? Are you okay? You are going to set your son up for false expectation, and you might even make him violent. Because your son should know he will never be equal to a woman. A woman will never be equal to him. Even if she tries, she will not. And this is why him as a man, he should always be the bigger person. I am definitely okay. Exactly, because you are a white liberal. You are a woman who provides. You are in a masculine role because you made poor choices. You made horrible choices because you chose to listen to white liberals. And that's why as a woman, you are a provider. You should not be a provider. You are a woman. You should be a nurturer. You see, you got played. You got scammed. There you go. You got scammed. It's okay. Like most women who buy into white liberalism, progressivism, you get scammed. A woman should not be a provider. A woman should be a nurturer. Right? No, I love you right back. I love you right back. But love is not lying, right? A woman should not be a provider. Show me where in human history women have provided. Show me where. Tell us where. Right? That when God created men and God created the woman, God said it was the woman's job to provide. And what the man do? The man he sleep? The woman will have to be providers because they have no man. But if you want us to believe that a woman's job is to provide, are you okay? When she gets pregnant, she has to sit down for 9 months. So how's she providing? Right? Pregnancy incapacitates a woman. Right? Most women are called to give life. That's why they got the womb and the egg and the period. Right? But we all know if it wasn't for modern society and things like that, most women, when they have a pregnant, no, I don't have you wrong. Right? Most women, when they're pregnant, they would sit down for 9 months. Because they're pregnant. They have to take care of the life that's growing inside of them. So how do we grow? So off of that alone, we know that God never meant for the woman to be a provider. She can provide, but that is not her main duty. Her main duty is to be the nurturer. The man should be the provider. That's what God, he gave him bigger muscles. That's what God made him taller. That's what God made him more risk averse, right? Exactly. But how's she going to work? Is she relaxing? A lot of women cannot work. Some women, sometimes their cervixes dilate way quicker. They have to be in bed. Some women need a cerclage because they can't move. Pregnancy is not easy on everybody. Some women, when they're pregnant, their first trimester, they throw up all the time. Anything they eat, they throw up. She can't work. But because we've gotten so desensitized that when we see a pregnant woman working, it does nothing to us. But it's not normal. When we see a woman that's 8 months pregnant, 9 months pregnant, standing on her feet, working, because we're so batshit crazy over here. We've gotten so desensitized, right? Because a pregnant woman today, nobody cares. There's a whole life growing inside of her, and we require her to work, stand on her feet, stand for 40 hours, and then we give her 2 weeks or 12 weeks of rest? Because pregnancy is no longer sacred. A pregnant woman is no longer sacred, right? Because we have over here, they have turned women into trans men. And it's very evil because a woman should be at home resting. You're carrying a life. Labor is very painful. Labor is very difficult. Postpartum depression is coming. And I do feel like the more rested a woman is during her pregnancy, the least painful her postpartum is going to be. But if she works throughout her entire pregnancy, then she has the baby, she's going to have severe postpartum because she's really tired. Labor is very painful. It's horrendous how painful labor is. It's like somebody's breaking all your bones. It's so painful. So no, a woman's job is not to be a provider. She can provide, but that's not where we want her, because that's not her lane. Her lane is to be a nurturer. So she needs to be given the resources to nurture. And who gets the resources? The man. So like that's not normal. But today we are so accustomed to a woman standing up, working like this. And it's like, this is crazy. Why is she here? Why is she here? Because we have a society that treats women as if they're trans men. They're not men. They're not equal to men. They would never be, what's it called? Right? No. I got to get out of here and bust my behind so my woman and eat. I don't know. Are you a man or you're a woman? I'm so confused. You said you're a woman, right? You're a woman or you're a man? I don't even know. Right? But a woman's job is not to be a provider. That is not her job. That's not her job. So, Flack, are you a man or are you a woman? Oh, yeah, pregnancy is very dangerous. You can even have diabetes during pregnancy. You can have high blood pressure during diabetes. So that's why when a woman starts having high blood pressure during her pregnancy, she has to go for a C-section. It's very dangerous. You know, I think people take it for granted because the sign of, oh, you're a man, Flack. Okay, so you're a man. I thought you were a woman. Okay, I was confused. Okay. So yeah, so you have to be a provider. I thought you were a woman. Okay, so because you're a man, you're a provider. There you go. And a woman is a nurturer. That's it. Right? Now she can provide, but it's like, it's not optimal for her to be a provider. It's more optimal for her to be at the home with the kids and be a nurturer. Now, if she wants to do things on the side, like let's say the kids are old now, and the kids are going to school and things like that, and she wants to occupy herself by doing something on the side, yes. But she's not, a woman should never be the main source for providing. Like, that's crazy. Because who's going to take care of the kids? Right? Who's going to nurture the kids? Like, be there for the kids emotionally, spiritually, feed the children. Who's going to be there? Right? And I feel like a man should understand that. And a man should be like, no, my kids are my biggest investment. Right? Your children are your greatest source of wealth. So if you can afford, if you can work hard and afford for your woman to be at home, you're like, yes, because the more they have their mom, the better kids they're going to be. They're going to be nicer children, more well-behaved children. They're going to know that they're loved. They're going to work harder in school. So it's a great investment for a man because these kids have your last name. They don't have her last name. And so if these kids fail, it's your last name failing. Exactly. So that's why we got to make sure that the mom can be there for the kids because your kids, the children carry the last name of the daddy. So if the kids go to prison, it's your last name going to be in prison. Huh? Okay. It's not her last name. Okay. If the kids are failing in school, it's going to be your children failing in school. You're going to be the one getting emails from the principal every day. All right. But if your kids go to Harvard, it's your last name in it. Right? If your kids become great at what they do, it's your last name. If the kids become like CEOs, it's your last name. So it's a worthy investment for a man to put his wife in a position where she can be the nurturer, the school teacher, the whatever, that your kids who carry your last name will go on to do great things. You're like, wow, wife, good job. Right? Because these are your children. The children really belong to the man. So you want the kids to be successful. And then one day when you're the dad and they're older, you can stand there, take a picture with your kids. If you have sons, you have daughters, and everybody is successful. This one's a doctor. This one's a lawyer. This one is this one is that. You're like, damn, I did a good job. Go ahead, wife. Right? And then you take pride in that because you put your wife in a position where she could be there and make sure these young people, they know who they are and they know who they're going to be. And we make sure that they get there. Right? So that when you age with pride. You don't have to worry about somebody calling you from the prison house and like, what the heck is this? You know what I'm saying? It's a worthy investment. Any man who invests in his woman that the kids will be successful will not regret it because if your kids are all successful, it's a pride for you, right? To go to their high school graduation, they have all these honors. You go to their colleges. And one day you go to their graduation, they have all these sashes and what like, damn, like my kids is doing the big thing, right? When they're younger than you, they'll make all kinds of money. Like, what? You're making how much money? This is crazy. Give me some money, right? This is what family is about. But today, people are so confused. You know what I'm saying? Okay, people are so confused because, like I said, people lost tradition. So people are confused because when you decide to live as a white liberal, as a black person, it's not going to work for you. It's not going to work. And that's why I'm saying we have a YN problem. You know what I'm saying? People see the kids and they see their behavior, but I say, yeah, but you also have to see that they're screaming for love. They're screaming for guidance. You know what I mean? They're screaming for structure. And once upon a time, most black children had structure because every household, for the most part, was a Christian household. People were not trying to be feminist and God knows what the fuck is out here. Like, people were not living like that because success was not materialism. Today, success is money, cars, shoes. Okay, no problem. And the kids are dying. Once upon a time, success was, what does my family look like? You know what I mean? Well, who are my children becoming? Like having a decent, beautiful family, that was a source of pride, not a Mercedes, right? Today's source of pride is a Mercedes. It's the weed. It's the traveling. It's who you slept with. It's all kind of foolishness. And so people like this is what we're facing today. And it's really sad. And until older black people humble themselves and apologize to young black children, this is not going to get any better. It's not going to get any better. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's not like, it's not going to be better. Once upon a time, you know, like having a great education, having good grades, those things made you proud to be a black person. Today is foolishness. Oh, how many Instagram followers do I have? How much hatred can I spill on the internet? How can I divide the black woman from the black man? Like all kinds of stupid shit. And I'm like, what does that do? People are dying. You know what I mean? People are dying. Young people are dying. They are screaming for structure. They are screaming for guidance. And they're screaming for love. We have a real problem. Like, we have a real problem here, huh? And it's sad. And it's really sad. Right? But the fact that they'd rather stay outside than come inside the home, it's really sad. Because they don't feel love inside the home. And I'm like, that also is a problem. You know, because a house can be small, a house can be tiny, but a house can still be a loving place. And right now it is not. So the kids are outside. And when they go outside, these kids, even though they all look the same, don't even know how to embrace each other. Everything, it goes left because they're not being shown how to resolve conflict without hurting anybody. They're not being shown how to resolve conflict without, it has to get bloody. Why? Because they're not being shown what love looks like, right? Because today, a major problem that I see today is a lack of forgiveness. There is a serious lack of forgiveness. People don't want to let shit go, right? And then there are people on social media who make so much money. There are people on social media who make so much money helping and teaching Black people how to not let things go. Talk about the past. Talk about and it's never the good part of the past. It's the hurtful part. Always talk about negativity, negativity, negativity. People do not want to learn how to forgive. And people don't teach other people how to forgive. Because if I forgive someone, it means that I'm saying their behavior is okay. No one is saying that. But there's a healthy way to move on in this life because young Black children are looking at older Black children to learn how to resolve conflict. And nobody is being a role model. Instead, people are being pathetic. People are being seriously pathetic. You know what I'm saying? Every small issue turns into a major issue because people just don't know how to flip the page. Like, you know what? It is what it is. You know what I mean? So it's sad. It's really, really sad. But I'm like, these kids right here, they are screaming for love. And I've come to realize the tougher a child pretends to be, the softer they are. So those to tell me, all these little YN little kids, they're really, really sensitive children. It's always the most sensitive people who act the toughest. You know, they need a hug. They need a hug. They need a hug. They need people to talk to them. And they need people to understand what's going on, like at school, at home. You know, what are you really passionate about? You know what I mean? Some people, well, they don't really like school like that. They need different kind of school. It could be a trade. It could be something else, right? It's like, but you got to talk to the kids to know what the kids want to do, right? But it's like, to me, boycotting Target. We need to boycott YN culture. And we need to boycott whatever, like depression amongst young people. Yeah, it starts at home. But what does the home look like? If you have a single Black woman and all she does is listen to disgusting, misandrous, bitter, evil, heinous other Black women who tell her, don't forgive, be mad, hold a grudge, always like hold on to negative feelings. She like, you know, a lot of women don't even realize this. It's gotten to a point now where their feelings have turned into an idol. You know, you can think about your feelings so much that your feelings now is an idol for you. You cater to your feelings. You worship your feelings. You pray to your feelings. You honor everything you do. My feelings, my girl, you got to move the fuck on. You know, but unfortunately, the sisterhood, the matriarchy over here does not encourage Black women to have a healthy perspective, even when they feel like, oh, I was done wrong or this and that. It's okay. But you still have to try to look at things from a healthy perspective because there are children who need you and they need to see you handle adversity in a positive and a healthy fashion. So that way, when they're out there, they can say to themselves, you know what, there's a better way of resolving this. I don't have to stab someone. I don't have to shoot someone. I don't even have to cut somebody out. I can just recuse myself. And walking away also is not a form of weakness. It's actually being smart because before I say something or do something I might regret, maybe I need to walk away. Right? But I only wonder how many children, every time they go home, their mothers are on TikTok, on YouTube, on Instagram, just listening to the most vile, bitter, hateful shit you've ever heard. Like, this is some vile, disgusting shit. It's so bitter. It's so evil. It's so rancorous. Like, how can you live with so much bitterness inside your heart like this? It's so unhealthy. You know what I mean? So if you're dark and you have this dark energy, how can your children not have dark energy? Anybody who chooses to live a life of unforgiveness, you're going to have dark energy. You can't even be light for your children because you are consuming dark energy, you live in dark energy, and you radiate dark energy. So when your children go outside, they also have dark energy because you have these demons in your house. And you have to let things go. You have to learn to forgive. You have to learn to move on. And you have to accept the fact that in this life, some people will do you wrong. It's life. But that doesn't give you the right to become bitten by the venom and turn into a zombie. You know what I mean? We don't show Black children what healthy conflicts looks like. We don't even show Black children what a healthy separation looks like. Two people can say we don't want to be together. That's fine. But you guys can do it with grace. You can do it in kindness. You can do it in a loving way. Where the child is like, well, I would have wanted mom and dad to stay together, but it's okay because they're really nice to each other. They're very polite. They're well-mannered. No, she's going to latch on to a sister group that tells her, oh, niggas ain't shit. All kinds of dumb shit. And she doesn't know how to say, girl, shut up. I don't want to hear your dumb shit because you don't give good advice. And a lot of Black women do not know how to look at the sisterhood and say, some of y'all need to shut the hell up because you don't give good advice. You don't give advice that actually heals. You don't give advice that is actually rooted in the word of God. Your shit is rooted in the works of Satan. You know what I'm saying? We have to encourage people, if you don't want to be together, you can still do it in a respectful way. You know what I'm saying? Your kids can see you co-parent and it could be something positive. Like, you know what? Sometimes it doesn't work out. You know what I'm saying? But mommy and daddy will be civilized people, distinguished people, intelligent people, right? And also we are your mom and dad. So we gonna come together and do what's right for you. You will never have to pick a side. How many Black children are always made to feel like they have to pick a side? You're either team mom or you're team daddy. That's crazy. You people are insane. You guys chose to break up. I didn't. Don't make me choose. Like, this is weird. It's weird behavior. It's really weird. But I'm like, how many kids live like that? Where you have to make a choice. Even if they don't say it, you know you have to make a choice. Why? Because you don't want to grow up and forgive? Well, that's your problem, right? But I'm like, to me, that's a big issue that I've noticed here is that people do, especially a lot of women, because women have a tendency of being neurotic. Women have a tendency of holding on to negativity. You know what I'm saying? They will hold on to a negative experience. Like, I'm like, go, you got to let that shit go. right? Like, let it go so you can hold on to something positive. Because if your hands are busy holding on to something negative, you can't hold on to anything else, right? So if you want to feel better, you have to hold on to something that makes you feel better. You can't say, oh, I want to hold on to something better, but here I am. I'm nurturing the hatred I have for this man. He's been gone. He's gone. He's not coming back. He's gone, right? So now, if you want him to come back, then go say sorry. You keep talking about this man, so obviously you miss him. So who are you lying to, right? And then you engage with other women who are also missing their mans. Girl, this is crazy. Be brave. If you miss the man's, go talk to him and apologize. If you know that you miss him and you miss him more than he misses you, then you need to apologize. It's okay, right? It's okay to say sorry. You're not tough. You're not a gangster. You ain't that tough. You're not about that life, and you don't want to live by yourself. You miss him. All you do is talk about him. Because if you were really over this man, we would not even talk about this man. But all you do is talk about the same man back to back to back to back. Obviously, you miss him. And it's okay. I'm like, it's okay to be honest. You miss him. You probably really do love him. So go back. Shit, it's not that hard. Right? Because if you're done, you'll stop talking about him. Obviously, you're not done because you still miss him. So maybe it's not over, but y'all just need to mature, and everybody needs to learn to be in their lane. Like, you stay in your lane as a woman, and then he stays in his lane as a man, and try again. And maybe this time it'll work better. You know, sometimes when you get in a relationship with somebody, you know, the first time is like a dress rehearsal because you don't know how to act and he don't know how to act. But it doesn't mean it wasn't meant to be. You know, a lot, and that's another thing I've noticed here too, is that people give up on love too quickly because they think, oh, if you're my person and he's my person, whatever, it should just be like, just, you know, just fly like this, you know, and it doesn't always work like that because people fuck shit up. People can mess up a good thing. People can get in their own way. So sometimes the first time you're together, it's a dress rehearsal. You know what I'm saying? And you can be mad, he could be mad. But somebody got to say sorry. And because you're the woman, you should have more humility than a man. A man should have lots of pride. A woman should have lots of humility. You cannot be a woman and be prideful. A woman cannot have more pride than a man. It's weird. It's really weird. And you will be miserable. So if you miss him as a woman, you should go talk to him and let him know you miss him. Then it's going to be okay. That's the same thing Ashanti did. Ashanti was sitting here full of pride. You should have called him instead of wasting 10 years. Call Nelly. But you see, if you see the Ashanti stuff, you realize that it's not so much that she wouldn't have called him. It's her mom. Because her mom means a lot to her. And what her mom thinks, it means a lot to her. But it's like Ashanti, your mama's married. And your daddy's extremely flawed because I watched all the Tasha K thing about your daddy. Your daddy, it seems like he ain't shit. Okay? But your mama stood by her ain't shit husband. So if you feel like your ain't shit husband is meant to be Nelly, you should go talk to Nelly. But when you sit there and you wait for your mom to approve of what you're about to do, you waste 10 years. And now you're in your 40s and it's your first baby. Well, blame your mama, right? But there are many women out here who are sitting here suffering. You know dang well who you're supposed to be with. And because your mom's not going to approve, your auntie ain't going to approve, it's not their relationship. It's not their relationship. It's not their life. It's not their destiny. Right. And I'm sure when they were young and they were dating, most likely your grandma didn't approve, but they did it anyways. Right. So you got to decide. But if all you do is talk about the same person, you obviously still love him. And you can think you might forget about him. I think you're not going to. You know what I'm saying? And the more you try to forget him, the more it'll drive you crazy. So I'm saying call the mans and go talk to him. Talk to him. Right? And y'all might see that maybe you might be able to fix it. You might be able to fix it. You know what I mean? But this obsession with, I don't know, I just feel like a lot of women today, they got too much pride. And that's the problem. Your pride going to be the end of you. And the Bible even says that. That pride, it comes before the fall. You know, a woman needs to have a lot of humility because you're a woman. It is how it is. Life is not fair. Roles and fair. Life is not equitable. It is what it is, right? A man has a lot of pride. It comes with, because a man needs to have pride so he can take pride in his work, so he can be competitive and want to produce more and things like that. You know, if it's done right, we all benefit when a man has a lot of pride, because he will fight for more, he will fight to make more, he will fight to have more. And so the people that he takes care of, they'll benefit because he has a lot of pride. A woman needs to have lots of humility, right? Because a person that has humility is a person that can bring people together. And that's the job of a woman. A woman should know how to be a peacemaker, bring people together, help people to see the bigger picture, right? Like, this is what truly matters, right? You have feelings, yeah, fuck it, we all have feelings. But what truly matters, right? And it's like a family got to stay together, right? So I'm like, to me, a man should have a lot of pride and a woman should have a lot of humility. And together it works just fine. It's a beautiful thing, actually, right? But today, because we live in this trans society, a lot of women, they want to behave like trans men. You're not a man, and you're going to fail. You will never have more pride than a man. You will suffer more than he will. I'm telling you that. I had a friend like that. She thought it was a joke. I said, okay. Right? And she's like, oh my gosh, Marlene, I miss him. I miss him. I said, well, I told you, don't do that. Because a woman will never have more pride than a man. So stop playing these stupid ass games with these people. You're not going to win. You want to be prideful with a man. You're going to eat tears for breakfast, for lunch, for snack, for dinner. Right? Because you will never forget about this man. So I'm saying, if he's still available, if he has not got anybody pregnant yet, you might want to call him before it's too late. You might want to call him before it's too late. And your goofy ass sisterhood, your goofy ass matriarchy, or their goofy ass advice, they can fuck off. Okay, matter of fact, they might want to go call their mans and apologize and fix their relationship before it's too late. Right? Before it's too late. Because I'm telling you this, you give the heart something to love, it will. Right? You give a man, a woman, and he gets her pregnant, even if he loves you, it's going to be a lot harder for him to come back to you, because now there's another woman here and he has a child with her. So I'm saying, before he goes and gets that girl pregnant or gets somebody else pregnant, you need to call that person. Okay? And I don't know why I'm harping on this, but most likely there was somebody in the chat that needed this message. Because why am I even here? How did I even get here? Okay, but most likely there is somebody in the chat, or there are a few people in the chat who needs this message. Put your pride down. Your pride ain't gonna get you nowhere. As a woman, your pride will get you nowhere. Let me say it to you again. As a woman, hello, Marlene on the mic. Okay, good. As a woman, your pride will get you nowhere. Okay, it's not gonna get you anywhere. Okay, and the Bible is clear. Pride comes before the fall. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. As a woman, you need to have humility. Okay? You need to clothe yourself in humility. And you'll see, you'll get so much more things done. And you'll have so many people want to help you. Because it looks good on a woman. Pride doesn't look good on a woman. People are going to sit here and watch you suffer. Because they're going to want to teach you a lesson. Okay, you want people to come and run to your help as a woman. So that's why, as a woman, hello, you want to cloak yourself in humility. Have a humble spirit. You understand? It might not be easy at first, but I'm telling you this, you will go places in life learning to be the first one to apologize. I know, it hurts, doesn't it? I repeat, hello. Okay, in this life, it might not be easy at first. Right? But you will go places learning to be the first person to apologize. It gets easier as you do it, right? But a woman that has a lot of humility, a lot of people are going to want to help her. Okay? A lot of people, right? A lot of people are going to want to help her. A lot of people will come to her rescue. All right? Don't be like Ashanti. Do not wait 10 years to go talk to someone that you know you love, that you know you want to marry, that you know you want to have his babies. You don't have to wait 10 years. Okay? And being the first person to apologize doesn't make you weak. It means that you understand what truly matters. You're a real business person. Okay? You see the vision. You see the vision, right? So because you see the vision and you understand the vision, right? That's why you're actually very smart to be the first one to apologize, because you're like, I stand to gain more. There you go. Right? So because you see the vision, you are the first one to apologize. Because once you apologize and people, simmer down and stuff like that, you will get what you want. And what you want is way bigger than whatever goofy ass feelings you are currently nurturing. It's the vision. Put the vision first. Okay? The vision comes first. Fuck your feelings. I repeat, fuck your feelings. Okay? Double fuck your feelings. Put your vision first. One thing I've realized, I don't know how I got here, but I'm going to get back to this, right? One thing I've realized, and I was listening to Andrew Tate, and he was like, you know what? Women are not good at suffering. I was like, tell me more. He was like, women don't suffer well. Things get uncomfortable, they jump. They jump ship, they abandon the project, they stop the weight loss journey. They just stop because it's uncomfortable. Women don't know how to be uncomfortable. Women don't know how to suffer. And I'm like, you know what? One day I'll make a video about that, but it's true though, right? Think about your vision. You see, a lot of women out here, all they do is talk about their feelings because they don't have a vision. They only have feelings. But what they forget is what you feel today, you might not feel 6 months from now. There you go, right? It's like weight loss. First 2 weeks are horrible. First 2 weeks of working out, horrendous. Why am I here? But it gets better because the body adjusts, right? What a lot of women often neglect is that all human beings have the capacity to adjust. We all adjust. We can adjust to mediocrity and we can also adjust to excellence, right? We can adjust to pettiness or we can adjust to having mature feelings. Adjust. We can all adjust. You know what I'm saying? You can adjust. What might be hard today, you can adjust to get to a place where you are comfortable. Just like a thermostat, right? There's an inner thermostat inside of all of us. Today, the way your temperature might be set, you might say to yourself, oh, Marlene, there's no way I can forgive. Of course, because you're at the wrong temperature, right? You got the wrong environment. You got the wrong temperature. If you get to the right temperature, you're like, oh, you know what? I think I can. There you go. So what I'm saying is you need to tune in with your inner thermostat and you need to find your right temperature. Once you find the right temperature for you, you'll be able to do things that you didn't think you could do. Regulation, okay? You got to regulate your feelings. You got to regulate your mindset. You got to regulate how you think, how you feel. If you learn to think right, you'll feel better. If you never learn to fix how you think, you will always feel horrible. I repeat, regulate how you think because how you think and your feelings, they go like this, right? If you have a horrible thought pattern, you'll have horrible feelings, okay? If you have great thought pattern, you'll have great feelings. And great feelings does not mean comfortable. But it's like I can endure what I'm going through because I know what I want, because I have a great mind, right? So I say you got to control your thoughts because your thoughts affect your feelings, right? And your feelings will either put you in a position where you can sustain being uncomfortable to get the things that you want, or you'll just crumble because you just can't do it because you don't have the right thoughts, right? You got to have the right thoughts. You understand me, right? So I'm saying if you know in your heart of heart that a person is meant for you and what you need to do is grab your phone and call somebody and apologize to that person. Hello, it's me. Okay. Hello. Okay. It's me. Call the person, make peace with the person. Right. Okay. Y'all are very quiet, which means that the message is getting through. Okay. We need to really work on forgiveness. Amen. We really, really need to work on forgiveness. First, you forgive yourself and then you forgive other people, right? In this life, have no issues with no one. You know what I'm saying? Have no issues with nobody. Let me play. I'm going to come back to this one. I think I have this one video for y'all. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. No, I don't want this one. No, I don't want this one. I don't want this one. Where was it? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me share this video with you guys quickly. Because this is part of my Stoic teaching. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Is it this one? I know it's this one.
imagine, he is doing some of his meditative work, his study of philosophy, his writing, his journaling there in the morning before he was besieged by inquiries, people who wanted favors, before the bad news had been delivered, before he had to get up and travel, before the battle begun. He was carving out a little time for stillness and reflection. What he's not doing is the equivalent of what so many of us do in the morning, which is we go straight to this thing. Before our feet hit the floor, we're sucked into the phone, we're sucked into the to-do list. We're not cultivating that Stoic state of ataraxia, of freedom from disturbance. We're not being reflective. We're not being intentional. We're just putting out fires from the minute we wake up. And it's very clear that Marcus Aurelius is using this little bit of time in the morning to be in a meditative, philosophical, intentional state. This is how he opens book 2 of Meditations. Again, he's talking about the morning here. He says, when you wake up in the morning, tell yourself the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. He's not saying, hey,
you all wake up, people ain't shit. People ain't shit. But if you decide, if you have thoughts of like, I'm gonna wake up today and the people I deal with ain't shit, it's easy to forgive people because you expected people not to be shit. I'm like, I'm not surprised, right? That's it. But you still have to do what you have to do. So what he's saying is Marcus Aurelius, he made sure to wake up in the morning and say to himself, the people I deal with today, they're going to disappoint me. But that's not a reason for me to disappoint myself. Okay? Yeah, it's not a reason for me to disappoint myself, right? Because your thoughts will affect your feelings. And if you have great thoughts, you have great feelings. And great feelings will make the most uncomfortable situation bearable because you know what you want. Okay? You know what you want.
Day sucks. He's trying to think, who are the kind of people that I'm going to meet today? What are they going to be like? And then he's saying, look, how can I be patient? How can I be understanding? How can I deal with this? How can I anticipate this? This is one of the Stoic ideas. Seneca says that the unexpected blow lands heaviest. If you expect everyone to be wonderful and awesome, if you expect to get nothing but green lights all day, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Marcus is instead trying to anticipate, do this idea of premeditatio malorum. And then you know what he says in this passage? He says, look, why are they like this? And what is my job in relation to them? He's saying, don't lose your temper with them. Don't write them off. Try to find the good in them. Right? So Marcus is trying to anticipate how the day is going to go and set himself up for success. But because Marcus...
Okay, makes sense. So my thing is, you all this to say, you need to work on yourself, okay? You got to work on yourself. And you got to be patient with people. And you have to forgive people because they will disappoint you. Now, some sins are sins of omission. Some sins are sins of commission. But you have to force yourself. And this is where I wish that a lot of Black people be more intentional, especially when they deal with other Black people, is say, you know what? You're crazy, but I forgive you because I love you. But you crazy though, right? But instead, they are not mentally prepared. So people just behave all kinds of ways. They talk to people any kind of way. They treat people any kind of way because they didn't plan their day. You know what I'm saying? If you're Black and you intend to deal with Black people, you should already know their good side, their bad side, their strength, their weaknesses. So be mentally prepared for that. And be patient. You're a human. You might be upset sometimes, but be patient, you know, and have mercy and have compassion, right? And be understanding because most likely they're hurting as well. They're really hurting. A lot of Black people are hurting and they're pretending. They bury their pain. They bury their fears, their insecurities, right? But a lot of Black people are truly scared. They're really like, you know, they're scared. They're afraid. They feel very lonely. They feel unheard and things like that. So people just act crazy instead of saying, you know, right now, I'm scared. Okay, what are you scared of? You know what I'm saying? What do you fear? And you'll realize that if you talk, if we can talk about it, you'll realize that the things you fear are not really worth fearing. But when you're the only one responsible for your thoughts and you're the only one responsible for sorting how you feel with yourself, I can see how what you fear can seem so much bigger than what it is because you don't have the right perspective, right? And the unfortunate thing is that a lot of Black people listen to idiots. They listen to very unwise people. They listen to very unintellectual people, unintelligent people, fear-mongering people, just plain old pedestrian idiots. Okay. And so when you listen to an idiot, your fears become even bigger because a fool can never tell you reason. A fool's job is to make your life really, really difficult. But I guess because they speak with conviction, I don't know, right? But I'm like, a lot of people listen to very, very idiotic people, and they will not make things better. They will make things worse. When you're mad, I get it. You're mad, so you want someone to say, yeah, fuck that person, fuck that ass. Okay, sure, whatever. That's very, very immature. When you get mad, you need someone to tell you, but why are you mad though? Right? Why are you even surprised? Why does it even matter? Whatever. They did it. They ain't shit, but you're still going to prosper, right? You're still going to get to your destination. God is still alive. God is still sitting on his throne. You don't have to worry about anything. People do what they do, right? But your fear, your faith in God, it must never waver. You will get to your destination. You understand? That's why I say to people, you always have to say to yourself, no matter what, everything works out in my favor. I don't care how scared you are, whatever. You should always say to yourself, everything always works out in my favor. I'm going to succeed. Don't know how long it'll take, but everything always works out in my favor. That's it. People believe in you, don't believe in you. They are against you. They're for you. It doesn't matter, right? God is for you. You'll get there. And that's why you don't need to have any bad feelings towards anybody, right? Don't have beef with no one. Don't hold grudges against anybody. Don't be bitter against anyone. Do not carry those emotions. They're not. It's from a place of weakness, and it's from a place of fear, okay? Believe in abundance. Believe in abundance for yourself. Believe in abundance for your life. You're going to be okay, and things will work out for you. As long as you trust in God, things are going to work out for you. Let me see what this little movie here that was playing.
But Mrs. Ortiz is comparatively fortunate. She lives in New York, which has one of the highest welfare standards in the country. Some places, Mississippi and some other southern states in particular, keep welfare recipients at the edge of starvation. 30 cents a day for each child in some areas, 50 cents a day in others. In those last days before the welfare check arrives, the children subsist on what their mother bought 2 weeks previously, mainly cereal, sometimes potatoes. Mrs. Ortiz, with 4 children and a 5th on the way, is probably beyond the point of marriage. The men she meets rarely earn more than $80 a week. If she marries, her welfare check would most likely be cut off. The men cannot support her, and therefore they cannot marry her. At age 20, she may already be permanently consigned to the welfare rolls.
So in other words, my children went without food from Friday afternoon, Saturday, Sunday, until Monday afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Mrs. Jane Wilson is a Detroit welfare mother. The premise of the ADC program is simple, that children without visible means of support must be aided by the state. But to be eligible, a mother and her children must be without a man in the house.
Well, my husband left me in September, and then I went down to the emergency shelter, welfare shelter.
This thing, like, this is where you see, this is why when we talk about YN culture, hood culture, whatever culture, single mama culture, and you see all these whites want to just come down like vultures from the heavenlies. I'm like, you demons, right? You cannot separate white people from what this is. Because I'm like, why can they not have their man in the house? I am so confused. I'm like, do you two act as if you're giving people millions of dollars every month? This is barely enough money, right? And even too, I feel like this is where also this country has criminalized and demeaned motherhood. Because this country too, these politicians, they should understand if she's at home and she's taking care of the kids, right? As long as she uses the money to feed the children, her being at home raising kids, it really is a full-time job. You know what I mean? It's a full-time job. Would you rather she go get a job and then these kids are out here robbing people, you know, stabbing people? But this is America. This is what these politicians have done. And at that time, it was white people in charge of all this. So when you see a certain side of Black American culture, you cannot separate white people's involvement in that. Because to me, what's wrong with this woman being paid for pretty much being a stay-at-home mom? That's what she would be, right? If she has a husband. And also, as long as the husband is not making a certain amount of money, there should be a threshold. Yes, if your husband makes $3,000 a week, why would you be on welfare, right? But it's like the husband himself. If you do the numbers, if this man wants to marry a woman and it's like, she already has 4 kids. If he wants to do it, why not? Because it's better to have a man in the home than no man. Because that also counts for something. You guys get me, right? But I'm like, to say, oh, well, if you're married, we'll take away your welfare. It was like, but no, because she's still a mom. So to me, especially when you have this many babies, right? She's a full-time mom. Me, Marlene, I would not mind paying for her welfare, because if she's there and she's an active at-home mom, the kids will grow up to be good people. And one day when they grow up and they have jobs, when they pay taxation, you'll get your money back. You'll get the money back, right? All we need is for these young people who grew up in these houses to go to college and have great paying jobs. And then they will pay it back to society. The issue is when you do welfare and the children either end up dead or in prison, then now the taxpayers do not get their money back. But I do not understand, what was it about these white people, especially white Democrats, that they were so gung-ho on no man can be in the house? He's not a multimillionaire. And also, there's a certain amount of structure that a man brings to a family that a woman by herself cannot bring. So why were these white people so obsessed on it's either your welfare check or it's a man in the house? Why it can't be both? Why it can't be both? And I'm like, what do you want these women to be? You want us to be lesbians? Like, what are you after? Because can you, obviously, these women are sexually active. Look at all the kids. Can you tell a grown-ass woman who's had sex before to never have sex again in her life? That makes no sense to me. It's like they want to neuter these women. And like, this is weird. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, that's a white woman right here. But even this white woman, if she wants to have a husband and he only makes like $80 a week, why can't she keep the welfare? And this is how you see that politicians ain't shit. They claim to fight for the people, but they write the laws that oppress the people. They're not good people. That's why I really don't understand why people fight for politicians. Oh, I'm fighting for these, for conservative. I'm fighting for Democrats. I'm fighting for Republicans. They all need to get their asses whooped because they don't help people. Instead, they create problems that require their forever presence. It's like, no, you people are problematic. And I even think sometimes we should really have a world without politicians, and we should have a world where people lean on community and don't lean on politicians. Because what do? What have they fixed? It seems like every time you look up, politicians have created more problems. And they make these laws that are truly unnatural. Can you tell a grown woman to never have a man for the rest of her life over some EBT money? That's just insane. And then and it's like, also, you want people to lie and you want people to cheat. She's a grown woman. She got all these kids. Of course, she's sexually active. But if she keeps her EBT money and she can have the man, he's more likely to stay because now she brings in income because she gets her money from the government. Now we say, now that we're paying you, since you got a man, your job is to make sure that these children are successful. If she makes sure the kids are successful, every baby has a B or above, she can keep the money because your EBT money is also not life-changing money. They're doing too much. You give somebody 30 cents per child and you expect her to never have a man in her life and not work? Like, what is this? That's why people should not even take their bullshit. That's why people shouldn't even take their goofy ass welfare. Because what kind of deal is this? It's stupid.
And then I had to go through the welfare, fill out all these papers, drag all 5 kids on the bus, go down there, sit there and wait for 3-4 hours until they come around to you. I felt like the lowest thing on earth when I went to the welfare. I felt like they were all better than me, that they could walk all over me. Which I got down on my hands and knees to them and begged them for coats and boots for these children at wintertime. I actually got down on my hands and knees, and you can ask.
How much you want to bet she got down on her knees to other women? How much you want to bet people working at that office are other women? And she had to get down on her knees. That's why I said these women need to stop pretending like they love each other. You do not.
Anybody down at that office, I actually got down on my hands and knees and begged them. And you know what? And when I went down there, sure, they gave me the coats and boots. Sure, after you get down on your hands and knees and you beg, that's the only way you're going to get anything from the welfare. And to this day, I have never gotten anything from the welfare for myself.
Breakfast in the home of Carol King, a Cleveland welfare mother with 9 children. On the days before the welfare check arrives, there is half an orange for each child.
Half an orange? What is going on? Half an orange. And I'm like, sis, you're not going to start growing this stuff? Grow the stuff. Grow it out the window. Grow it on the rooftop. Grow this stuff somewhere. But like I said, you take people away from the land, you control the people better because they can't feed themselves. And the people that cannot feed themselves is the people that can be controlled. But this part really, it triggered me, right? And they know, like, the man is not in the house, but babies keep popping up in this house. So he might as well stay here and not impregnate her and just run away. This is so diabolical, you guys. And this is a first world country. This is America. And this is how America treat people. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But this is disgusting. And then, if they were, imagine if this was Iran, you would not hear the end of this. Imagine if women were being treated like this in Afghanistan. They're like, oh, they're policing their bodies. They are policing their fertility. They are policing their love life. Imagine if this was happening in Palestine. Hamas is not paying people's EBT on time. Right? They do so many egregious things out here. They violate human rights in such a way you can't even comprehend, right? But like, no, they walk around, oh, we're perfect. We do nothing wrong. America is the greatest country on earth. For who? For white people? For rich, white, educated people? Because there's some poor white women out here too, huh? But I'm like, people need to go back and learn how to grow their crop, because you should never, like, no, to eat an orange, you should never wait for a white man for you to be able to eat an orange. You should know how to grow your own oranges and your own mangoes, by the way. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Hold on, let's keep watching this. I was so triggered.
Mrs. King has become involved in the welfare rights movement because she feels she doesn't get enough money to raise her family. She gets less than 80 cents a day for each of her children. The Ohio legislature approves only 3/4 of the amount that the state welfare department felt was a minimum necessity in 1959.
We truly have demonized motherhood, because I'm like, you live in America and you see that these people here, they're barbarians, y'all. People here are barbarians. People here are savages. People here are not fit for a civilized society, because in a civilized society, motherhood should be respected. Motherhood should be honored. Motherhood should be like, you know what, damn, that's a mother. Like, girl, we thank you. Like, when people see a pregnant woman, be like, damn, she carrying our next taxpayer. You know what I'm saying? She carrying the next people who gonna pay for our Medicare and Medicaid. Okay? People don't respect motherhood over here. They don't empower women to be mothers and to say, if you carry this baby, we're gonna take care of you. Now, don't do too much now. I'm not saying like spas and stuff like that, but I got you, girl. Okay? They mistreat mothers. They dehumanize them. It's like you're punished for having children. You know what I'm saying? Me, I'm gonna tell you this. My issue is like with the single mama thing, the single mom. From one black woman to another, especially as an African woman, right? When people can say what they want. They can be mixed with Indian all they want. You have African ancestry, you're gonna be okay with that. But when I see another black woman with a bunch of babies, right? Even though I might not like the fact that she got a bunch of baby daddies, I ain't gonna lie though. Part of being a black woman, people of African descent, is that you are to be fertile. Black women are fertile. It's not their fault. I mean, look at Africa. Like, it has 1 billion people, and most people in Africa are young people. Okay, it's in your genes. Even a black man having a bunch of children, technically, it's not bad. Okay, it's the lack of structure that is bad. But black people are a fertile people. You see, but even the fertility of black people, it has been demonized, because white people demonize everything. But yet they cry for IVF. They cry when their IVF don't work. They cry for this, because they're very jealous. God, he gave black people fertility. Like, we sneeze, we get pregnant. Okay, pregnant. Pregnancy is not hard for black people, y'all. We are very fertile. We are very, very fertile. And the black woman was built in such a way that you knew she's gonna be fertile. That's why the titties are big. Even the areolas are very big, so the baby can't miss it. I'm just saying, right? The behind is big, so she can carry babies on her back. Like, the vagina is really warm. God, he made the black woman a certain way. She was meant to carry children. It's not a joke. Now, because the white woman is not as fertile, white people have shamed black women in her fertility. It's not my fault you're not fertile, because white women don't eat enough food. A lot of white women, they don't eat enough food. They don't have enough fats. They starve themselves, and they have all these eating disorders. So it makes it hard for them to be fertile. But it's not my fault. But I've noticed that when you live in proximity to white people, every time they struggle with something and it comes easy to you, they have to demonize it, right? But technically, if I see a Black woman with 6 kids, I'm being so for real. The West African woman in me is proud because it's the culture. It really is the culture. Black women are fertile. It is what it is. Most Black people, if they care to be honest, their grandma had 10 kids. Their great grandmother had 12 children. Like, this ain't not new. Like, be so for real. Like, she's very fertile. She sneezes, she pregnant. She breathes, she pregnant. She drinks water, she pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just a very fertile people. The problem is the structure for the children. But it's like, because white people struggle with fertility, they have demonized the fertility of Black people. It's not our fault. Everything that's on us, they've criminalized it. Even remember like how like African women used to tie babies on their back? They used to make fun of that. Oh, it's primitive, it's savagery. And then they came up with baby Bure, where the white woman puts the baby in the front. Now they wrap their babies up too, and they charge like $200 when most African women would just grab a piece of cloth and just tie the baby up. It's a jealous, hateful ass people. Okay, but it's like this. Even a Black man that has a bunch of kids, technically it's the culture. The problem is when it's done like disorderly, like in a disorderly fashion, right? But most granddads, most Black granddads have a bunch of kids. Black people are fertile people. You understand? So I think the issue is when you're Black living in a white system, everything about you is demonized. Everything about you is demonized. But look at Black women. They are built for babies. People, like even when I was growing up, people used to say, oh, Black women have childbearing hips. You could just tell that this girl, she gonna have lots of kids. You know what I'm saying? We're meant to carry children. Like, it's not a joke, right? But because it's hard for the whites, they have demonized what comes naturally to Black people. I used to tell Jimmy that too, because Jimmy, leave it up to him. James would have just had one child. I'm like, do you know, like, it's very unnatural. It's very unnatural for a Black man to just have one child. And I used to tell him, I told him, I said, Jimmy, you used to be a white feminist in your head. Right? It is not normal for a Black man to only have one child. It is weird. It is very weird because Black men historically have always been known for being like for virality. Like, it's the people who can have multiple children. So if you see a Black man with just one baby, it's like, are you okay? It's weird. Yeah, it's true, Lonnie. Like, it's Black people make a lot of babies. You know, once upon a time, I really do believe, especially here in America, Black women could have put these Latinas to shame. But today, Latinas, they lead in their birth rate because they don't give up their babies, because many of them are still Catholic. It's very rare to see a feminist Latina. Like, girl, what? Right? Because Latinas are very, very family-minded. They're Catholic and they're very family-minded. So to them, a baby is a blessing, no matter when he shows up. They don't have a word for baby mama because it's not a big deal. Right? Because in their culture, children are a blessing, okay, from God. Bendiga, that you say it, right? But here in America, white Americans have demonized Black American fertility. So now they're having abortions instead of keeping their babies. But it's like, you have African ancestry, like you are very fertile. It's genetics. It's actually a blessing. Look at how much money white women spend on IVF. Look at how much money white women spend on freezing their eggs. You know what I'm saying? What cost $100,000? God, he just gave it to you like this. These people are jealous. They are very jealous, right? Yeah, there's like even in Africa too. They try to bring like Planned Parenthood in Africa. Oh, go somewhere, you weirdos. Okay, Black people have lots of children. It's a very fertile people. The issue is the chaos of the fertility. Okay, it's the chaos of it all because living in an industrialized, racist society, it causes a lot of confusion. Right? But for me, if I see a Black woman with her 6 children, low-key, high-key, I'm proud of her. I just don't like that it's one baby per different men. Just have 6 kids with one Black man, right? That's my issue. Like, but otherwise, I'm glad that she didn't have an abortion because we need Black children. My only issue is the chaos. It's the lack of structure that bothers me. The number of children don't bother me. Because to me, I love Black children. They're very beautiful to me. It's the structure, right? But I'm like, most Black people, your grandmothers had 10 kids. Some even had 12 kids. So we have to stop acting like, oh my gosh, that is it. Shut up. Do you know your history? Like, you're doing too much. Whether it's in Africa, it's here, it's in the West Indies, most Black grandmothers had multiple children. And also they would have multiple kids because back then too, kids would die of measles. Some kids died of like chicken pox, you know, they didn't have all the vaccines and stuff. So you had a bunch of kids because some kids were not going to make it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a reality, like it's a reality. Not because we're around white people, you know, people don't help each other out. There's no sisterhood. So it's like, oh, now you got to count. Oh, a child's going to cost me $300,000. A child's going Black people never thought about that kind of stuff. And it worked out. It just worked out because people helped each other out. You know what I mean? It just worked out. White people need money. Let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this. White people need money because they're not kind to other people and they're not kind to each other. So nobody is running to their rescue because it's a very mean ass people, right? Black people have always had kindness. They've always had hospitality. They've always had the love of God in them. So they don't need money because when you have good seeds in the ground, someone's always going to help you out. So they don't need money. White people need money. That's why white people wake up in the morning, think about how to make more money because it's not a kind people. So when you're not a kind people, you need money because the only way someone is going to help you is if you give them money because you ain't shit. Okay, do that make sense? When you are a nice person, exactly, right? You see, when you are a nice person, when you're a loving person, you don't need money because people love you. They're like, what do you need? I'll just do it for you, right? White people need money. Black people need their heart. They need to move with a good intention. It's going to work out for them, right? That is how it goes. So to me, it's like it's very normal for a Black woman to be fertile. And I told Jimmy, you at one point, you were a white feminist in your head because to be Black and to say, I'm only going to have one child. Because if it was him, we would have stopped the trade. Like, I'm like, that is just crazy. Right? Even Maverick, when Maverick came, even though it's his fault, I'm like, but you do realize like Maverick is actually your fault though, right? Because I'm not responsible for Maverick. I'm not responsible for Maverick, y'all. I might be responsible for Stefan, but low-key, high-key is half and half. But for Maverick, I'm not responsible for Maverick. Because he's the one who came to me and asked me like, oh, Marlene, if you had your period, I was like, why? I was like, what do you mean? So I said, okay, well, go get a birth control, go get a pregnancy test because I thought I was going to pee on it and laugh. Y'all, I peed on it and it was a very faint line, but the line was there. I said, oh my gosh. So I thought, okay, whatever. Because I said to myself, if you wait for 39 years to show up, you must really want to live. So for me, it was a problem. Jay was a little bit sad because in his head, I'm done with kids because he's a white feminist, y'all. He really is a white feminist. That's why I say your skin can be Black. Your lineage can be FBA, African American. I don't matter. But you can be a white person in your head. Because you don't have the psychology of a traditional Black person, right? So Maverick's pregnancy, he was like, oh gosh, like, you know, I'm like, it is what it is, right? But then Maverick came and oh my gosh, Maverick. I'm like, but imagine if I had your mindset, right? Like, no, what am I gonna do, have an abortion with Maverick? No, he's here. Like, who waits this long to show up? You know, so I'm like, obviously he must want to live. So sure, come through. It's not a problem. Yeah, exactly. Psych. Okay. But you should have seen Jay. He was so sad. Like, oh my gosh. Like he was really sad. And I'm like, what the heck? You're going to be just fine. You people are just weird. But I understand it's this culture here. It makes you feel very self-conscious that if I'm having one more child, I'm irresponsible. If I have 4 kids, it's really weird. It's really weird. Okay. Yeah. But I'm like, this is really crazy. But I'm like, I really do feel as though most Black men should have at least 4 children. That's the way I look at it. I think if you're a Black man, you should have minimum 4 kids. Now, by God's grace, you have them all with the same person. Yeesh. Okay. But it's like, you're a Black man. How can you only have 1 baby or no baby? Like, are you okay? Are you sane? You are weird. Like, I was looking at Carmelo Anthony. I was like, you only gonna have 2 kids? You are Black. You're rich. You have these genetics. Like you play basketball. You should have a bunch of kids. Carmelo Anthony with the C, he needs to have a bunch of children. Yeah, as you see this because people pick this stuff over here because white people struggle with fertility, and now you have a fertile people who feels ashamed. Oh, I guess I have too many kids, huh? I guess like no, it's not your fault. God made you this way. You have to embrace it. You know, because if you only have 1 child, it's hard. Because if you the day you die, your child is all alone. It's like, what the heck? It's not normal. Like God never meant for it to go this way. But I've come to realize that in America, even like Western countries or Europeans, they like to shame Black women when it comes to their fertility. I'm like, you are disgusting because you will spend all kinds of money for an embryo. So don't be mad because for her, it comes naturally. You're crazy, right? And Black women carry pregnancies a lot better than white women. Go fight with management. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's not even the lack of money, Lonnie. It's the lack of maternal instinct. Like people, I'm telling you, like the way they took Black people away from the land is the way they took Black people away from like maternity, you know, being maternal, being patriarchal. Like it's like people just left everything in the back and became these new creatures in the name of progressiveness and liberalism. Like this is crazy. This is really crazy. But I'm like, people have a bunch of kids. They never had money, but it worked out. They weren't rich. But it's like children, just the older kids knew how to help out with the younger kids. And people were still getting their homework done. People were still getting straight A's. People were still going to school on time because people are very responsible. I'm telling you, this whole you need money thing, it's a myth. Why do white people have so much money, but they're so miserable? That's how you know white people is a lie. White people have pretty much all the money in the world. They have stolen all the resources in the world, but they're always sad. They're always depressed. They always have to go to a psychiatrist, a therapist. They're always on drugs. They're always committing self-deletion. Their kids are batshit crazy, right? They are not happy. You see what I'm saying? They're so miserable because money does not make you rich. Money does not make you happy. You know what I'm saying? Money doesn't make you happy. Family does. But today they put it in your head. The money, the money, the money. But what about faith though? What about making room for faith? Right? What about making room for faith? Like, you know what? Yeah, maybe I should have 100,000 to have kids. But God also will make a way for these children. Because you can plan to have all the money in the world and your kids can be fucked up. And you can also not have money like that, but you have love and you have the fear of God and you teach these kids. You teach the oldest to love the youngest. You teach the youngest to respect the oldest. They're going to make it. They're going to make it. There are a bunch of white kids whose parents have everything and they go to prison for killing people with their BMWs, just driving into people, right? Why are so many white children such fucking failures, even though their parents have everything? Because they're not raised to have faith. They're not raised to have the love of God. So I don't believe this shit. This whole money thing is a scam. White people want you to believe that you need money so badly that you'll spend your whole life working for them and killing yourself. No, you have faith. Also, I even feel like sometimes how much money you make or don't make, I think it's a matter of destiny. Some people in this life cycle will be rich. Some will not be rich. Ultimately, you have to find a way to be happy. Don't worry yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like a job. Everything is not a job. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I'm like, it works out. You know what I'm saying? It works out. It can work out. You can have 4 kids and not be the wealthiest, but somehow your kids, because they don't have so much, it gives them a drive. I would even argue that sometimes not having so much money, I'm not saying abject poverty, but I would argue that sometimes not having too much money also, it creates a drive for children to want to make it. A lot of children who come from affluent families are just lazy. They're lazy because all their needs are met. Everything is just given to them, right? So I'm like, no, maybe sometimes a little bit of a deficiency, like some kind of a little bit of like a deficit, right? A little deficit sometimes, it creates a drive in people. You know what I mean? It creates a drive in people. But there are many illustrious Black people who grew up in poverty. Even Thomas Sowell, there was like 8 folks in the house. Look how big he became. So sometimes a deficit, it creates innovation. It creates a drive. It makes young people want to go out there and go get it. You know, even our young people who are a part of like YN culture, if it was not the destructive part of YN culture, they're very ambitious. They go out there, they get it. They're not just staying in the home. The problem is the violence. You know what I mean? That's the issue, right? It's the drug, it's the violence, right? Otherwise, many of these young people are very ambitious. You understand? For me, I mean, I can say even with YN culture, I'm not a big fan of YN culture, but you can't deny that they know how to talk to young people. They know how to create a movement. They know how to build an audience and things like that. They know how to make their own merch. They can sell their own music. They're very entrepreneurial. The issue is the chaos of YN culture. Does that make sense, you guys? But otherwise, these are very gritty, very, very active kids. They ain't scared. It's just that they need help to funnel that in the right direction. There you go. Like if a lot of these YN kids could have sponsorship from Shopify, right? Like Shopify should even have a summer program for young inner cities, because many of them are entrepreneurial, and show them how to do a website, how do you print your merch on demand, and no killing, okay? No this, no blinky, okay? None of that kind of stuff, right? But I'm like, yeah, they really do. It's like everything ain't bad, y'all. Everything ain't bad. Everything in YN culture ain't bad. It's the violence of YN culture that's really off-putting. This is a little too much, okay? But I do like the fact that they're very ambitious. They try to make it. They're not waiting for EBT. They're not going to run in that weird-ass apartment outside. And they know how to get on social media. They know how they have a brand. They have this. Because even if you're part of a set, a clique, whatever, it's still a brand. You know, it's a movement, it's a business. You know what I'm saying? The only thing is, it's that, but I do feel like Shopify should have a summer program to convert the young YNs into young entrepreneurs, because a lot of them are very gifted. Like if I had the money, I would do it. You know what I'm saying? Become like you are, you have a flair. You know how to sell. You know how to market yourself. The problem is, it's the violence that comes with that. That's why it's not a good product. Otherwise, you have the foundation to be a great entrepreneurs, because these are not kids who want to live off of welfare. You know, they have vision. Unfortunately, it's a lot of darkness in that vision, right? But that's why I say that's why mentorship, it truly matters, right? Otherwise, YNs know how to sell. They do. Because they know how to get views. They know how to do stuff. It's just dark. So my thing is, how do you make it lighter? Do you know how? Okay, this drive that you have, God put that in you. But right now, you're letting the devil use it for evil. Because, the devil don't give you anything. The devil, he just comes into your life and he perverts the gifts that God has given you. The devil does not invent anything. He doesn't, it sounds like white people, but doesn't invent anything, doesn't create anything. What the devil does, he takes over your mind and he weaponizes the gifts, the talent that God has given you for evil. That's all he does. You know what I mean? But that drive that you have, that ambition that you have, God gave it to you. But because you never even heard of God, you never heard of Jesus, you don't even know that you need to be a good steward of this, right? You're meant to lead young people that look like you into something good. But if you don't know God and you live in darkness, you're going to send your siblings into foolishness, right? People need to talk to these young people. People have to talk to them. And people have to talk to them in a way that they understand, because they like making money. And I love that too. I love that you love making money. But you got to make money in the right way, right? Got to make money this way and this way. I don't want you to not want to make money. I don't want you not to be yourself. I like the fact that you're driven. My problem is the violence. Nobody has to die, right? But that too, it takes, just like inertia, it takes somebody to show you, okay, we're going to keep what makes you, but we're going to do it in a healthier way. So that way you can live long, you can see this thing grow, you can see a bunch of kids, even more children buy into your brand, right? Nobody has to go to jail. Nobody has to die, right? No one has to die. Instead of stealing cars, you'll have so much money, you can actually go to the lot and buy a car and drive off the lot with your own car. Does that sound good to you? There you go, right? That's it. Nobody has to, you know what I'm saying? Nobody has to die. It doesn't have to be any of this. But when there's no mature adults to talk to these kids and show them, I can tell you like marketing, you like branding, you like talking to young people, you love social media, and you love making money. This is how we're going to do it the right way. Okay? No one dies. And we're going to make sure that everybody makes enough money that nobody has to be jealous of anybody, right? There's enough money out here for everyone. Nobody has to be jealous, and nobody has to die. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. Right? That's it. That's it. Young people just need guidance, right? What's the matter?
The rise of ADC recipients in the last 6 years has been particularly dramatic among Negro families in the northern ghettos. Giving aid only when a husband is absent pushes the man out of the house. His presence is an economic hardship, and a whole class of women and children are growing up in the northern ghettos knowing neither husband nor father, only dependence on welfare. Life on welfare means waiting in line for food stamps, as for everything else. After getting her welfare check each month, Mrs. King's first stop is a food stamp center in the heart of Huff, Cleveland's Negro ghetto. She pays $110 for $158 worth of food stamps, which must be spent only on food. The idea is that the state guides the spending of welfare mothers, and the women resent the implicit moral judgment that they don't have the capacity to care properly for their children.
Wow.
We are bitter because we are faced with trying to raise children.
And then they give you money, and there's barely any money, and then they treat you like a child. You need to do this with the money. I'm like, you know what? Just keep your money. This is too much wahala. This is too much. The way I know I said a woman needs to have humility, but the way my pride is set up, this is too much. I'm either an adult or I'm not. So they want to tell you how to spend the money. You cannot have a man. They want to regulate your sex life. They want to regulate if you can get married. You are like a child. You're like a big child taking care of your own little children. How is this? How are you treating me like a U.S. citizen? No, this is crazy. I can't do this. I really cannot do this.
Without money. People on welfare, if they had money enough to at least exist on, I'm not saying, because I don't have a college diploma, that I should have, $300 a week, but I'm saying that people on welfare have a right to a decent living in a rich country like America. And, like we can always, send charity overseas. And it's, for years, we've been in poverty as a country. And that I'm concerned with a country that, gets concerned with hunger in India, but's not concerned with hunger in the United States.
Exactly.
They talk about planning for a future. You have to first have something to plan with. You don't plan a meal, unless you got, something to eat. And you don't plan a future unless you have something to plan with. And this is what, society's going to have to face. They talk about future America. And, our kids are part of that future society. And, and to deprive them from the time that they're, babies, now they say, work with 16-year-olds. That's crazy. A 16-year-old, it's too late.
Growing up without enough money is hard enough, but there are other cold realities about growing up on ADC. Welfare kids usually live in neighborhoods like Cleveland's Huff. They can see the results of violence, even murder, around their own homes. And they must learn to live with it.
That's what me it's like. To me, this is just treating people in contempt. Like, we just wish like we could have killed you on those plantations. But since we didn't, we're going to make your life a living hell. And we're going to make you live like animals in a first world country. I thought, like, no, you don't get to talk about the baby mamas and the welfare people and act like you didn't play a part in this. You control the whole system. Like, you control everything. You control the White House. You control the Congress. You control the Supreme Court. You control everything. And the ghettos, the projects, the baby mama culture, the YNs. Like, don't play with me. Do not play with me. Right? Because they could have had their fathers in the home. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. But you see, white people love to virtue signal. So they will help the entire world while their own citizens who happen to be Black are suffering. And they are intentionally causing these people to suffer because that's all they do is virtue signal. Even to this day, they send all this money to Ukraine. It's our job to protect democracy. What democracy? You can barely even meet your food needs for the people here. People go to bed hungry in America. Okay? They're a bunch of clowns. It's a whole lot of clowns. White Americans are clowns. They are real clowns. They're performative clowns. They love to tell, we care about children. Why don't you care about Black children? They care about all the kids around the world, but don't care about the Black kids over here that their people abused for 400 years and just let free with nothing in their pockets. And they think that's normal. They really think that's normal behavior. Bunch of cheats. Oh my gosh. Hold on. These people are crazy.
I hate to see these second generations of welfare coming up. And one of the things I think is more crucial too is the youth that's in the ghetto. Because most of the youth that's coming up, they're ashamed to tell their buddies, say, well, yeah, we on welfare, we getting ADC or food stamps and things like this here.
Everybody in my whole neighborhood was on relief. We used to run around the kid about it. Because everybody in my neighborhood was on relief, but I was ashamed to go out my neighborhood and tell somebody I was on ADC. Yeah, I'm ashamed of it.
If a child does not have adequate clothing, they don't want to go. If they can't participate and go to the football games and to the movies, they don't want to go to school. So it starts when a child is small. They recognize the fact that they don't have the things that other children have. Children realize when they're different. They know, I don't care how small you are, you know when you're different. And not only that, when you go to the public schools, many times the teachers make you know that you're different. Welfare children are not able to buy, white shirts for ties and things. If a mother go out like I do, I buy my child these knit sweaters and bandana sweaters and things like that. And he wear them with his pants. But Friday, he got to wear a shirt and a tie. And I just don't have it. They have sent my child home twice, last year for not being dressed in a tie. And I mean, it made me real mad. And I called the person and told him, I said, look, my child ain't got no shirt and ties. And if you want to have one, you buy him one.
Even in school, constant and subtle discriminations are made between welfare children and other youngsters. To qualify for most free services, such as milk, a pupil must be on welfare, and thus declares himself a welfare child.
The teacher would tell everybody, the kids, about him being on welfare, and he didn't want to know he was on welfare.
You see what she's talking about? So they want people to know you're on welfare. So if you have milk, it means you're on welfare. So that other kids can treat you funny. You see that? You see this? Passive aggressive behavior. Microaggression is giving white people. It's getting, shit like this is giving a white woman was in charge of these rules. You see this? It's giving a white woman. Give these kids milk, don't give these other kids milk. Passive aggressive shit. It gives a Karen. A Karen had to come up with these rules. Like, why don't you give all the kids milk so we don't know who's on welfare? No, but they do want you to know. And they want the teachers to know. They want the other kids to know so that you can feel a certain way. And one day you're going to feel like everybody's talking about you so badly that you'll stop coming to school. Oh, of course they do. They're always Christians. I'm telling you, if a white man tells you he's a Christian, run for your life. He's about to kill you. Like, they're crazy. They're very mean.
That lunch card they give him, it's on a special lunch that he get for welfare children, and it's not enough. They don't get no kind of dessert with it or ice cream. I always have to give him more money to go with it.
They ain't gonna give but a handful of crumbs to a mother. What do you think the young teenager gonna do? Why do you think that's down here on Huff? Because when it gets dark, they have to go out here and survive.
Brenda is 19, unmarried.
Is he? They could feed these. You see, they want people to commit crime. They're so fake. Oh, but we gave them something. Child, shut up. You give them barely enough. Okay? They will give you stuff so they can take pictures with you and be like, oh, look at us. We're white people. We're so generous. But they give you crumbs. And they know it's not enough for you to go to sleep at night because your belly's going to be making all kinds of noise. Like, boo, 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 right? And then you'll go commit crimes. And then they are waiting for you because they want you in the prison house so you can work for free. It's all a setup. It's fake ass generosity. That's why you should never, this is me. That's why people should never take generosity from white people. Because, like, what is this? Why are you giving me that? What you up to? Right? They get you hooked on their goofy ass generosity so that you don't know how to take care of yourself. And then meanwhile, it's like eventually you get used to it, but it's really not enough. Then you got to go do bad things to live. And then they'll come and lock you up and put you in prison. Even though it was done this way by design. They're so fake. They're just so fake.
And she has just had a baby. She's learning to care for him on her own.
Oh.
She's trying to get a job to support him. And she lives with her aunt, who has 5 children of her own. Money was the reason she decided not to marry Kenneth, the father of her child.
I would have married him, while I was carrying the baby, but he had no job and couldn't support us, and his sister getting married. When his sister getting married, so I said, wait. I plan on marrying him next year, no sooner than next year. You have to give him time to work first. What's the sense of marrying somebody if he can't support you? That's his job to support you and the baby. Not my job to support him and the baby.
I was like, Brandon, you didn't know this like before you had a baby with the man. But I'm like, even if you marry him, why can't she keep her food stamps? These people here, y'all, when I tell you these white Americans have a problem with Black unity, y'all think it's a joke. They have a problem. It's like I feel like in America, because Black Americans here don't truly have ethnicities, even though some people do like their Creole or like Gula Geechee, but you don't truly have ethnicity the way we do in Africa, right? Because in Africa, because there are so many ethnicities, they know how to weaponize ethnicity to have people commit all kinds of civil wars and ethnic cleansing, okay? Over here, you don't really have that. So what they do is they manufacture cliques to get people to turn on each other over money. You see this, right? You see how they weaponize money? And it's not even a whole lot of money. So now you got to decide, do I pick the money or do I pick my Black person? Nobody should be forced to make these kinds of choices. But when you deal with demonic ass white Americans, unfortunately, here are the choices. You know, and me, like I said, I wish that people would have said, fuck your money. We'll stay together and we'll find a way. Right? I wish they would have done that. But you know, maybe people too, they didn't have the foresight. You could say they were not highly educated. I don't know. I wish they wouldn't have taken the money because I'm like, back in the slavery time, right? How did people make it? People got married, there was no money. We learned that some people jumped the broom, some people didn't have to jump the broom, but people were married, they didn't have money. You know what I'm saying? White people are the ones who put it in our heads that you need money for marriage. Says who? Because they want you to buy a wedding dress. They want you to buy an engagement ring. They want you to buy a wedding ring. Then they want you to pay for a rehearsal dinner. Then they want you to pay for this. White people ain't shit, right? Nobody needs money to get married. What people need is a solid commitment, right? If two solid, serious, God-fearing people decide to get married by going to the courthouse and say, we do this, right? Okay, cool. If everybody's honest and fears God, you're good to go, right? White people will tell you you need money for this, need money for that, because they need you to be a slave to money. The day you decide to not play their stupid money game, you will know what real freedom is, right? Because a lot of us, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, they got married with no money. There was no wedding dress. There was no rehearsal dinner. There was no engagement ring. What's all this shit? What's all this shit, right? But you see, white people need to make you spend money. So they have to tell you need money. Ask the white man, does money guarantee a successful marriage? If he's honest, the white man will tell you no. Okay, ask the white man, if I wait to make money to get married, all my children, they're going to be successful people? He's going to be like, no. Oh, well, damn. Does money guarantee happiness in the marriage? The answer is no. Right? You don't need money to get married. You need to be serious people. You need to be serious people who take like promises seriously. If I say I'm going to do this, I'm really going to do it. If I say I'm not going to do it, you better believe me too, huh? Right? What we need are serious people. What they have done, what these white folks have done to people over here, they have sold weddings to people, not marriage. Even white people don't even know how to have successful marriages. Are you kidding me? They don't know. White people have so much money, but yet they have the answer to nothing. They're so dumb. It's a really dumb people, okay? Me, they don't impress me. I'm like Toni Morrison. I'm like, every day I wake up, I'm like, dang, Aquarius, I understand you. She's like, I don't center white people. And it's true. I'm like, they have all this money and they never have the answers. They have all this money and they're never happy. They got to go to everybody's country, steal their culture, steal their yoga, steal their meditation, steal their food, steal their children, right? And they're never happy. All they do is poach from other people, right? How many white people have been married 3 times, 4 times, 5 times? Like, but damn, what are you looking for? Right? It's a miserable people. So my thing is, why would you listen to these people? And that's why, once again, I'm going to say it all over again, Black women have decided to listen to them lying-ass people. Oh, if a man don't make 70,000, if a man don't make this, if a Black man don't make, shut up. Was your grandpa even making 70,000? Shut up. Did your great-granddad even make like 50,000? Like, go sit down somewhere. You think how much a man makes him an honorable man or makes him brave? You know, a man can make a lot of money, but he can be weak. The day he loses his money, he will spiral into a depression and never get out of it because he's not a fighter. He doesn't know how to fight. Then you can have a man who can make a lot of money. He can lose the money. He won't crumble. He'll go do it again because he's a fighter. You understand, right? And also, you don't know what life has in store for you. You worried about if a man gonna make 70,000. You might even have breast cancer in your future. Keep wasting your time. I'm like, these people are so crazy. Sometimes I'm like, I sit here and I watch these girls. Oh, if he has 70,000, I'm like, girl, you might have breast cancer in the next 5 years. Keep playing. And when you have breast cancer and you have to go in at the hospital, they want to cut off your titty. You're not gonna be worried about a man that has money. You're gonna be worried about having a man who can take you from the hospital, hold you when you're throwing up, give you a bath when you came and bathe yourself, see you with one titty and not get grossed the fuck out. People have no idea, huh? You have no idea what awaits you in this life. You don't even know. You don't even know. You can even have ovarian cancer. And lo and behold, it's the man that makes 70,000 that's going to be so nice to you because he has a praying heart. You don't measure the value of a man based on how much money he makes. You got to ask God, what does your future look like? Let God tell you. You're like, oh, shit. Then you'll realize the kind of man you need. Everything is not measured in money, right? It's measured in commitment. You know what I'm saying? There are people out here who make lots of money. Their wives go to the hospital all by the damn selves. Don't even care. They have babies by themselves. They don't care. They take care of kids by themselves. They don't give a fuck. You understand? If all it took in this life was money to guarantee like a peaceful life, but it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So I'm like, you don't know. Because you need to ask God, what does your future look like? And ask for your husband according to your future. Like trials and tribulations that you'll have to go through. Go ask God to bring you a person that can go through all these trials and tribulations with you without getting tired of you, without resenting you, without holding it against you. And be like, you know what? We ride and we die together. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? Loyalty, something that white people know nothing about. They killed their own parents. Hello. Right? I'm like, you're crazy. You have no idea what this life has in store for you. I'm not against money, but I'm saying money's not everything. Money's not everything. That's why we all need to confer to God and be like, God, you know what? There's what I think I want because of what I see on TV, what I hear in the media, what I see in the magazines, right? But you need someone that is tailor-made for your trials and tribulations because that's what life is all about. But I'm like, there are women out here who are sitting here wasting time talking about all kinds of foolishness. You don't even know if you'll have breast cancer in the next 5 years. Out here doing all kinds of dumb shit. And when you get breast cancer and you got to go through the chemo, you most likely will not be able to carry your own children. Stop talking foolishness. Seriously and honestly, stop talking foolishness. Get on your knees and ask God to show you a glimpse of your future. That's going to help you to know what kind of man you really need. Make it make sense, right? But I'm like, to me, Marlene, this right here is organized. It's organized tribalism. It's organized ethnic division where you say, okay, there you can either have a black family or you can have money. How can you make a person choose between a human being and money? Despicable behavior, but it's giving white Americans because they ain't shit. I told you, there was never shit. They currently ain't shit. They won't be shit. Nobody should have to choose this shit. $600 though, you ain't shit. And you knew these people were so in need for money because many of them had left the South, so they need something to live with. And you bring these choices like the devil. Like, who does stuff like this? Who does that? White Americans. They ain't shit. There was never shit. They currently ain't shit, and they ain't gonna be shit. I will never stop saying it. And then they want to look at all this like inner city fuckery and act like they had no parts in it. It's a dishonest people. I keep saying that. Like, white Americans are so dishonest. They are so dishonest. They're so despicable. I'm like, how is this different than Iraq? Oh, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. We need to have a change in regime. Look at Iraq today, Libya, Afghanistan, every place they said they were going to fix, they went and made it worse. No different than Black America. Oh, we have all the answers. We have all the answers. Black men are going to leave the house. The woman's going to be by herself. We'll give her $600 and everything will be just fine. They don't know how to fix anything. They're so incompetent. White Americans are incompetent people. All they do is make stuff worse. They don't make anybody better. Even in medicine, they don't make anybody better. All they do is kill people. All they do is make things worse for people. The worst thing that can ever happen to you is for a white American to get invested in your problems. That person will make it worse. Latin America, they made it worse. Everything they touch, they make it worse. Every people they come in contact with, they make those people sick. They divide the people. They make the people hateful. They start hating each other. They start picking on each other. Like, what the heck? Because all they do is bring division and chaos and the love of money. It sounds like Lucifer, huh? That is just crazy. But I'm like, if she keeps the husband and has the baby and she's a stay-at-home mom and you give her that money so she can be a stay-at-home mom, what is the problem? You can't even make it happen for 5 years, right? And then when the baby starts going to school, then she can get a job and then she can start paying taxes. What is the problem? But if this was Israel, they would have no problem saying whatever. Do they tell the woman in Israel they can either choose support or they're going to have to live with Hamas? That's just crazy. bunch of racist people. It's a racist people.
So after he started working, work more than he been working, then I married. And I think he's able to take care of two.
Not necessarily.
Many of the girls who go on welfare never graduate from high school. A girl who gets pregnant in most high schools is automatically expelled.
Why?
Usually she doesn't come back. She's on her way to a lifetime of dependence on welfare. The Webster School in Washington, D.C. is a high school for pregnant girls. A psychotherapy session is a weekly part of the curriculum.
When I first found out that I had become pregnant, and when I found out that there was this school called Webster, I thought that I was going to be shut out away from the other people and that I was going to be an outcast. But when I came into Webster, it seems that I had more what you would say, people on my side, more attention.
I would say, you guys, I was watching this shit, and I'm like, white Americans are despicable. Oh, y'all, I was so triggered. I was watching this. I'm like, white Americans is a despicable people. They're despicable. And these are people who will tell you they're Christians. They're Christians. Wasn't Mary, the mama of Jesus, was she pregnant out of wedlock? Right? But it goes to show they don't even, I'm telling you, the vast majority of these white Americans who call themselves Christians don't even read the Bible. So let's start there. Number two, I don't even think when they read the Bible, they understand what's going on because they're too damn evil to understand it. But I'm like, Mary was very young when she got pregnant with Jesus. She was very, very young, right? And she didn't abort the baby. She kept the baby. But I'm like, to sit here and to demonize these young girls, you can say, you know what, little girl, you made a bad choice. You shouldn't have got pregnant. That's a fact, right? But to dehumanize a human being, to treat someone like a pariah for being pregnant out of wedlock, I see why so many girls run to have abortions. Because look at how people are treated. Look at how, hold on, y'all. Look at how young women, oh my gosh, hold on. Look at how young women are treated, right, for being pregnant. How is this not dehumanizing? Right? It's like you are excommunicated, okay, for being pregnant, right? You are treated like a pariah for being pregnant. You're treated like an outcast. In a third world country, I can understand people be so damn dumb. But I'm like, in a first world country, though, people have money and lots of intelligence and they claim to be Christians. This is very unchristian. This is very unchristian, right? A young lady can make a mistake by getting pregnant out of wedlock. At the same time, were y'all teaching her how not to get pregnant? Were y'all teaching her about her cycle? Were y'all teaching her about her hormones and how she feels around these young boys? Like, okay, it's normal, but just because it's normal, don't mean you gotta, you know what I'm saying, bust it wide open. All right? Keep it close, keep it cute. You understand? Right? Did you give these people young instruction? No. You don't tell people young, because we were all teenagers at one time, right? We gotta be honest. When you're young, when you're a teenager, right? When you're a teenager, right? You get horny. Young people go through a lot of hormonal changes. They have titties, they have this. Boys start looking at girls now because the girls are getting rounder because they start having more estrogen. The boys too, they start producing more testosterone. So the pecs is coming out, right? So young people do have sexual attraction to each other. It is perfectly normal. They're in these high schools. They're all in heat and shit. It's like you got to teach them, like, your bodies are doing this. You're going to be attracted to each other. But if you need to know your cycle. And you, young man, if you're not going to marry her, don't fuck up her life. Do not fuck up her life. Because you're young. Like, if she has a baby, she's going to be stuck with the baby. You're not going to be stuck with the baby. Because who's going to know? Who's going to know that you had a baby? Right? You don't counsel people. You don't talk to the young people. You don't explain to them how their bodies are changing and how they're going to be horny, right? It's like, it's human nature. And one could also argue that we get super horny when we're young because maybe God had always meant for us to have kids very young. And it makes more sense because the younger you have your kids, you know, they grow up, and then by the time you're 40 or 30, they're already grown. You can still live your life. And your blood is better when you're younger. Your eggs are better. I mean, don't tell Maverick that, but your eggs are better when you're younger. So I think it goes to show that nature-wise, God had intended for us to have kids very young. I'm not saying go abuse a child now, but 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, yeah, young people were meant to have kids around that age. So if you have a child at 20, by the time you're 40, all your kids is grown, okay? But we live in a very industrialized society, so whatever. But I'm like, to me, this is very dehumanizing. It's dehumanizing, and it can make you feel like, oh, because I'm a young girl and I got pregnant, I'm worthless, I'm dumb, I'm an idiot. No, you could have waited. You could have waited, but you're not worthless. right? You are still very intelligent. You're very able, right? You are a mother, and it's very sacred and it's very beautiful. There's nothing inherently diabolical about being a mom. There's nothing disgusting about being a younger mom. And I think sometimes too, we all have to be very mindful of how we talk about people who get to be moms at an early age. I wish you would have waited, but then again, I can't wish for something in a system where nobody even told you about your body, your hormones, and also knowing your cycle. Because you have a lot of young girls too who believe that if I'm menstruating, I can't get pregnant. No, you can go through your menstrual cycle and get pregnant. So you should never look at, because some kids will have sex during their period thinking that, oh, I can't get pregnant. Oh, yes, you can. You just never know, right? So having sex during your period is not a safety, a foolproof way of making sure you don't get pregnant. Anything can happen. But I do believe that this to me is very dehumanizing, because no girl should be sent away because she got pregnant. That's crazy, right? I mean, that's insane. But I'm like, in America, you live in America, and you can see how this country is really against mothers. Like, they really, really are cruel to mothers. They're not nice. They're truly not nice. So I understand why a lot of people run to have abortions, because they don't want to be mistreated. They don't want to be treated like less than, right? It's like the way they go above and beyond for the trans movement, for people to say that he, she, he, respect their pronouns and not make them uncomfortable. You start thinking about it. It's like, no, women's rights in America have so far to go. And you're not going to really achieve the most utopian form of a woman's rights if you don't respect mothers and the rights of mothers and the rights of mothers to be. All the energy they put behind trans women, they truly should have put that behind women who are mothers. Because they will always be more mothers than trans women. Trans women will always be a minority. But as long as women exist, the fact that some young ladies will get pregnant young, it's a real thing. The fact that many women will have kids young, it's a real thing. And people should know to not dehumanize them, mistreat them, or treat them like pariahs because they're carrying a human life. That's crazy. I'm like, you can be a trans person. You will never bring life in this world. All you do is put on all kinds of makeup, and honestly, you are a walking confusion. Like, you're a woman at the top, but you got a penis between your legs. And people go above and beyond, prostrate themselves for these people. Whereas, like, okay, in all honesty, though, what do you do for humanity? Can we count on you to live? Are you going to sustain us? No, you're not. But I'm like, these young women, nobody should have to go through this for having a baby. I wish you would have waited. I wish, it wouldn't have happened this way, right? But just know you're not less than because you got pregnant young. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. And this is a so-called Christian nation. This is disgusting. It's very, very disgusting. I'm like, what is this? This is barbaric.
I'm going towards my way, and with the help of Miss Gill, and then with the help of some of my good friends here, I seem to be making it in all.
Being here with these girls, they are closer to you. I think that all of us are closer together than girls that have not been pregnant, because they all have their opinions and they can easily say things. But we have, we're all going through the experience.
Mrs. Patricia Schiller is a clinical psychologist. She directs the conversation toward future plans and prospects.
Well, I've got a job.
I also did not like that their psychologist was a white woman. I'm like, why is she here? Did they have any black psychologists for these black girls? I didn't like that. Because I didn't like that part. I was like, why is she here? Oh, yeah, I don't like that. I'm like, why is she here? What the heck?
I'm going for an interview today. And I filed for support from the father in the court. And it should be coming through by the time I get back in school in September.
For a long time, I was under the firm belief that no one really has any excuse for being on public assistance. But when my grandparents and my father found out I was pregnant, their first attitude was, we aren't going to do anything for you. And my grandmother told me from the beginning.
She said that. She said when she was older, when she was growing up, she was made to feel like nobody should be on public assistance. That is a lie. White people have been on public assistance the very moment they decided to build this nation. It's called slavery. They didn't build shit by themselves, okay? So that's crazy. People need help. They're like, inherently, people, not everybody can just do. A lot of white people, they do very well because their parents stole labor. Their people stole a whole lot of shit, okay? And they don't feel no ways about it. Free labor, free housing, free builders, free daycare, free nannies, free this, free chefs. They have so much public assistance. Like, go fuck yourself. The issue is staying on public assistance for a very long time, to the point like, people just lose themselves in receiving public assistance. But some people do need public assistance. You release people from slavery. What did you give them? You gave them money? No. Did you say, hey, you worked all this while, at least take some beans with you? No. take some cotton with you? No. People work for you for hundreds of years. And the day you say, okay, slavery is over. Okay, do they have money? You give people nothing. Then you want to come over here and get on your high horse and try to tell you, oh, you shouldn't rely on shit. You rely on a whole lot of shit. So how's that fair? Some people do need it. That doesn't mean it doesn't bother me too much. The problem is losing yourself in the sauce, right? But I'm like, white Americans have received too much free shit from so many people. Free land from Native Americans, free labor from Black people, free housing, free this, free. I mean, so many things they got for free. And they got so rich. And they've remained so thin because they didn't have to worry about too much. So I'm like, how can you come around and then shame people who never had anything because those were your rules? They couldn't have anything. They could not read. They could not write. But the moment you say slavery is over, they should already know how to do everything. Are you actually okay? Are you all the way there? Are you all the way? I don't even know how people do not find these people detestable. Seriously, I don't even know how people marry these people. Like, seriously, like, you're so disgusting. Are you really, like, are you all the way there? It's like they need something. This country is not fair. They need something. Now, the thing is, don't get lost in the sauce, though. But it's always Black people who have to have this very responsible talk about, oh, you shouldn't rely on anybody. You should need some. Do you tell that to Israel? They would never dare. Do they say that to Ukraine? They never will dare. But it's always Black people like, oh, you know, I do stuff on my own. I don't ask for anything. You should ask for something. If you need help, you have the right to ask for help. The only thing is, don't always stay in a position where you're always asking, right? But white people don't have a problem begging. They beg all the time. Corporations beg for tax write-offs. They beg for this. They beg. They all beg. Rich Americans, mostly white, always beg to not pay taxes. Like, what the heck? Everybody's always asking for stuff in America. Don't feel no ways. Because to me, it's like, listen, if you don't ask, how will you know? They might say yes, they might say no. So you should ask because you just never know, right? But I'm like, this is a nation here where a lot of white people ask for a lot of stuff, corporations especially. Corporations and the wealthy, they will go above and beyond, spend all kinds of money to get somebody elected so that when the person is in office, they write laws that help them to pay the least amount of taxes because they don't want to pay. And that too is a form of welfare because why don't you pay the money? You have the money to pay. So I'm like, if you're young or you're Black, whatever, if you need help, you need help. The only thing is, while you're receiving help, you should have a plan to get out of this so that you don't get to a place where you get used to it because there's always more that awaits you, right? But everybody needs help. And certain people, based on the history of this country, definitely need the help. And it's like, it's very disgusting to gaslight people and to shame people into acting like, oh, you're asking more than you deserve. Really? Really? Set the people who had free labor for like 24/7, torturing people, killing people. People worked so much they would die. People worked so much, had no rest days that they would actually die. Are you okay? They're so dishonest. Like, they're just really, really dishonest.
You may not bring this baby into my house. Now, she has responsibility for me until I'm 18 years old. I talked to my social worker here at school, and I have talked to people down in child welfare. And it's being made possible right now for my baby's born in September for me to put that child in a foster home and to visit it. And they'll take care of it until after I finish the 12th grade, and I'll be 18, I'll be on my own, and then I can provide for my child in my own way. And therefore, I think that it can be a good program.
She's just repeating what she was told. But you know she was hurt because her grandmother told her that she can't bring the baby in the house. That really hurt me. That truly hurt me. I'm like, that's your grandbaby, you know? But you see, when people start being obsessed with money, they start losing their humanity. So she told her granddaughter, I'm only taking care of you until you're 18. And you cannot bring the baby here. So the girl was told that she can put her baby in foster care. But I'm like, why would we, in a first world country, y'all, this is not a concentration camp. This is America, you guys. This is not being filmed in Mali. This is not being filmed in Gaza. This is not being filmed in Afghanistan. This is America. This is white America for you. So a 17-year-old is being told that, okay, you can't bring your child here because we don't have money for a baby. And you'll have to put your baby in foster care. America. But this is the place they got money for wars. They got money for all kinds of wars. Every time you look at white Americans, you need to look at these people sideways. Like, they ain't shit. And never been shit, currently ain't shit, won't ever be shit. These people are cruel as fuck. Why does she have to be separate from her baby? Right? I mean, Marlene, I would live in the streets with my baby. You people are crazy. I'm not putting a newborn in foster care. What if he gets abused? What if he gets abused? What if he gets tortured? He doesn't matter. He doesn't matter. Like he or she, I don't know if she had a baby or a boy, but I'm like, I'm sitting here, I'm listening to this stuff, and I'm like, where is their humanity? This is a first world country, and these are the kinds of choices you have to make at 17. One of the wealthiest countries in the world. But if you're Black, you have to choose between, are you going to finish school or are you going to put this baby in foster care? These people are sick as hell. White Americans are demented people. They're sick as hell. And when I see a lot of Black people who want to marry into that culture, like something must be off. Or maybe you just don't know your history, because that's not possible. Like, these people are disgusting. They are disgusting. There's even, Africa too, we don't have foster care. So I don't even know, like, nobody's going to put the baby in a foster care. Like, what are we talking about? But she got to put her baby in foster care until she's 18. Then she'll go back. But what if they kill her baby? What if they sodomize her baby? What if they torture her baby? They don't care. They hate children in this country, man. They hate the kids. They hate the children. Like, this is crazy.
When a girl drops out before completing her high school education, she finds it difficult to get a job to take care of the baby. In many instances, this would force a girl to go on public welfare. If she gets,
Mrs. Faboligill is the school's principal.
which is terrible, and there doesn't seem to be any way out of this for me, she is likely to have another out-of-wedlock child, and as the babies continue coming, she gets farther and farther down into her state of depression.
Many of our young girls would like to work, and they have tried. They really have tried to support their family, but the system and everything else just tears them down, and eventually they just become satisfied with welfare. They don't try anymore because they see there's no sense of trying until this whole system is changed.
Jeanette Salters, a welfare mother, works in Head Start and receives a small supplement to her check.
People talk about the ADC mothers don't want anything. They're not going to ever get anything. This is the same feeling that they have. They have tried and they want jobs, but nobody's going to give them a job. And the first thing they holler, well, you on ADC, and you don't have any experience. And how can you have experience when you're just coming out of school? And nobody's willing to try, to give them a chance. And I'm beginning to believe, and so most of the parents, that people want you on ADC. They like you there. They can control you on ADC. And a lot of them just feel, well, I might as well sit here and get what I can. And they do have to cheat and lie and steal and to try to beat the system and try to just survive. Not really live. Most of them are just surviving.
Welfare departments claim that they want to encourage marriage and thus get women off.
You see what she said? I agree with her. It's like they create a system that is so unreasonable. It is so inhumane. It is so unreasonable. It doesn't take into account human nature. So they want you to lie. They want you to be a cheater. Because how can you tell a grown-ass woman that got kids not to be with a man? She obviously is sexually active. So you want her to hide and go do some foolishness. That's it. You make a system so unfair, so corrupt, so unjust. You completely deny human nature because you want people to cheat. You want people to lie. They're like, oh my gosh, look, we're helping them and they're sitting here lying to us. Have you seen your roles? Meanwhile, you, the woman who works at the welfare office, or people who decide these welfare laws, you go home to your husband, you have sex with your husband. But you tell another woman, because you give her 80 cents per child, that she can't have sex with a man. Are you okay? Do you hear yourself? And we wonder why every time Black people get to European people, hold on, Maverick. Anytime Black people get next to European people, you start to see a spike in lesbianism. You start to see a spike in homosexuality. I told you this about South Africa, right? In Johannesburg, because the mines are in Johannesburg. And so the white people told the Black people in Johannesburg that you cannot have a wife or a girlfriend in the mines, right? But these are people of a sexually active age. So what happened? What do you think happened? The Black men started becoming homosexuals. You see how they are? It's like they want perversion to come out of you because they create a system that is so unnatural, so inhumane, like so unreasonable that your only choice is deprivation, right? So you create a system like that with a bunch of women, bunch of kids, no man. These women have sexual needs. So what are you looking for? What do you want? Because the moment a man goes into our house, it's going to be a problem, right? But if a woman goes into the house, you're not going to be like, oh, you're not going to think they're having sex. So you want these people to become lesbians. Because what are you after? And that's why, if you notice, like to me, Marlene, personally, I've always felt as though homosexuality was always a form of neutering. It was always a form of sterilizing Black people. That's the way I feel. And that's why a lot of white people love Black homosexuals, because it's the people who are not going to reproduce. You understand me, right? It's the people who are not going to reproduce. Now, if they go to science, but a lot of them don't have the money for the science to reproduce because they have chosen a lifestyle that leads to sterility. You are sterile. You are sterilizing yourself, right? But I'm like, they weaponize homosexuality when they're next to Black people because the goal is to reduce population size. Say what you want. If it's not homosexuality, it's STDs, HIV being one of them. But they will find a way to cause your population to have attrition. They don't want you to reproduce. They don't want you to reproduce. Because why are you telling these women they can't have a man? So you want these women to be lesbians? You want them to be lesbians? Like seriously, what are you after? What are you truly after? And the fact that you got people out here in Congress like the Black Caucus who don't even take issue with these welfare laws like that, it goes to show you that Black people out here, they don't like other Black people. They truly don't. This is disgusting.
The welfare rolls, but the investigation of a woman's eligibility for ADC discourages the beginning of any relationship with a man and marriage.
Well, if he's someone who is sincerely interested in you, you would like perhaps to invite him to dinner. You would like to, maybe he would like to spend the day with you. And if this happens, then, and you have a neighbor who particularly don't care for you, then the welfare department will hear about it, and then they suppose that this man is living there, or that you are supporting him out of your funds, you're feeding him with your funds. Or if you claim you're not feeding him out of your funds, then their answer will be, then he's giving you money.
And she said, oh, you can't have a boyfriend. We don't allow that. And I wanted to know why. And she said, because it doesn't look right, with the kids. And so I said, I still don't see why they have anything to do with me with a boyfriend. And she said, well, you'll have to get rid of him. You have to make plans to marry him. And I told her I wasn't getting married. I wasn't ready for it. I just got out of one. And I said, now look, you're going to tell me, here I am, 37 years old at that time. And I'd been married. Got 5 kids here in the home, and had been married to this one man for 16 years, and you're going to tell me I can't have a boyfriend? And so she said, well, we doesn't allow the ADC mothers with boyfriend. And I couldn't understand that. So she left. When she left, well, then she come back to tell me that my case was denied. This is what happened. She come back to tell me that they had denied me, that I could not get on the aid.
If a man marries you, that he should, take on the initiative of supporting your family. And, to tell a man that makes, $125, $135 a week, that he should accept me and 9 kids and support us is crazy. Because, realistically, I would feel that if I married a man in this position, that, it wouldn't take but maybe 6 months. If it took that long, he would begin to resent my kids. He would hate me, he would beat me and he'd scream at the kids. He'd start beating the kids out of frustration. And, maybe it wouldn't be because he didn't love me and the kids, but because he was, being deprived of, just having, a pair of shoes on his feet and proper food for himself, for kids that he wasn't responsible for. And this is, thinking realistically.
Weeping and crying for someone to love.
In Cleveland and elsewhere, very little economic incentive exists for women to get off welfare.
They would like you to go out and go to work, or even seek part-time employment. But if you do this, then most of what you make is taken away from you.
They receive only a small part of the extra income if they work. The jobs which they can get rarely offer very much more money than the welfare check itself. In a pilot project in Cleveland, they are allowed to keep only enough to bring them up to the state's welfare minimum. They are encouraged to go to school and get training, but even after training, good jobs are scarce. Beverly Siegel, a Cleveland social worker, visits Mrs. Fanny Brooks, who has left the Title V job training program to care for her children.
But I'm like, this is such a vicious cycle. Like, do you see how disgusting this is? I mean, this is such a vicious cycle because they don't want these people to get out. They don't want them to get out. It's like, this is hatred. I hate you, but I'm going to act like I want to help you. But it's like, nah, this is a sick cycle. It's a vicious, vicious cycle.
One thing I want to talk to you about today is the fact that you'll be going off of the training program. And now that you're going back onto ADC alone, it will be cut back, to regular ADC, which will be $92 difference. And that's quite a bit of difference. And it's going to be difficult, I imagine, to get used to living on that type of budget again.
Yes, it will be. But I would rather have a small amount and have peace and happiness and harmony in my home than have a lot of difficulties and different problems. I didn't choose this position that I'm in. And I wouldn't want my kids to do it for nothing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Today it's not too late. The wise man did yesterday. All right? You want to try that one for us, Mr. McQueen?
Leroy McQueen, who is getting his high school diploma and hopes to go into computer work, is a welfare father on a training program. It's a myth that the welfare rolls are filled with able-bodied men. Less than 1% of those on welfare are capable of working. In 1962, realizing that ADC ignored men and tended to break up families, Congress passed the ADCU program, Aid for the Dependent Children of the Unemployed. Mr. McQueen worked in a print shop for 7 years. One day, the shop went out of business. Mr. McQueen could not find another job. Shortly after he went on welfare, Mr. McQueen's wife died, and he was faced with the prospect of raising his 5 children himself. The welfare department gave him a temporary professional homemaker.
Hey, Rita. Maybe you'll have some more sometime, huh? You still don't want any water?
A midday snack is water and Jell-O. Now he remains on the welfare rolls as he gets an education. He has the added burden of raising a family.
Hi. How you doing?
You know, I said, like, if people had stayed on their land, who's going to, a snack is water and Jell-O? That's food? I'm like, yo, I was like, what the heck am I even watching here? Like, what is this? What is this? Water and Jell-O is a snack. What kind of snack is this? I'm like, this is why people need to learn how to grow their own stuff. This is insane. But his wife died with 5 kids. Oh, gosh.
He does the cooking and cleaning up himself.
Right now? Not too much noise in there. Not so much noise. Come on, eat. Gregory, Reginald, Gina, Stevie, come on, eat.
Dinner is usually beans with some ham hocks, and as in most welfare homes, no milk. Almost all starches, little meat. Mr. McQueen's dilemma is compounded by the fact that he must find help for his children while he is at school or work.
Huh? Take your time, look who up.
Mr. McQueen has many problems. He lives for the day when he can earn enough so that his children have proper meals, the day when he can provide for his family adequately, when he can relax with some assurance about the future.
How many roads must a man walk down?
The electric guitar is in and out of the pawn shop, a reflection of Mr. McQueen's financial fortunes.
I was sitting there, like, you see how they never tell you stories like that, like black fathers who raised their 5 kids by themselves because the wife died, you know? No, all they do is just paint a negative image. But I'm like, he stayed. But my thing was, like, you can't bring someone from, like, the village. Like, you can't bring somebody from the country to come help you with the babies. You have no cousin, no female sister, no female cousin that's somewhere down south. Like, she's not doing anything that can come up there and just help you with the kids. You can't go down south and get you a wife. Like, I was so confused. I'm like, what is going on? What are you doing? You don't have people who can come help you out with the kids real quick? You can't go down south and marry a wife from your culture? Like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. I'm like, this is really sad. I was so confused because I'm like, back home, they would have found him a wife. They would have brought him a brand new wife. Like, son, come get a wife. Go get a wife. Go home, get a wife, and come back. I'm like, what is this? You guys, I was so confused watching this.
How many seas must a winder sail before she sleeps in the sand? And how many times must those cannonballs be fired before they're forever banned? Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you that the answer is when it is yours. In the world, the answer is going in the world. Oh yeah, let me tell you.
What is it? Why would you say innocent woman? How is like, and how is that harming her? There's 3 babies. They lost their mom. And her, she's a woman. What does she do? She's in the country. She's in the village. Like, what does she do all day? So come to the city. There's a house. Yeah, there are 5 kids. But my thing is, as a woman, you should be capable of loving children. Like, it's not his fault that the wife died. Yeah, and so what? She's a woman. Her job is to love children. That's part of being a woman. And maybe there's a young lady there who might have fertility issues, so it works out. Kids don't have to come out of your body for you to love kids. But whatever work she's out there doing in the village, she can move to the city. It's a nice house. And the kids are sweet. You can take care of kids. Or if he has young female cousins who are not doing much, they can come help him. You're over there. What are you doing over there? What you up to? Come help with these kids. Like, to me, that's perfectly normal. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but yes, come take care of the kids. Their mom is dead. They didn't ask for this. It's one thing if he beat his wife and then the wife ran away for her life. No, she passed away. But these kids, they need a mother. They need someone to help them. It's no different when you have single moms who want a daddy for their kids, right? You all say, oh my gosh, this poor man is, oh, okay, well, there you go. So listen, people need to help each other out. Okay? That's it. She can also have her own kids. She can have more kids. What's the problem? Like, you see, this is why I say being around white people, it has really damaged Black people in the head. It has truly, truly damaged Black people in the head. Many times when people used to grow up, you see a bunch of kids, you wouldn't even know who, is this your mom? Is that your mom? You didn't even know who mom it was. We pick up on the ways of these white people. Oh, well, that's not my mom. That's my mom. It doesn't really matter. People would call themselves brothers and sisters, cousins. They weren't even really family because it didn't really matter. Didn't matter, right? But you pick up on the ways of white people. Everything is a problem. No, he can go outside and get a wife and bring her home and take her the kids. We're going to be just fine.
Before it's a walk to the sea, the answer is no and come on, baby. Go with the sleep? Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Want to go to bed? Yeah. Here we go.
Today, Mr. McQueen does not go to school because the homemaker didn't show up. His children play in the backyard.
If I could get a housekeeper, this would help me more than anything else. Get someone to clean the house. Cooking, I do generally most myself, but even then, well, the right person cooking right, I could stand that, I think. But I think mostly what we need here is just the person to be in the house and help with cleaning and getting the kids off to school. You know, now that I go to school myself and giving them their lunches. And
I was watching this. I'm like, why can't he go home and get a wife? What is the problem? Get on the bus or get in your car, drive home, go get a wife. Like, find a young lady, find her family, like, give her some money, tell her, like, girl, what do you need? I'm a man. I got five kids. It's a lot, but we can make it work, sis. I got a good job. You have a good life. Helping with my kids. Like, go home. Because the ladies in the city, they brand new now. Like, they different. You got to go home and get you a wife. I was watching, like, I'm so confused. Go home and get you a wife. Like, what are we doing? A housekeeper or what? Get you a wife.
In the evenings.
In the past, I was able to get you an emergency homemaker, and this seems to be a very bad month. They're completely filled up. But the woman says that's in charge of the referral says that she certainly will be having someone come out here as soon as possible. But I know that in the meantime, you can't afford to miss any more school.
I really want to finish school and get back to work. This is my most important objective. And I don't know, it just seems like it's so far away. You know, the more I look after it, the more it seems like it just gets farther away. And then problems come along when you can't get a babysitter or a housekeeper when you need it. Like, for instance, today I'm home all day today because I don't have
Hello. Hello, Mr. McQueen.
Hi, Mr. How are you doing?
Okay, how are you?
Okay, what happened on the babysitter? Anything?
As far as I know, they still haven't gotten anyone. She told me that she'd keep trying, and as soon as she would find one, she'd give me a call.
Well, what about those photos? Pants that the boys wear is really just about gone now, and there are a lot of holes in them. And getting these shoes too.
I can't promise anything because, of course, it has to be approved several times along the line, but I will give it a try.
Of the $8 billion spent on welfare every year, less than half ever reaches welfare clients.
The welfare bureaucracy grinds extremely slowly. The total paperwork, the total number of approvals needed, the total number of departments a request has to go through takes an awful long time. The most frustrating thing that I run across, and I feel is the reason why many social workers leave, is the fact that there is a volume of paperwork to do. There's a terrific bureaucratic structure through which every piece of paper must go through, making processes very long and drawn out, and there isn't the time to do the casework that one would actually like to do. Also, it takes an awful long time for a caseworker to get to know the system, the welfare system, and to try and live within it, and perhaps even beat it on occasion. Well, I think I'd rather work with people that did have the basic necessities of life. It would make it much simpler. They could feel worthwhile if they...
But this is crazy. So they have $8 billion budget, and less than half goes to the people. People just get married and call it a day. Get married, one person stays home and be very brave with the kids, and the other person needs to be very brave and work 2 jobs. This ain't it. Okay? No, because they don't have enough people. So that's why I say he just needs to go back to the village and get a wife. Go down south and get your wife. Call your mom, call your dad. Tell them to help you look for a wife. Like, how hard is this? Because how else you going to do it? Because he had one housekeeper. Some days she comes, some days she don't come. But he has to go to school because he has this program he has to finish. If he doesn't, because he doesn't have a high school degree. So I'm like, if he doesn't finish his high school degree thing, the GED stuff, he can't get a better job. But I'm like, these housekeepers, they come today, they don't come tomorrow. They're very unreliable. So what I'm saying is go home, get a wife. Because in the city, I don't see how you can sell to another woman to marry you with 5 kids. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it might be improbable. Okay. So I'm like, go home, get a wife, and bring her up north. Like, girl. And you tell her what it is. She'll come and she'll help you with the kids. And then you have to be brave. You're going to work really hard, have 2 jobs. You finish school, you work 2 jobs. And then she's going to have to be really brave, take care of the kids. But like maybe after 5 years, you can really make it. But it's like, what are we doing? But they didn't have enough people. I'm like, what in the world?
We're given enough money to live on.
I think since '62, the emphasis has been on providing services rather than just becoming an agency that provides the dole or just the money that's needed.
Eugene Burns is the welfare director of Cuyahoga County, which includes the city of Cleveland.
With services that we're going into now, with the emergency service that we are providing, I think, which is a big improvement over what it was before, in addition to the regular casework services.
The emphasis on services, not money for clients, has led Cleveland women like Louise Gaston into the welfare rights movement. She wants more money for welfare clients so that welfare children can grow up without a sense of deprivation. Is not easy.
Organizing takes quite a bit out of you. You're tired. Sometimes you're bitter. You get angry because people don't see life like you do. Especially when things are that you're trying to push are for their benefit as well as yours. I've had women slam the door in my face and tell me, well, whatever you're fighting for, if you get it, I'm going to get it anyway, so I'm going to fight for. What am I going to knock on the door for? I mean, these things make you angry, but you learn to look at them and feel sorry for them.
Cleveland women meet in Mrs. Gaston's home. The desire to change and improve the system has brought hundreds of Cleveland welfare recipients into welfare locals. The movement is a young one in Cleveland, and nationally it's about a year old. The experience of being in an organization is a new one for most of the women. Building a membership means gaining a strategy for organizing.
I was under the impression, and I was told that no one person have to join a local to get any kind of help or aid from the local.
That's what your group says.
That's right. You don't have to.
But all the other groups don't see it like you do. Because I brought it back to my group how you all felt, remember? That this was primary.
The women believe that the first step in reforming the welfare system is for them to get adequate money. They do not feel they need
See, my people don't get it. My people don't get it. You see, people think their answer is money. That's why socialism ain't shit. Because socialism thinks everything can be solved with money. In reality, you are in a system that is designed for your failure. So you can organize as much as you want. This system is not meant to be fair. It's meant to be oppressive. What you have to do is get the fuck out the system. And this is why I will say, to me, I repeat, I'm Marlene. I believe in marriage. This is me, the way I would have solved this. Every woman that I know that's part of this thing, I'm going to turn you into a wife. I'm going to show you how to be a wife. I'm going to show you how to believe in getting married. You're going to get out of this because this is a sinking ship. They don't want to fix this. They don't want to fix it. They don't like your ass. They hate your guts. They put you in here so you could die slowly, become bitter, get bigger, become more unattractive, maybe even become a lesbian. What do I know? Okay. But it's not a system that's meant for you this will never get better. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. The thing is to get the F out of the system as quickly as possible. And it's like, it is called marriage. It's marriage. And yes, the first 5 years might be very difficult. But guess what? 5 years on welfare are also difficult. However, 10 years on welfare versus 10 years in marriage, you're going to make money being married. You're going to have a better life in marriage. So exactly, Kevin, because you see, make more money, make more money. The more money you make, the more problems they'll create for you. They have a plan. So the answer is not to get more money. The answer is to have community. And the most important thing is you need to be married. So how you have all these women here with children, how do we make them suitable for marriage? That a male will say, I will marry you, I will work for you, I might even work 2 jobs. And that you also know how to play your part so that within 5 years, you guys can get to a place where it's like you can completely move out of poverty and you can probably, by God's grace, become middle class. What does that look like? Right? What does that look like? But I'm like, the welfare system is not meant for people to be successful. It's not meant for you to thrive. They want your kids so your kids can go to prison. That's what it's all about. They hate your guts. Because look at what they do for Israel, for this. They have money. They don't want to give it to you. So you got to get to a point where it's like, okay, how do I get out of here? And the best way, I repeat, is marriage. Get out of there. Or you start a business. But even if you start a business, it's better if you're married because then you'll pay less taxes. Taxation matters. The tax code matters. But I'm like, the welfare system is not meant for people to protest against it, trying to change it. They don't care. It's meant to kill you. So the best thing you can do is get out of it. But I'm like, oh, we want to make more money. We want to get more money. Baby, it doesn't matter because it's not a money problem. It's a lack of family structure problem. Like you need families. Women by themselves, they can't do it. Even a man by himself, he might fare better, but it's always better to have a wife. You know what I mean? Families, they matter. The greatest source of wealth will be your family. Then it's your land. Okay? There you go. I'm like, money? No.
Rehabilitation by caseworkers who make continual investigations into their eligibility for welfare. They want enough money to raise their families. They want a chance at jobs, which will pay them decently. They want a share in making the decisions which affect their lives.
$50 cut in their check, and you're going to tell them to give them you $1, then you'll see that their check is right. He said, yeah, if they want to get it raised, or if they want their money back. Now, this is what he said the National Coordinating Committee was supporting, and I'm in thorough disagreement with that.
I think we went over this ground before, and I think we did agree that in terms of Cleveland organizing, that the denial of service wasn't to take place if a person didn't have their dues. Yeah, that was the understanding I think we all had.
Paul Younger is a Protestant minister who has worked with the poor for a decade.
That we're trying to get folks from all over the city into our locals, and they'll be coming to the food stamp center.
See how they like to use these ministers, these church people, and their socialist crap. You're a white man. Why don't you bring white men and man people over here? We're the mans. We're the men that you got that got money that want wives. Hello, somebody. Oh, he's the white man working with the poor. His people put us in poverty. Please, you can go. Thank you, sir. Go. We don't need you over here. Are you kidding me? Like, what? You used to go work with white people and tell them, like, yeah, you owe money to these people. Like, please, go somewhere. I'm like, what is this? What am I even watching?
I'm trying to sign people up to join welfare rights movements. And what's been happening is people on welfare for years have really been just mistreated. And now we're banding together to really get something going. We have locals already set up. And somebody will get in touch with you.
I can write it. I can print it.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, you can print it.
An interviewer from a local television station.
Mrs. Plummer, today is your beginning of recruitment?
Yes, we're out here to take in our relief clients to take and join our local union, welfare unions, all over the city.
Specifically, what is it you want to accomplish?
We want to accomplish better relationships with the relief department. We want to take and get the things that our workers tell us that we can't have, like household furnishings and clothing orders and car freight going back and forth to the hospital.
Ladies want to sign up?
Success in organizing is more than getting people to sign a piece of paper. It means creating an organization which can build effective pressure on welfare departments, which can deliver economic benefits to its members. And that means helping persons to receive their full welfare payments under the present laws.
We're trying to help you get some of the things that you're eligible for getting in the union or help you because we're trying to get everybody to stick together. One person just don't have to fight for themselves. All of us fight for each other.
Welfare authorities in Washington disagree with the emphasis of welfare clients groups. Washington believes that rehabilitation through employment training will solve welfare problems. How is this to be done? The head of the Department of Social and Rehabilitation Services is Mary Swisser.
I think you have to have it organized. You have to find ways to take care of the children. If the mother is reluctant to leave home with the children, you have to have increased daycare facilities. And you have to begin, in many ways, at a different level than you did with a handicapped person who may have had some schooling, even though they may have been out of the mainstream of life. I think you have to find the right kind of training with jobs at the end of it. And I think all elements in the community have to be involved in this employment problem.
But do you see how they never talk about marriage? Do you see this? Oh, the women think they're going to fix it by making more money. So they want the government to make them more money. The white people in the welfare office say, well, you need to get employment. You see this? Nobody says, the women don't say family. The white people don't say family. And I'm like, what's the biggest way of building wealth? It's through marriage. Stop playing with people. Okay? Because even if she has employment, now she's going to have to worry about daycare. Because who's going to watch their kids? Who's going to watch her kids? Who's going to watch the kids? It's better for her to be married, that she stays at home and she watches over her kids. So that way she's the care provider and she doesn't need to be paid. All she needs is the money for the groceries, right? And then the man, he can work and then he can take care of the other bills, right? This people are sick as hell. Okay? Yeah, that's it. These people are sick as hell. But I'm like, pay attention to their language. It's like more money. And the women say they want more money. to take care of their children. And the white people say, oh, no, you need to go get a job. But okay, you want more money. Where's the money coming from? You're telling her, go get a job. Okay, and then who's going to watch the kids? So I hope people understand the best way to solve this is for her to stay at home and watch her kids. Then you give her welfare money. She stays home and she watches the kids. Meanwhile, the husband, he will go to work. Then he can take care of the other bills. That's her job. She already has a job being a full-time parent. And I know to a lot of people, they think it's a joke. Okay. But being a full-time parent is a real thing, especially if you have multiple kids. Let her job be to take care of her kids and to make sure that her kids achieve certain grades at school. If she doesn't do that, that's a whole different conversation, right? But if she stays at home full-time with the kids, and then she makes sure that the kids, they have a 3.0 or above, we're good to go. Because these kids they'll grow into worthy citizens who will get jobs, and then you can tax them and you can get your money back, right? And then she has a man. Don't take her money away because she has a man, because there are other bills that have to be paid. But I'm like, you save more money by her staying at home with the kids. She keeps her EBT, but she has a husband. Makes more sense. Why go get another job when your first job should be to watch your kids? Do you guys get me? Let her stay home with the kids and let her watch the kids. Right? And even I feel like even the other mothers on welfare who only have one kid, they should be required to watch another child, so that another girl can go to work. But I'm like, you should encourage women to stay at home with their kids. But the problem is people make it seem like being a stay-at-home mom is not a real job. And I really disagree. I really do. Hold on.
We should encourage employment, not only with the end result of getting people not dependent upon public welfare or public assistance, but to help them, if there is a low welfare standard, adequately to supplement it. And this has been one of the chief failures, I think, of the administration of public welfare in this country. I think that it has been a great mistake to not allow and not to give the incentive to people to keep what they earn up to a point. Now, obviously, when they have a job that is going to be permanent and they are secure in it, then, of course, you wouldn't want them to be dependent on public welfare. But until they reach that point, what they earn, they ought to be encouraged to earn in order to supplement welfare payments, particularly where they're inadequate. But usually what happens is that if they earn a little, they are penalized by having it taken out of their assistance payments, so the incentive to work is not as great as it otherwise would be.
Ms. Switzer puts her emphasis on the training programs and other services which will lead to...
With that part. That's why I say even the lady gets married, let her keep her welfare for maybe like the first 5 years of marriage, and then she can get off of it, right? But you meet a man, and right, just because you met a man, you need to lose all your benefits. Like, it takes a while for people to get seasoned into it. Let her meet the man, let her get married to the man, and then 5 years after marriage, then she can lose her benefits. Because by that time, I'm assuming the youngest child should be in school full time so that she can get a job, because the kids are like, now the kids are in school. But I'm like, a woman that has kids under the age of like, let's say first grade or whatever, she should be able to stay home with the kids. Now, when all her kids are starting elementary school and they're in a full-time schedule, then we can say, okay, so since the kids are in school full-time, you can get a job, even if it's part-time, because they're not at the house all day, right? But if she has infants, it's okay for her to be at home. It's not a problem. But I'm like, subsidizing people for 5 years until the child goes to pre-K, it's not a big deal. Even now, because now we even have childcare issues. You know what I mean? We have childcare issues, you know? But I'm like, they demonize motherhood and they bastardize what it truly means to be a full-time mom. It's like, it's a lot that goes into it, especially if a person has multiple kids. But me, I don't mind paying, because I'd rather she stays home and raise the kids than I have to be dealing with juveniles. So long-term, it's worth the investment. Please stay home with your kids. Like, girl, stay home. Okay? And make sure you raise good people.
The employment of welfare mothers. The welfare rights movement puts its emphasis on giving enough money to welfare clients to enable them to live decently. The form of the welfare grant is not considered as important as its size. Dr. George Wiley is a key organizer of the welfare rights movement.
We are finding across the country that there has been increasing discussion in high places of such things as the guaranteed annual income and other things that are supposed to be panaceas to solve the problems of the poor. Well, welfare was supposed to be a panacea 30 years ago. And all of those people who are poor today know that those kinds of easy solutions did not work. The thing that every welfare recipient knows is that there are 2 or 3 basic issues, and the welfare rights movement is beginning to articulate those issues loudly and clearly. That is that the most basic issue for a welfare recipient is enough money to feed and clothe and house the members of his family. And very few people who are talking about a guaranteed annual income are talking about giving poor people amounts of money that would allow them to live in decency and with a sense of adequacy. And it is that the welfare rights movement is going to have to bring across to this country, that we won't have any guaranteed annual income or any family allowance or any other scheme that doesn't provide people with at least the basic necessities of life for their families. And the second thing is that there must be a system of income distribution that gives to people the money that they are entitled to as a right, and you are entitled to your welfare as a right, that gives it to them with a sense of decency, a sense of dignity and respect, that you needn't be the subject of these investigations.
Well, I mean, this part, this man is saying all kinds of foolishness. The moment you receive benefits from people, handouts, benefits from people, you will be dehumanized. Okay? That's just life. You know what I mean? That's why people respect people who have their own money. Anybody that's asked, your hand will always be at the bottom, so you're going to get disrespected. So it would be nice, but if you receive handouts, you receive government benefits and things like that, expect to be degraded. It never fails. Once again, this guy too, he's really funny to me. Money, money. It's not about the money. People need families. People need a father and a mother. Okay? Couples do better. Couples make more money. Even if at first it's hard for them to make money, but if couples stay together long term, just like any investments, they will make more money than the person that is single. Like that's just how it works. Right? So it's like it's important to encourage marriage. Like it really is. People need to get married and people need to build together. A man and a woman need to build together. They need to build their wealth together. They need to build their money together. They need to build their dreams together. Women need the man need the woman. People need to build together because money, money, money. Yeah, right. It's not that easy. And I'm sure that was like in the 60s, right? We're in 2025, like 60 years later. Have they fixed anything? No. Probably gotten worse. Right? I'm like, the most important thing is to teach people how to be compatible for marriage, that you will be married. And yes, the first 5 years married can be just as bad as being on welfare. However, if you do it right, within 10 years, like after the 5 years, you guys should notice that your income, your life, your joy is way bigger than people who are still on welfare. Because couples usually do better financially than people who are by themselves. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that is kind of weird. But I'm like, the fact that they don't prioritize marriage to me is really weird, because the vast majority of wealthy people, the vast majority of multimillionaires, millionaires are married people. Married people do better with finances than a person by him or herself. That's how it works. But you're telling these women money will fix your problem. Marlene, I'm here to tell you the answer is no. A husband will fix your problems. Having structure, a man, a woman, and y'all go through this life together, raising these kids. And I do believe like the first 5 years, you should be able to keep your benefits for the first 5 years of marriage. Eventually, you and your husband should have enough plan to get off the welfare within 5 years, right? And then we're good to go. Because once the kids start school, you can then go get a job or get a part-time job, right? But the welfare is going to be for you to feed everybody in the household. And then whatever money the man brings, that covers everything else, like the rent, the utilities, this and that. Hopefully they can even keep you in government housing so that whatever he makes can cover other stuff that you like, your shoes you need, this that you need, right? We can use his income for that. You got to make it work. But within 5 years, though, because he should have a promotion at his job and things of the sort, right? But within 5 years, you guys should be able to see that year 6 is like where you truly start to blossom. Just like most businesses, it takes like 5 years for most businesses to really be successful. So I'm like, you have to encourage people to marry. You have to. And you got to encourage the women that are on welfare to not get to a point where they become so comfortable that they forget that relationships and being married, it matters. Don't let yourself go when you're on welfare. I mean, maybe it's harder than, it's harder to do than to.
June, the National Coordinating Committee has organized and set up a campaign with a very simple theme that every welfare recipient understands. And that is that welfare recipients are tired of waiting. We are tired of waiting for checks. We are tired of waiting for the little pittance that people give out, but it is going to be a campaign to demand more money now. And so all over this country, welfare recipients will be organizing to go to the welfare department to present a very simple form outlining the most basic needs that they have for food, for clothing, for shelter, and to demand that the welfare department fill those needs now.
Basic needs.
June 30th, welfare clients in Cleveland marched, along with welfare recipients in 40 other cities.
And I hope that you guys see, you see how they started marching, crying, screaming, amen. We need shoes, amen. Okay. I hope people see these marches, these boycotts, these whatever, they don't work. You see, they did all of that. Where's the welfare system today? It doesn't work. They want to boycott Target. It's not going to lead anywhere. Okay. It doesn't work. You want to have real change. You need to have real families. That's like God gave us the blueprint in Genesis. Okay. A man will find a wife. He who find a wife has found a good thing. People need to go get married. Go ye and be fruitful. Okay. Multiply, work together. Right. But they've been marching and marching and marching. Nothing gets better. It just gets worse. And then people laugh at you because it leads to nowhere. Right. But I'm like, this is crazy to me. Hold on. Yeah, let me play this.
They sought to build pressure on local welfare departments to give more money to clients.
Up and down Ohio's roads. This is a history lesson. It tells you how you got where you are. It ain't nowhere. Okay? Up and down Ohio's roads, up and down we go. All we get to run around and stay get out of go. Did the kids on ABC, how can they stay in line when welfare checks are smaller than in 1959? Oh, up and down Ohio's roads, up and down we go. All we get to run around and stay get out of go.
We are walking for more money now and basic needs now. Our checks are too small to buy essential clothing and household items. We call on county welfare to write us special orders to meet these needs now, because our rent and utility allowance is too small to rent our families decent, adequate housing or pay our utility bills. We call on the state welfare department to raise the standards for rent and utilities now, because our children cannot live decently on 83 cents of the bare minimum, or what it cost in December of 1965.
This type of demonstration, an orderly, well-mannered demonstration that existed today, brings out to the public and brings out to those public officials in Columbus that there is a real need and that something should be done and has to be done. And I think, I hope that they're successful. But as far as staff, as I mentioned, staff has an obligation. We're a service organization. We're government employees. We have to serve the public. Our doors are open every day. Our staff is accountable for that type of service that is mandated under the statute, and we have to perform.
My captain, I stepped down on that thing.
How she said we can't pay our utilities. Was that not right? Was that not right? I said you keep your benefits. You use your money to feed the entire family, and hopefully they let you stay in the welfare housing, right? The man, the money he brings, he takes the money to pay the utilities. He takes the money to buy the shoes, the clothes for the kids, the coats, the winter coats, the whatever coats. Maybe sometime y'all can go out and have some ice cream, whatever, right? Because he lives over there. He pays utilities by himself over there, right? Hey, Jay, you over here by yourself. You pay utilities over here. Does it not make sense for us to come together and be like, okay, I got my EBT. I take care of the food. You got your pay, and then EBT, I got the food, I got the housing, but I can't pay utilities. You come in here, we get married, you cover utilities, you cover the baby shoes, the whatever. If we come together, we can get out of this, right? It don't make sense. Right? But I don't know why people have such a visceral reaction to marriage. It's crazy to me. Like, I don't have time to go be begging the government. I don't have time to be marching. They should have like the time you're wasting marching, crying, holding postcards. We could have had dating classes. Like, how do you date as a woman? What kind of meals do you make for a man? How do you flirt with a man? Like, let's teach these women how to be attractive and desirable. I'm not marching. I don't have time for this. I need a husband. Okay, I'm getting out of here. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. I'm getting out of here. I'm 5 years. I'm getting out of here. I need me a husband. Okay. I don't know why people don't want to accept that. Husbands matter. And I guess this is what Tyler Perry was trying to say. And then they cussed his ass out when he said, if all he could do is pay the light bill. But I'm like, I feel like these mothers back in the day, they truly needed a black man that could pay the light bill. You know, every generation different, huh? Don't come for me. Right. But I'm like, she's saying they can't pay for utilities. They don't have shoes. They don't have clothes. So I'm saying, Auntie, listen to me, right? Get a husband. I tell the government, don't take away her EBT. Don't take away her free housing, because it's a lot of kids for him off the rip, right? Let her keep her house and let her keep her EBT. Now, the man, the money he brings in, that money is going to supplement everything, because wherever he lives, he's paying utilities over there. So why not come over here and pay the light bill over here? That's what I'm saying. It makes a lot of sense. And if y'all keep working like this together, I'm sure you'll be able to save, because at some point he's going to get a promotion, right? Y'all can start saving. You understand? But it makes more sense. Now, you don't have to be worried about the power bill. You ain't got to be worried about the water bill, the heating bill, because he can take care of that with the $135 that he makes. You know what I'm saying? And then he can pay for the shoes. It makes perfect sense. And then in exchange, he gets to eat your EBT food. It makes perfect sense to me, right? And then 5 years from now, y'all can save. You might be able to save $20 a month, whatever. So if you do $20 a month, 1 year you can save $240. If you do 5 years, what is it? It's like $100. It's $1,200, right? There you go. You never saved in your life. You understand? You know, there's a young brother I watch over here. He's from Jamaica, right? But he lives in Canada, Siobhan, and he says slow motion is better than no motion, right? If you've never saved $1 in your life, years have come by, you've never been able to even save $5. Marry this man and be able to save $200. You hear me? Right? Marry this man, and in 1 year, you will actually see, like, wow, I actually saved $200. Isn't that beautiful? Right? Marry this man. In 5 years, you might have $1,000, $2,000 in savings. You never had that before. Little motion is better than no motion. Y'all listen to me. I'm very smart, you know, right? And also, as a woman, when you walk outside and you have a man by your side, people will have more respect for you. That's the way the world goes. But if you have a man by your side, you have a man to go home to, and you got a little ring and you call yourself Mrs., people will treat you better. Listen to me. Okay? You got to stay human psychology, right? A woman that is married will be treated better than a woman that is not married. And even worse if she's unmarried with children. Okay? That's the thing. Oh, I got to go home to my husband. It makes you sound very bougie. You understand me, right? So I'm saying, let him move in here. Marry the man. And that way he can pay the power bill, and then you feed him. It works. It works just fine. But 5 years from now, you might be able to move out of here because now you have a deposit to go to go live somewhere better. And then he might have a promotion. And then now the kids are older. So hopefully everybody's going to school full time. So you can either get a part-time job or you can get a full-time job. People just don't want to be inconvenienced for like 5 years. I really don't get that part. But I'm like, marriage, it would save it would save so many people. But they don't want to do it. I don't get it. Get married. This is crazy. Hold on. We can play this.
I can get the casework staff on who are eligible. Want a couple more over here?
The usual press coverage of demonstrations gets a different reaction from the welfare client and the welfare administrator.
I want you two to hang on to this together as if you're handling them.
Well, I can't hand, I only hand what I.
No, this is for all of them. You're representing all of them at the moment. We got other pictures.
What is this? That's all right with the rest of it.
I'm sure it's all right.
Is it okay?
They're all smiling, so it must be all right. You smile a little bit. Smile.
Let's get I want you to grab a hold of them too.
Don't put it in front of my face.
Let's just bring closer together, please. That's it. And smile a little.
All right.
Let's give him a good smile.
All right. Your picture be in the paper. You want to smile?
I'm serious. I mean, this is no playing man. This is serious.
We're serious too. I just said, I think it makes sense. All right. Anyone else like your picture? Kick it. Huh? All right. Please convey to the group my appreciation for their demonstration and the manner in which they conducted it. Thanks again. Come back again.
Oh, I'm tired. I want him to take a bath and go to bed.
Complaints were filed and hearings conducted throughout the summer of 1967 to bring welfare payments up to the highest possible level.
67. My mom was 4 years old. She's born in 63, right? No, 62. No, she was what? She was 5. Have things got any better? It's not a system that is meant to help you. Like, it's meant to break you down. Run for your life. Run. These are not good people.
At the end of the summer, welfare mothers from across the country met in Washington for the first national convention of the organized poor in the 60s.
We need money.
The bill had passed the House of Representatives.
They're saying we need money, Lord. Hold my hand. You're all crazy. These people are crazy. You need money, Lord. Y'all better get married. Okay? These people are too funny. They went to DC so they could sing. We need money, Lord. Hold my hand. You people are just too funny. They're not going to give it to you. They're not going to do it.
Which would freeze the welfare rolls at the 1967 level, would increase employment training and other services, and would compel women with children to leave their homes to work under threat that their assistance would be cut off. They came to lobby, but less than half a dozen officials consented to see them.
And they won't meet with us and talk to us about our problems. They locked the doors. They locked the doors when we came up here on the steps. But it's our building.
George Wiley was one of the speakers. Dick Gregory was another speaker.
We'd like to say thank you very much. Because what you're doing here today,
young.
unborn babies will be grateful for. We want to put the Senate and Congress on notice that we're here today, and we're not mad, we're just tired. But I hope they don't make the same mistake they made with the freedom movement. We came here 4 years ago with the freedom movement, we weren't mad, we were just tired. Today the freedom movement did not come back.
Yo, look at how young he looked. Wow. I was like, Dick Gregory, that's him. Oh my gosh, age will do a thing on you. That is crazy. This is him. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at him. That is, this is him. His entire head don't turn white. Hair is white, beard white. Nothing has changed. I'm like, these marching stuff, boycott stuff, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. As long as you're the one asking for stuff or you're begging for stuff, you will get disrespected. Nothing is going to work. Take what you can out of these people, get married, get out. That's it. They're not good people. They're just not good people.
Give me back what you stole from me. You don't have to go. I mean what I say. People say to me, is it just words? Oh, baby, it ain't words to me. I mean what I say. I got 7 children. I got 2 sons. All they can see is the Vietnam War. But my son say, I won't go. I said, praise be your name, child. You ain't going no damn place. Please spread the word. You know what rescuers is doing? I tell you what they're doing. We know we need a new welfare system. We don't control that system. We don't need them people telling me what I need, what I should do, where I should go, how I should act. I want to act like me.
The doors of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare were locked. They could not gain entrance. They did get into a few congressional offices, but at least in one instance, the reception was somewhat less than friendly.
What we got to have. We're going to tell him. He's not going to tell us. And today...
They really are under the wrong impression about this whole thing. They think it's a black power thing, but it's not a black power thing. You mean you like it?
A black power advocate tried to capitalize on the dilemma of welfare recipients.
There's just as many white people. You know,
it doesn't make any difference.
You know what power is. The only thing I worry about is my welfare check being cut off, and I don't want it. And I don't want if I decide to have another child, I don't want them to take my child away.
Poverty destroys hope. It breeds crime and revolution. It is perpetuated under a welfare system conceived in and for the Depression that does not work today. This is the only Western country that degrades the poor in the way it gives welfare aid. In most others, the state provides a family.
Yeah, it really is. America's evil. It really is. That's why I said these young people today, them Gen Z, Gen Alpha people, they lean more towards socialism, which I get it. But what they should do is lean more towards community. But I'm like, America really does degrade the poor. It really does. This country's mean.
Allowance that amounts to an income floor below which no one can fall. An adequate guaranteed minimum income would help to destroy the welfare cycle. It could be given in such a way that families would not be broken up. Breadwinners would not be penalized for working. And that's the battle cry of the welfare revolt, although it's in simpler words, more money now. But what the welfare mothers desperately want is a chance in life for themselves and even more for their children.
This is so, I was like, this is inhumane. Now you guys, hold on. Finally, we're going to get to the Richelieu thing. The only issue is, you're not going to be able to see it. I'm going to put the picture on the thing. But yeah, they need community over socialism. Otherwise, I get the appeal because capitalism ain't shit. But you can be an entrepreneur without believing in capitalism. You don't have to believe in capitalism because capitalism breeds an excessive amount of greed. It's really disgusting. It really is disgusting. Hold on. Where's the Breakfast Club? It's here somewhere, no? Where is it? It's seriously disgusting. I'm not a fan of it. Okay, hold on. Okay. So now, sorry, y'all, my bad. You know me, I'm always distracted. Okay. I can't play the video, but I'll play the audio, right? That's what I'm doing? Okay. Hold on. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. Is it on? Okay, hold on.
Thing to share that like this conversation, I'm happy to share it. But other than that,
okay, hold on, you guys. Because the thing about Richelieu, he's very boring, you guys. He is really boring. I was struggling listening to him yesterday. But my God, he is boring.
Media assets, Sundial Financial.
He cannot talk without saying he is, hold on, let me make sure I put it at 1.5 because I can't do it. He bores me. He's seriously boring to listen to. Hold on. In
the morning, Breakfast Club. Morning, everybody. It's DJ NV, Just Hilarious, Charlamagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. Lola Rosa is here as well. And we got a special guest in the building. He has so many titles. Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Richard, well, go ahead. I'm the executive chairman of Sundial Group of Companies.
That's right.
Yeah, Rich Dennis, yes. It is a group of companies. Tell them some of the companies, Richard.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As I was saying earlier, it feels like every couple of years.
Yeah, talk to Mike. You should know
every couple of years. No, I only do this like once every 2 years when I come explain myself to you. So Sundial Group of Companies consists of Sundial Media Group and Media and Technology Group. So that's Essence, Refinery 29, Afropunk, BeautyCon, and a few other media assets. Sundial Financial, which is New Voices Fund, which we.
Can you guys hear him? Can you hear him? Because I can't play, the Breakfast Club, you can't play their stuff. We're not going to make it through. Can you hear it? Yeah, he's so like, I was like, sir, get to it.
Invest in businesses, one of the largest investors in Black-owned businesses and people of color. So that's and then the consumer. We have Sundial Consumer. So some of you guys know us for the brands that we've built, like Shea Moisture and Indian Heritage and Madam C.J. Walker, and now some of the newer brands like Alafia and some of those things. So we play across the economic landscape of culture.
And also, if I'm not mistaken, you said Afropunk? I mean Afrotech? Afropunk, okay, and BeautyCon.
He said all that. He said all that.
Okay, I'm just making sure, man. The reason I want to stress that is because you said you got to come in here every couple of years to explain yourself, but I want people to know who you are, and I want them to know how important you are to a lot, not just yourself, but to a lot of other Black companies and Black.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've invested in probably at this point well over 100 Black businesses. We've focused in on. We started with a keen focus on women-owned Black businesses, and then we spread that out to men. So we've invested in and helped build companies like Mayel, Honeypot, Square, Solo Funds. So we go across everything from consumer to deep tech, right? With the lens of trying to solve vexing problems in the Black community, investing in businesses that solve vexing problems in the Black community. We see ourselves as building the cultural infrastructure and monetization engines that allow us to keep ownership of our intellectual property as a community, and to build and scale businesses that can then reinvest back in the community. One of the last times I was here, not one of the last times, but the time before the last.
Ricky, when I tell you this man says a whole lot, I'm like, sir, did you practice before you showed up? I was annoyed. I'm not even know. I don't even care that you're African anymore. I just hate that there's two You chose to come to the Breakfast Club. I don't even know why he's here, to be honest. But you chose to go to the Breakfast Club. So if you're going to be there, I'm assuming you practice with your PR people. How you almost like near a billionaire and you're not loquacious? Like, what is going on? Yeah, you didn't practice. Like, it's so annoying. I'm like, oh, my Lord. Oh, you do, Kevin? Hold on. Here's the link. I was like, it's so, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to die. I said, oh my God. It's so annoying. He is so annoying. Here's the link. I'm like, he's so annoying. I'm like, oh crap, Lord Jesus. Can't do this.
Sorry. I came in here and we're talking about me selling Shea Moisture. And I said to you guys, I'm selling this company because I am going to unlock wealth that's never been seen in our community before. I'm going to invest that wealth back in our community.
And you did it.
I did that, right? 6 years later, 7 years.
Okay, I want to call cap on that. Me, honestly, for me personally, if I had, because I personally used to have smoke for Richelieu. I don't like people saying, oh, he's African, like it's a pejorative. But my issue is, Marlene, personally, I do not co-sign Black capitalists. Because I think Black capitalists, they operate from a white model of oppression. So I don't really mess with those people, right? So he said, oh, I said I was going to sell Shea Moisture, and I was going to unlock a level of capital that's never been seen before. Yes, it still hasn't been seen. You saw it, I didn't see it. Right? I don't like how a lot of Black people who sell their businesses want to make it seem as though they're doing me a favor. The money never comes down to me. You unlocked a level of wealth that you had never seen before, that you and your family and your friends have never seen before, right? You didn't do this for me. Even the way he talks about Essence Fest, whatever, I was like, yeah, it's bullshit. This is not a non-for-profit. Okay, let's stop doing, oh, I'm here for the community and our community. And shut up. It's a business, right? Essence Fest, the whole Essence thing, it is a business. You bought Essence out of bankruptcy to make it profitable so you can make money to pursue other goals that you had. Don't make it seem as though this is something that you are doing for the good of the Black community. No, you're not. It is a business. Right? If you really cared about the Black community like that, you will not be investing into Essence Fest. You will be investing into education. You'll put your money into NSB. You'll put your money into, HBCUs. You won't even put your money into prison reform. It is a business. You're running Essence for a profit. You sold Shea Moisture for a profit that you may have the capital needed to pursue your endeavors. Now, your endeavors might focus on a Black audience. No, not a problem. But you're doing this at a profit, Richelieu. So I'm like, to sit here making it seem like you're some philanthropic person who sold Shea Moisture that you could just give all your money back to Black people. You're not Robin Hood. Okay? Stop it. You're doing too damn much. Right? You unlock wealth for yourself. You unlock wealth for the people that you have, like Mael. She unlocked wealth for her family. It then trickled down to the rest of us. She's not out here giving scholarships. Okay, you helped Main Choice sell her stuff. Courtney, she bought a Lambo. How do I benefit from that shit? Okay, I don't benefit, right? Honey Pot, she sold her business. It made her wealthy. It made her family wealthy. It made her friends maybe wealthy. I don't know. I did not benefit from that, right? This is still about making, the thing about the fuck that he's talking about, these kinds of Black capitalists, it's like you make one Black person wealthy at a time. At this rate, we're going to die, right? We're going to die. So good for those Black people. But it's don't make it seem like I stand to gain by seeing them sell their businesses to Unilever for $300 million. I will never see this money. They will see this money. Cool. They'll buy houses near white people, right? They'll buy cars. They'll live with white people, pay taxes in white neighborhoods, and live amongst white folks. It does nothing for me. Not good for them. They can be like, hey, I'm the first Black person to make this amount of money. Good for you. But you see, that is still individually focused. It's still hyper-focused on the individual. And it does not uplift the community. Nobody said, oh my gosh, Mael made all this money and now all these Black girls are getting all these scholarships to go study here for free. No. She made money. She bought a bunch of luxury goods. She went to Paris at the fashion show. That's it. That's it. So it's stop doing all this weird crap to people. You're a weirdo. I hate that shit. Come on now. And then you come to New Orleans and you say it
not only have we done that, we've now had 4 or 5 exits that have delivered more than $1 billion back into Black families in this country. So very, very proud of the journey that we're on.
Okay, so 5 exits that brought $1 billion. So 5 Black families got to eat $1 billion. You think that's okay? What they really need to roast you for, it's not that you're Liberian. They need to roast you for being a Black capitalist. And that the people who eat when you broker these deals are a select, it's a small group of people. And then when they make money, they do the same shit like every other Black capitalist does. Live next to white people, buy the white trinkets, go to Europe, go to fashion shows, spend money with white folks. So why the fuck do I care? That's what people need to cancel your ass for. It's not that you're Liberian. It's that you're no different than the average capitalist. So go fuck yourself. That's what my real issue should be. But don't act like you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart. No, because otherwise your main investment vehicle, it would be in education, especially engineering. You know what I mean? Like you will be in that heavy, but you don't make any investments in STEM. You don't make any investments in engineering. You don't make any investment in science. You find something that Black women love, like hair care products, lipstick, all that kind of bullshit, right? You get a bunch of Black girls to buy into it because you use their cultural identity. Oh, this is for the Black girl, it's for the Black girl, right? And ultimately you sell to a white business. And now that white business has access to a Black audience. And many times they change the ingredients, therefore putting the health of these Black women at risk. Let's keep it a buck, right? That's what they get to roast your ass for, is that you are no different than the average capitalist. You understand? Because when y'all make these sales to Unilever, to Procter & Gamble, you don't fight for the ingredients to stay the same, that the health of these Black women is not impaired. Like people are getting hurt. You're talking about money and exits, right? No, you don't understand me, Mark. I don't like xenophobia. You can't say, oh, I don't like this man because he's African. Like, what the fuck? What does that even mean? You know what I mean? Because the real issue with Richelieu is not that he's Liberian. It's his Black capitalist mindset. You understand? Yes. Like he did not erase Black American culture. It's not possible. Nobody can erase 400 years of history. And they definitely can't do it with race. Like, go sit down somewhere. The real issue with Richelieu, like I would have more respect to all these Black American people and any Black person if they said Richelieu. One thing I disagree with, and that's what I said, me, that's always been my stance. I've never liked this man. I've never liked him. Okay, like I've never cared for him because he's a Black capitalist. I don't like that shit, right? But my main issue is when it comes to Essence Fest, well, like I said, the brothers, last time we had these Black American brothers who had a bookstore and they have a bookstore in like downtown New Orleans, and they were not allowed to promote their reading event. I'm like, why not? You're going to make $400 million. You can't let these people make $10,000. Like, get the fuck out of here. You are crazy. He's really crazy, right? The city makes over, and I said this, number two, my second issue is most Black people, like most Black Americans, most Creole people of New Orleans, they're not close to the dome. They're away from the dome, like mid-city and outside of mid-city. Because when you get to where you have Essence, like the dome, the French Quarters, Frenchmen's, it's usually white-owned businesses. And a lot of real estate belongs to Palestinians, but most businesses belong to white people. So the Black people, like the local Black people of New Orleans, they don't even get to really see the money. Because most tourists are not going to really go out like that far away from the dome, right? So like they should be encouraged to go outside the dome and maybe go to mid-city, go like outside, like near Elysian Fields over there, like discover other, is that true, Kevin? Discover other Black businesses, right? When you're in New Orleans. So when he has a no compete, like the entire Essence week, nobody can compete with Essence. I said, fuck you. Because that shit ain't fair. Because you're going to make a shitload of money anyways. Like a small bookstore is not going to hurt your bottom line. Like, go fuck yourself. So if they had said that, I'm like, yeah, cuss his ass out. The issue is when you come out and your main indictment is that, oh, he's African and he owns it. No, see, I'm African. I could own Essence, right? But just because I'm African, I own Essence, it doesn't mean that I want to erase you. That's not the problem here. But when he says there's a no compete around like the entire periphery of the dome, there's a no compete. Why not? Why not? Why do I have to pay you in order to promote my business that I promote every other day of the week when you're not here? That to me is not okay. And for LaToya Cantrell to go along with this bullshit is ridiculous for me. You're about to make $400 million in one weekend. Why can these small people promote their bookstore? Like, what the fuck is the big deal? What the fuck is the big deal, right? And if you want it to happen at the dome, then some people should be able to qualify. Some people should be able to qualify, right? Some people should be able to qualify for like a scholarship. Like, hey, if you can't pay, maybe you do an application and you explain your hardship. And when you explain your hardship, they can let it slide. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Kevin, you're here. Hold on. Kevin wants to be here, right? You know what I'm saying? Where would you show up on the stage? How does that work? Can you hear me, Kevin?
I can hear you.
Okay. You see, but you're not on the stage though. So what do I do? I don't know.
I don't know.
Because you had this one video, right? Let me play this video. So see, this right here, it triggered me. Because I'm like, you should let the people, hold on. You should let those people promote their bookstore. I really don't see what the big deal is. Hold on. Where is he? Which one was it? Hold on. Oh my gosh. Where are all my videos? Hold on. Sorry, you guys. I'm going to find the video. Because some of y'all didn't see it. So let me replay it. So you'll see what I mean. I'm like, let the people promote their books or their bookstore. It's not a big deal. You're not going to lose money behind that. But where's the lady? I watched too many videos. Dang. Priscilla. You were here, right? What was this? Sunday? Oh, we were here on Saturday, right? Okay, it was Saturday. It was... Lord help me, I should be there almost, right? So I watched too many videos. Oh, I think I got it. Okay, right there. I got it. Okay. What is this? Sorry,
I heard a wise man say a long time ago, there's never enough of more. And that is true in the story I'm about to tell you. Not too long ago, Essence had their annual Essence Festival of Culture, where they have concerts, symposiums, and a whole host of events that people who purchase tickets can go and partake of, right? Mm-hmm. Well, they got wind that another event was taking place locally, and they decided to get their big bad lawyers to shut them down with a cease and desist. Now, Essence evoked a law called the Clean Zone Law that basically...
So to me, this is what people should have been mad at. That clean zone law thingy. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that part. That's crazy.
Basically says if there are other events competing near an event, I guess that was already supposed to be there, they can be shut down. Now, Baldwin and Company and Lit Diaries LLC, those are both book companies, along with Baldwin and Company being a coffee shop, they were going to have an event, right? I'm imagining talking about books or selling books and things like that. So they were ordered to shut down. Now, Darnell DJ Johnson, who owns Baldwin and Company, said it's very disheartening. And I agree with him. It is, because it's like, Essence, do you really think that that book company, a very small book company, might have, because it's local, right? Do you really think they were going to take money out of your pocket? And the other thing is, that bookstore, it belongs there, right? It's a fixture there. So Essence comes in, I guess, a couple of times a year, maybe one time a year, and they do their thing and they leave. And so it's like, I guess for that time that they're there, which it sounds like it's a Friday through a Monday, they want to suck all the resources out of there and not leave any crumbs, at least for the Black-owned businesses that are there. Now, I should say that Essence is owned by a Black man, Mr. Dennis. I'm not sure how much he had to do with that, but hopefully he gets word that his company did that to another Black-owned company and they make it right. Now, I don't know how they would do that, but I'm sure that company lost a lot of money due to not being able to operate on that day. So they could write them a nice little check. They could afford it. Y'all tell me what you think it is. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetria K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
Okay, you see? So for me, I'm like, there was no need for you to do that to those people, because they can, let me see what she got to say. They can show their stuff. And it's named after James Baldwin. I'm like, let the people promote their stuff, though. Like, what is the problem? Let's look at this thing. Hold on.
With so many important but heavy topics in the news these days, tonight we take a moment to shine a spotlight on a Black man doing his part to try and uplift others in his community. His name is DJ Johnson. DJ grew up in New Orleans. He went off to college and eventually dove headfirst into a demanding career. But a decision to put family first changed everything. DJ came back home to help, but also found a new calling: to open up a coffee shop and bookstore called Baldwin and Company. His inspiration and goal of giving back to his community that helped shape him are why he's tonight's example of someone who's truly making a difference. DJ Johnson joins us tonight from New Orleans. DJ, glad to have you on.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right, so tell me more about your life growing up in New Orleans. What was it like? I know family has always been very important to you.
Oh, yeah, definitely family is the ultimate. My mom, 7 kids, single mother. My dad is phenomenal also, though. So we grew up as an average typical kid in New Orleans. I mean, running through the streets of impoverishment, trying to find a way out. When I was growing up, it was either you had to shoot basketball to get out of the impoverishment or you had to rap. So that was kind of like the only 2 options that at the time growing up we thought. But my parents instilled education. One of the things that they taught us was that education will be your way out of this level of empowerment. It will give you that opportunity to be successful. You don't necessarily have to be able to play prolific basketball or be able to rap, like some of the other things that we were told that that's the only way to get out of the hood. So my parents, they stressed education. But it's the typical life. It was the 80s. I'm an 80s baby. So growing up in New Orleans, it was the murder capital of the world. You got violence surrounding you every single day. You're growing up in level of impoverishment that you don't see any light. You know, there's no light of opportunity. But thank goodness for my parents for believing in education.
Amen.
You know, I've got to tell you that New Orleans is one of my favorite cities that I go and try to visit at least once a year. So I just want to put that out there. All right, so you left New Orleans for school and work. Tell us a little bit about what you were doing.
So yeah, I went to Clark Atlanta University. Went to loved the AUC. Went out to Atlanta and had a phenomenal time and ended up working my professional career for federal government. Worked in Atlanta for a long time. Worked in Washington D.C. and was able to ascend to one of the highest levels in government. Was one of the youngest executives in the executive leadership program. And it just was a phenomenal career. I love my job, my IT profession. So I have my master's from Georgia State University. And I honestly thought that I was going to work for the federal government until retirement. I had a phenomenal mentor. And one of the things that he told me, he said, look, man, you have a duty to continue your path in the FDIC. You were slated to be the next CIO. So that was my ceiling. I would walk through the hallways, people would pull me aside and say, man, I love what you're doing. You're going to be the next CIO. Keep your head up, keep doing what you're doing. So he said I had a responsibility to stay within the government and be able to pave the way for other young Black men and other young Black women to be able to get into those executive ranks. So I thought that was going to be my career. I said, well, I'm working in the government and try to get as many young Blacks in the government as possible. I was the chairman for the Diversity and Inclusion Program, and that was my goal. Then my mom got sick. She was in the hospital for 3 months.
Now I'm also just to put it out there because it's me. I'm also against Black people in the government. I don't like that because the public sector is it's non-competitive. What can you learn there? Okay. Young Black kids need to go in the corporate world and they need to compete and they need to build these crazy networks and they need to make a lot of money. The federal government, no. Okay. It's a no, but I get it. It's better than nothing, but I'm like, okay, go corporate. Okay. Go corporate and go big. And build a network of people, which is not easy, but it's not impossible, right? And that's why you got to get into a good school, because if you get into a great university, it's a lot easier to build a network of people, right? But I'm not a fan of Black people in the federal government. I hate it. I don't like that.
Came back home and the doctor told me in front of her, he said, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. He said, your mom isn't going to get better. She's only going to get worse. And she probably doesn't have much longer to live. And that just was something that I couldn't walk away from. I couldn't, I just was livid. I just was irate. And what was more hurting was that he said it to me in front of my mother. And so you could see all life just leading from her. But one of the things I sort of is...
Some of these doctors are really insensitive.
So I quit my job after 20 years. Moved back home and took care of my mom. And it was an uphill battle. But I mean, one of the things I did was I went in and I threw everything in the house away. I threw the refrigerator away. I threw my clothes away. I threw the sofas, everything. If it was in the house, I threw it away. And when she walked in, everything was gone. And I needed her to understand this is a new beginning. She couldn't walk. She couldn't feed herself. She couldn't bathe herself. So I said, this is a new beginning. You're going to walk. You're going to be able to cook again. You're going to have another life. And I'm happy to say that my mom, she is recovered phenomenally well. So that's what brought me back to New Orleans. But if you'd asked me 3 years ago if I'd have been back in New Orleans, I'm like, nah, not a chance. No, I love New Orleans. I love being home. But I was like, no, I mean, I got a great career for what? I mean, like, I love home, but I'm like, I visit festival season.
Well, let's talk about, that's an amazing story, and I'm so glad that your mother recovered. So I'm so happy for that. Let's talk about Baldwin and Company. What about being back home inspired you to open a coffee house and bookstore?
Well, being back, the low literacy rates in New Orleans, I wanted to do something about that, not just talk about the gentrification that's occurring in my neighborhood, but I wanted to do something about it to increase the literacy rates and fight the pipeline to prison. There is a indirect, some may argue a direct correlation to the pipeline to prison from literacy.
And I'm like, you gotta please look at the bookstore. And I'm like, he doesn't even have that much square footage. How many people you think he's gonna steal from your goofy ass Essence Week? It's not that big. It's not that big. He's a small person. And I'm like, for you, Richelieu, he used to talk about, like, he used to sell black soap, like Ghanaian black soap outside of Harlem. How many times did the police try to hush you? Do you even have a license? Did you have a license? Right? But it's like people start big. People used to start small, hounding people in the street to sell black soap. And now that you're so rich, you out here oppressing people, and you tell the mayor to pass a no something. Boy, shut up. You are crazy. So to me, I feel like stuff like this is what he should be getting roasted on. That's what he needs to get roasted on. Right? And I'm like, it's not a big deal for him to promote his stuff and to have people go to his bookstore because he doesn't have that much square footage. It's not that big. I can understand if he was renting out the Smoothie, like the Smoothie King Center, because the Superdome is right next to the Smoothie King Center. So also big convention center like that. It's like super big. No, it's a tiny ass bookstore, like near Elysian Fields. Wumpty wump wump wump. Like, you're crazy. He is really crazy.
Test scores in the 3rd grade. So I said, well, I want to open up a bookstore and do something about that. So my plan is to fight mass incarceration through literacy.
Amen.
Because there's just a number of statistics that's going on in New Orleans right now. Only 34% of New Orleans 3rd graders are reading at 3rd grade level. And what that does is it creates a pipeline to prison. So I said, I want to do something about it. I just want to talk about some of the issues that exist. And that's where I had the idea to open up a bookstore, and we're starting a number of literacy programs to fight crime and fight mass incarceration through literacy.
DJ, you come from humble beginnings, but you got an education and you have an impressive career resume. Why do you feel it's important for other people, especially Black people, to do what you did and bring their talents back to their communities, the communities that raised them?
Well, yeah, I think it's important not just for Black people. I think it's important for America, for Black people to continue to rise and be strong symbols in our community. Part of the reason for me is that I want a better life for my children, my family, my friends, my nieces and nephews. And in doing so, starting a business and owning real estate is one of the greatest wealth building tools that exists. There's no question that real estate is one of the greatest wealth building tools that exist. So I said, well, one of the things that I want to do is come back, invest in my community, rebuild my community. We don't necessarily have to wait on other ethnic backgrounds to come and rebuild Black communities. I said, I want to be a part of that. We can gentrify our own communities. And I think it's important that friends and family and other educated Blacks come back and do the same thing, just because America is only going to be as great as what we collectively make it.
Well, on my next trip to New Orleans, which again, I love the city.
Okay, so then they sued him, right? They sued him. Hold on.
Update. So Baldwin & Co., that New Orleans Black-owned bookstore that got sued by Essence for allegedly taking flyers and materials and promoting themselves as an Essence licensed event, got their lawsuit dismissed. Shout out to them. Thank you to everyone that said something, including myself, because Essence was way out of pocket for this.
Yeah. So I feel like stuff like that is what he should be getting smoked for. Also, the fact that they do Essence in New Orleans, they should have a proper office in New Orleans. Like, there are valid complaints about, they are truly valid complaints about Essence. Trust me, I can make a whole list, right? When I'm telling you it's the food, Brittany, y'all don't listen to me. Y'all, you see, I threw her with the refrigerator. I threw her with the food. I threw her with the this. The day when you guys are going to listen to me, it is the food. It's inflammation. It is the food. I tell y'all, start cooking. People are going to start getting healthier. It's not a joke. The food is seriously poison. Even the water is poison. You might want to start giving your mom alkaline water. Okay? These people out here are poisoning the food stores. I'm not saying it to be funny. But I'm like, Essence Fest should truly have a proper office in New Orleans. There are too many abandoned buildings. They can buy one. They can buy one and they can have a proper office. I also said, we need to know when they do Essence Fest and the city makes $319 million, they make $400 million. How much of that money truly goes to Black businesses? We need to ask. There are real concerns here. But when you come to me and you say, oh, we don't like it that he owns it because he's African or because he gave jollof rights. No, okay, I can't fuck with that because that's xenophobia. which means that you yourself don't even know enough about Essence. You don't even know enough about New Orleans. Because if you knew enough about New Orleans, him being Liberian is the least of our problems here, okay? Right? They should not shut down smaller businesses during Essence Fest. That's crazy. Now, they should also have a scholarship page for smaller businesses who are going through hardship, who might not be able to afford having a booth inside the dome, because it's not easy. He used to sell his black soap outside, and I doubt that he had a license from City Hall in New York City to do so. Okay, right? Number 3, they should have a proper office. Because if New Orleans is where you're going to do Essence Fest, y'all need to be part of New Orleans. You need to have an office in the French Quarters. You need to have a proper office. And they need to hire local people. It's going to make it a lot better. So that way Essence can have real organic relationships with the Black businesses of New Orleans and know what to do and what not to do. And know how to not use your big-ass corporate lawyers to scare people. You ain't shit. Okay? Number 4. Essence should play a part in the local politics and also prison reform of not just New Orleans, but the whole state of Louisiana, especially Angola. It's a disgusting, inhumane prison. If you didn't know any better, you would think that prison belongs in some 3rd, 4th world country. But no, it's in America. It's in Louisiana. A plantation that was turned into a prison, y'all. It is frightening. That place is so scary. It's not even a joke. Like when you hear stories about people who go to Angola or come out of Angola, yo, what the heck? How's that even legal in America? How's that legal in America? Right? But it's so disgusting. It is so inhumane. Angola is frightening. Hold on. Let me show you the prison. Let me show you the prison. Hold on. That place is not a real place. It's inhumane. You see? You see? They got the horses. What in the plantation nightmare is this? But it's a plantation. It really is a plantation. It is awful in there. Now, I'm not saying that some people don't deserve to be in there, but damn, there should be a way for you to distinguish between the state and the criminal. But it's like, you can't even tell. Hold on, you guys. Sorry. You can't even tell the difference between who is the criminal and who's the state. It's inhumane. It is inhumane. Even these guys, even the guys who escaped from prison recently, the guy, not prison, but the jailhouse. Hold on. Right? All these people who escaped from the New Orleans jail, you guys, it's not that far from the convention center. It's not that far. It's not that far. So I'm like, to know that you're having Essence Fest from a jailhouse where people are treated like this, there's a reason why they were able to escape. They haven't changed those things, like the locks, the doors, the whatever, everything in there is just so like these. How can you house people in this stuff? How can they live like this? How can they live like this? And they come and they do Essence and they party and they drink and they talk about Black excellence the entire time. The city is like the #1 murder capital in the world. Okay? It's a lot of bad things that happen in New Orleans. And I'm like, so what are you doing to make this place a better place? They treat New Orleans, you know how rich people will go to Africa for like luxury vacations and completely ignore that people are suffering? That's how they do. Like, these are Black people who come to New Orleans and they treat the place like they're tourists. It's so bizarre to me. Like, are you not Black? Okay? They come to that place and they treat New Orleans like they're tourists, as opposed to like truly trying to be like, you know what, how do I come here? You can have a good time, but you can also be part of change. Like Essence Fest should not just be about partying, drinking, casual sex, and hookups, but it should really be a place where people show up to make a change. Like, how can we make this city better? How can we make this city safer? And I'm like, to me, Essence Fest will always feel like it's being led by a bunch of transplants until they decide to have a proper office in New Orleans and to truly understand what is going on in New Orleans and what do the Black people actually need in New Orleans? And also, how do you make local Black businesses, right, truly benefit from Essence instead of all the money going to predominantly white businesses and Palestinians, realtors? Like, yeah, because they own all the real estate. Most of the real estate in downtown, like in the French Quarters, is owned by Palestinians. It's not owned by Black people. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. So I'm like, you're saying all kinds of foolishness. Hold on, you guys. Let me put his face back on the screen. Where is he again? Where's this man? Oh, here he is. Hold on. Because I got to play his stuff on my iPad. Hold on. Because, you know, the Breakfast Club, you know, hold on. Like, it's so annoying. I'm like, what is this?
That we're on, and but every once in a while, you know, we don't get it 100% right, but we do. Is that right? So that's. Well, and I do want to say it's very important. What you do and have done is so important, and even more important now. When you see all these DEI initiatives getting rolled back, when you see these fundings, when you see this funding for these Black organizations and Black companies getting cut, all we gonna have is us. That's it. To invest back in each other. That's it. That's it. You know. First of all, a lot of the criticism is warranted. A lot of
Kevin, if you want to say anything, just jump in, huh? Don't just let me talk. If you want to say something.
it is not, right? There's always an explanation for things that go wrong, and people are always excited to take credit for things that go right. Right? My job is to balance that all out, right? So we have an incredible team that's running Essence Festival. They have built something that when you look at it, if you look at the scale of what it is today, that competes against the best in the world, right? Without the resources of the best in the world, right? And without the access that the best in the world has, right? So I'm extremely proud of that team. I'm also proud of the fact that they took risks that we don't normally get to take in order to build something better. And some of those risks worked out exceptionally well. Like you go into the convention center, extraordinary, right? We had problems in production with the mics. That happens, seems to happen more in the Superdome or in domes rather. But we have problems there. Those problems will be addressed because they're easily addressable. There's reasons for why that happened. At some point, we can get into that if you want to. But we had over 40 acts over the 3-day weekend in the Superdome, right? Best talent in the world, and they deserve the best acoustics. They deserve the best production, and we'll give that to them. We've given that to them for 30 years. This 31st year, we didn't do as good a job as we normally do, and next year we'll do a better job than we've ever done because we've learned what the issues were. So
why was Lauryn Hill so late? She said it wasn't her fault.
It absolutely was not her fault.
She said she thanked y'all for actually stepping up and saying it wasn't her fault.
Well, our job is to protect Black women. We're not going to sit here and say, hey, because she's taking the heat for it, we're going to be quiet, because that's not what we're building. There were production issues with the audio video system that caused the delay in her performance. We own that, right? Those delays, were primarily because we've been very aggressive in, as I said earlier, our job is to develop the infrastructure that drives Black businesses, right? So we also want to make sure that we're investing in the local businesses in New Orleans, right? And so our production partner, from our mandate and my team's directive, which again, we're very proud that we're able to do this. One of the things that is also satisfying but scary is that there are no more Black festivals around, right? We're about the only independent one left, right? And so what that means is that the people that get to produce these festivals, fewer and fewer and fewer of them have the resources and the access and the ability to run these large festivals because they're not getting those opportunities, right? I said to my team a year ago, is we need to go out and find the types of partners that we can develop and grow so that they have the opportunities to do these, right? So we probably should have been a little bit more thoughtful in the execution of that, right? But at the end of the day, I'm proud of the fact that they took the risk, right? Next year, we will have a local, well-trained, well-developed partner in that area because we got the experience we had this year.
So y'all didn't have the right production team to pull off a concert of that scale, basically.
For the sound.
Yes, right? However, sorry, I just want to grab that, right? However, our job is to train them up. It's not their fault, right? It's our fault, right? We have to, if we're going to go that route, we have to continue to make sure that we're investing in their development and in their training, and we're going to continue to do that. And rest assured that will not happen again. I'm sorry.
I was going to ask you, the production group company that you're talking about, is that separate from the Solomon Group company? Because there was articles about them working with you guys and people throwing a lot of blame on the Solomon Group people too.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's not any of our partners' fault. It's our fault because we engage them, we hire them, we pay them, we manage them, and it's our job to make sure that everything is delivered properly. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's the Solomon Group's fault or it's this group's fault or it's that group's fault, right?
But you're a nice guy.
At the end of it, well,
if I pay you to do sound, I'm not a sound guy. The sound's supposed to be right. I'm paying you a certain amount of money. The sound's supposed to be perfect. That's what you're paying for. You don't sit there with the mics and adjust levels and stuff. Like you pay somebody.
What about the tardiness of the artist? Yeah, that was the other thing I kept hearing. I kept hearing people was, late.
But Lauren Hill said she wasn't late though.
So let me get to that. But first, let me take this, right? It's not that I'm a nice guy. It's that I am trying to build something that's lasting. If I don't invest in people and I don't have the patience with them, plenty of people allowed me to fail, right? And because they allowed me to fail, I'm where I'm at today, right? My job and the role that I see myself playing is to make sure that when somebody fails, I'm there to pick them up, right? Because that's the other thing that we don't have the luxury of as Black people. We get one shot, right? And then you walk away. So we're going to take the hit. It's our fault. It's our responsibility. We will deal with our internal partners. Our internal partners will step up. And if they then don't step up to the plate, then they will be gone. But it will not be because they made a mistake here. It will be because they haven't been able to learn from those mistakes, right? So that
okay, this sounded cool. Oh, it's not their fault. It's our fault. Da, da, da. I feel like at the end of the day, if you hire someone for sound, you don't check their credentials, or you were just being cheap. Because I'm like, what? That's what I'm saying. Like, honestly, I don't think you have to come outside to explain yourself. But if you're going to come outside to explain yourself, I need you to work on your answers and, impress me. But, oh, it's our fault. We take the hit. Now I'm thinking like, okay, what was the budget looking like? Did you give these people the right budget? Right? And also, did you hire people that could actually deliver? Because I don't think it's fair also, if you hire a really small sound team out of New Orleans that's never done the Superdome, that is crazy. I'm all for giving them chances, but give them smaller chances and then watch them grow. Or can they actually do it, but the budget just wasn't there? Something is weird, okay? Something is really weird. So I'm mixing with this noble talk, like, oh, it's my fault. I'll take the hit. I'm trying to build something that lasts. Because I'm like, what was the budget like? Like I said, I really do believe that Essence Fest, they were really serious about doing this Essence Fest thing in New Orleans, and they want it to be beautiful. They need to have an actual office in New Orleans. Have an actual office, hire people locally, and build relationships there locally. So that way a lot of this stuff can be avoided, okay? But I'm like, what was the budget like? What was the budget? Kevin, if you want to say something, you can say something, okay? Let me know.
That's the answer there. I think you were asking the tardiness.
Yeah, because I read the open letter that Stephanie Mills wrote, and I love Stephanie Mills.
God bless her.
God bless Stephanie Mills. And what she said was, she's a professional. This is an OG veteran. Yeah, she said the challenges I encountered were multifaceted and, in my view, indicative of broader organizational shortcomings. The scheduling and time management were severely lacking, creating a chaotic and stressful environment backstage. This organization cascaded onto the stage, impacting the flow of the event and ultimately diminishing the quality of the performances. Then she got into the logistical issues. And she said beyond the logistical issues, the technical difficulties, was what we just talked about, the sound system. Right. She said all of that was deeply problematic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she said it. There's nothing to argue there, right?
I guess the why is what I'm asking.
Well, I think the why is one scale, right? And when you start with the technical issues, as you guys are in this business, things have a way of having domino effects, and they impact other things, right? So we're tracking all of that now. We've got folks that have been working nonstop around the clock to make sure that we not just identify these. So So whether it's Miss Mills or it's the security guard on the floor or whoever it is, we're talking to everybody, and we're making the adjustments that we need to make. This isn't a matter of, hey, we're oblivious to these issues. This isn't a matter of, hey, we don't understand that there were challenges. We understand there were challenges. We're getting to the bottom of it, and we're correct.
I think I understand what you're saying as far as production, because we deal with that, especially in radio a lot of times, right? You're giving people an opportunity, you're giving people a chance, but they may not have the experience. And you said you got to train them up. But man, when you got something that needs to hit the ground running, I can't teach you how to run. I need you to already know how to run.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of times too, because we don't get the opportunities, we may know how to run, but we may be rusty, right? I may not have done it in a year and a half.
Yeah, but if you fear that people might be rusty, then you should have practice. So why don't you have like baby Essence Fest so that you people can practice first? That's why I say you need to have a local office. But I'm like, practice. If you think you're rusty, then practice first. But I'm like, because now I'm thinking like, was the budget just not there? Was the budget just not there? You know what I'm saying? Did they think they were going to sell a certain amount of tickets and then they didn't sell a certain amount of tickets? And so they had to make things on the cheap. And then people end up not having a good experience. Because to me, I'm like, to me, it sounds more like the budget just wasn't there. So it didn't, you know what I'm saying? It didn't give what it was supposed to give.
So things slip, right? I may have new team members that haven't really run it with me before. So I've got to figure out how to do that. So this isn't anything new to this business or to the music or the festival business. But I think it is particularly heightened because we care about the people that we care about, and the people that we serve care deeply about what it is that we're doing, right? So this criticism, I don't take it as criticism to criticize, although there is some of that, right? There's some piling on, there's all that, but that's part of the game. But people really care about what Essence means to them, and it's a source of pride for them, right? So we have to deliver that. That's why I'm here, right? So we have to be able to deliver that. We have to deliver that excellence every day. And so, 500 things may go right, and one thing may go wrong, or 2 things or 10 things may go wrong. We owe it to ourselves to say, hey, this isn't working, and B, for us to correct it. Right?
Now, so I do have to ask, I go to Essence every year, right? And I was there this year. I actually spoke on one of the stages, the Suede Lounge.
How dope was that?
It was dope.
Yeah.
It was really dope. I mean, I love Essence because you get to see your core of people that you don't usually necessarily get to see, right? Everybody comes in one place, and
you don't see that at the Puerto Rican Day Parade.
I'm not Puerto Rican, black, stop that. But I really get a chance to see people, and not just at the convention center, not just at the concert, at restaurants, at day parties, at just being out and about. But I did notice that it wasn't as packed as it usually is, right?
Right.
Some people say it was maybe because of the boycott of Target. Some people say maybe, people can't afford it right now. What do you say to that? Was it Target? Was it, cost?
Yeah, look, I think we live in a world right now where there's so much uncertainty, right? And people are trying to figure out where this is all headed, right? They're hurting financially, or they're unsure of what's going to happen to them financially. So they're taking a beat on things and say, hey, how am I going to do this? There's a sort of deep sense of responsibility for
the way this man says, y'all still hear, you can hear him. Sorry, it's very painful to listen to him. I'm sorry. He's not a great speaker. He says a lot. So to me, it's like when you say a lot like this, it gives off insincere. I ain't gonna lie. Because I'm like, if you're sincere, I feel like your answer should just flow. And then I'm thinking like, how did you make all this money without being a great speaker like this? Which is why sometimes I do feel like making money, sometimes it's a matter of like, it was just your destiny. Because this dude, I don't know. Kevin, want to say something?
Yeah, so I'm sorry it took me some time. I was busy with something. But I also question too, like, other than the insincere part, I also question if he's secure too. Cause like the way that he is, like, I had to like go like 1.5 just to be able to tolerate him. Like, and it was so bad because, like I was saying in the comment section, I had to go to 1.5 times just to listen to him, and I couldn't listen to everybody else because they were so fast. So I also question that too, and that's part of the reason why like I wanted to kind of talk about him, because I noticed that aspect. And I also wonder, like, you know, when it comes to like, you know, particularly with African immigrants, when they come here and they feel as if they have something to like prove and stuff, or like, you know, they aspire to like the capitalism.
Hold on. Can you guys hear Kevin? Are you on stage?
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you, but can they hear you? Can you guys hear Kevin? Cause child. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Talk now. Okay, now I guess not.
Okay, so you can see me. Okay, so you can see me and you can hear me. All right.
Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah. So if everybody can hear me, I hope I sound good. But like I was saying, I had to move past him because, you know, I had to move it to 1.5 just be able to tolerate him. But because he just moved, he talks so slow, and you know he had all the stuttering thing. So I wanted to try to get past the interview as much as I could. But I also wonder, like you were saying, that he's insincere. But I also question if he's also insecure as well, because I know, like, you know, sometimes when they get in front of people and they have to explain themselves to people, like in this particular instance with Essence, I also wonder if he's insecure or uncomfortable as well as insincere as well.
Insecure, but what do you think he's insecure about?
Well, a number of things. I think for the standpoint of, or maybe just uncomfortable, maybe not necessarily insecure, but maybe uncomfortable. Just from the standpoint of being in this position of having to explain himself with the whole Essence thing. Like maybe he doesn't really want to, but he feels like he has to because this is what he is supposed to do as someone who is the face of Essence of today.
Mm-hmm. I see what you're saying. Because usually he doesn't have to answer to anybody. He's the boss. He makes
right, exactly. So now he's coming into platforms, not having to break his silence, having to deal with the common folk, the Black folks, particularly with Black Americans, having to explain the decisions or lack of decisions, or some of the efforts that were not executed well, and having to explain himself before the people. It's something that I don't think he really feels comfortable doing.
Mm-hmm. No, but I see what you're trying to say, because I feel like sometimes it's one thing to say you're Black, but it's a whole different thing to be Black and be outside with Black Americans.
Right. That was what I was trying to say earlier, and that's part of the reason why, like, I was looking at this one of the interviews. I was trying to find, like, you know, some deep interviews with Carolyn Wanga, as you know, that she is the CEO of, you know, Essence Ventures, and that was one of the people that the Black Americans had a problem with because of her involvement with Essence and everything. And you know, that the whole Tether thing. So I wanted to try to get a more balanced view from each of them, which is why I was listening to each of their interviews. I know Carolyn Wanga did an interview with Angela Yee from DEI to Destiny, as that interview is called. So it was like a longer interview there. I think that lasted for like an hour. Mm-hmm. And then when I went to Richelieu with his interview with the Breakfast Club. Mm-hmm. And it's like, so I think that with this whole Blackness thing, I think that because when, and I feel that way because I actually have, you know, African who have immigrated here, or they have made their transition into the United States. And so they have this thing to kind of like prove, especially if you're like Carolyn Wanga's case, her family's from Kenya. And, you know, they've already had their PhDs, and they moved to Minnesota. She came to Minnesota when she was like 10 years old. And so she had to end up changing much of her life to try to fit in to the environment that is known as the United States from where she was. And so I feel like, you know, like that, and that kind of goes back into the whole maybe insincere, but also the whole uncomfortable part of feeling as if they have to explain their sense of Blackness, but the Blackness from the standpoint of the African immigrant who is, I guess, who's interwoven themselves into the Black experience of America and expanded to be in positions to be like in Essence. Like, you know what I mean?
I think I know what I think I kind of get what you're saying, because me personally, I saw with Kamala Harris. It's like, because it's one thing to say you're Black and American, things like that, right? But it's another thing to say, like, I've been outside with Black Americans.
Right.
Because if you can be Black in America, but you haven't really had a Black American experience.
Exactly. And I think that's part of the reason why I feel like sometimes with Richelieu and Carolyn Wanga, I question like whether or not they have like, you know, they understand the experience enough. I think like when it comes to the Black experience, we're used to express it from the standpoint, oh, we're Black people. We have these cultural expressions. We managed to face the same certain oppressions because we're Black and things like that. But the Black experience, the Black American experience is different from somebody who may be a Black African or who may be a Black Caribbean. And the sense of community that's there, or the sense of community that isn't there because they're immigrants, as opposed to being in certain places where the cultural experience as an American is more centered and focused on you, if you know what I mean.
And I guess I'm gonna tell you this, because I really saw in Kamala Harris, because she was really uncomfortable, right? Because Kamala didn't want to talk too much, because then you will see that she didn't grow up outside. Yes, you went to Howard, but you weren't outside like that. You understand? Because I'm like, you can be Black in America, and many times you can connect with Black Americans in the fact of like racism, white people being mean, white people being colonizers, right? But it's like you haven't been outside with them, and it's the good and the bad. Including also, like, to me, what I would call like idiosyncrasies, like the stuff that people do something that make no sense, but you're like, what? But when you've been outside, they're like, it makes a lot of sense to you. So when they get upset, you don't know how to calm them down because you don't really know how to talk to them, because you haven't been outside with them.
Right. So you really see, you do see that with Kamala, right?
And I see that with him too, because you see, like, even Marlene, I know I've been outside, because even when people get upset, I'm like, cousin, shut up. Because they ain't gonna go nowhere. Because I really know you. But a lot of people don't truly know Black Americans. So when they get upset, they don't know how to calm them down, right? Because they haven't really been outside. So you're like, oh, they're really, really mean. When sometimes it could be that they're just really sensitive. So I feel like in the case of Richelieu, he's kind of afraid to say the wrong thing. Because I'm like, do you really have a real connection with these people?
And that's the thing. I don't think that he does. And that's very interesting because, you know, like, part of the reason why, like, I wanted to know about Richelieu because I knew that he was Liberian. So that is actually our cousin, you know, genetically as a Black American. Right. So I wanted to give him a chance, and I wanted to know a little bit more about him. And so that's part of the reason why I wanted to check out the interview. And I could tell just from listening from how he was speaking and everything, you could tell that there was a disconnect. Like, he really didn't understand the people that he was marketing, towards as his audience.
And he's afraid of saying the wrong thing.
That too.
And I'm like,
but I think also too, like, that's the standpoint of being like the CEO of something that is Black, and that also goes back to what I said before about how Black experience, you know, can be totally different. And, you know, when you're in an environment where you're focusing on a people that is not necessarily centered towards like, not necessarily African, but more towards like the idea of American and what it means to be a Black person from that experience, and trying to connect with them from that sense. If you are somebody if you are like I guess a capitalist or somebody who is, you know, gaining from being in that environment, it's very important to know how to connect with them. So that way that you know how to give the experience. And I think somewhere along the line, like, I know that he is someone who bought, you know, the Madam C.J. Walker mansion. I know that he's been able to try to contribute to things that relate to Black people in America, but that may not necessarily mean that he is connected to the people as far as understanding the stance that Black people would have to need here in order for Essex to really stand out. I don't know if that really makes a whole lot of sense, but I'm trying to communicate it as I could.
Sometimes it's sad because sometimes I wish people would just say things in a respectful way, because you see, like, the Tariq and stuff, when they start their shit and they start insulting people are just gonna turn you out, like, because nobody's gonna sit here and let you insult the person. But like what you're saying is right. You can come to America, you can immigrate to America, you can have a beautiful heart towards Black Americans, and you can even purchase businesses because you mean well. But pretty much at the end of the day, everybody needs a translator, because you can buy something and not be connected to it as deeply as you can. That's what you're saying, right? Because it's like, yeah, you buy Madam C.J. Walker's house, but do you truly even understand Black American people?
Right, because it's like you said, like it connects to the blood, right? Like the blood means everything, the culture means everything. So even though he may be a Liberian and I may be able to see the historical connection there, that does not necessarily mean that you know how to connect with us from the American standpoint. Because the connection really stops once the freedmen took the people over to that land to create Liberia. It kind of just stops there. That doesn't necessarily mean that you come to the country today and you may be contributing an effort with Madam C.J. Walker as far as, you know, as somebody who may be connected to you from the historical standpoint, but the people of today are not the same as you. And so how do you're supposed to be able to know how to communicate that, I guess, that American-centered Blackness, and promote that to people who are your audience there. I just feel like the whole audience thing is the major thing that when you listen to the interview in his efforts of trying to explain himself, he kind of misses the mark there.
But this is why I think people should not go for the knee-jerk xenophobic thing and be like, Richelieu, we appreciate what you're doing, but here's how you're still not understanding us. And I think that would be better received. Because it wouldn't bother me. My only issue when people started with the whole jollof rice, and I'm like, what the heck? Because now you're insulting a bunch of Africans who had nothing to do with Essence Fest.
But you see, this goes right back to the boycott, right? People are dependent upon the boycott is from the standpoint of they feel like this is the main way their voices are going to be heard. That's why I'm kind of glad, and it took a long time, Marlene, but I'm kind of glad that you kind of introduced the whole thing with the government before making this video, because to some degree, we kind of see that from that Black people are still dependent upon the civil rights movement and boycotting to get the answers done. And it's not even really done from the standpoint of like the last resort. It's shifted to the first resort because it's done from the standpoint of fear that I'm going to be erased, that if we don't do this, and there's trauma in that, I know, but it's from the standpoint of if we don't do this, something about us is either going to be erased or we're not going to get our voice heard loud enough. And we don't have to take all that.
And it's really wicked because there are people who prey on that fear. You know what I'm saying? And that's because I'm like, social media, sometimes I don't even feel like coming on here because it can be so disgusting. And you see that people weaponize their voices, they weaponize their audiences, they weaponize their influence because they know that people are afraid. Does that make sense? But I'm like, I even think it's very anti-Black American to even suggest that 400 years of history can be erased. Exactly how? How? I'm like, I really sat back and I'm like, if you're a Black American, you're saying that you're truly anti-Black American, because this is something that even white people have tried to do and they have failed and they will continue to fail. And I'm like, it's very wicked to sit here and to tell if you're Black American, you have a Black American audience, to even try to say or imply that African people are coming here to erase African Americans. That is so disgusting. Why would any African person want African American people to be erased? You know, it really hurts me when people do that. Because for me, as far as I know, even most Africans that I know, the goal has never been to erase any African-American person because we know how they suffered. A lot of us say, oh my gosh, they took our people, they stole our people, they brought them here to torture our people. They ain't shit, okay? So I'm like, every time you see bad things happen to Black American people, it really hurts. It truly does. Even this, like the whole Carnival cruise, the wine and stuff, I don't want to talk about these things, even though I could. But I said I never want to get to a place where I build a channel where white people can come and feel as though they have talking points out of me. Maybe I've done that before, but intentionally, it will never be my purpose though, because hell no, because you are part of the problem. You've made this problem. You've made these cultures. You have made people feel so undesirable that this is where we are. You have made things so impossible for people. You force people to make these difficult, inhumane choices. Here we are today. Now, what I will say, even with Black people, Black Africans who live here and whatever, is that sometimes you can come here, we can understand, like we can sympathize or even like relate with the whole police brutality, white people being racist. But is that sometimes, unfortunately, not enough people read and truly read about Black American history. You understand me, right, Kevin? People don't truly read. They look at the people today and they think, oh, this is what Black American culture is. And I'm like, no, this is Black American culture being hijacked by the Jews. Because it is not the real culture. This is not the real culture. And a lot of people don't truly know real Black American culture. Even a lot of people who are Black Americans don't even know what Black American culture is. Last time the brother came in here talking about, oh yeah, hip hop. I'm like, sir, there's more to Black American music than hip hop. Hip hop is
Truth be told, we created a lot of music that, you know, it hasn't been protected like, you know, like it should, but we created a lot of music that exists today, just doesn't have our face on it anymore.
It's like, it's really crazy to me. So for you to be Black American and to say, oh, hip hop is our culture, hip hop is not the culture. It's the culture for some people. And even now where hip hop is today, low-key, high-key, it doesn't even belong to Black people. Just because you have some Black performers doesn't mean that it belongs to Black people. It is completely hijacked by the Jews. It doesn't serve the vast majority of consumers are white people.
Exactly.
Incredibly violent. This is not for Black people anymore. People who go to the concerts are white people.
And you hear them play it every time they work out.
Yeah, what are we even talking about, right? And I'm like, so sometimes, like, a lot of African people probably do not see that side or don't even know that side, especially if you come here at an old, like Juvia's place, for example. When you come here at an older age, you didn't get to go to school. You didn't get to go to school here. So there's a lot you didn't know. And also, you didn't get to make a lot of friends here. Like me, the way it worked out, like my immigration story, the way it worked out, me moving into Fairfax, like, I think I had like a couple friends in elementary school, but my Black friends like really started coming through middle school and then high school, right? Where it's like, even though I did cuss her ass out, but I still love her, it's okay. But like one of my best friends, like Valencia, like she's an Aquarius, like she's Black American, right? And then like being married to James. I mean, there's a lot of things where I can say I have been outside with the people. So I'm like, I understand when they get mad, I'm like, yeah, child, they're going through it. Because Black Americans to me are very, very sensitive and they can feel very slighted. And sometimes the reaction to being slighted can truly be over the top. And some people just don't have the patience for that. But I know it's the people who don't mean harm. But sometimes the reaction can be a little too much. Because I wish they would have said, Richelieu, we are grateful that you bought this thing. However, the mere fact that you don't have an office, Essence should have a proper office. Essence Fest should have a proper office in New Orleans. They should be there 365 days out the year, not just come a week or 2 weeks before Essence Fest. That to me is crazy because how can you be connected to a people if you're barely there?
But see, that says a lot about Richelieu. And that's part of the reason why that goes back to what I said before about him either being not only insincere, but I also question how comfortable he is and even having to explain himself in front of the people to, detail all the things that were happening with Essence.
Because Essence does not have an office in New Orleans. Like their main office, if I'm not mistaken, is in New York City. But I'm like, New York City has a whole different culture. Has a very different culture. New Orleans has its own culture.
Very different.
You should you know what I'm saying? And it's a lot more. New York to me, it's a more West Indian, African, and Black American. New Orleans is very much so West African, Creole, French, a little bit of Spanish kind of culture. You know what I mean? And then also like the aggressiveness of New Yorkers. You don't see that in New Orleans. People in New Orleans are very laid back. They're very chill. New Yorkers are too gully for me. Like they're too ratchet. Okay. But I'm like, if you're going to have Essence Fest in New Orleans, Essence Fest should have an actual office in New Orleans. And that to me would help to deepen the relationship between Essence Fest and the people. And not just that too, even though you're African, whatever, at the end of the day, you're almost a billionaire. So how many Black people do you truly meet? Because the money that you have itself is isolating you from Black people.
And then how many of those people are actually Black American specifically?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, it's a lot. It's like, I don't even think that the people that he helped, like Mael and those kinds of people, I don't even think that those people also are truly helping him to understand what's going on. That what they did. Because like, you know what I mean? And that's what, like you suck. And I'm like, you struggle with that. And it's the same thing with Kamala Harris. That's why Kamala did not feel comfortable talking. Because
but I didn't know that he was from like New York. So like from New York to Louisiana, you're looking at, and not only just entirely different culture, you're also looking at entirely different people. You're looking like an entirely different section of American Black people.
Yes.
I'm
pretty sure I am pretty sure he's from Harlem, New York. I'm pretty sure he's from Harlem. I'm pretty sure. And Harlem is very different than New Orleans. It's very different.
Very, very different.
Very different. It's seriously different.
The food is different. The interactions are different. The way that people speak to one another is different.
Yeah, and it's very much more. It's very much more Caribbean and stuff like that. New Orleans is really French. Like, it's a French people. It's a French Creole people. It's a French Cajun people. You have a lot of Spanish stuff, but it's in the South, so it's very chill. It's very laid back. It's a very laid back people. But I'm like, how can you have an event there year after year and you have yet to open an office? They only come to Essence, like they only come to New Orleans like maybe a week or 2 weeks before Essence. Sometimes they come in January, like, or they come around like Jazz Fest or whatever. They do stuff with the mayor and then they just leave. But I'm like, you need to have deeper ties into the city, especially when you're telling me that you got all this money.
But you see how that connects to why there are Black Americans who feel well, not necessarily the erasure part, but the idea of we're not being seen, we're not being heard about these particular concerns and issues that show that, you're not really doing the job that you should to look after the people with this essence thing.
Yeah, but what I will also say, where I can see where a Black capitalist, an almost billionaire like Richelieu, who's West African, can also feel comfortable doing that, Kevin, because he hangs around with a lot of Black Americans who have money, right? And a lot of elite Black Americans, they also don't care about Black American people.
They don't. I was even asking, like Beyonce's mom is Creole, right? Like her mother's from Louisiana. Why isn't she putting in anything towards like the essence?
Because that's what I was telling Abby today. I said, if you move to because sometimes people might say, the problem is what I've come to realize the issue here in America is, and why the beef, it be lasting for so long, because people don't have conversations towards each other. People just yell or insult each other. And I'm like, you're never gonna get anything done. People need to calm down and have real conversations, right? Kevin, when you move here, right? You move here as an immigrant. Kevin, if you had to take your cues on how to treat a Black American by looking at how Black Americans treat each other, Kevin, it's not good news. You understand, right? It's not good. Because if somebody moves in here and you see how two Black Americans treat each other, you will think it's okay to do whatever.
I can definitely see that, because I even see that when it comes to like conversation, particularly when it comes to like political or economic conversation.
Now imagine you meet a wealthy Black American and you see how he lives, the way he lives and everything he says about his own people. You're like, well, I guess I better stay away.
Yeah. Exactly.
You see?
Yeah.
How many wealthy Black Americans we see on TV or even on a podcast or Uncle Shay show, you name it, and they're like, "Oh, stay away from them niggas." Like, who are you talking about?
Yeah, either that or they show the worst side of Black Americans. Like even like especially those like more like on the conservative side, and they really like they hold on to capitalism. They do that.
Yeah, they make these goofy ass jokes, or they say, "Oh, stay away from these niggas." I'm like, how can you talk like this? So it's like, you're from here and look at how you talk. And you have no idea where these videos or these clips are going, right? But I'm like, Richelieu, he's surrounded by a lot of wealthy Black Americans. So imagine how they talk behind the scenes. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, if they themselves put effort into, I got to take care of my village, he wouldn't feel comfortable doing certain things.
That's that's definitely a thought. Yeah. Cause I mean like, and that depends, like, I don't know, like who he has really in his circle. I'm sure that if he's involved in essence or black excellent stuff, he has Black people around.
A lot of these Black elite people, it's entertainers, it's lawyers, it's politicians. They come down to New Orleans.
Right.
Who can see them on his page? But my point is, though, if he's around these elite, like what you would consider the most successful of Black Americans, and they speak a certain way, or they have certain attitudes, or they say things like that, He who is African, how is he not going to feel a certain way? Like, you know what? Maybe I'm doing too much. Maybe I've done enough. Maybe they owe me all this gratitude. Because between wealthy Black Americans and the average Black American, there's a serious disconnect. And there's almost like this hierarchy of I'm up here, I'm better than you. And I'm going to do everything I can to live away from you and make sure that you envy my lifestyle. It's not
the Obamas, for example.
Huh? Who?
The Obamas, for example.
There you go. Right? But then she wants to come outside and play victim. It's like, ma'am, you need to stop. You need to stop.
Right.
You know? Because, and I said this, I'm like, to me, when I look at a lot of wealthy Black Americans, it never gives like, yo, I'm standing on the shoulders of other people. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be here without the sacrifice of your family, but there's also people you will never know their name, but they played a part in you being where you are. And they never.
It's always like the flex.
Yeah, they never say to themselves, okay, how do I make the next generation of Black people have a better life? No, all they do is worry about their children.
Mm-hmm. Beyonce.
Their kids are okay. Fuck everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because even when you look at the whole LeBron James situation with Bronny, it's really fucked up. Because the thing is, Bronny does not need money. He's not a great player. He doesn't need the money. But when his dad is forcing him into the NBA, you're taking a position away from a Black kid that truly needs it. That truly deserves it. Right? And I'm like, these Black elites out here, they're no better. It's like they're white supremacists in Black skin. You see? Yeah. But because they're Black, people continue to defend these people. But I'm like, look at their psychology. They move like white people. They move like white supremacists.
I think it has a lot to do with the money. I don't even think it has a lot to do with the money per se. I think it has a lot to do with the status that they have and what they have access to because they have money.
They're able to have this kind of arrogance without the money.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? When you compare somebody like George Washington Carver, who didn't have much, but the little that he had, he made sure everybody was okay. You know what I mean? Because they were not obsessed with. Because these people in their head, being a wealthy Black person wasn't about amassing money for myself like Scrooge McGrooch, right? It wasn't like that. Today, the wealthy Blacks are usually people who are in cahoots with the Jews. And
yeah, I was just going to say that, but it's about who they partner with too, to either and especially the profession that they get into as well.
Yeah, their mindset is to work like the Jews and behave like the Jews. But the problem with the Jews is that the Jew, he looks at his own people in good. Whereas his people, per his Talmud, it says that your people are hakum. That you're less than a dog. That the life of a Gentile, the life of a hakum is not worth the fingernails of a Jew. You understand? So if you partner with a person who thinks like that, he will never tell you to take care of your people. Because to him, your people all together don't even equal the life of his dog.
Wow.
You see? Because the Talmud is a very racist book. It's very disgusting, actually, what's in there, right? So, but the thing is, the people of before, they were not attached to the Jews. They didn't deflect or go to the Jews and say, oh, I'm going to invest my money. Because in their mind, it was like, we all have to do better. So what I know, I share. Who I can feed, I feed. Today, the wealthy Black American, his oracle of finance is a Jew. Meanwhile, the Jew has a book that says that even him, your client, and the people that look like him, they're hakums. Their lives are worth less than the life of a dog. You understand? And this is their psychology because they put that in you. And that's why it feels like the more you become wealthy as a Black person in America, the less money you have to give to Black people. Because you're not encouraged.
So do you think that helps to that whole thing is helping to fuel with Richelieu and how he's handling the whole Essence thing? It's possible.
I mean, it could be possible. Right? Because I mean, to me, to one sense, I don't even know how Essence ended up in bankruptcy. I don't understand that part. And I don't understand how Essence was in bankruptcy for so long until he came and got it. Because it's not like we have a lack of wealthy Black American people. Right? But the problem is the vast majority of wealthy Black Americans are being handled by Jews. And the Jews tell these Black Americans that investing in your own people is a bad investment. right? So I'm like, I can see how for him also being from Liberia and doing this, where he's like, okay, well, you're not doing this, so I'm doing it. It could come off like, you know what? Well, maybe I'm doing enough.
And probably so. I mean, especially if he's not having anybody that checks him.
Yeah, because honestly, he shouldn't have been able to buy it because it shouldn't have been up for sale in the first place.
Yeah, and I always question that too. Like, you know, all these wealthy Black Americans, nobody wanted to try to pick up Essence. Even when I was listening to a video from Vicky Dillard. I don't know if you know about Vicky Dillard, but she recently did a video talking about, you know, the whole situation, the whole debacle with you know, the Essence Fest, because she's been weighing in on it. And she was saying then that how there was a Jamaican-born immigrant who had done the Essence and was able to contribute that before, you know, it eventually ended up with Richelieu. And I was like, but again, you don't see like how you as a Black American, you don't have a representation of ownership for Essence, despite the fact that it's being centered towards you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like either way it goes, like again, Black Americans are not owning their representation.
But they're not even owning their image. Because the moment Nancy Pelosi can just wake up out of her goofy ass dream and say, well, Kamala's Black. Huh? And then people out of nowhere start repeating this shit. What is going on here? So I'm like to me, I just feel like the erasure's been going on. I don't know. And it's like where people are starting to repeat the stuff. When I'm like, the lady's from, like, her mom's from India, her dad's from Jamaica. How do you say, oh, she's gonna be the first Black woman? I'm like, what is going on here? What's going on? She's she's Hindu, Indo-West Indian. Make it like, don't get it twisted. Okay. But I'm like, this is the thing. It's like there's a real problem with ownership. And even like the motivation to aspire for ownership is really concerning. Because I'm like, to me, when the Black American owners had Essence, I don't even know how Time Warner ends up buying Essence. Then Time Warner has it, and somehow Essence ends up in bankruptcy. So now you're telling me a Jamaican tried it, so okay, and then now it's a Liberian who's trying it. But why is it that there was nobody who was Black American who felt like I can do it? And I can
exactly
that does justice to the Black American bloodline that put Essence in place. You know, because I can definitely see the argument of like, you know what? Essence was created by Black Americans for Black Americans in the efforts of preserving Black American history and culture. You understand? That's perfectly fine with me. But then I'm like, okay, then how do we end up in a position where it's like it's owned by Tom Warner? Then a Jamaican tried it. Then now it's a Liberian who's trying it. But I'm like, why don't you believe that you can do it? Just like being the U.S. president, why can't we have a full-blooded African-American run for president? I don't
exactly.
I truly don't understand that part. When we talk about Jasmine Crockett, I said, Kevin, she's not going to get it. I told you, I said, they're not going to vote for her because she's full-blown Black American. And she's not even a little bit light-skinned. Oh, hell no. I told you. And guess what happened? She didn't get it. So I'm like, huh? I'm like, the erasure to me has been going on. And even like I don't know if it's a spirit of depression where it's like you depress a people so much that they no longer see themselves as owners, or they no longer see themselves as a face of anything. But there's a real spirit of depression. Because I'm like, why don't you want to step up and do it and believe that you can do it? Why? Like, is it fear? Because it can't be lack of funds. Because people have it. Like Magic Johnson could have bought Essence Fest. He has the money. Me and Michael Jordan, shit. Michael Jordan has the money. He can have the money and do Essence at a loss. He will never lose money. People have money, but it's like they don't want to do it. They don't want to take their money out of their pockets and actually do it. Which is really sad. Because I'm like, why don't you
It's
do
sad.
It? You know what I'm saying? Like,
and that's what a bigger conversation that I believe needs to be shifted towards. Like, especially knowing, certain things with the Jews, or even with just the whole aspect of continue the understanding of Black ownership, which is why politics and economics are so important. Like I was listening to some of to those videos, and a lot of people were upset and outraged that that an African had bought it. They were trying to Africanize or Pan-Africanize it, but then like when we talk about actual ownership, there's nobody that is saying, okay, like what we're going to do to try to build like some sort of budget or what can be done like in the next few years to say, okay, we are able to have some sort of claim for essence. Like there's really nothing. You just see a whole lot of people talking about they didn't enjoy the experience, or they want to be able to have cultural ownership of the experience, but not necessarily the economic ownership of the brand.
Yeah, it's like, I want the vibe. I want the vibe to give African Americans.
Right.
I don't care who owns it. But it's going to be a problem because even if Richelieu is not a bad person, right? Even if he's not a bad person, the fact that he is West African, we can kind of expect for him if he's spending his money on it to want an African touch to it. You can't be mad.
Right. We can't be mad.
If the Jamaican man had been successful, you can't be surprised if Essence Fest slowly had more of a Jamaican West Indies vibe to it. Like people are going to put their own imprint based on who they are and where they come from on the thing. So if you want to have this unadulterated African American experience, there has to be a willingness for African Americans to buy stuff. Otherwise,
exactly,
it's going to get diluted to some extent, even if it's not intentionally to hurt you, because they're spending their money on it. They're going to put it's their fingerprint. They have to put it on there.
Right. And that's why the whole boycott to me ultimately doesn't work, because it does not substitute actually pursuing the ownership of the image and the representation. Like, yeah, you can pull yourself out, but if everything, let's say like the whole Target thing where let's say you boycott Target. Okay. So Target ends up losing out. They lose money. You end up seeing stores in the chain being gone. What's next? Like, and there's never the whole foresight or the insight of what is next after this. There's only we're using our consumer spending to hinder, the whole aspect of the business, but there's no conversation of, okay, that what can we do to properly negotiate? What can be done from a business standpoint to where we can have both needs met, or to see things go further over time, what that could be. It's just from the standpoint of just boycotting.
That's it. And that's why, for as much as I was upset back then, I agree with JC. He said, okay, you kneel. Now what? You're going to kneel until whenever. When are you going to stop kneeling? You take a knee. Okay. How long you gonna take a knee? What's the next step after this? And people, even me, I was amongst the people who cussed him out, but I can see that now he really had a point. Like, you have to do a certain thing to get the attention. After you have their attention, what's the next step? And I'm like, people only know how to protest. They don't know how to move on past a protest or past a boycott to really usher in something meaningful that is going to change stuff and put money in people's hands. Like real. But I'm like, once again, people don't care to be entrepreneurs. People don't care about the numbers. People want to be CEO in charge of the vibes.
Right. And what's going to start happening is that people going to get tired of those boycotts. They're going to be they have the whole black fatigue. They're going to have a boycott fatigue where, they're going to start shifting away from, the people that do those boycotts. And that's what's happened with the whole Kai Cenat thing. That's what I think. Yeah. Where people are like, the businesses are shifting to like, okay, well, if you're going to keep doing the boycott, well, we see that you are a liability. You're a very volatile liability to our business. So we just need to shift over so that way we can get to where the profit is. And that's when I think that a lot of Black Americans who participate in this, they are really missing out in that understanding
of the money, where the money resides. People, I'm like, it's business. It truly is business. But I'm like, I think if it was better worded and stuff, people say, okay, Richelieu, we need this from you, that from you. I think that would make more sense. But if you say, oh, we were upset about jollof rice, we were upset that you own it. I'm like, it's America. It was in bankruptcy. He bought it.
Exactly.
It's better to construct your criticism or your feedback in a way that can be received and that can actually bring positive changes to essence. But to say, oh, I didn't want jollof rice, or I'm offended because they gave me jollof rice, Or, oh, I don't like that you're African and you own it. It's a business. Anybody can buy a business in America. It was in bankruptcy. It was in bankruptcy. So it's like, how do we move from here? And it's not even just that. A lot of grocery stores, they closed down. A lot of things that were created by Black Americans today no longer exist. FUBU, it disappeared. Consumerism, it disappeared. Fat Farm, gone. You name it. What else was out here? There were so many brands out here. But they're all gone, right? But I'm like, why is FUBU gone? I don't even know. FUBU could have reinvented itself. There was no reason for FUBU to be gone. Tommy Hilfiger is still here. Ralph Lauren is still here. What is the problem? You know what I mean? But I'm like it's the ownership stuff. People don't want to do it. People rather be consumers. And then
exactly. And then you add to that the whole boycott thing. Like if Essence goes away, then you lose another staple within the Black American entrepreneurship.
So I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, that's the part that really confuses me. And then the other thing is they like to be led by church people who have never built shit. People have
That's so odd to me. That is so odd.
Just because Dr. King did it does not mean that that's the blueprint. Like Dr. King, even the church, like Ebenezer, he didn't build it. His granddad probably did it. Okay.
Right.
Brian has never built anything. He's the pastor in New Birth. New Birth was built by Eddie Long, and we know he was touching boys. Right. But when you allow yourself to be led by clergy who never built anything, who live off of offerings, I think it's crazy shit. It's crazy shit. People who need to lead any financial movement need to be people who have excelled in business. And it's funny how when you have the likes you have the likes of Mr. Pebbles, who's African-American, who's a billionaire, who has real billions, who does billion-dollar real estate projects in New York City, people don't want to rally behind him. But don't rally behind a Jamal Bryant because I guess he says all kinds of dumb shit. Like what? I'm like, what is this? And it's very unserious. Why is it that you don't see a singular Black American who is extremely successful in business support a Target boycott? I wonder why. I wonder why. The only people who are pro-Target boycott are activists like Tamika Mallory, who just chases Black boys get shot by police, and then she gets to do Cadillac commercials. It's Jamal Bryant from Morehouse until today, never had a real job. Okay, he's a pastor. He never had to build a church. He lives off of tithes and offerings, and he doesn't pay taxes. Nina Turner, okay, she does segments on CNN when they feel like calling her. Otherwise, all she does is tweet all day. But my thing is, none of these people are builders. They haven't built anything.
Right.
They haven't hired anybody. They don't do payroll. They're not successful in business. But I'm like, there is not a single Black American business owner with real taxes, with real W-2 that he pays out here, with a lot of profit that is supporting the Target boycott. I wonder why.
No.
And to me, if the Black American community continues to rally behind goofy ass pastors, pseudo intellectuals, felonious prophets, like they like the whole inmate, that the whole inmate becomes a leader of the community. No, you were in prison. You're not leading anybody. Just stay out of trouble, right?
I don't know how anybody who is running off of other people's money, the hard work and money, could be a leader in anything like that. Exactly. That's just so odd to me, anyway.
Haven't built anything. Like Uncle Junior, if he had died, the one who used to be the basketball player that he started the Wendy's with $350, and he went on to be worth like $300 million, right? I'm like, that to me is a leader. That's somebody that you rally behind. But it's not a Jamal Bryant. I'm very sorry. It's not a Jamal Bryant.
Not at all.
It's not a Jamal Bryant. Jamal is a joke. Jamal is an absolute joke. He is a joke.
I don't know why anybody's listening to him anyway. With the reputation he has, how is anybody taking the time to listen to what he has to say?
Jamal is a joke. And Jamal he gets to weaponize the heart of Black Americans, and then he becomes a force, the face of a movement, and then he gets to sit down with the CEOs of Target. But I'm like, what resume does he have? Even his private life is trash. His character is horrible. And this is a man that goes before CEOs to speak on behalf of Black people. Sit your goofy ass down somewhere. Is he done impregnating half of Atlanta? Right? But I'm like, it's very funny to me how you never see Black Americans rally behind serious Black American people who have the resume, who have the bank accounts, who have the employees, who have the track record of success. It's always a joke. If they're not coming out of prison, they run some goofy ass church somewhere, or they fight police brutality. Who gives a damn? What job do you actually create? Who have you actually hired? What profits have you ever made? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, you will never sit here and see a true, like, I'm talking like a real Black American businessman. That's why people think that most successful Black Americans are either drug dealers, basketball players, or whatever. Because the ones who actually build real businesses, they're ignored. They're not celebrated. Because if I'm not mistaken, Uncle Junior, before he died, he bought Jet Magazine and he put his daughter as the CEO, if I'm not mistaken, right? But I'm like, it's not just Essence, it's Jet Magazine, it's also Ebony. Where's Ebony Magazine today? Where is it? There's also Black Enterprise. Black Enterprise was started by Don Cornelius, if I'm not mistaken, right? Where is it? Where is it? The fact that they haven't even found a way to go from paper magazine to having a powerful digital presence. No, instead, Black Enterprise has always been out. Even when I was in middle school, I used to order with my lunch money. But today, people rather replace Black Enterprise with Earn Your Leisure. Who are these people? It's like there's an
scam, and that's a scammer there too. Somebody else I knew from Bet Carnell, another scammer.
There is an attraction out here for pseudo intellectuals. It's really crazy. It really is crazy. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? So it's like, yeah. So that when people don't take people seriously, they get upset. But how can people get upset? Oh, Earl Graves. Okay, it wasn't. I thought he was Dork. I forgot. Right? But I'm like, he started Black Enterprise. Where is Black Enterprise today? That used to be a big magazine. Like they used to have all the rich Black people in there. It was so crazy, right? But it was very inspirational. Where is Black Enterprise today? Instead, because of COVID, people rather gravitate towards Rashad and his little Earn Your Leisure clique. Who are these people? What have they done? What is their resume? They have none. All you need today is to be, I'm Black generational wealth, have a little bit of charisma, have some kind of look on you, be a little bit tall, and people will just lean right behind you. And I'm like, that is so dangerous. That is so dangerous. Black America today is allowing itself to be led by pseudo-intellectuals, prison prophets, goofy ass pastors who've been kicked out of multiple churches, are known for impregnating half the church. And it's like, how can people take any of these people seriously?
Oh, what I was thinking of Earn Your Leisure? I was thinking of Jay Morrison.
Yeah, Jay Morrison. So he came out of prison for stealing money, and then he comes out of prison, and because he named this thing Tulsa Fund, they gave this man $14 million. I'm like, why are you giving this man $14 million? What has he done to earn your $14 million? He went to prison. Oh, it's nice to see a Black man trying to do good. You go sit down somewhere, okay? Go sit down somewhere, right? But it's like, if it comes down to Mr. Pebbles, for example, are they going to go give him money? No. It's like they have a visceral hatred for a highly qualified, successful Black Americans. And I'm going to tell you this, Kevin, to me, if there's anybody out here erasing Black excellence, it's Black Americans themselves.
I have to be honest about that. That's true.
It's on African people, huh?
I said that's true. I have to be honest about that. That's true.
No, we're not gonna put that on African people, because to me, you have Mr. Pebbles, you had Uncle Junior, all these people out here. They never rally behind these people because, God forbid, they find out that Mr. Pebbles is a Republican. Like, what is your problem? Every Black person does not have to go Democrat. What is wrong with these people? Like, they're so unserious, right? Because for them to support you, you have to agree with everything they want you to do. You got to vote Democrat. You got to be down for welfare. You got to be down for the foolishness. And a lot of very serious, self-made, highly educated Black Americans, they do not put up with this foolishness. Like,
they don't.
Mr. Pebbles is Republican. I ain't going to sit here and lie to y'all. He is a Republican. But you see, if they find out that he's a Republican, now he can't be trusted. Oh, they rather go trust Tariq Nasheed. Okay, sure. I didn't even know.
Lord have mercy.
I didn't even know Tariq Nasheed had a rap career. Talking about you need to clean your ass. I'm like, why are y'all always doing this? It's not like there is a lack of leadership. It's not even like there's a lack of incredibly successful Black Americans. People just don't like to listen to that. So I'm like, and to me, that is a
it's sad.
Because if you always discount your very best to go for Charleston White, like, look at who they gravitate towards. You know what I mean? Like what is this? Charleston everybody, who cares what he said? Who cares what he said? There are way more intellectual people who have already been saying that. But no, it has to come from a certain caricature. Because if you're not a caricature, they don't take you seriously. So what can we say?
Yeah.
What can we say?
Marlene, I'm gonna have to step down. My battery's starting to get low. I'm at 5% now.
That's okay, Kevin, right? It's cool. I'm glad you came up.
Thanks for allowing me up here, though. I appreciate it. Thank you for doing the conversation. This conversation is needed, so I really appreciate it.
I'm like, stop erasing people. But I'm like, we need to have serious people who lead movements over here. And we need to have serious, highly acclaimed, successful people who have these amazing relationship with Chase. What's it called? What's that thing called again? What's that thing called? Bank of America and things like that. Because these people really have money. They have real money. You think if Mr. Pebbles was in charge of the Target boycott, this thing would have been solved by now? Because he's going to go in there. He's going to know how to talk to these people. Because he's a real business. This man is a billionaire for real, y'all. This is not a joke, you guys. It's not a joke. Like, he does not do any project in New York City if it's not like $3 billion and up. This man has money. But they're going to find out he votes Republican. And I'm like, hey, most rich people are not Democrats. Okay? You got to grow up. Like, most rich people do not vote Democrat. Most wealthy people, I don't care what complexion they are, they're usually Republican, right? But I'm like, whether you go with Mr. Pebble, Mr. Jr. also, he passed away, but I'm sure also he didn't vote Democrat. Why would he? Why would he ever? These people they do all kinds of dumb shit with money. Why would he ever vote for these people? But I'm like, there are a lot of people here who are capable of leading a movement, and it won't even have to be a boycott. Everything doesn't need to be a boycott. Sometimes it could just be we sit and we talk business and we negotiate. And I said, to me, DI, I don't really care. What you have to do is that you have to fight with Target for the needs of Black people. That's it. That's that. Everybody else that's part of diversity, they can go fight for themselves. They can go fight for themselves. They're grown. Everybody's grown. But I'm like, Dr. Umar, Jamal Bryant, Charleston White, Jay Morrison, Earn Your Leisure. Do we not see a trend here? These are very, very unserious people. They're very unserious people. Who is going to listen to these people? What have they done? Just because someone is charismatic, does not mean that that person should represent Black America. I truly disagree with that. Also, it's enough representing people who have broken homes, multiple kids, don't take care of their kids, and putting them people as leaders and speakers of the Black community. It's disrespect. It's degrading. It is degrading. Most of these CEOs, most of these board members, they're married. They have children. They don't have kids all over the place like that. But you're sending Jamal Bryant to do what? And is Jamal Bryant the very best that people have over here? No, he is not. No, he's not. Even Magic Johnson. Why isn't Magic Johnson involved with the Target negotiation stuff? What has Jamal Bryant done? Absolutely nothing. He does nothing. He hasn't built anything. Even the church he's currently preaching at, he didn't even build the church. They gave him the church. Where are we going? Seriously and honestly, where are we going? So to me, that's also part of erasure. Because if every time you keep discounting the fact that there are really intelligent people, there are highly successful people, there's a lot of wealthy, even billionaire Black Americans, and you disregard these people to go rally behind Charleston White, Jamal Bryant, Dr. Umar, Jay Morrison, Earn Your Leisure, Rashad and those people, well, you are erasing yourself. And then when people start believing that, oh, I guess that's all they have, you cannot be upset. Because these are the people that you put into place to represent you. So you gotta own that part too, huh? Oh, Mr. Junior, he was so rich. And he was not even one of the highest paid. He wasn't even one of the highest paid basketball players. Took $350,000, turned into $500 million. This is impressive. But no, do you think they're going to go behind this man and say, oh, we want you to represent us and we want you to be in charge of the Target stuff? No. Yeah, they don't like him as V. They do not like him. It's like it's like an allergic reaction. They don't like honorable Black Americans who've made money the right way. They don't like him. They just don't like him. They do not like him. Because it's not like there's a shortage of these people. They just don't want those people to speak for them. You got to come out of prison. You got to talk about you used to be a felon. You killed somebody. You stole cars. You sold drugs. You a pastor. You're trying to build a school that will never be built. Like, it's, I don't know. I really don't know what the problem is. But to me, that is a form of erasure. Because you're not less Black Americans because you didn't break the law. You're not less of a Black American because you vote Republican. You're not less of a Black American because you are traditional. You are not less of a Black American because you happen to make a lot of money and you did so the right way. Because to me, that's erasure. Because when you want it to be known that the only Black Americans that will have support or lead the community is if they went to prison, committed murder, they sold drugs, became rappers, you're part of the problem too. And I think that's anti-Black. Because there's not a prototype for what a Black American is. There's not one singular experience of being a Black American. But what we keep seeing over and over and over again is the same caricature being the face of a whole people. And I'm like, no, that right there is dehumanizing. And that's the reason why people don't take people seriously. Because when it comes to finding men of value, men of honor, men of God, Christian Black American man, they never want to use those people because they don't want to let go of their sin. So they like to rally behind sinful people. But I'm like, Jamal Bryant should never lead anybody's movement. Jamal Bryant should never speak for no Black American, period. Jamal Bryant should never go in front of Target and be the spokesperson for Black America. He's despicable. He's truly despicable. Like, even look at the whole, like, Carmelo Anthony, right? Even Carmelo Anthony, the fact that Dominique also has a criminal record. Do you see? It's like you can never have a Black leader that is righteous, that is honorable. Because there is such coddling of crime out here. It is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. And how many people don't even know about Mr. Jr.? Because he's not a criminal. But if he had killed somebody and then he started a business, he will be a hero. If he had sold drugs and started a business, he will be a hero. And I'm like, this kind of mindset, people really need to destroy that kind of mindset because it really, really is anti-Black. It is so anti-Black. People are pro-ninja and they think that makes them pro-Black. No, you're pro-ninja. You have a ninja mindset. You really do. Because the day you understand that what it truly means to be Black American is to be honorable, is to work hard, you pay your taxes, you marry one woman, you stick with your one wife, you have all your kids with that wife, you build your business, you pay your tithes, you pay your taxes, right? It's going to be night and day. It's going to be night and day. But there's a real problem here because it seems like every time it comes down to how do you represent Black America? It's always low-hanging fruits. It's always low-hanging fruits. And yes, Jamal Bryant is a low-hanging fruit. Charleston White is a low-hanging fruit. And I love Dr. Umar, but Dr. Umar also is a low-hanging fruit. He will never build a school. He will never be serious. And you notice that most men who are not married also don't build much. Because marriage, it brings stability to a man. So I love Dr. Umar, but he is a low-hanging fruit. He really is. He truly is. Like, what the heck? You're like, yeah, like he's a clown. Okay? It really is shameful behavior. It is so shameful. So when people see this, they're like, well, why would I take Black Americans seriously? Because every time they pick a leader, it's a very unrighteous person. So if you don't know much about Black Americans, you would think that all they have are clowns like Jamal Bryant. But it's a lie. There are many illustrious Black Americans, but they never get support because they're not clownish enough. They're not chaotic enough. They're not destructive enough. They don't have a criminal record. They pay their taxes ahead of time. They're married to the same woman because most successful and honorable Black Americans, they're what you call boring. Okay. They're boring, but they're law abiding. They're boring, but they respect God. And that's why they're very successful. But I'm my Uncle Junior, he started with $350,000 for his first Wendy's. He actually worked at the Wendy's because he didn't want special treatment. And he wanted to understand how Wendy's actually worked. So he went and he worked there. Then he bought the franchise and he kept working there. And then he died. I don't even know why he died. I need to go ask God for a refund. Like, what is this? But my thing is like the man died almost like he was worth $500 million. Jamal Bryant, what's his net worth? Like, what has he done? Mr. Pebbles, I'm telling you, he does not do real estate if it's not like $1 billion and up. His last project in New York City, it was $3 billion. Has Jamal Bryant ever seen $3 billion? Like, be so for real. Be so for real. Are you kidding me? Like, be so for real. You know what I'm saying? Be so for real, right? Even Earl Graves and his son also. His son had, him and his son, they founded Black Enterprise. I used to get Black Enterprise all the time. I had to pay like $20 a month. It was my lunch money. Because I used to love seeing rich Black people. I thought, oh yes, one day I'm going to be a rich Black person. Okay? Right? What are they doing with Black Enterprise? They don't care. But if tomorrow they come out with a magazine for young YNs, they sure are going to buy it. They don't care. Anything honorable, they don't want to put their money into it. But then tomorrow, when somebody else, maybe me, maybe I will buy a Black Enterprise, right? It's going to be a problem. But I'm like, what are we talking about? But Black Enterprise, somebody should have bought Black Enterprise. People should have invested into Black Enterprise. Black Enterprise should have a YouTube channel. They should have a TikTok. They should have an Instagram. They need to be talking about Black wealth. It never should have been Earn Your Leisure. It should have been Black Enterprise. And they have the credentials to prove it. They have like, I don't even know how many covers they've had. It's crazy. But there's no support. Ebony magazine, where is it? Where's Ebony? Where is it? Right? They rather be on the cover of Vogue, Marie Claire, Cosmo, anything owned by white people. That's what they value. And they don't want to be honest with themselves. And it's like, no, you have to stop. Yeah, exactly, Ms. V. Because I'm like, I would never want Jamal Bryant to represent me. It's embarrassing. Because I'm like, you really think the people at Target, the CEO of Target, the shareholders at Target, the board of Target, you don't think they ran a background check on Jamal Bryant? Why would they take this man seriously? They probably know more about his kids out of wedlock than the rest of us. They probably know stuff about Jamal that we don't even know of. So why would they take him seriously? These white people run background checks on people. You think the CEO of Target going to sit down with you without running a background check? You think all these shareholders are not going to run a background check on Jamal Bryant? They probably know his credit score. They probably know all his debt. They probably know who has his first mortgage, his second mortgage. They don't take this man seriously because he's not an honorable person. He is not honorable. And that's what I'm saying. You can send Mr. Pebbles to go talk with Target. And he's not going to boycott Target, but he's going to have a conversation with Target. But I'm like, we don't value business people over here. People just don't. They like their pseudo-intellectual of the week, right? Because they happen to be charismatic or they happen to be chaotic. But I'm like, Mr. Pebbles, he should be the one representing Black people with this whole Target stuff. And he's going to get things done. Because you need to be a business person to talk to another business person. Otherwise, y'all not going to understand each other. Like if you're an activist or you're a socialist and you talk to a business person, y'all will never come to an agreement. Because what you want, it doesn't match. Because a business person, all they understand is how much they're going to cost me, what's the profit, and like how much I have to give you. Like what the heck, right? A socialist says, give me, give me, give me, give me. That's not how business people talk. So that's why if you're going to boycott or be upset at business people or you want a change from business people, it makes more sense to send a business person. And I'm saying the Black American community is not in shortage of highly qualified, successful Black Americans who have success in business. We need Black American business people. We don't want socialists. We don't want Marxists. And we don't want activists. These people do not understand business. So they cannot go talk to business people. Even here in DC, there's like a Black man. He owns all the Mercedes, BMW, and he does the luxury car dealerships. Like the man is Black, y'all. He got so much money. A man like that, yes, he can represent me. Go talk to them people. Because you'll know what to say. There's a time and place for everything. It's just for like here in America with Black people, people don't know when to stop playing. People don't know when to start taking life seriously. Money is serious matter because money is a weapon. It's not a joke. Money is serious business. Everything is not church. And church people need to be a church. Jamal, you're a pastor. If Jamal is a pastor, his job needs to be preaching to people and tell them how to get salvation, not lose their salvation. Leave business to business people. Leave business to business people. You don't understand business. And you will never have the respect of business people anyways, because these are not your people. These are not, and not even, yeah. And we need Black American businessmen, Kevin. Don't even put these women in there. We're tired of these women. We need Black American businessmen. When you look at the American corporate landscape, whatever, it is ran by men. It is ran by white men. And we also have to stop acting as if most Black men out here are castrated or there are no Black men. The Black woman, we are sick and tired of the Black woman. She just sit her ass down somewhere. We need Black men, highly successful Black men, to go talk to the white man. Men need to talk to men. Point blank. Period. Like no. You know, I was working on a script with ChatGPT with my DeepSeek stuff, and it was giving me a very matriarchal storyline. And I had to tell DeepSeek, I don't like how it's too much matriarchy. Okay, I need some men in here, because even that, to me, that's also erasure. That is like Black American men have gotten so erased. It's disgusting. It is truly disgusting, and it's disturbing because they've done a lot, and many of them have done formidable things that some of us could never even dream of. Gotta stop acting like they can't think, they can't solve problems, they can't. No, it's enough. Black women have had their chance. They failed. They need to sit their asses down and go raise their children. Black American men need to go deal with these white American men, and they need to come up with some kind of compromise. Uncle Pebbles, you go talk to those people, and we can wait. He'll do a good thing, okay? But there's nobody. I don't know who in business can compete with this man. Who? So no. The business people, the businessman, the black man, the Black businessman. It's about time that we start putting Black men where they belong. Okay, you got to start putting Black men in places of leadership. It's enough. Matriarchy does not work. It doesn't work. Women in power does not work. It don't work. They tried it. They failed. It's enough. It is enough. And I even feel like that's another reason why, too, Essence is such a disaster, because Black men don't want to go. Yes, Kevin, Black men don't want to go anymore. Hetero Black men don't want to go. It's Black, not even Black gays, but like the very effeminate Black gays and the Black women, when they come together, they bring the worst out of each other. There's a lot of Black men, hetero Black men with money and means, who no longer want to go to these events because they go there, they get disrespected, they get looked out funny, they don't want to go. And I'm like, it's about time that people apologize to the Black man and restore the Black man where he needs to be. Leadership, and the woman is the helpmate. We're going to be okay. We got to go back to being traditional. You know what I'm saying? People got to go back to being traditional because it doesn't work. They tried it. They tried to put Kamala Harris. Look what happened. They tried it even with Hillary Clinton. Nobody wanted her. Kamala Harris, nobody wanted her. People do not want matriarchy. People don't want a society that's ran by feminists. Okay? We are tired. And I also think that's why DEI also failed. People are tired. People are truly, truly tired. It's enough. People are really tired. People are tired. Okay? Like even Essence, like Richelieu was saying that, he was like, oh, we're here for Black women. I'm like, you see, and that's why Essence is failing. Essence should be for Black people, the Black women, the Black men, and the Black child. Everybody should come to Essence and feel like they're being valued. Essence should not be a woman-centric event. You're not going to get the mans. And if the mans don't come, it's not going to be a vibe. Because these ladies, they want to be around the fellas. So the fellas also have to be a priority. It's enough. It is enough moving as if Black men don't add anything. That is a damn lie. It is a lie. Okay? It's a lie. Put down your goofy ass bitterness, put down your juvenile ways, and recognize that we need men. Men are necessary. Black men matter. They really do matter. It's okay. It really is okay. Like, are you kidding me? So no, the Black American businessman the successful one, needs to be the one in charge of this stuff with Target. And moving forward, we should only be represented by successful, highly acclaimed, married, faithful, God-fearing, tax-paying Black American businessmen. That's it. Just bring up serious people. I'm sick and tired of these pseudo-intellectuals and these clowns. They're exhausting. Like, what is this? It's really weird.
To just share everything, right? And to
hold on, you guys.
Be as loud and as vocal and as visible.
So things that may not be fully understood get discussed in ways and in places that sound like they actually know what they're talking about. So at the convention center, again, phenomenal success. Here's why. Last year, there was a lot of lines, a lot of blockage of the aisles. Our elders couldn't move freely. They couldn't get from one place to another. So we made a strategic decision to increase the size by 100,000 square feet, right? What that enabled us to do was wider aisles, right? Spread the place out, tuck lines on the sides and away from the center aisle so people could move more freely, right? So when you look at that, you say, oh, there's fewer people here, right? And you couple that with an active boycott that's going on, right? And you couple that with all of the uncertainty that I just talked about. And then it's easy to come to that conclusion. Well, we had almost 50,000 people a day go through the convention center, and some days more, right? That's the first thing. So same numbers as last year, right? In the convention center, same numbers as last year. Better organized, better planned. That's the lessons that we learned last year, right? Now we got to turn our attention to our production in the Superdome and make sure that that's just as tight. You don't have any issues in the convention center, and we're engaging with that many people a day, right? I think it's something like, I don't know, like 400 panels, right? 20-something thousand minutes of content, right? Like massive stuff, right? Scale stuff. The last part about that is it's all free, right? So when you come into that experience, the other thing that I think you noticed this year, for those of you that have been, is the elevation of the experience, right? The visuals, right? The content,
or at least they need to have an office in Louisiana, and they need to have an office in New Orleans. And what they could do, the people who run the office in New Orleans, I mean, you can still have Black diaspora, whatever, but the people who run the office in New Orleans can be Black Americans they need to be Creole. Have them Creole people in the office in New Orleans. And then people from like New York and stuff, they can come once in a while. They come like every 3 months and have meetings with those people. And then they can also go to New York and stuff like that. But what's stopping this man from opening a proper office in New Orleans? What's stopping him from opening a proper Essence office in New Orleans? I'm confused. You have the money, do it. Like, what is this?
The quality of the presenters, right? The quality of the presentations. Extraordinary, right? I was extremely excited about the programming at Sway, right? For the first time, it wasn't an afterthought. A men's experience wasn't an afterthought. It was a real intentional experience and execution, right?
Well, break down what Sway is for people that don't know it and weren't there because they might not know.
Yeah. So Sway is what is now Essence's men's platform and experience that we're slowly building up.
Why?
Because if you go out and you look and
so you see, he said, "Oh, we're slowly building up the male experience, the Black men experience." Erasure. There will be no Black people. The Black humanity will not exist without Black men. You need a Black mother and a Black father to have Black babies. So why are you slowly building up the Black man stuff? You see, like all this misandry stuff, being hyper focused on the Black women and completely letting the Black men fall by the wayside is the reason why some of y'all's event is dry AF, because the fellas don't want to come because they're not appreciated. You know what I mean? Today, these women don't even know how to smile. It's a problem. Don't even know how to flirt. They're going to threaten you with a gun. Okay. You say hi to a girl. She might even take a picture of you or a video, put you on TikTok and say that you were sexually harassing her. Like this culture is so combative. It's ridiculous. So I'm like, you can see how a lot of people now, a lot of men don't want to go. And the reality of it is the ladies, for as much as they cuss these men out and insult these men and say that, oh, man ain't nothing, they want to be around the fellas. That's the sad part. The vast majority of these women, especially the ones who are always cussing them out, they are seriously attracted to Black men. They want to be with the Black man, marry the Black man, have his babies. Then stop insulting the person. And when he shows up around you, make him feel like you want him there. How about that? How about that part? Like, make it make sense.
In the media landscape today, there's nothing that's really focused on Black men in an elevated and aspirational way. And so Sway was actually a magazine that was owned by Essence, that was launched by Essence back in the day and was then shuttered shortly thereafter. And I looked at it and I said, what a cool name for men, right? And so we're gradually building that up. But I think from your experience there, you can see where we're headed with it.
Not that it was dope, and I think a lot of women all the time always look for men in essence, right? Because there's a lot of relationships. There's a lot of women and they're looking for relationships.
I told you, they insult these men, but they really want these men like real bad. That's what all they do is talk about men. They only watch a podcast if you talk about the men. The more you talk about the men, the more interested they are. They're spending $10,000 on dating coaches to get with the man. So I'm like, stop insulting these people. Stop insulting these people. I really don't get that part. How can you be attracted to someone but you insult the person? How does that work in your head? How does that work? Right? If you know you want black men to be there because it makes it more interesting, it makes it more sexy, then you got to be welcoming. Even if he's not your type, say hi, give a little smile and go about your business. Right? Because you want men to say, I went to Essence and I had a good time. I went to Essence and the sisters there were really friendly. They smell good. They look good. Right? So that's it. You don't have to be attracted to a black man. He doesn't need to be your type for you to be friendly. Because, and that's the whole point of being in the black community. Everything got to be attraction. There was a man who asked yesterday, oh, why is it that black women don't say hi at the store? This lady said, oh, you're so lucky you didn't ask me because I would have had that fired. I'm like, huh? She said she would have shot the man. I'm like, you going to shoot somebody for saying hi to you? She's like, oh, why are you even talking to me? The fact that you're not paying for my groceries, pretty much if you're not paying for my groceries, then don't talk to me. I'm like, sis, that's dry begging. You're a grown-ass woman. You can pay for your groceries. But if you make eye contact with someone and somebody says hi, it's the polite thing to say, hey, hi, how are you? How's your day? That's it. But damn, what has gotten into people? People are becoming so uncivilized.
And so that Swing Lounge was a great opportunity for men.
Like you was looking for men.
I was actually on the panel, so.
That's the best way to find a man. But I do want to say too, I want to stay on the economic point that Envy brought up. I saw people complaining about the BBIP super lounges. I guess they said super lounge used to be a part of the standard ticket price, but then they had to charge extra for the BBIP. So a lot of people was like, damn, that prices me out. So that was just how do you balance like financial sustainability with accessibility?
Well, but I think that's also part of what I was saying earlier about people having an idea, but not really fully having all of the information to make decisions, right? So that super lounge experience was a free experience where the convention center had, not a convention center, the Superdome had these spaces, right, inside of them that Essence used as a way to showcase up and coming talent, right? Give them opportunities and went right for the main stage. For the past 3 years or so, the Superdome was under construction and those spaces went away. So we haven't had that for 3 years. The way that we solved for that was doing super lounges early on the main stage, right? That didn't change, right? But what we also are dealing with is, one, we should talk about the economics of it, right? We'll come back to the economics of how an event like this gets pulled off and what it takes and what it requires. But what we then did was say, hey, we're trying to over deliver on the value proposition of why you go to the Superdome, why you would buy a ticket, right? And what has happened is for our community, they get charged more and they receive less. We're guilty of trying to give more for the same price, right? And
who asked you for that? Meanwhile, I mean, I'm telling y'all, this ain't even hard. This ain't hard. Essence Fest needs to be a place where Black people can go and find love. I mean, like real love, not hookups, not casual sex, not all kinds of fuckery. Essence Fest needs to be a place where Black people can go and find love. You know what I mean? Find real love. Like, you know, and hopefully people can go there, get engaged, get proposed to, get married. Like, oh, we met at Essence Fest. Like, that's the kind of stuff that makes people want to go there. But I repeat, all this cussing out of Black men, insulting Black men, demeaning those people, these events will get drier and drier. And that goes for Afrotech, whatever kind of things y'all have out here. Because if these Black boys, if these Black men do not come outside, y'all know dang well you're not going to enjoy yourself. People got to stop. All this uppity attitude, oh, I think I make more than a Black man, please prove it. Right? And even if you make a lot of money, you can still be nice. You can still be friendly. You can still be feminine. There is a lack, I repeat, there is a serious lack of femininity that has led a lot of Black men to not even want to come outside anymore. And you know, if the fellas are outside, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same because you don't want to be around a bunch of women. You want to be around the mans. Okay? It's okay to be honest. A lot of people used to go to Essence to go for the mans, and they have the outfits for the mans. You're not going to Essence for the ladies. You can see the ladies every other day. It is, okay? But you're really going to Essence because hopefully you can find love at Essence. And that's why I say black men, yes, black mans need to be a priority for Essence Fest. Yeah. They need to make black men a real priority at Essence Fest. They need to even, I don't know, I think we kind of have some, I don't recall. But it needs to be some kind of like golfing event, like something, like either a golfing event, something like that, like cigar lounge, golfing event. You know, they need to be really hardcore on promoting events that will definitely attract black men, point blank period. They have to make it a priority. They need to know you are just as wanted as the woman is wanted here. That's it. That's that. Because if you can attract like upper echelon black men, oh, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Like find all the zaddies, okay? Find all the ballers, okay? The shot callers and the zaddies, okay? I'm being serious. Because, you know, and these ladies know it. They are some very handsome. I'm married to one, but there are truly some very handsome, attractive, intelligent, high-earning black men. But this kind of behavior, it turns them off. You know, some people don't like foolishness. You know, and some men, and people don't understand because a lot of women out here, they're so accustomed to YNs. They're so accustomed to disorderly conduct. They are so accustomed to very weird, effeminate F-boys. They've never been in the real presence of grown, mature men. And I can see it. You know, grown, mature men, they will observe your behavior. Oh, that's too much for me. I got to go. Because they got too much to lose. You're too much. And nobody has time to redo your education. Where is your mother? Okay? But I'm like, yeah. But I'm like, black men matter. And if you can really attract the cream of the cream, like crème de la crème of black American men, oh, it's a wrap. It is a wrap. These girls will go crazy. When I tell you they're going to buy their tickets 2 years in advance because the ladies love the fellas. But I'm like, if you want to have high quality men, you got to tell these women how to act. You got to tell these women how to act. And you got to tell these women how to learn to be flirtatious, learn to be friendly, fit, and feminine without doing too much. Have a smile on your face. You know what I mean? Have a smile on your face. You need to learn how to flirt. What's all the savagery? Like, what is going on here? This is ridiculous. And that's why I said they're so lucky I'm not the one in charge of Essence. You are so lucky this African is not the one in charge of Essence because I told y'all we would have had cooking classes at Essence. We would have had marriage boot camp at Essence. We would have had a whole seminar called The Black Man is Always Right. Yes, black man. Yes. You're always right. When have you ever been wrong? Okay. Y'all would have cried. We would have had walk 10,000 steps a day at Essence. Okay. Cooking classes at Essence. Marriage boot camp at Essence. How to be more fit, friendly, and feminine at Essence. Okay. Yeah. There you go. They'll be like, good job, Martin. I'm like, it's okay, fellas. I got you. Ooh. Okay. Exactly. Essence pushes the woke agenda. Essence is not pro-family. And Essence needs to go back to being pro-family traditional and honor the black man. If you honor the black men, they'll come. These ladies don't even know. A lot of these fellas, if y'all were nice to them, they would pay for everything. You're just mean. You're just straight up mean. You're disrespectful and you're condescending. A lot of these people have money. Sometimes I even feel like some of these guys, they dress poor and they act poor because they want to see the real you. And you fall for it every single time. A lot of black guys have money. They just don't want to spend their money on you because you're too mean and you're too disrespectful. And it's not okay. Oh, it's not a woman's place to emasculate a man. Like, what do you get out of this? It is horrible behavior. It's so horrible behavior. No woman, a woman that is well raised and that comes from a good family, you should never seek to emasculate a man. It's not okay behavior. It's really bad behavior, you know? So that's why they don't want to pay for anything. They have money, but they'd rather give it to a stripper because a lot of these strippers, they're nice. They're very friendly. They give extra dances. They remember the names of their repeat customers. How can a black man go to a strip club and have a better customer service experience than when he's out here trying to take a young woman out on a date? The math is not mathing. People need to change their behavior. People need to change their behavior.
that has to then be accompanied by other sources of revenue in order to sustain that free convention center, right?
How about I've been going for so many years. I didn't know the convention center was free. I had no idea.
Convention centers.
I had no idea.
Well, you be working there.
I usually go
When I went, I just was an attendee, and I just went and just
I had
came
no
in.
idea it was free. That's crazy. I had no clue.
Nowhere else on this planet,
which is amazing,
is anybody giving us that. I mean, think about who you got to see, and they got to see and talk to you, right? They got to see on that same. They got to see and talk to Maxwell. They got to see and talk to.
Let me explain this a little bit. So the convention center, of course, it's a huge convention center, and they have different stages, podcasts, artists performing. And I didn't know all that was free, but all that is free. So like you can go there, and when I was there doing one stage, Lloyd was doing another stage performing. So there was like 10,000 people at Lloyd's stage. There was a couple thousand people at our stage. People doing podcasts, conversations with Maxwell. And I didn't know that's free. That's
I thought you had to buy a ticket.
Yeah, I thought so too. But that's dope.
No, but in order to maintain that money has to come from somewhere, right? So we're trying to find other ways that we can monetize so that we can continue to provide that experience, so we don't have to charge. Because our community is going through I don't know if people know this, right? Unemployment rate for Black women in this country right now is skyrocketing, right?
But why is unemployment rate for Black women skyrocketing? You know, in this life, when God gives you money, it's not for you to take your money and start insulting people. You see, when you take money to brag, oh, I make this much, I make more than you. The whole time you don't own the business, the whole time you're an employee, and you pounding your chest like this and you bragging on people, well, guess what? Now you lost your damn job. Because God gonna humble you. God humbles everybody. What goes up must come down. And I guess we are on our way down, aren't we? Right? Everything in life has order to it. When things get out of order, life will put things back in order, right? A woman's job is not to walk all over a man's head. Neither is the man also. But there's a lane for the man and there is a lane for the woman. And too many women with the jobs they had has spent their time doing nothing but emasculating people, insulting people, saying, oh, I make this, you don't make shit. Because you don't make what I make, you're less than me, you're inferior than me. I guess we're all about to be in the unemployment line, right? And now nobody can take their money to show off on other people. You see, when you make money, be mindful how you talk to people. Because otherwise you'll lose your job. Okay?
Employment rate for Black people in this country is skyrocketing, right? The opportunities that we were promised just 2 years ago have evaporated, right? We're going to stand by our community and we're going to use our business acumen to build a sustainable business that will be here 100 years from now, right? We're going to make.
So he said he wants to build a business that'll be here 100 years from now. I'm like, so you can't guarantee that. Now, if you want to have a sustainable business, you cannot have a sustainable business if you don't center Black men as well. You can't just center Black women. You got to center Black men and Black children. Everybody that makes the Black community needs to be centered, not just one gender group. That's crazy to me. That's really crazy. So good luck with that.
Those investments. We need our community to come along. We also, though, taking full accountability, need to make sure that our community knows that that's what we're doing, right? I think we take for granted that they know what we're doing. The fact that you guys in here have been there, I don't know how many times, you've probably been there 15 times.
No.
That you didn't know that all of those experiences were free, right?
I've only been once. I'm sorry.
I've been once too.
Once at once?
I've been 15 times. Actually there when it was in Houston.
Oh, so you went right after Katrina. Yeah. But that's 1 million square feet that we produce in that convention center for our community, serving anywhere from 50 to 70,000 people a day, right? For 3 days straight. It's where we bring Black businesses in the local market so they can sell their products.
He's saying they have 1 million square feet and to do all these conversations, but what do y'all talk about? Do people actually change? Like, what conversations are y'all having? Foolishness? Because I'm like, because Keke Palmer had a panel. I'm like, what can Keke Palmer teach people? Like, what? No.
And when they come to that local market, that one weekend, many of them make more money in that one weekend than they make the entire year.
But the only other thing that I would say that I did not like is every night at that convention center, well, at the concert, when people were performing, I didn't know who was really performing until I got there. And you guys have, I mean, think about it. You got Glorilla, Patti LaBelle.
I think we had the best lineup in the
Maxwell, Lauryn Hill, Nas, Boys to Men,
Dougie Fresh,
Babyface,
Patti LaBelle.
So many artists. It was so
I feel like that wasn't properly promoted.
But I didn't know
that was a conversation too.
I didn't know until I got there about all those artists. And I feel like it would have been a bigger push if you'd have known. Like, you got to see all those artists on the weekend. You've never seen nothing like that. Old and new, coming up artists. Like, it was a dope show.
But that's what we do every year, right? And that's the idea. So
Like usually when New Edition is closing out, when Mary's before, like it was this year. I didn't know Niles was there until I got there.
So I'll tell you.
I didn't know LL was there until I seen him on the plane. So, that is the truth.
So he's being biased. All those people are from Queens. Okay.
And I really wonder if they have enough people working for them to really make like all this stuff a success. Do they have enough people, or are they overworking like a small staff of people? Because I'm like, what is this?
I bet y'all promoted Patti LaBelle and crazy. All you care about is them rappers from Queens.
No, but if you ask me about it, I did not know.
So that's another learning, right? So, but I tell you more than that, more than hey, we need to really amp it up because people need to know. More than that, we need to be earlier so that people can plan. Because in this economy, in the world that we're in, right, people need to plan. And this is some people's vacation, right? Like some people are like, hey, I'm gonna save up my money this year so I can go to Essence, right? Great. We need to make sure that we give them enough of a window for them to plan. The other part of it is we're the music and the festival, the concert part of it is an important part in the celebration. But that convention center is where the nourishment and the learning and the nurturing comes in. And so we've got to make sure that
he was doing too much. He said in the convention centers where the nurturing and the nourishment. Who's nourishing who? Like what mature Black people did they have there? They had Keke Palmer, Andrew Day. Like who was there on the for the panel stuff? Hold on. And I'm like, who are they? What, sir? What are you talking about? I'm like, no, nobody's getting nourished at Essence Fest. Like you're speaking foolishness. Like, no. Did you have like mature people, married people, qualified people, actual therapists? Like, no, celebrities, they're not nourishing anybody.
You tie those closer together so that people know all of what's happening and they can understand just exactly how massive it is. So we'll do a better job of marketing so that people know more and that they know earlier. So that's certainly something that we can improve on. And that feedback is very well taken.
I want to talk to you about Target. I totally get you need Target's dollars to even do this event. You don't have to explain that. Okay. But was that a tough decision, being that the Jamal Bryants, the Tamika Mallory's, the Nina Turners have staged this boycott against Target that a lot of people are participating in?
Yeah, so those are always difficult decisions, right? And this wasn't a hey, we decided to go with Target against the boycott, or hey, we decided to go with the boycott against Target, right? You've got to remember what our value proposition is for this community, and that is to help them build their businesses and to help them build the infrastructure that supports their business, right? We build the infrastructure, they build their businesses. So it wasn't a decision around here's this boycott that we want to go against, or here's this retail partner that we want to support, right? It was the decision, first of all, was we already had a contract, right? Prior to all of this, 4 years now. And they've been good partners, right? They've done what they've told us they were going to do. And even not recently at Festival, Brian Cornell, their CEO, came on the ground. He's like, look, I want to see the people. I want to talk to the people. I want to understand. But he also shared that we haven't stopped doing the things that we had committed to. We're going to complete. We've made a $2 billion commitment.
To who? To the Black community. But isn't that the whole point of the protest, is that because they rolled back the DEI initiatives, but they haven't, done those things, from what I've been told.
No. So what he shared was that they actually never stopped those things, right? Their $2 billion commitment, he said that they are going to complete that $2 billion commitment by the end of this year.
They just can't label it DEI because they're scared of Trump.
I'm not going to get into the politics of it. But what I will say is that they've committed to and have exercised. And from what I've been able to see, they have done what they said they would. Certainly with the businesses that are in their retail environment, which is where I think the bulk of those dollars go anyway. But that's not for me to answer, right? What I can say though is that they have shown me and provided evidence that they've continued those programs. They've continued their HBCU program and the scholarships. They've continued their dollar commitments, right? So for our decision making was based on the economic impact or the inadvertent economic impact that we're seeing in the Black businesses. So if that convention center didn't happen.
I mean, to me, it's like, listen, he's at Target. I mean, even though he sold Shea Moisture, but Shea Moisture is at Target. people he has invested in. Some people haven't, he hasn't sold yet, but Mael is at Target. The lip bar is at Target. Like, he has a lot of brands that are at Target. So he's made a crap load of money with Target. So Target has not been bad to him. Okay. Also, Target probably gives him millions of dollars for Essence. So, and then he doesn't have anybody else that can replace what Target has given him. So it's like, oh, we're here to help people build their businesses. Essence is a festival. It's not a business incubator. Like, I'm like, stop misleading people. This is where he was getting on my nerve. I'm like, Essence is a festival. You're there to make money. You charge people to come to the convention center. So hopefully they can sell something, but that's how you cover your costs of the convention center. Cool. But they said, oh, we're here to help people build the infrastructure to their businesses. I'm like, Essence is not it's not an incubator. It's not an incubator. You're not building anybody's business. They're building it themselves. Yeah, he's a capitalist. I was like, stop playing with me. He's a capitalist who tries to pretend like, oh, look, I'm dressed so modest. I'm wearing a regular shirt that probably costs like $25,000. I'm wearing a regular watch that probably costs like $200,000. I'm like, Richelieu, be quiet. The nourishment. It's not a spiritual experience. Essence is for fun. Okay? But it's really all about business. Like, you're there to make money. Stop playing with me. Like, what's wrong with this man? Like, rich AF.
And there's 200 vendors that would have lost their income for that weekend.
So
right?
would you
Which, as I said earlier, for some of them is the bulk of their income. There are there are brands that have been preparing all year to have a showcase to get retail distribution, right? So there's other retailers that come there, because we also have a program through the New Voices Foundation that trains up our vendors to be ready to go into retail. So that's the other.
I don't know if I believe that part. So, like, people are vendors, people who want to buy like Target, Costco, are coming to Essence Fence to find you vendors. I don't know if I believe that part. I think he's lying right here. I don't believe that part.
That we do. We have almost 30,000 Black businesses on our platform, and women on
30,000 Black businesses on his platform. I don't know if I believe that part.
businesses on our platform that we're providing developmental services to every day, and also at the festival, right? So that's everything from preparedness to go into retail to business planning, supply chain development, all the things that it takes to do that. So we've also then, as a result of that, really curated the SoCal market so that when our guests come in, they're getting the best of the best. And that when retail partners come in, they're able to then say, hey, they're ready to do business and go to the next level.
I don't believe any of the shit he's saying. No. What time would they even have? No, that's a lie. I don't believe this. I don't believe this.
Right? So we don't want to deprive them of that opportunity. Greater than that is they've already made the investments, right? Some of these people have, not some of them, many of them, because where do we go to get funding in our community when we need to build a business? Today, right? GoFundMe. Right. Right. So part of what they use this weekend for is to recoup the investments that they've made. So how do they get these investments? They're taking out second mortgages on their homes. They're drawing down on their 401ks. They're borrowing from their neighbors and their friends and their family. Every single person here, right? Right. And if they don't get these opportunities, what happens to them? Right. So we've got to think about. So it kind of, I'm older than all of you guys. I grew up at a time where it was, we had MLK to follow and learn about, and you had two sides to MLK's platform. The first one was the civil rights platform. The second one, which he didn't get to see all the way through, unfortunately, and we can all speculate as to why, was the economic rights platform. That's right. Right. So the boycott is focused on the civil rights platform. I'm focused on the economic rights platform. That's what I've done my entire career, right? 30 something years now, almost 40 years. This is what I've done, right? I started when I was 19 years old, right? So almost 40 years, kind of crazy to think, right? But that's all I've done, right? All I've done is build businesses that invest back in Black communities and develop new businesses that can then stand on their own. So I'm faced with this, and I'm seeing the impact that this is not just having here, but also on shelf. So yeah, the boycott can, our voice has been heard. There is no doubt about it. Our voice has been heard. Fantastic, right? My question is, what next, right? And how do we now protect those businesses that have been impacted? Because Target's traffic may be down, right? Their revenue may be down. But think about those, I don't know how many, I know that we're involved with maybe 20 businesses in that sell to Target and at other retailers, but we're talking specifically here. Some of them, their businesses are down more than 50%. Some of them, their business, the average is around 30%, right?
The black-owned businesses that are in Target.
Yes, right? Because the traffic isn't there. And so the impact of that is the longer this goes on, I can't pay my mortgage. I can't pay you back the money that I borrowed from you, right? I can't send my kids to the schools that I've not put them in because I thought, hey, I've got this business that's ramping up, right? Mm-hmm. I'm worried about healthcare because there's all kinds of changes coming there. There's an undue amount of stress that goes on those businesses as a result of this, right?
But wouldn't it have been easier to say, for as much as we would love to join in on the boycott with Target, we just can't afford it. Because Target allows us to do what we need to do in the city of New Orleans, and for essence, the people who are coming in, our vendors, that we would not be able to do. So as a CEO, honestly, and in all honesty, I just can't go to sleep at night knowing that all these people are depending on me to make money, and I'm boycotting Target just to make a stand. People have to eat. So I wish everybody that's boycotting Target the very best. I hope that they reach the goals that they seek to reach. But for me, there are people who need me, and yeah, I need that Target check. That's it. Like, if you're gonna be mad, be mad. Like, what?
The boycott, I think, has served its purpose. I think it has been one that showed our economic might. It showed our voice. It showed that we can be united. I'm all for that, right? But what I have to think about is how I make sure that these people and these businesses that have made these investments survive through this until all of that is resolved.
Can you move on from a boycott if a demand hasn't been met? Like, again, if you have, because the whole point of boycott is because you have demands. If Target hasn't met those demands, why should we tell people to move on?
If they have not met those
demands, if they haven't met those demands, why should we tell the protesters to move on?
Yeah, so.
See, and this is why I say a Black capitalist and a Black socialist would never be friends. Why even try? A Black socialist feels like they're fighting for the people. A Black capitalist, he fights for his interest. Now, he can say, my interests are Black businesses, which are still Black people, but it's a cluster of Black people, right? Whereas like the Black socialist, he feels like he's fighting for the people. Cool. Y'all not going to be friends. Like, you cannot be friends. And it's like, we keep trying to, and I'm like, you have all these Black capitalists who want to like pretend that, yeah, Black socialists, I stand with you. No, you don't. And you never will, because your ethos are completely opposed. You believe in money. You believe in capitalism. You believe in money. Like, we need money to make things go around. They say, socialists say, we can destroy this business until we get what we want. Y'all can't be friends. Stop trying. It's not gonna work.
I haven't told anybody to move on, right?
Sounds like you're saying that just a little.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that my responsibility, the place that I've lived my life, is in building out that ecosystem, right? So my job is to ensure that ecosystem survives, right? Yeah. That's my job, right? And that's what I'm doing.
I guess my real quick, I just want to just from your standpoint, just essence, right? Not the Black-owned businesses within Target, just essence and Essence Festival. If you would have said, you know what, I'm listening to the protesters, Target, I don't want y'all to be a sponsor this year, how would that have impacted y'all business? I know you had a contract.
Well, we have a contract, so that would impact our business. I tell you something else, right? There's many.
It's not even just that they have a contract. Target is a great business partner for him. Like, the vision that he has and all these Black businesses that he wants to get involved with, who they gonna sell to at Target? Why would he jeopardize that relationship? You understand? Target has been good to him. You say Target's been bad to you. You haven't had the same experience with Target. But let's say tomorrow he wants to, let's say I come up with a brand and he invests in me. He might want me to sell at Target. So if he burns the bridge with Target, he will no longer be able to build any businesses that he invested into Target. It's not possible. Because it's like, from where he stands, as long as his relationship is good with Target, the money will keep rolling in. Because anytime he has a new business, all he has to do is get Target to agree to carry the brand. He's good to go. Y'all get me, right? Target is a powerful business. It's a powerful vehicle for him because Target gives him distribution. So that's why I say a Black socialist and a Black capitalist can be friends, because Target represents distribution. Through Target, he can put products in pretty much all neighborhoods. And they tend to be well-paid neighborhoods. Why would he destroy access to distribution like this? Why would he do that? Because as long as he's alive and he invests in any business, as long as he has a good reputation with Target, and he says, hey, can you carry this brand? They'll do it because they have a great relationship. He's not going to destroy that because of Jamal Bryant, because he's worked hard to build that relationship. Jamal doesn't have anything. So Jamal doesn't mind burning bridges because he never had no bridges to begin with. You know what I mean? So it's like, no, I mean, Ms. V, if the Target boycott had not happened, a lot of these people, it's a way for them to get bought. Because if they can show an investor like these big ones, like Unilever, Procter & Gamble, whoever's out there, if you can show that you have a certain foot traffic in these stores and you make a certain amount of money with these, like with Walmart and this and that, they're going to pay for your business because they're trying to sell. So proof of concept is being in the store. That's what this is. If you do well, like let's say Target gives you like 2,000 doors, right? Target gives you 2,000 doors. You supply 2,000 doors for Target and your stuff just, they have a name for it, like when you don't stay on the shelves for too long. Well, you can use that and say to an investor, look how much we sell, look how quickly we turn over our stuff. So yeah, we might be worth like 700 million. You get a check. And then he also gets paid because he's an investor. Like I understand his business model. Like he loves money. He loves money. He wants to sit here and pretend like he doesn't. He loves money. And I understand why he's talking about the market, like the people coming there and getting people ready for distribution. Because if you can have a booth at Essence and there's a crazy line, it shows that it sticks. It's very sticky with Black people. So most likely you want to invest in that. So I can see Essence Fest also being a place for him to kind of be able to prowl through and be like, okay, who has the biggest lines? Who has the biggest this? Who has the biggest that? And then he can say to his people, call her, I want to invest. And I'm offering her 30% for this. Da, 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 da. I know exactly what he's doing. Okay, it's not hard to understand. And then he has Target in his pocket. So whatever works with Black people, Target can carry that and everybody makes money. It's not hard to understand what he's doing. So I'm like, he's not about to jeopardize that vehicle, like, because Target is distribution for him. You know, because imagine if you have 2,000 doors by Target, what are your purchase orders look like? $10 million? Every order is like what, 5 million, 10 million, 20 million? Because these are big ass purchase orders. They're not small. So if you get 2,000 doors, how much do they pay you? Like they send you a purchase, or like send us stuff like 2 million, 3 million. Imagine every month, every 5 months, you get a $20 million order. And mind you, you don't even have to ship the stuff. Like if you were to sell 20 million on a website, think about the work people, like the employees you would have to hire. If you send $20 million worth of merch to Target, Target knows where to send it to. And there's no shipping because people can just go there and pick it up. It's a lot easier. If they want to do returns, they don't have to send it back to you. Go worry about that with Target. Right? So there are a lot of benefits in being in retail. The problem is the money. That's why most people who do retail have big investors, because for as much as you can make a lot of money, you can also lose a lot of money because it's capital intensive, right? But Target is the way for him to show bigger companies like Procter & Gamble, look at how well we're doing, look at how quickly our stuff turns over. So we want 700 million. And then he gets the check. To me, that's his Ponzi scheme. Find stuff that are very sticky in the Black community. He's investing in it. He builds it up to another level. Like, okay, maybe by yourself, you're at 10 million. He might come in and get you like 50 million. Then he puts you in Target. Then it's like, then they all gonna work together and get a big company to buy your ass out. And then they all get paid. Like, it's a Ponzi scheme. Like, I get it. Like, he's not that slick. He really is not that slick. Let's keep going.
There's that have either pulled out of supporting Black media and Black businesses. There are many others that have cut down what they have, what their commitments have been, or where they have invested before. So it's not just, this isn't just an issue that's related just to Target, right? This is an issue that, we've had partners, that didn't come back. Ford didn't come back, right? You used to be able to, do the ride and drive and they've cut back. They didn't come back. Delta didn't come back, right? So there's partners in it, but we still put on the same show. We still put on the same event. So we're going to ride for our community, right? We knew we were going to take a loss going into this, but it's better to me that we take a loss and that that community, that business community, the broader community of New Orleans, the broader community that comes to Essence Festival has an extraordinary experience. We did have hiccups, yes.
Why didn't those companies come back?
Well, I mean, you know, some of them have. Yeah, I mean, they got rid of the black programs. There's no money. There's no money.
Black order.
Right. So you know, but this is the new world that we live in, and I think it's very important that we are.
Kevin said, in due time, he'll sell our essence, the essence culture, to the highest bidder to get a payout. Yes, he will. That's what he does. But he makes you feel like, oh, I got to do it because it's going to make us make more money. No, it doesn't. Go sit down somewhere. But that's what he does. He buys businesses, he invests in them, and he gets them to go really, really big. And then he forces the people to sell because he has a big equity in those businesses. And then he gets paid. He gets paid. So I can see how Essence is like, it's a testing ground to see where are these Black women. And I see why he wants Black women. It makes a lot of sense because they spend the most, like they're the biggest consumers. That makes sense. Black men don't spend that much money. So you can see that this is not about the family, the culture, the nourishment. You want to see where these Black women, where are they gravitating towards? Because that might be where your next hit might be. So that's why you make it free. And he ain't slick. This is why you make it free. So like that way they come and then you can observe their behavior. And then you're like, okay, so this might be the next big thing. And then you invest in that. You get it to grow like maybe 3x or 4x with the help of Target, and then you sell it at a really big price. And maybe the people from Target also get a little cut from that. I guess we'll never know. Yes. Oh, that part is legit. Oh, they need to be fearful, but they also need to stop consuming so much. You know what I'm saying? But I can see it be a place. It's like a lab, and you just let these women go in there and you observe their natural behavior, like. Which stands are they going for? What are they talking about the most? And it could be that very soon he might make an investment to Camille Rose. I can see him doing that. Okay, now I don't know if she's going to do it because she might be afraid of the backlash. Okay, but I wouldn't be surprised though if very soon he's trying to make an investment into Camille Rose because she's the next one. You know, the way this thing works is like, I feel like it's like the next person in line. That's how it gets to me because first it was him when he was done. Sorry, you guys. When he was done with his stuff, then he moved on to the main choice, right? And so Monique, she had to wait. Once main choice sold her stuff, all of a sudden, like Courtney started being nice to her. I'm like, oh, you talked to her? But I remember one year they were both in Essence. She didn't try to be her friend. But once she sold her business, she felt more comfortable being friends with Monique. Now she's in her comment section. Because she sold. Then Mael came up. Then they built Mael up to be really big. And I feel like that when he became an investor, that's when she had the money to pay Meg Thee Stallion to promote her products. That's even when they paid Alex Earl to promote the product, right? Camille Rose is this one. I think she's next in line. Like in the hair care space, I think Camille Rose is next in line. He's going to invest in her. I can see it happening. Now, is she going to do it? I don't know. Because she was at Essence too, and she was giving a lot of free stuff because I saw her bag. Okay, this is the brand, Camille Rose. So I'm like, she could be next in line. Okay, she could be next in line for his investment dollars, right? And try to get her to blow up really, really big, and then get another brand to buy her, and then be done with that. Because that's what he does. He invests in you. He puts you on the Breakfast Club and all these little panels to get the culture to like you. And then it becomes very, very sticky. Once it's very sticky with Black people and they can't live without it, they take your ass into Target and then they sell it. And then the formulas change. So she might be next on the line. She might be next in line. So Camille Rose might be next in line.
Now we're moving forward. Like we can't just go to sleep or we're not going to wake up and it's going to be better. We got to work through it, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think that, like I said earlier, you've got the civil rights part, the civil rights and civil justice part, and you've got the economic rights and economic justice part of it. The two have to work, right? And so I'm looking forward to us getting the two to work. But in the interim, you got to sustain what's there. Otherwise, it's not recoverable.
Do you bring it back next year? And, with the difficulties that you had this year, especially with sponsors pulling out, do you bring it back? And how do you,
Absolutely. That's not the question.
The reason I ask is, you said you took a huge loss this year, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, and you don't have the sponsorship. So how do you sustain that without raising prices and making sure that people can still enjoy what they enjoy without?
So he said he took a huge loss. It's fine. Because if he has a next big brand that he can sell to people for 200, 300, 400 million, he'll get his money back. He's a businessman. If he's losing money, because he doesn't mind losing the money. But I didn't like him being on there acting like he was Richelieu, the Buddhist, who's doing things out the goodness of his heart. You are a businessman. You're looking for the next big thing that Black women love. You invest your money in it. You blow it up. You make it big. You make it in the movies. You got the Black female celebrities holding it. Sell it, push it at Target really, really hard. And then boom, you sell it to Unilever, Procter & Gamble, whoever's out there, Ellen of Troy, whatever brand is out there, right? That's what he wants. So yeah, the people need to be very fearful because it will happen. And I think Camille Rose is next. I really do think she's next.
In the consumer in the pocket, especially since you lost a car company, you lost Delta, and what else you lost.
Well,
those are big hits.
You never know. Next year they may be back.
That's
right. They may be back, and there are other brands out there who value our community, who want to engage with our community. Right. There's new revenue streams to find. There's new partners to go find. It's like we can't just give up because it's hard, right? Because otherwise we won't be here.
I agree.
And then after Camille, it might be the Do, because the Do is making a lot of waves. The Do, a lot of people are liking the Do, so I can see him blow up Camille Rose, and then I can see him moving on to the Do. If you guys have heard of the Do, it looks like this. Okay, so I can see it. They're gonna most likely Janelle Stevens, the lady, they're gonna get her ass. They're going to put the bug to be rich, rich, rich. She going to sell that business. Then they're going to go on to the Do. They're going to get her ass too. Because when they come at you with all this money talk, I can see how it can make you go crazy in your head.
Agree with you. And, yes, there is going to be criticism for any event. But based on what you just said, I wonder if people realize that, let's say next year, these companies that pulled out this year for DEI initiatives, they might want to come back, but they're not going to come back to something that is getting so criticized. They're not going to come back to something that's getting so slandered on social media. That's when they'd be like, I want to stay away from that.
Yeah, and the thing is, look, what we did this year was an extraordinary success. It had faults and issues like everything else, right? But I can go through the stats with you. You same number of people in the convention center, right? We're dealing with what feels like a recession, especially in our community. Mm-hmm. We're dealing with, hey, the conscious decision of, do I support this or not support this, because I want to support my community, but I also want to support this economic stance that we're taking here. We're dealing with all of those things, right? I don't think we'll be dealing with that next year, right? I have faith and confidence that we won't be. I can't speak for the economy, but I think the inner dialogue that we're having with ourselves around, do I do this? Do I not do this? I don't think we'll be dealing with that next year. And yes, the criticism doesn't hurt.
But you can't dismiss the economy, Rich.
No, that's what I'm not going to get.
Yeah, they're not getting better.
The economy, also, this Target thing has been going on for a while. So if next year the boycott is still there, do you guys? I don't know how long your contract is. You guys will still be in contract next year, so they'll be back next year.
Yeah. So the answer to that question is we have a responsibility to our community to deliver to them the best product that we can deliver.
This is why I think he's dishonest. You're not doing this for the community. You're full of shit. You're a black capitalist. Maybe you're doing it for your elite, rich ass community, but you're not doing this out of the kindness of your heart. Do you guys see what I'm talking about, right? I'm saying, like, imagine, like, if you could create a lab, because you want to see how people behave, like, you want to see how people like things, right? Why would I not make it free? Like Gmail, like TikTok, like YouTube. You know what I mean? When you want to test behavior, you make stuff for free. Because if it's free, there's less friction. People show up. And when they show up, you just sit there and just see where people naturally gravitate to. Oh, girl, you're a little bit late. They were saying, oh, he's African stuff, right? But I'm like, do you see how this is a testing ground, right? So if you see that when the black women are coming in, their main reaction is to just walk straight to Camille Rose, and the lines are crazy, the lines are stupid, and they're loving it, they're happy. You could say to yourself, this might be a great investment. But you're not, it's free for a reason. It's free because you want to observe behavior. Because if you make the right investment and this thing actually works, whatever you lost on Essence Fest, you get your money back. It's not that hard. There's a reason why Gmail is free, because they read our emails and then they find a way to sell us ads. You know what I'm saying? And if something is free, you are being studied. You're being studied. So I'm like, to me, Essence Fest now is starting to make sense to me. I understand why he bought Essence Fest. Because for his mindset, the kind of business he wants to do and the way he wants to sell a bunch of Black businesses to white people, right? Essence Fest plays a big part in that. And I wish they would have phrased it that way instead of saying, oh, because you're African. No, he's a Black capitalist. And he understands that these Black women, it's a big market. It's a big market. And if they like something and you can make it at a reasonable price with nice, colorful packaging, and you can have it at Walmart, Costco, Target, CVS, you're going to make a shitload of money. And that's what he wants. But he makes it seem like there's no anybody that wants to swindle Black women. This is the community, the community. Man, shut up. It's about your bank account and your net worth. Go fuck yourself. You're not doing this out of the kindness of your heart. And I'm like, to me, whatever it costs him to put Essence on, it's peanuts compared to how much he stands to make. Because if every year or every 2 years, he can exit a Black business at 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, this is a joke. I mean, I can see why you do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? I can see why he does it. I'm like, this is a joke. This is a real joke. Okay? It makes no sense to me. Because let's say you do Essence with all the sponsorship and the tickets and you lose 5 million. Okay. If you make an exit every 2 to 3 years, you will get your money back. Because if Mael sells for 200, 300 million, 400 million, how much is this cut? If he's a 30% investor, if he's a 40% investor in Mael, how much is he making? 200 million? Yeah, he got his money back. Even if he does Essence at a loss for 4 years, he lost 20 mil. He makes how much? 200 million. Let the numbers add up. He makes a huge profit. So I'm like, go somewhere and stop acting like community. I hate how he does that. But that's him just being a swindler. And that's what I'm like, that's what y'all should have cussed him out on. But I'm like, to drag all of us Africans into this stuff, like, don't put me in this. I'm not a capitalist.
Right? Every year we get better at delivering that product, right? To your point, the criticism doesn't help at all, right? Doesn't help at all, but it's not going to deter us from doing the work that needs to be done so that we can get those partners, right? And we can grow and we can scale and we can do the things. Like I said, our vision for this is not for next year. Our vision for this is 100 years out. So we're building the infrastructure that allows us to do that. We'll do the work. We'll make the adjustments from that we see from the criticisms, the ones that are reasonable in that work, we'll do that, right? So as far as what happens next year with partners, right? We have to go through the process to see what happens.
And you
right?
see, and the reason why he doesn't center Black men, because Black men are not big consumers. It makes a lot of sense. Let's say tomorrow, let's say in the next 2 to 3 years, you start seeing a shift in Black men. Maybe they start caring more about grooming products. They start caring more about their beard, or they start caring more about perfume and stuff. How much you want to bet he's going to start centering Black men? Because he's going to be looking for the next brand that Black men want to buy so he can push it to Target. So right now, Black men have not made a lot of shift towards consumerism. Most of the time, too, if they're married, their wives or their girlfriend buy their stuff, right? So they're not big consumers. So that's why he doesn't center Black men. But tomorrow, if Black men really get into grooming, or if somebody's able to create the next skincare line for Black men, and it really resonates with them and they really love it, how much you want to bet they're going to have a stand at the Essence Fest? How much you want to bet? And if the line is crazy, how much you want to bet he's going to call the people? Would you like some money? You know what I'm saying? This is not, you know what? Let me tell you this, right? This Essence Fest you see right here, y'all, it really ain't no different than Shark Tank. This is no different than Shark Tank. It's more like of an entertaining Shark Tank where everybody gets to join in, right? But it's like Shark Tank. You're there to pitch yourself. You're there to show how Black people come to you. Do they even recognize you? Do you have brand equity? Do they know who you are? Do they easily come to your booth? Do they want to be around your booth and stuff like that? This is Shark Tank on steroids. That's why it's free. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this, I'm like, please, I don't fall for this. But I'm like, that's why he's not centering Black men. But if somebody comes out with some kind of skincare line for Black men or some kind of hair care line for Black men's hair, like something just for Black men to take care of themselves, how much you want to bet he's going to start centering Black men? Because now he wants their money too. He wants to know what you like. Because it's like the thing about Richelieu is into direct to consumer. So he cares about products. What's the next hot product? Like, what is it that Black people are really into? Okay, over the next year or so, the next 2 years or so, which product are they more likely to buy? Okay, and how does he make sure to get there first? You know what I'm saying? He's looking for trends. And he's looking for Black-owned businesses. So far, Black-owned businesses owned by Black women that are giving trend centers. So I said, if Camille Rose is not next, then they'll be the do. But I think what they'll do is they'll try to get to Camille Rose. Most likely she'll fall for it because she's tired. She wants some money. And then after her, it might be the do. Or then it might be TGIN. It's a pipeline to sell all these Black businesses to white people and change the formulation. You need to go sit down somewhere.
The process, see what other partners come through. We have to look at what's going on with the boycott, what changes are made to it, how things get resolved. So to your point, there is a resolution to everything, right? We have to come to a resolution. I think that will happen.
How did you feel when they turned the conversation because of Target and Caroline, your CEO's past involvement with Target, they turned it into a Black American versus Black African conversation, and that whole thing exploded of like Essence is losing its focus on Black Americans.
Yeah, I mean, those are one of the, I mean, I'd love to hear how you guys think about that, but that's one of those ones that I struggle with understanding intellectually, right? For a host of reasons. Let's just talk about the actual facts, right? So we had 40 plus acts and performers, right? We had one Jamaican act, Buju, performer Buju, and we had one African performer, Davido, right? That to me doesn't say that we're losing our center, right? We remain extremely centered on African-American culture, right? And on Black women. That's our center. That doesn't mean we can't expand out from our center. All it means is we can't lose our center. So if you were on the ground, if you were there, you see that center is very much there, right? You go into the convention center, right? You look at what happened on the stages, you look at what happened. If you were there, you know that we're still centered, right? But if you were there, you also know that we're growing and that we're broadening, because everybody has to grow and broaden, otherwise you won't be around, right? There's also sort of the philosophical approaches to this is I view myself as Black. I've benefited from being Black, and I have also lost from being Black. When I walk in the room, what people see, if they don't know me, when I walk in the room, I walk down the street, they see a Black man, right? My entire life has been dedicated to uplifting Black. I focused it on the economics, on the economic side of Black, because that's what I know how to do. That's what I'm skilled at. The thing that I've learned from that is we're much better off when we're focused on our commonalities and we're building on those commonalities. As I said earlier, I grew up, King, Garvey, Lumumba, right? That the thinking around, hey, we have a much better chance of developing and growing our communities when we find the commonalities and the alignments and we're working towards shared goals and shared objectives. When we don't do that, we become much smaller, right? And much more volatile and much more vulnerable.
I can't even believe you took the time to explain that. If me, Buju Banton, and DeVito are walking down the street and a white supremacist see us, guess what he see? Black niggas. That's it. What are we talking about here?
Do you feel like though with criticisms like that and like just some of the stuff that you would feel like we're not going to? Because y'all took ownership for a lot of things even before.
I don't think they're lying about that. Even now they have essence, because I know what you're talking about, the girl tabs, you talked about it. I don't think it's to pivot to Nigerian culture. This man is just trying to sell products to Target. To me, they even have essence in South Africa. There's essence South Africa too, right? And there could be an essence. There could be. You remember how I put the stuff about Tab, where she talked about the article that she read because he had a meeting with the Ministry of Culture in Nigeria. It could very well be that he wants to do an essence Nigeria, because Nigeria is going to have a really big economy. So it could be that they want to do an Essence Nigeria, and they're going to see what Nigerians are into. They're going to find a way to prepackage it and put it in the store, and the white man going to sell it back to the Nigerians. You know what I mean? Because when you think about Richelieu and how he started, right? Because he used to sell African black soap in Harlem. I'm sure it's Harlem. So I'm going to say Harlem. But he used to sell African black soap, like Ghanaian stuff in New York City. So then I feel as though, that's my personal belief, that he was keeping up with black women, like black women on YouTube. Because it started off with the forums. The hair growth stuff, it started off with the forums. But then people got tired of typing and explaining it. So the girls just started making videos. I was watching the videos, okay? And so the thing is, when these black women were making their hair stuff on YouTube, many of them were making DIYs. What he did was he took a lot of the viral DIY hair recipes, found himself a chemist, and he found himself a packer. So instead of you having to make something from scratch, you could just buy from Shea Moisture. It was a lot more convenient. And the fact that it was called Shea or Shea Moisture, whatever, I think it made people feel, oh my gosh, it's the motherland, it's organic, whatever. So people started buying it, right? So that's what it is. That's what he does. He looks for trends. He looks for trends that are not fully refined yet. And because he got the pockets now, he jumps in there and he refines it. He blows it up for a few years, and then you're going to sell to someone. Hopefully that makes sense. So I could see how, Nigeria has 204 million people. It's a lot of people, okay? Nigeria has a huge population, 204 million people. So I'm like, over the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, right? You're going to see that, especially with the cell phones and things like that, right? A lot of Nigerians are going to want to have an American way of life, or a Black American, the classy Black American way of life. So they're going to want to have prepackaged goods. So I can see this man doing Essence Nigeria, right? To also observe their behavior, get in there early enough, repackage their shit and sell it to them at a higher markup with the help of white people. But ultimately, everybody's going to get abused. I don't know if you understand me. Everybody's going to be turned into a guinea pig. And the stuff that you enjoy, they're going to give you the convenience of making it for you, so you don't do the DIYs, and they'll put it in your closest Target, your closest Walmart, or whatever store they'll have in Nigeria at that time, right? Because they come under the guise of convenience. But is it really convenient? Right? Because then later on, like I said about the planning stuff, you forget how to make stuff yourself, and you rely on these people. But Richelieu, what he cares about is finding businesses that are up and coming that Black women care about. He invests in there early enough. He refines it. He fixed the business model. He puts enough investments to let these retailers know that, okay, I can take care of the volume because I got the money. And then you're going to sell the business because he buys enough equity into your business that he forces you to sell. You don't have a choice, right? It could very well be that all these Black women that he dealt with, they probably resent him. So that's why they didn't come to his defense. What do I know? Because if you've been good, if you've been so good to them, why don't they come in and say, oh yeah, he's African, but he had my back? Because everyone that sold faced a backlash. Main Choice, backlash. Shea Moisture, backlash. Honey Pot, backlash. Mael, backlash. They all get cussed the fuck out. But I'm like, he most likely is the one telling them to sell, because the kind of equity he buys into your business, you have to do it because he buys so much equity into your business. So you have to sell your business. And then backlash. But he doesn't care because he already made his money. Then you get cussed the fuck out. Then he goes and finds another business, puts money in there, and then make her sell. Then backlash. Doesn't care. He moves on to the next. But this Buddha, oh, I take the blame. I take the blame. I'm not falling for that. And that lets me know that in private, he probably has a really bad temper, that he's performing. This is very performative behavior. I'm like, he must be very short-tempered in private, because this Buddha act like it's giving Russell Simmons. I'm not falling for this. Okay? I am not falling for this. Go play with somebody else. I'm not falling for this crap. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me play it again. Yeah, exactly. He will sell your shit. And then they're going to change the formula. Play with this man if you want to.
For the article said, right? The things that you're like, this is nonsense, we're not going to take.
When you hear him, he sounds like he's a savior. Oh, I'm doing this for the community. You know, they come here for the nourishment. the coming for the nourishment, the feeding, the love. Like I'm like, yo, sir, it's a festival. You do it too damn much. Like what the hell? Like you think they go to Essence, they have some kind of spiritual whatever. Like, no, there's no spiritual awakening happening at Essence. People are being used like guinea pigs. Okay, be quiet. This is a business. It's a business. And if parts of it are free because you need their behavior so you can see where to invest your money into, go somewhere.
Ownership for that. Do you ever feel like it's kind of like unfair? Are you ever hurt by it? Because you do so much centered in Black people.
Yeah.
Regardless of where
She said he does so much for a profit. Girl, be quiet.
they come from.
Yeah. I don't have the luxury of being hurt by it, right? I think the first couple of times that it happened, there was, I think the first time I was here, and very, very similar circumstance, right? We did an ad for Shea, right? And that ad had run for months. And they cut it down for social. And the person that cut it down for social cut it where there was it ended. There was a white woman in the front and a white woman in the back. And then there was a very small glimpse of a Black woman, right? And that wasn't intentional at all. And it wasn't the message we're trying to convey. But, people got hurt by it, right? Mm-hmm. And because we build brands and we're involved with brands that are all about our culture and all about our identity. And we ride hard for it, right? So the person that...
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can show you all the ad real quick. Here's the ad. Let me see.
Shea Moisture effed up. But don't take it from me. Those are actually the words the company is using after angering a lot of people with their controversial new ad.
I didn't really embrace my natural hair. But then, as I got older, I learned how to do it and I learned how to love it.
The spot in question starts off with an African-American girl complaining about her natural hair. From there, things take a weird turn and we see several white women complaining about their locks as well. What's baffling about this entire ad is that it's from a company whose main consumers have been Black women. But now, in efforts to become mainstream, 75% of the people we see in the spot are white. Twitter erupted with reaction following the release of the spot. One woman wrote, "Listen here, Black women aren't mad at the presence of white women in the ad, but the absence of a huge part of their base." Another user tweeted, "Shea Moisture alienated their consumer base. Black women, that's the issue." Someone else wrote, "Shea Moisture's fiasco should be a lesson. Hire minorities, hire people who disagree with you, hire a competent PR team." After some hefty backlash, Shea released an apology on Facebook. "We really effed this one up. Please know that our intention was not and would never be to disrespect our community. And as such, we're pulling this piece immediately because it does not represent what we intend to communicate." Shea is just the latest brand pulling an ad because, well, just a lack of thinking. Pepsi was blasted also this month for essentially using the Black Lives Matter movement to sell their product.
All right, so we want to know, what are your thoughts on Shea's ad and
it was hard to accept yourself because of her hair, how people would tease her for having like kinky hair and how they would tug it and pull at it and what have you. But then you had another woman who was Caucasian talk about how she didn't know whether she wanted to dye her hair blonde or red and she didn't feel right in her natural hair color or something like that. So when people caught wind of that, I know, right? So when people caught wind of that, like Twitter erupted, Black Twitter, and I hate that term. I don't know why I do, but it's not my thing. But it's just like, yeah. So it's like Twitter erupted basically, and people were calling for a boycott of the entire line altogether. So Shea Moisture immediately, responded and they apologized for how it came across, and they let it be known that it wasn't their intentions. Now, what was even more interesting is that one of the owners of Shea Moisture went on the Breakfast Club radio show earlier today and basically discussed the plan behind their vision, essentially. And basically, just to sum up everything, the man basically said that he still wants to stick to their core audience, which is Black women. But at the same time, while they're still engaged with their core audience, they also want to expand at the same time to a larger reach to bring more people into the business, of course, to profit more off of it, which makes sense because at the end of the day, when you have a business, you want to see it grow, you want to see it thrive, you want to cater to your main core because that is like the pinnacle, the fabric of how you're going to earn your money. But at the same time, you want to see if you can expand as well. It's like a company that majors in, let's say, music, but then they want to open up a department in film and television and what have you. So again, it's all about expanding the reach, which I completely understood. But nonetheless, let's get into it right now. So, Jolie, what was your opinion on the whole matter at hand?
Okay, well, being that I'm into marketing, I understand them wanting to expand their market to a broader audience. You know, obviously that makes a profit for the company, more money. The outrage was a lot. I do think the outrage was a lot.
Yeah.
I find that people, they'll go on one day boycott. Oh, I'm going to boycott this. They're upset. And then they forgot about it the next day.
Right.
So that's my issue with that.
Right.
In terms of the company, they definitely could have done a different approach with that commercial. Right. You know, a light-skinned girl with, you know, grade 3 hair.
Yeah.
Her struggle might not be as bad as some other women that, you know, the product caters to.
Right.
Especially, and, you know, for white women, she's having trouble with dyeing her hair. That's the worst.
Right.
That's the worst struggle she has.
Right.
Like, seriously, there's just so much more like women like myself where we have a more kinkier texture.
Yeah.
We get perms and we're almost afraid to cut off our perm just because of like how we're gonna look, how's my hair gonna be. Like, you know, the shrinkage is very real when we put it in the, you know, wash our hair, just certain things like that. They could have at least tried to put somebody with my, you know, kinkier hair texture in the commercial, somebody that's not, you know, someone a bit darker, fair skin, just so that the whole commercial made sense.
Right.
I doubt there'd be as much outrage if that was the case.
Right. I think in going back to that point, I think it's really important to mention that there are multiple commercials that they put out at the same time.
I did see it.
Yeah. So the commercials or ads or like clips on Instagram and what have you. And I think it's just that one that they focused on. And I don't think it's because of the fact that it had I think it's because it had a white woman in it, but I think it's even more because of the fact that her story didn't really equal up to the other girl's story, right? So I get it. Like inclusivity, I'm all for it, right? Each one teach one. I'm all about that. But I think they should have done a better job of outlining the specifics of it. Sorry, I'm tongue-tied right now. Freudian slip. But yeah, the specifics of like their stories and what have you. So if you're gonna have, you know, someone talk about how they didn't feel right in their natural hair color, then align that with somebody else's story that is equal to that. Because that's more of, and I don't want to downplay that person's dilemma and what have you, but when you're talking about someone who feels like they don't fit in society because of their hair texture, what have you, that's a bit more serious. Like it's almost like comparing a kid who can only eat one meal per day versus someone who is complaining because they had a burger instead of steak. You know what I mean? So you want to keep the equivalents at equal level, basically. But as far as like the outrage, what have you, like I'm gonna boycott. See, this is what happens when black-owned companies get a little bit of money, they move over to the white man, F the white man. And it's just like,
I like, to me, exactly. It's a lot. I did see someone mention that, you know, Black people buy a lot from, say, white designers.
Thank you. And that's my thing, right? And that's my thing right there. If you're gonna boycott this, then go all in. Boycott H&M for that, if that's the case. Boycott Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, all these white owners that you feel oppressed by. Boycott them all. Don't just start with the black ones. Start with the white ones. Boycott PET. Boycott every NBA franchise that's owned by a black guy, which means the Toronto Raptors, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? So it's like, don't be a hypocrite. Like go all in if that's the case. Right.
Yes, I do think they should have stuck, if they're gonna add white women, or if they're gonna target white women in that commercial, they should have just kept it all white women. You know, they threw on that light-skin girl with the different problems. So they should have just kept it to one, just so people don't get it misconstrued. Misconstrued.
And that's the best part of like what the gentleman addressed when he was on his radio interview. He basically addressed that dilemma and how they kind of took a misstep when they did that. And so that he said going forward, we'll make sure that we kind of iron out those wrinkles and then kind of make it more clear about what they're trying to promote specifically, rather than just being general. Otherwise, it gets lost in translation. So I'm glad that he owned up to it and what have you. Like it took a lot of courage to that, and like he wasn't being belligerent or defiant about it either. Like he recognized he made a mistake, but then at the same time he also called the task to some of the people, hey, like don't sleep on us. Like we're still here for you, basically. And like there's no need to call for a boycott or anything like that. So he kept it very civil. Is what I appreciate about it.
I have to go listen to that.
Oh yeah, no, it's a good one. Like, I heard it earlier today actually, so I'm like, oh okay, cool. It's coming some sense.
Exactly.
But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, listening at home or watching this on YouTube later on, what do you guys think? Hit me up on Twitter at DM_cool or cool_radio to share your thoughts.
Okay, so this is just to give you a little Because people were really mad. People were truly mad about this one. Hold on.
Today is Monday, April 24th.
Look at ABL looking all young. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, these videos are crazy.
2017, and today we got to talk about this whole Shea Moisture kerfuffle that's going on right now on Twitter. Now, if you don't know too much about Shea Moisture, I'll give you a brief kind of introduction. Shea Moisture is a hair care product that is mostly geared towards Black women. Now, I'm not sure if it has a special effect on Black hair versus white hair, which it is different. Obviously, everybody knows that Black hair is different than white hair or whatever. Black hair is unique. So certain products will react differently, but I'm not quite sure if this particular set of products does that. But it is something that a lot of Black women use. Now, before I get into the teardown of what happened here, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about myself. Now, I've been a graphic designer for about 10 years, and throughout that whole time, I worked with a lot of Black hair care brands, cosmetics, and whatnot. I've worked with a cosmetics line, Black owned, and I've also worked with a Black beauty supply store, both of whom I worked for many years. I've done stuff for Bronner Brothers. I know a lot of the smaller Black brands, Uncle Funky's daughter, Carol's daughter, which is a whole different story I'll get to a little bit later. Hair Veda, Afro Veda, a lot of different companies I work with. And I know how this whole industry works. So I just want to give you that primer to know about me. I know about Black hair. I don't have any of myself, but I know about it from just dealing on the back end, dealing with marketing and stuff like that. Now, what happened here was Shea Moisture decided to put out a commercial that had some white women in it rather than mostly Black women, which is their core base. And I'll place that on the screen before you as I'm talking. And Twitter, of course, erupted. Black Twitter erupted talking about, oh, they're canceled. I'm done with them. They're whitewashed and this, that, and the third. But I'm like, yo, this is just a commercial. It's just marketing. You know, first of all, why would you just destroy or discard or stop buying your products that you like? If you use the products and you like them and they help you and it gets a job done, then why would you throw them away because you don't like this commercial? It's just a marketing campaign. It's not anything that deep. It's just not. It's just people that are on Twitter are being reactionary towards the whole situation. But beyond that, why is it even a problem? Who cares? Why can't someone else enjoy your products like you do? Why can't someone of a different race enjoy your products? Like, why is that such a big deal? It doesn't make any sense. And as far as I know, this company is still Black owned, or they are Black owned. I'm not quite sure if they were Black owned from the beginning and if they still are, but I'm pretty sure they are. I've not seen them be swallowed up by a conglomerate, which brings me to Carol's daughter. Now, people were on Twitter talking about what are the alternatives to Shea Moisture? I'm done with Shea Moisture, this, that, and the third. And people were saying, oh, Carol's daughter. What they don't know is that Carol's daughter is owned by L'Oreal, which is a big multinational conglomerate. And in its conception, it was a white company from France. So that's not a problem, huh? You can go get with a big multinational corporation, mostly white people that are in control on the board with shareholders is that in the third, but a company that's most likely Black owned that put out a commercial that you don't agree with, you don't want to go with them. It doesn't make any sense, right? And also L'Oreal owns Soft Sheen Carson, which produces Dark and Lovely. You see, people don't know that. All they know is just what they see. Their ads are fine. Their you know, the market and everything else is cool. It's Black centered. It looks Black. Everything is good. Just like the Griot, the Root, all these websites, Essence, I think maybe even Ebony. I'm not sure about Ebony, but I know Essence. They're all white owned, or they're owned by these big multinational corporations. They're not Black owned. But a Black owned company gets all kind of grief because they put out a commercial trying to expand their base. The reality is if you have a Black hair care line or a cosmetics line and you just catering towards Black community only, you're going to pigeonhole yourself into a very small box, and it can be difficult for you to be able to be profitable in a competitive environment when other brands are trying to reach out to different audiences and get those as well, right? You don't want to just be stuck in a dollar store in the corner in the Black section. You want to be available to everybody in order to make the most amount of money, or you're going to fall under. That's just what it is. I see
both sides. I really do. I see the side where it's like, if I'm a Black owned business, why should I just limit myself to a Black audience when I can sell to a lot of people. I get that part. I also see the part where the Black consumer is, well, I'm scared that you might change the formula and hurt me. I see both sides. I really do. I think the issue becomes, it's like, Maverick, hold on. I think the issue is when Black businesses create these brands, they tell Black women, this is only for you. I think if from the beginning, you let it be known that your intentions are to sell to all hair types and all hair textures, right? They're not going to be upset when they start seeing white women in the ads because they know. I don't think L'Oreal was going around saying, oh, we're white only people, like we're white only, even though I guess it was implied, but they weren't making sense, the community. Black business owners have a tendency of using these words, community, our community, our community. So you can see why also it gets to a point where like Black consumers okay, baby. They don't look at these brands. Sorry, y'all, the master's here. They don't look at these brands and say to themselves, oh, that's just a business. You know, there's an emotional investment in these Black-owned brands because you said, I made this for Black women. My grandmother came in a dream and she gave me this recipe for a Black woman, right? So people, they need to stop doing that. Stop using words like community, our whatever. Stop doing that. So then that way, these ladies are not going to have this weird emotional investment, attachment to your Black business. Hey, we sell hair care products and we cater to people who have low porosity hair. And stop saying our community. As a Black woman, I wanted to create this brand to help Black women. Don't do that. Then it's not going to be a problem. But I can see how if you tell people, I made this for you, I made this only for you. My grandma came in a dream and she gave me this recipe just for you. My goal is to center Black women. You see? Because then their emotional investment is not the same. If you say, oh no, I'm making a product. If you like it, buy it. If it works for you, buy it. Then I guess if you start having white people, Latinos in there, it's not going to be a problem because you never said that it was made for Black women. The Black community, our community as Black women, and that's what they do. They use that kind of language a whole lot. Well, sometimes the Black section is like you don't do as well, and you can't charge as much. That might be the problem. Okay. Yeah, but I'm like I think when you start the brand and when you do your initial marketing, then don't say Black, 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 Black. Because then they have the right to say, well, I thought this was just for us. Because for like 5, 6, 7 years, all you kept saying was the Black woman, as a Black woman, as a Black woman. I made this for Black women. So you have to understand why they're upset. It's not that hard. So I'm like, I can see both sides. If you know that you plan to sell to everyone, let your intentions be clear from the beginning. You know? Yeah, just be clear from the beginning. But because they don't know how to really market to a white audience, they take advantage of Black people. As a Black woman, I did this for Black people. No, you don't know how to get to a white audience, so you start with Black people. So like, stop lying to people. Because that's kind of disgusting. That really is disgusting. Like, don't say things you don't mean. If you don't want a full-time Black audience and you're just using Black people as a stepping stool to start your business, then listen, you need to be careful. But I can see why they cuss your ass out. Okay.
I made that mistake, right? I could have walked in and fired that person, right? I chose not to because that was a person that was
and trying to create something and that deserved an opportunity to fail. Mm-hmm. And they got that opportunity to fail. Right? They are today running one of the most acclaimed agencies out there. Right? If we had reacted differently, they probably wouldn't have gotten that opportunity. Right? So it's our responsibility.
He needs to stop. That person did what they did because at that time Richelieu was considering selling his business to Unilever. So I'm sure Unilever wanted to see, hey, can you try to see if you can reach a bigger audience? Which is why they did it. That graphic person only did what they were told to do. Okay. So, I gave them an opportunity to fail. No. If Black women hadn't said anything, you wouldn't have an issue with that. That person did what they were told to do. Okay. And they did just that. So I'm like, stop playing with people. Hold on, Abby.
to give them an opportunity to fail. I have chosen to spend my career trying to develop businesses and economic engines in our community.
You see how he's talking?
I can't, if I were so thin-skinned that, you know, every time I did something wrong, or every time people perceive me to do something wrong, I walk away from what the mission was, we wouldn't be here, right? We wouldn't have these hundreds of businesses that are now on the shelves of Target or Walmart or CVS. If I had listened to the criticism when I sold Shea, I would have gone off into somewhere and hidden away and gone and done my thing there. I wouldn't have.
But then Honey Pot wouldn't have been with them.
But the thing is, you sold Shea Moisture because you could make a lot of money. So you didn't say, he's acting like he doesn't benefit from this. And I'm like, you're saying community, you don't even live around Black people. Like, you live around a lot of white people. So your community is a bunch of wealthy white folks. Like, be quiet. Like, this dude is crazy.
I wouldn't have been here. Michael wouldn't have been here. Look, I wouldn't have been here. Solo Funds wouldn't have been here. I mean, you name it. The list goes on and on and on. So, you know, I don't have that luxury, you know, and I have to take. The other thing is because what we're doing is so novel in our community, right? I have an accountability to say, hey, this is what's working and this is what's not working, right? People have the right to decide whether or not they want to rock with us, right? But we're going to keep doing what our intentions are. We're going to continue to share what those intentions are, and we're going to continue to do the work and be accountable for what we get. Like I said earlier, when something goes wrong, when something goes right,
you know,
I'll be here for both.
And I'm glad that you're open to all this criticism, but the reality is it's hard to explain business to people who don't run one, especially corporate business, especially when you are, you know, a Black person running a business trying to do things specifically for Black people. We are so hard on each other. I haven't heard Essence be talked about this much in years, at least Essence.
Probably decades.
You know what I'm saying? But now everybody talking about it so much because we got so much negative things to say. And like you said, some criticism is valid.
Some is valid. Not all of it. That's right. And the levels of criticism is definitely not one. Right. I will tell you that. Right. But if we hurt Ms. Mills,
Stephanie Mills got to make that right.
That's what we're here for.
Hurt Lauryn Hill, you got to make that right.
Got to make
that.
But
Those are actual valid issues. Like that letter, she has actual valid issues.
Valid issues.
I got too much Africans. It's not a valid criticism.
No.
They argue like crazy. But I like the way that you guys responded to things because it curved the headlines. Like the headlines about Lauryn Hill had to include festival said it's not her fault. Here's exactly what happened. A lot of most festivals don't do that because she said that this has happened to her before.
No, but this isn't most festivals. This is Essence. We're accountable to our community and to those Black women that we're here to serve and protect. And when we get it wrong,
you see how he is, that he's here to be accountable and he's here to protect the Black woman. You see what I'm talking about? How you have one Black woman that you protect, that's your wife. Stop doing this. And this is how they talk to these Black women. And then these Black women start having these weird parasocial relationship with these people. And when they cuss their asses out, they act confused. I don't know why she's so mad. Right? You don't protect Black women. You probably protect your wife. I hope you do. And your children too, right? If you happen to have daughters, but to make it seem like you're out here protecting Black women by putting on SS Fest, that is a lie. Go sit down somewhere. I hate people talk like that. Or like when Ryan Clark was like, oh, I felt like it was my job as a Black man to protect Black women from a joke. I'm like, what? What, sir, what? You make millions of dollars. If you want to protect Black women, create jobs. Thank you. Black women don't need your help being protected from a joke. Like, go sit down somewhere. Like, I hate when they talk like that. Like, it's too much. Or like sometimes when you have like, I mean, I might do it too, but I mean, I guess for me, it's more sincere. But you'll have influencers like, oh, hey, family, hey, besties, whatever. And, hold on, wait. And all they do is sell stuff to people. Like, you don't love these people, okay? You want these people to just buy your product and use your coupon code. Stop calling people your family and your besties and all that weird stuff. It is weird. It's very weird.
We're gonna say it, right? Caroline, you just brought up Caroline. Caroline Wanga had nothing to do with this. Right? Let's leave her out.
I saw people blaming her, but I was told she's not even really
on leave, right?
She's on leave. Yeah. She's on leave. She go buy her book, guys. She just dropped a phenomenal book. She's been an incredible leader for Essence, and we're grateful.
Is she still in the CEO seat?
She's still in the CEO seat, but she's on leave.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Why was people so quick to blame her when she had nothing to do with this year's festival?
I mean, look, I don't know. We live in a world. We live in a world now where it's easy to do that, right? And so people do that, and you can shy away from it, right? Or you can face it head on. I choose to face it head on because I think people get an opportunity to learn from my mistakes. They learn from my team's mistakes. My team gets to learn from their mistakes. And the greatest blessing is to be in a position where you're allowed to make mistakes. That's the greatest blessing, because if you're not allowed to make mistakes,
you shrink, right? You don't try things. You're stuck in one thing, and that's the only place you can be. For our community to grow, we've got to be able to afford to make mistakes, right? But the other thing is, we've also got to be able to. The thing that I'll notice, that I'll say now, as I've gotten on in years, is my community no longer has the grace it once had for each other. Not at all, right? We go on these platforms, and did we ever? I don't know if we. No, yeah. In my day, yes, there was grace. You know, if something went wrong, somebody pulled you aside and said, "Hey, you know, this is going wrong." If your kid did something wrong, they're like, "Hey,"
it was grace.
2000s,
it was
like the community that we people have, like it takes a tribe.
It was grace, yeah,
but
absolutely.
we've got to bring that back, right? It's like if we run away from these things, it doesn't come back.
Right.
If our kids grow up and don't see, they think that this is the way it should be. So, did we get some things wrong? Absolutely. But I think if you measure us against any festival that happened this year, I think we rise to the top, right? I don't know of one festival that happened this year that didn't have some sort of production issue. All right. Ours is amplified because people care, right? Ours is amplified because our community is under a lot of pressure. Ours is amplified because we have a boycott going on. Ours is amplified for a whole host of reasons. That doesn't mean that we run away from it, right? It means that we got to talk about it. Absolutely. I think the valid criticisms, and I know you got to get out of here. I think the valid criticism about the production issue, the lateness, the cost for people, and I do think the target conversation is a valid conversation to have. It's a valid criticism for people that are boycotting. Impact, as I said earlier, that it has, the unintended consequences, right, that it's having on the dozens, if not hundreds, of businesses that do business in Target, right? We don't know that, right? So there's two sides to this, and as I said, my job is to make sure that those companies are protected, those people are protected, and that our community continues to get the opportunities. Because the other thing that happens, and I said this on one of the other times out here, because this is something that I believe to be extremely true, is if we make people scared to do business with us, they already have a reticence to invest in us and to do business with us. If they're concerned about, hey, you know, if I do business with this person and something goes wrong between them and their community, they're going to burn the house down. Right. They have plenty of places to put their money, and they have plenty of choices as to who to put that money with. We have to, and as you know, when I was growing up, I used to tell you have to be 3 times better than the next guy, right? In the world that we're growing up in today, we have to be 5 times better. Right. It's just that nobody's telling us that. But that's the point I brought up earlier when I talked about, the criticism, because the people will go on social media and they might think about,
hold on. To me, Marlon, before, once upon a time, I used to feel like Black women were doing too much. Like, yo, let these women sell their businesses. But the Mael thing really highlighted that some of these Black women, they're not trying to be dramatic. Even I had to be honest. Like, they're not trying to be dramatic. Some people, when these formulas change, people get hurt for real. Maybe, oh Lord, okay. This little baby, he has allergy show, sorry. But like when these formulas change, right? Okay, when these formulas change, people can get hurt for real. If it's the honey pot, right? If you're talking about the honey pot and Black women are using this to clean their, to keep their yonis, like, sanctified or whatever. And you tell a Black woman, this recipe that I got, my dead grandmother came from the spirit and she gave it to me because I was dealing with yeast infections. And these women are trusting you and they're putting that inside their vagina, right? Then you sell the company to white people and you change the formula and you don't let these Black women know. And now they start having irritation or they start having whatever, like they cannot always be lying. I know that sometimes Black women can be dramatic, and I'd be the first one to call them out because they be doing too much. But sometimes they're not being dramatic. It's true. Something is happening, right? And the fact that is not being addressed, though, and all that's being talked about is, if we keep protesting, they're not going to buy our business. No, they're not going to buy your business. It's not my business. It's your business, okay? It's not my business. It's our business. Are you going to give me some money? No, you're not. Now, if I was an equity stakeholder, I might shut the fuck up, though. I don't know, right? But they truly are for real. Like the Mael stuff with the drops, the Mael Rosemary collection, a lot of Black women were really having problems with that line. Even I have it and I stopped using it. I stopped using it. But this line, the Rosemary line, was extremely problematic for a lot of Black women. Even for me, it was problematic. And it was problematic before she even sold the business. Okay, I'm like, this thing right here does not feel good. There was something weird. Like even the shampoo, I had to dilute the shampoo, and I'm like, Marlene, this ain't right. And thank God that I always do a pre-poo. I always put oil on my hair before I shampoo, especially if I'm trying a new shampoo, and then I wash my hair in sections. But something felt odd. And I was like, I guess it's a clarifying shampoo, but I'm like, being clarifying shouldn't feel like this. So then I went to Avita and I bought a rosemary shampoo. You understand? So I'm like, Black women are not all the way lying when they're like, when they say like these formulas are changing and people are getting hurt. So whether it's somebody's vajayjay, that's like their organ, it's open. So we have to understand like that's a valid concern. Like, what the freak am I putting in my vagina? Okay. Because it's real. Now, when it comes to hair also has to do with your appearance, your identity, your self-esteem. If your hair starts to just fall out your head, it can really affect a person. It can make you depressed. You have girls that have long hair. The hair is gone. You had girls that started having bald patches because of rosemary by Mael. It's like, what is this? It's like, what is this, poison? So to not address what these women are saying and to just focus on, oh, we need to be able to sell our businesses is very disgusting. And it's also inhumane because they have a valid concern. Because yes, is it really an issue to sell to a white-owned business? Technically, no. But historically, have white people been known to doing bad things to Black people, whether it be their food, their skincare products, and things like that? Yes. And that these white corporations that you're selling to are not saying, we make a promise to Black women. If we do change the formulation, we'll let you know. And we promise if we change the formulation, it's going to be to make it better and not to harm you. White people have a long history of doing biological warfare on Black people. And the vast majority of us, we don't put it past white people to put something weird in there to hurt Black women. Like even Black and white Americans, I don't put it past them. Because if they do it to your food, why not your hair care products? Like they want you to die. So it's like, yeah, I don't trust these people. That's all I'm saying. Now, if you knew that a lot of white people were buying the stuff, I would be less afraid because they're not going to kill their own people. I mean, but then again, it is white people. So what do I know? Right. But white people have a history of doing Black people dirty. So it's not people. So like, instead of talking about the money or gaslighting people, you should be like, you know what? I understand that you're scared. I see why you're afraid. And here are the promises I make to you once they do this. And if it doesn't work out, then you have to write out to buy this shit anymore because they shouldn't be fucking with Black people. You know what I mean? Even the oil also is problematic because she put too many essential oils in there because Monique doesn't know shit about hair. All she does is sell her colorism and her freaking texture. She doesn't know, like, there are too many essentials oil in her stuff. Mavi, sorry, you guys, he has allergies, right? And then the other thing is she tells people to use it every day. Oh, Lord, hold on. She tells people to use it every day. Do not use it every day. And if you use her oil, you need to shampoo your hair. Hold on.
Okay, let's put some money there next year. But if they go on social media and see a bunch of backlash, they be like, no, I'm not going there.
Why am I doing that? I don't want my brand associated with that.
We talked about this on my podcast, and my thing was the criticisms are valid, like Charlamagne said. I just wish that we understood how we shape what conversation and impression is. But when you say that, like, people don't want to do business with us because they say that we can burn the house down, what's the happy medium of? But at the same time, you want people who feel like they need to boycott for whatever reasons to get what they need and feel respected too, because that's an obvious pushback. Someone would say, but like, you don't want people to run all over you either.
Yeah, and that's fair. Right? I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that there's another side to it. Two things can be true, right? So I'm not arguing that. All I'm saying is that there's a side to it that has a consequence, right? And as a community, we're going to have to figure out what the balance is because neither side is good. If I feel like I'm being disrespected here, let's dive into it and understand what that actually means. And if I feel like I'm not getting an opportunity, let's dive into that and understand what it means. Not just jump on a platform and then just spill. And I personally think a lot of this stuff is driven by bots, right? I don't even think it's
well, not only that, a lot of people weren't even there. Like the people that left those, they weren't even there. And they do those type of things. I say this, and I tell me and Charlie talk about it all the time. The bad thing is we reward this type of behavior, right? And the way we reward it is likes, is views. And they get paid for the amount of views. So if I get 1 million views for issue on Essence and I get paid $1,000 for it, you know what I'm gonna do tomorrow? I'm gonna do it again.
Well, you're probably right, but let's not dismiss people who are there.
Yeah, there were people there, and he said they did have some problem. But what I want you to do too, Rich, is instead of coming when it's effed up to talk about fixing it, we want you to come before and talk about what you're doing so we can get that good word out to the people.
But you're too busy doing the work.
So I was going to say, yes. So let me tell you what I grew up by, right? My mother would always tell us, let's do the things we're going to talk about. Let's not talk about the things we're going to do. Ooh. So that's my mentality, right? If I have something to share that I think like this conversation, I'm happy to share it. But other than that, I'd rather be working with my team solving these problems.
Sorry, y'all. Maverick has allergies. Sorry. No, you see, like he's doing what Tyler Perry does. My mother. Tyler Perry always talks about his mom. Like, shut up. My mother said, "Sir, you probably made this stuff up." And when he was like, "Oh, I don't even think this stuff is real. I think it's the bots." If you thought it was bots, then why are you here? Like, if you think it's bots complaining online, then why are you here? So obviously, you know it's not bots. But I'm like, it would be nice for them to address, like, okay, these Black women are all the way crazy, and if they keep being afraid like that, it means that you're not doing a good job making them feel safe to use the products, and it's not their fault because people are really getting hurt. Like, what the heck?
Right. And now, I'm executive chairman. We have CEOs in different roles. They're doing that, so I can sit here and talk. But the reality of it is, we have to give each other more grace, and we have to build more businesses. Right. That's our only way out of this. Right. We have to build more businesses, and we have to treat those things that allow us to build those businesses with that mindset. Right. So I'll say this: those sponsored dollars that come in go into the investments to put on the free experiences that you get, and to allow us to pay for the talent that we won't be able to pay for just by ticket sales. Right? There's nowhere else on this planet that you can go and get what Essence Fest gives you. And that's why I believe people are so protective of it. Right? And so I appreciate that, and I understand that. And we will continue to do the work to make it continuously better. But I will say this: what we put on lives on the world stage, right? Nobody's bigger, right? It's just that a lot of what we do is free, right? But nobody's bigger. So our revenues don't match everybody else's revenues because they charge you. The other thing is when you go to Coachella or you go to any one of these other places, you're just there for the act that's on the stage. When you come to Essence, you're there for community, right? So I think we did a great job with community. We didn't do a great job with the production, right? But I think that just the community of the talent that was there. And we need to communicate more frequently, earlier and more frequently, who's here, who's not here, what's happening, right? So those are things that are fixable, and we're here to do the work.
So all criticisms are valid, and Essence is just going to try to do better next year. There we go.
That's it.
Yeah.
God bless your patience.
We appreciate you for
I
joining
said,
us.
God bless you. You have a lot of patience.
No, like you said, you don't have the luxury of being hurt.
No, I don't have that luxury.
All right. We appreciate you for joining us this morning.
Caroline Wayne is the president and CEO. I called her editor-in-chief.
No, yeah, of Essence Ventures, which is the Essence business.
All right. Well, it's Rich Dennis. It's the Breakfast Club.
You see, so to me, I don't know. I was like, you make it seem like this is like a non-for-profit. You're doing this for profit. So for me, I feel like the biggest issue is like he's a Black capitalist. It's not that he's from Liberia. He's a Black capitalist. But I do feel like these Black women need to be heard, because even me, I thought the Mael stuff, when I tried it was a little bit weird, I ain't gonna lie. But now when she sold it, I'm like, are they just doing this to be mean? But it's just too many people. It was just too many people. I'm like, all these people can't be lying about this lady's products. And then you read what's in the oils, like it's full of essential oils. Like it's just too many essential oils. And then she wrote on there like you should use it daily. I'm like, Monique, are you insane? Daily? No. You should use it before you shampoo your hair. And then wash it off. Right? You don't need to use this daily. Okay? Or even telling Black women that you have a growth serum, like your oil grows hair. No product grows hair. You cannot grow hair with products. Your growth rate is what it is. Okay, you can enhance it, but you can't use it on growing hair. How are you growing hair? And you have a growth elixir for $10. Stop playing with people. Okay, and I'm like, and this is what they do, and this is how they play with the people. Now let's move on, because Kevin wanted to see this one. Kevin wanted to see this one, and then after that, I think I can go after that. Hold on. Oh damn, this one, right?
Yo, all I gotta say is if y'all come to the convention center for Essence and not leaving out way down, you ain't doing Essence right. Because all these years I've been coming to the convention center and I'm from the city, I have never left out with so much stuff. And when I say so much stuff, let me reiterate, free stuff. I ain't spent out $1, y'all. But y'all, I got so much stuff. My arm hurt. I keep on switching arms, y'all. Like, my baby got a Disney blanket for free because we went in Disney. She got a Disney bag, and the lady gave her a blanket. Like, we got so much stuff. I can't wait to do an unboxing with y'all because it's so much stuff. Like, I can't believe you could get all this stuff for free coming here. And I done came so many times and didn't.
Supporter and customer. Yo, y'all piss me off today. They're doing the absolute most. So anyway, after we get our L'Oreal line, mind you, we was early. You see what I'm saying? We got out of L'Oreal line. I want to say it was about 10:15. We walk across to Juvia's place. The line closed. Why is the line closed after 15 minutes? Why the hell do y'all come to an event and have to cut off the line after 15 minutes? Each time we went to those lines, they say come back in an hour. We came back in an hour. We went to Juvia's place 3 times. Still never got in the line. Even though they said an hour, when we go back, it was before the hour even hit. And the line was full again. Oh, we just closed. Y'all told me an hour.
This is the first time Juvia's Place is at the Essence Festival of Culture, and we want to take you on this wild ride with us. So come behind the scenes and prep with us as we get ready for this crazy weekend. We touched down and unpacked what felt like a bajillion boxes. We were so excited to touch all the product that we're going to be giving out to you. And then we started setting up in our amazing booth with all of our amazing activation pieces, especially for our BeautyCon stage moment. We can't wait to see you there.
Whatever you see, whatever you've read, Juvia's Place loves each and every one of you. You know why? We are the most inclusive brand, I would say, in this whole United States of America. And what? We are woman-owned. Who's a woman here? Woo! They're like, I don't care about that. She said, I am not concerned about that. Not only are we woman-owned, but we're Black-owned.
Juvia's Place is Nigerian owned. And side note, you know it's interesting how we all become one big Negro when it's time to benefit from the Buy Black owned hashtag? I've been noticing this for years. I always look at the people heavily promoting Buy Black owned, and I notice Black Americans are the last to get the benefit from it.
No love. All right.
I can't use this too much because they're gonna shut me down. But I'm gonna use this a little bit because I want to let y'all know that Juvia's Place loves each and every one of you. Do you believe that? Do y'all believe that? No. Who said no? Now, one of the other good things about it is that we are not only a brand that loves our people, but we are woman-owned. Who's a woman up in here? Not only are we woman-owned, but we are Black-owned. Who Black up in here? All right, so those are some amazing things. So I wanted to come around to just let me know how much you love Juvia's Place. I'm gonna give out a little bit of goodies because I got my little bag. Yeah.
If you haven't heard, there was a lot of drama surrounding Juvia's Place at Essence this year. Juvia's Place is a popular beauty brand. It was started by a West African woman, specifically Nigerian. They've had a lot of controversy surrounding the brand over the years, including
Kevin, your fellow Libra, your fellow Libra. Look at her. She's insane. She's batshit crazy.
disrespect towards Black women, uplifting content creators like Jeffree Star, but straight up disrespecting content creators like Jackiana, whose father is Nigerian. I mean, it's been a lot over the years, and I do not understand why Black women still support somebody who already showed y'all what time it was. But hey, whatever. Everybody can support whoever they want. That's your business. But this time, Juvia's Place showed up to Essence. They got everybody to come to their booth by advertising these free boxes. They said they will give $100, $200 worth of products to everybody for free. Really, that's what BeautyCon is all about. Giving out samples, giving out free stuff. But when people got over there, they didn't want to give out the boxes. They would give out 10 at a time. They kept holding the line up. On one day, within the first 15 minutes, they shut the whole booth down and told everybody to come back. They did this on several occasions. Every time you went over there, it's like, oh, we're closed. Some people waited in line for hours while these folks played games with them. And ultimately, the fire marshal shut the whole booth down for good. They had to take control over the crowd.
Listen, y'all, we all know that Juvia's Place played in everybody's face at Essence Fest at the Convention Center for BeautyCon. But let me show y'all what was in the box. Because I know y'all like, damn, what was in our boxes like that? Let me show you. Here's the box, y'all. And this is what I got. So, okay. This is all of the different things that we were fighting in line for, the times we left and came back 6 times, hoping to open the line. This is for when, they told us, oh, we only have 100 boxes and they didn't give out enough boxes. They had people in line early in the morning trying to get a box, only to give out 10 boxes. This is the box that everybody...
I saw this. I'm like, why give so much product away to one person? You could have done like multiple bags. Like one $200 box can do a box for like 20 people. Like that's a lot of product for one person. For what? What do you get out of this? I don't know. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really crazy.
I was fighting over y'all. Now, is the box worth it? I don't know, y'all. This is my first time getting a Juvia's Place product. So let me know. Do y'all feel like this box was worth the fight that we put up for this? I don't know. Like, I got in the line to purchase only because I am a TikTok shop affiliate. So I got in the line to purchase because I wanted to try products out to promote. But after getting this box, I thought the items in the box were going to be able to be promoted on TikTok. And most of these items are not even on the Juvia's Place store in TikTok, but they are under somebody else though. So I don't know. That's weird too. Anyways, that's what was in the box, y'all. When it came to communication for the Juvia's Place people in BeautyCon, they were not communicating well to form a line. Like next year, if they're going to do BeautyCon, they definitely need to have security because they couldn't control the line. I don't know why they thought that people was going to line up in a single file line like we're in elementary school if they didn't have enough rope. They needed more rope and they needed a line, like security for the line. That's what they needed.
Again, the scam is Juvia's Place saying, come to our booth. We're giving out free boxes. This is how they got everybody over there in the first place. And let me tell you, it was packed at Juvia's Place. Eyewitness here. Then once they got everybody over there, they started scamming the audience, playing with their emotions. Like, oh, let's give out boxes to 10 people. Or, oh, it's too many of y'all that responded to our advertisement. So we're about to change the rules right here, right now. After we told y'all one thing to get you here. Like, what is this? But by the time that happened, people had invested so much time waiting around, standing in line. They gave in and said, whatever, we'll spend the money. They kept closing down the booth, telling people, oh, we're closed, y'all come back. Of course, some people never left, and they just waited so they wouldn't have to start over and wait again. It was all very scammy. Like, girl, all y'all had to do was give out the free supplies while you had them. But no, they wanted to yo-yo with everybody's emotions, making people think they're about to give out free stuff to everybody when they really didn't come prepared to do that.
Essence Festival 2025. The fire marshal had to shut Juvia's Place down because the lines were too long. She was shutting the lines down, wouldn't give the free box of cosmetics that she advertised that she was going to give. After she didn't give the boxes that was promised, she said, oh, you have to purchase something to get the...
Yeah, Kevin, that's your fellow Libra, Kevin. Kevin, come outside. Your fellow Libra. She's so disorganized, lady. She's crazy.
The free box. $20. A $20 purchase to get the free box. Everybody was willing to purchase something. I wanted to purchase some cosmetics, which, like I said, they told us we couldn't get in the line. She was shutting it down, that she wasn't going to open it back up until 4.
Knowing she closed at 5.
Knowing that the Essence Festival closed at 5. So make it make sense. So you see, God doesn't like ugly. And that is why the fire marshal came through there and shut her down, as he should, because God don't like you when you're greedy. And he don't like you when you're ugly.
Many people on social media commented on this whole situation. One woman was like, now that's crazy. Black women have always supported Juvia's Place. Another said, I'll never forgive Juvia's Place when she first launched. She never wanted Black beauty influencers, only popular white ones to support her brand. Therefore,
for as much as she annoys me, right? That's not true. You cannot say she never wanted Black beauty influencers. That's not true. She started off with Black beauty influencers. She started off with a Sokin. And so even A was there. It's Sokin's twin. She was there. A was there, right? A was there. She had Armand. No, what's her name? what's the Lissa sister's name? Arnell, not Armand. Arnell used to do the stuff with her. Arnell used to do the fairs with her, like when they would go to like what's that place called? What was that called again? Beauty, no, not Beauty, IMAX and stuff. She had a Soakin, she had AE, she had Arnell. You know what I mean? So that's not the issue. Did she latch on to Nikki tutorials? Yes, because Nikki brought a lot of money. I mean, money matters, right? But it's not fair to say she's very, very annoying, and she's obviously very disorganized. But to say that she didn't want Black influencers, that is so not true. That's not true. You know what I mean? But I'm like, Nikki brought her a lot of money, and yes, she liked it. Who wouldn't like it? Do you know what I mean? Like, who wouldn't like the money of Nikki tutorials? Nikki brought a lot of money. And white influencers can move a lot of product. That's also very true. I think sometimes Black influencers struggle with that, but these white folks can move product. It is not a joke. Okay. So no, she mean like God don't like ugly, like you got bad behavior. Like she's not calling her ugly. Okay. Yeah, Jeffrey took it upon himself to support, and then they got offended. But I'm like, it's giving reparations. But I just feel like she could have planned this a lot better, be organized, you know, but that's not her forte. Like, she don't like to be organized. And the people who work for her are truly mediocre, but she feels safe around mediocre people. So that's what you get. I feel that's why I said, like, when Richelieu talked about the sound stuff, right? And he was like, oh, it's us because we have to train them. And I was like, okay, what budget did you give these people? What is the budget, right? Same thing with Shishi. Like, I even feel like the Juvia's Place booth for a Black event, if you're a Black brand that caters to Black people and you go to New Orleans that is full of Black people, I think the booth size should have been double the size. Why are you so cheap? Why are you cheap? You got money? Like, they love to flex, they love to brag about how much money they have, but they don't like to really spend the money and give people an experience. Like, get a bigger booth and higher security and higher decors. You have the money. Spend the damn money. Or why are you there? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, make it bigger, organize it. I don't even know why you need to promise people a $200 box. For what reason? You can give people like a free item of purchase. So that way a lot more people could have bought stuff and everybody could have had something and the line could have moved faster. But if you're going to tell people that you're giving away a $100 box or a $200 box, you need to tell them how many you're giving. And if you're going to do it with a purchase, they need to know everything up front. They should know everything up front. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I see how people can get upset. Me personally, for as much as she annoys me, like, she doesn't have anything against Black Americans. She doesn't. But she's very disorganized. She truly is disorganized. And she's very indecisive, but she's a Libra. You know what I'm saying? She's very indecisive. Very indecisive. It's hard for her to make up her mind. But I don't think she went far in school. Not to be offensive. I don't think she's highly educated. So she's a girl who sold makeup, and she got lucky because Nikki Tutorials promoted her. And then it just built a brand from there. She has no business skills whatsoever. She never went to business school. She doesn't read business books. She doesn't know shit. She doesn't know shit about business. She doesn't know shit. That's why I say, like, sometime in this life, I think a lot of things, it's more about your destiny. It's not really about, oh, you worked hard and you know what you're doing. And no, it's not. And then she loves to lie that she doesn't have an investor when she has an investor. Like, girl, you have an investor. Like, stop lying to people. That's it. That's it. That's that. Nothing more, nothing less. She told my mom, she was like, if Marlene talks about me, I'm going to sue her. I'm like, Mom, she can sue me. I will sue her ass back. She thinks I'm afraid of her. You crazy? What's wrong with these weird ass people? These are weird. Yeah. Exactly. So I'm like, you need to tell people up front, like, hey, I'm only going to have $200 boxes for 10 people or for 20 people. It's going to be a raffle. Like, make the rules clear ahead of time. But you see, even for that too, you would have to be organized. Something she doesn't do. It's not that hard. Yeah, I just feel like certain things are a matter of fate. Like, it's not like, oh, you work so hard, you have these great ideas. Like, she can't even put up a little booth at Essence and not fuck up. So it goes to show you, like, you got successful because of YouTube. Like, you got Nikki Tutorials and she kept pushing you back to back to back. And because she was paying Nikki great commission, Nikki kept pushing her. That's it. It's not business skills. I'm like, if you have a business and you're really good at business, this is not a hard event to put on. It's not a hard event. Like I have seen people who went to Ulta World, like Ulta Beauty World, whatever it's called. Like these companies had these ginormous booths and stuff like that. Everything was flowing. Everything was smooth because these businesses are actually ran by actual business people. Okay. So that's that. But I'm like, a lot of people, just because you start a brand does not mean that you need to run the brand. Let somebody more professional be in charge of the brand. And also, yeah, like spend the money to hire quality people. Most of her workers are mediocre. Trust me, I have seen them. They are incredibly mediocre. They are incredibly lazy. They drag their feet. They are so lazy. They are very lazy. She has this one Haitian girl that works for her. Oh my gosh. She moves like a snail. But she likes her because the girl is just dumb. So I can see why it was such a horrible, I can see why the event was so horrible. Because sometime in life, when you make money, you spend money so that your consumers or customers who always help you can have a great experience. It's not going to hurt you. Spend the money, right? Because that's like you see, because now think about this, right? Think about the PR damage of this fuckery. So if you ain't going to do shit right, just keep your ass in New Jersey. Secaucus. Keep your ass in New Jersey. If you're not going to do things the right way, keep your Black Nigerian ass in New Jersey, Libra. Stay in New Jersey. If you're going to go out and go into a predominantly Black city for an event that is predominantly for Black people, knowing that you're Nigerian and if it goes left, people could take it the wrong way, just don't go. She doesn't like that because she don't like to pay people. That is her real issue. She doesn't like to pay people. She doesn't like to pay people. She doesn't like to pay people. I'm like, pay people what they're worth. And then you won't have to worry about this bullshit. It's never that hard, you know. Pay people what they're worth. You know, think about like the way, oh my gosh, like she pisses me off so much, you guys. You know how much she pisses me off? When I think about the studio idea I gave her and all the celebrities I brought to her, like when I sometimes like her shit will show up on my feed. When I see the content that she produces for Juvia's Place, I just want to grab my phone and just smack the shit out of her. Like, what the fuck is this? Okay? Like, oh, she's a problem. She really is a problem. Like, y'all look for a second, right? Look at this. Let me show you. Bunch of bullshit. Like, what is this? Let me show you something, right? Let me show you. Right? So look at her page, right? 2.8 million followers. 2.8. Okay. Look at the content. Look at like, what is this? What is this? Right? Like, okay, this one got 300,000 views. Maybe she boosted this one. 23,000 views, 18,000 views, 76,000 views, 31,000 views. She had to bring Vanessa in for reinforcement. But even Vanessa only brings like 40,000 views. Vanessa, 16,000 views. I'm like, complete basura. But look at this. You know? I'm like, my vision. She took my vision and she put my vision straight into the shithole. Like, what the fuck is this? The makeup is thick. Blushes is not well blended. It's so heavy. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what in the glorious fuck? Do you not see what the girlies are doing today? But she ain't got, no, I'm not even going to give my ideas because I'm done. I'll give it to myself. But I'm like, this was never it was never meant to look like this. You see? Look at this. What's all this? Like, we're not in 2016 anymore. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm like, what's up with these views? I hate this shit. I hate it, y'all. Okay? I gave this heifer a beautiful ass vision and she fucked it up. She just fucked it up. I feel like I'm blocking her number and cussing her ass out. Like, what the fuck you do? Anyways, y'all, I digress. I really do digress. Okay? Yeah, it's so ugly. And I told her, you need to hire different makeup artists because not everybody is into this peacock bullshit. People look like damn peacocks. Like, she pisses me off. Like, have you ever met someone you want to whoop her ass? Like, this is just like, you're so damn stupid. Why are you like this? Like right now, everybody is doing like soft girl, you know what I'm saying? Soft girl shit. I would give ideas, but she probably listened to me because she ain't shit. So I'm like, no, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut because she was never shit. She currently ain't shit, ain't gonna be shit. Okay? But I'm like, yo. No, I'm not going back. That's like, it was me. She didn't even want to do it. I said you need to have different makeup artists, but you know, she doesn't like to pay people. She doesn't like to pay people. That's the sad part. And also, she doesn't have big ideas. It's like, oh, whatever. Nah, who cares? So I'm like, So me, when I saw this, I'm like, there you go. This was bound to happen. She's so disorganized. Like, she is just so disorganized. You should have even seen, like, when it came time to do the whole studio, break the wall. I don't know. My kids come here to play. I'm like, oh, shut up. Your kids do not come to your freaking makeup freaking office to play. Like, they're big ass kids. Like, are you okay? Are you seriously okay? Break the damn wall, build the damn studio. Buy a computer. Hey, you guys, I told her to buy an iMac so we could edit the videos. This girl thought we were going to steal her money. I'm like, you dumb bitch. Are you slow? Are you stupid? Okay. Like, she don't care. Like, it's like I don't know. It's just ratchet. It's a ratchet energy. I'm like, this is so ratchet. Yeah, she's very indecisive. Yeah, and impulsive. Like, yeah, it's like they're just bizarre. Like, you're such a weirdo. So when I saw this, I'm like, yeah, they're gonna eat your ass up. They're gonna eat your ass up. What side? Let me see. What is side doing? Hold on, let me see. I'm like, for 2.8 million followers, though. 2.8 million followers. And these are your views? Nah, get the fuck out of here. What the fuck have you done? No, she has a gift. She has a talent for fucking shit up. And even like, and you see, and even when she uploads the videos on her Instagram, she doesn't even try to put a pretty cover. It's like, girl, you got to put a nice cover. Tell what's his name again? What's Vanessa's husband's name again? What's his name? What's his name? Vanessa and Roger. Tell Roger to give you a nice thumbnail. Like, every video should have a nice thumbnail to it. Look at all these faces. People look batshit crazy. She doesn't care. The girl is slow. She's slow. She's remedial. Anyways. Yes, Maverick. Your auntie not too smart, you know. She needs help. Let me see Side Beauty. What they up to? Oh, well, that's a lot cleaner. Let me see their reels. But I'm like, there is a way, you guys. There's a way. There's a way. But I'm gonna keep my mouth shut because I'm about to steal my ideas. I gave you too many ideas. F you. Anyways, let's go back to this.
Or I don't support her. Here's another comment. Juvia's Place isn't an ethical company Black women should be supporting. The owner is rude and pays white creators.
Well, she is rude. That's not lying. She can be very rude. She can be very, very rude, and she can be unethical. Oh, Lord Jesus. When you pray for somebody's downfall, now look at your ass. Girl, this is crazy. What's going on? Okay, what is going on?
More than Black creators. Another comment, Juvia's Place, isn't that the lady that supported Jeffree Star over Black female content creators and had disparaging comments about African-American women? Why were they there in the first place?
So that right there, she's just lying. When did she ever make disparaging come by African-American women? No, she hasn't. She is very mean to her own people. She's mean to the African people. Like, she hasn't. Don't do that. That's excessive.
Oh yeah, people had a lot to say. And now you have the Africans blaming each other over the Juvia's Place disaster. Yes, the ones in support of Juvia's Place, they're running around social media trying to redirect the smoke from the African running Juvia's Place to the Africans running Essence. Listen, you can't make this stuff up.
Juvia was a vendor at the Essence Festival. She's not the only one that was there. There were many other vendors there. But because of how good her products were, she pulled the biggest crowd there. People were standing in line for 5 hours just to get her free $200 makeup that she was going to give out, right? Why would she pay for...
You say she has the best products there, and then you proceed to say she was giving free products. She was giving free $200 products. If your product is so good, then why are you giving them for free? If your stuff is so good, why do you have to promise to give people $200 worth of makeup to get them people in line? What is going on? What's happening? Right, yeah. I don't even know if he needs to. I don't even know if he should buy it. She has too much negative press. I don't know if you should buy, because if you buy it, how do you rebrand it? Like, what do you do with that? Scandal after scandal after scandal, wahala after wahala after wahala, beef after beef after beef after beef. You know what I mean? I'm like, just do a raffle, but I'm like, you don't need to give people $200 worth of makeup. That is stupid. That is very, very stupid. But then again, it's like, look who's in charge, though. Look who's in charge. Like, that is so dumb. You're going to be one company and you're going to give away $200 worth of makeup per person. Do you hear yourself? Desperation, extreme desperation. Because when you don't have a solid marketing idea, yes, y'all, you need to know how to market yourself. You need to know how to tell stories about your stuff. You need to know, like, you need to know how to do things, right? And then you don't have to offer people $200 worth of makeup for them to stay in your line. That is excessive. It's too much product. It's excessive. You sound crazy.
Makeup to be produced. She paid for the packaging, paid for the cargo for it to come from New York to New Orleans, right? Only for her to not want to give it to people. Does that make sense? Wouldn't it cost her money to take it back to New York? When the crowd was so much, she thought, okay, let me decrowd the situation by asking for people to buy $20 products, not $100, $20 products so they can get these boxes for free. People, instead of leaving and actually decrowding, they went online and bought products, right? She's like,
you sound very stupid. If you can pay $20 to get $200 worth of product, you have a benefit of $180. Why would they leave? If she said spend $220 to get $200, then the people would have dispersed. Like, listen, baby girl, are you okay? Right? If I can pay $20 and get something that is worth $200, why would I leave? Are you slow? You seem slow. You sound slow. Like, what? These are the kind of these are the kind of women she loves to have around her. She sounds crazy. No, like, they're really remedial. Like, if I told you pay me $20 and you get something worth $1,000, would you leave? Hell no. Because I'm still getting $180 worth of free stuff. Why would I leave? Why would I leave? I'm not leaving because it's still worth my time. Right? But I'm like, these are the kind of women that she surrounds herself with. They're all dumb. Like, if you ever get to meet her, everybody around her is stupid. It's like she surrounds herself with a bunch of chickens. High school dropouts, never even went to high school, barely have a GED. Like, they're all around her. Like, I remember, like, when she had this big order from Ulta she had to fill. And then she had this one guy who worked for her. He was Nigerian. And, like, he has the same ethnicity as her husband. And I looked to her. I said, this man is overwhelmed. She's like, I'm like, he's overwhelmed. And he doesn't want to tell you he's overwhelmed. You're going to be late delivering your orders because he's overwhelmed. I don't even know if this man even knows how to read. Like, he's overwhelmed. He cannot do this. She's like, huh? When they were doing the studio upstairs, I said to her, the cameras, the lighting, and things like that, they get really, really hot. You need to buy fans. People are going to start dropping. Once again, because she's very insecure, she thought I was trying to run her business. I'm like, no, I'm trying to get you not to get sued because it gets hot. I've done makeup for YouTube before. And guess what happened, you guys? They were doing makeup on this one model. The girl dropped. All of a sudden, you hear, bah! Like, bah! The girl dropped. She's so lucky the girl didn't sue her. And now then you should see them trying to run to go to Walmart to buy a fan. I'm like, there you go. It is hot. Like, the lights, the cameras, the lights, all that stuff, like, it gives off heat. It's too much heat. You got to cool people down. Are you okay? So I'm like, someone like that, good luck going to her booth, though. You're going to get killed, okay? It's an occupational hazard. You go there if you want to. I'm like, no, don't go there because she's not prepared. She's just not prepared. She's not an organized human being. She is very cheap, Lonnie. You should have seen what the girl dropped, Lonnie. And on top of that, they put the girl on a stool. Didn't even have proper chairs. I'm like, oh, I'm so confused because she used to come to the office changing cars. Like, one day she comes in a Porsche Cayenne. Then the next day she comes in a G-Wagon, like, not like the G-Class. I'm like, you got money for cars, but you don't have money for fans. Black people, African people, priorities always fucked up. You see, I'm like, people are gonna get hurt in here because it's really hot. Like, yo, you should have seen, like, because the lights she bought, like, it's those big lights. I'm like, oh shit, you need to have a fan in there because the lights, they get super hot. Anybody who's done YouTube knows this. When you turn on these lights and you put them on your face, plus the camera, plus the mic, the room starts to get hot. We need fans. I'm telling y'all, we are downstairs. All of a sudden you hear, BAM! I was like, this is not good news. Everybody runs upstairs. The young lady she passed out. I said, Jesus. I hope she don't sue you. I told you, buy fans. Like, this is insanity. This is real insanity. And then the other time that she really got me, she bought pizza, right? Because there was a lot of people there because we were recording content. She bought pizza. I think she bought rice because the white girl, she had some white girl or some white Latina girl working for her. And I guess the food cost $200. And so the next day, she told the girl to buy us pizza because she said, oh, yesterday I spent $200. I said, hold on, come again. So I had to set her straight. I'm like, Shishi, when people come and work for you and do all the production stuff, to send your stuff up, do you know you got to give people a per diem? Like, if it was a movie set or any kind of set, it is your job to feed people. You are feeding 10 people, but you're complaining about $200 though? Are you serious? Girl, are you all the way there? Like, your brain that actually works right? Oh, her and I used to get into it. I don't care. Like, you think because you have money, where is the money anyways? Like, you got to treat people right. At least, even if you don't pay people, make sure people can eat good. Make sure they have food. And I told her, especially as a West African woman, you should have stayed up all night and cooked food and brought food to the studio. Like, who raised you? Like, seriously, are you crazy? Because the first time I went there, I left. Because I don't like the way you treat people. You know, I'm like being Ivorian in my culture, we don't treat people like this. Like, my grandma always said to us, like, if somebody comes into your house, even if you have no money, make sure they eat good. You gonna complain about $200 worth of food because she bought us Thai food. She had her favorite Thai restaurant and she bought food for everybody. Okay, Jackie's trying to cancel your black ass. We all flew down here to help you out. The least you can do is feed the fuck out of us. Like, what the heck is wrong with this lady? Is she okay in her head? I was like, what the heck? And then she bought us pizza because she felt like she had spent too much money. Jesus, just being cheap. Okay, so I'm like, once again, if you can't do something, don't overpromise. If you know in your heart of heart that you don't want to give away $200, you don't have to. Just tell the people, hey, as long as supplies last, a free gift for purchase. That's it. And if you run out, you run out. But at least if you told them how's it gonna be, and then they know once they get there, and it's a wrap. Like, what's the problem? What is the problem? Always being so damn cheap. Like, crazy as hell.
Okay, now there's even more people here, right? And Essence is the host of the event, not Juvia. It was a logistic situation. I looked at all the comments of different videos that were made about the festival. I didn't see one comment saying that Juvia's place is a scam. I didn't see any comment that says her products were terrible and she wasn't worth it. Whenever we don't get our way with any company, we just start a cancel culture. I don't mind that, honestly. Some companies deserve it. But when it comes to small Black-owned companies, the very few people that are standing up for the community and catering to the community, don't you think we should give them more grace?
Shut up. She is not standing up for the community. Shut the hell up. Juvia's place is not standing up for the community. She is not standing up for the community. She makes money. She runs a business. Okay? And she has chosen to have the affordable model. That's what she does. She's not out here standing up for the community. When was the last time she was out here doing anything for anybody? She does what for people? She sends people to school. She pays for school fees. She teaches people. Like, what does she do? Like, shut up. Like, shut the hell up. She stands for the community. Who cares? Before her, people were getting makeup. If she doesn't exist tomorrow, people will still get makeup. Nobody needs Juvia's place to breathe. It's makeup. It's not even medical supply. I can understand if she was out here selling like insulin or, you know, like some real shit that people really need to live. And we said, you know what, y'all, we really need our medication. No one needs Juvia's place makeup. Just like nobody needs Charlotte Tilbury. Just like nobody needs Danessa Myrick's makeup. Okay? It's not a necessity. It is makeup. It's not even damn skincare. It is makeup. One thing, one. Okay, she could disappear tomorrow and the world will go on and she would have made her money. No one cares. I am tired of people trying to tell Black people that consumerism is some kind of vital need for the community. No, it is not. Education is, medicine is, Black marriages are, okay? Raising Black kids well, that's what it is also. But this is just makeup. It's affordable makeup. Womp, 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 womp. No one gives a damn. Like, damn, it's just makeup. Nobody cares. Just like hair care products, wumpty wump wump. If they stop selling all these hair care products, guess what? People can still make their stuff at home. It's a convenience, but it's not a necessity. Like, shut up. You sound crazy. Like, what is this? This is insanity.
Essence was supposed to provide manpower for all the vendors, security and all of that. Essence didn't do that. I don't know if they were running on low budget. Maybe Target didn't pay them enough money. I don't know. But there were not enough people to help Juvia with the amount of crowd in line.
You sound stupid as hell. Juvia is the one who triggered people by over-promising by saying she wants to give a $200 box. As she went there with her little cute little boot, she probably would have had those lines. She's the one who started the Wahala. So you don't get to over-promise like $200 worth of free stuff and say, oh, well, they didn't have enough security for me, because your dumbass was never supposed to over-promise like that. Are you crazy? Like you're starting foolishness. Like she almost created a safety hazard with her fucking greed. Like, are you dumb? Are you stupid? Like, what is wrong with this girl? Exactly. Exactly. Sephora could go out of business tomorrow. We still go to CVS. Like, but it's a luxury thing. It's not a need. Now we need hospitals, we need schools, we need firefighters, we need the police station, and we kind of do need Walmart. You know what I'm saying? But it's like nobody needs Juvia's place. Like, these women have enough makeup for a lifetime anyways. Are they even done using what they already have? Probably not. So it's like, please stop. Like, are you crazy? Like, stop saying that.
I'm waiting for the free product.
So they're saying none of this was Juvia's fault, although Juvia's place promoted the free boxes to get people to rush over there to her booth in the first place. And when all the people got there, they started playing games, didn't want to give the stuff out. They obviously didn't have enough. They weren't prepared. Yeah. So they started rationing out product. I'm talking holding up the lines, causing more problems, then change the rules from the offer right there on site. Yeah. Basically saying we're not just going to give out free boxes anymore, but we'll give you a free box.
But you see what I'm saying? Like when I say the booth itself is too small, the booth should have been bigger. They were not organized. Like she's just not organized because I guess it's all about the money. So they're going to cut your ass out. But I'm like, oh, well, because I'm like, you need to plan this. Like it's a matter of logistics. You got to think, okay, where are we going to? People are coming where? They're buying where? And how do they leave the booth? Like you need to plan this. But then again, you got to be intelligent to plan. You can't be surrounded by a bunch of high school dropouts and a bunch of GED people who barely know shit. Like, well, that's what you get. And also, let me tell you this, right? For as much money as she makes, it's quite obvious that she doesn't care about her brand. Okay? It's quite obvious that she doesn't care about her brand. Because to me, there is no reason for you to go look for problems. There's no reason to go look for problems. If you're not going to do it right, don't even bother going. You know, because when the other lady who said God don't like ugly, her video almost got 1 million views on TikTok. I'm like, for what reason? You know, today with TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, there's no need for you to bring bad press to yourself. So if you can't do it right, don't even go. Because it's better for you not to even be there than for you to be there and people have a bad experience and then people start making all this negative content about you, because once they make the negative content, it wakes everything up. The Jeffree Star thing, the this, the that, you and Jackie, like it just wakes everything up. So if you're not going to do it right, don't even bother going. If you don't have enough people to work the booth, don't even bother going. If you cannot hire security, do not even bother going, because it's better not to go so nobody can cut you out than to go there. People have a bad experience and then they start making videos, then they start going crazy. And then it turns into a whole diaspora war where innocent African people are dragged into your foolishness. Child. Not that's because like she's like, what he's trying to say is when you mishandle things like that, people feel like you're just doing it for the money and therefore you are a tether because you're just trying to make money off the Black American community without really giving a great experience. He's not saying she's a tether, but he's like, this is why Tariq Nasheed will call her behind a tether. Because where is the experience? Where is the care for people's safety? Where are the procedure? Because we can all look at this like, yeah, you didn't plan this. But when you say to people, I'm giving away $200 worth of makeup per box, you're going to create pandemonium. So if you don't plan it, and now people are coming there, and you can, like, I mean, the fire marshals have to get involved. It's like she created a safety hazard. What kind of behavior is this? You know what I'm saying? It's not that hard to plan a thing. And she has the money. So you either do it right or you don't do it. Because the amount of negative press she's been having since this Essence thing, it was so unnecessary. If you cannot get people to talk good about you, don't even go. Don't go. You know, go when you're ready. You know, go when you have enough people. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, just don't go. Why are you there? Like, you like look at even like look at her people, for example, right? Let me show you this. Let me show you a thing, right? You'll see. Where is it? Let me see if I can show you. Hold on.
This is the first time Juvia's Place is at the Essence Festival.
Sorry.
Y'all told me an hour.
This is the first
Hold on.
time Juvia's Place.
Okay. Look at her team, right? For a big crowd as Essence, because there's a lot of people. Hey Janet, that's a big ass crowd. Now look at where were we again? Janelle Stevens, is that her name? The lady from what's her name? Okay. You see that, right? Now look at this, look over here. Look at Camille Rose, right? Where's her team? I think you see her team here somewhere, right? Hold on. Yeah. Look at Camille Rose. Look at her team. Look at her team. Let me show you. They're right here. It's coming. You see? And she made her booth a whole lot bigger. Hers was a lot bigger. So I'm like, you see? You got to think about your size. Like, if you know you have a lot of people, make it big. And she had the rope stuff ready. You see? Look at, okay, now look at her team. It's coming. Hold on. Hold on. They're right here. Hold on. I remember seeing them. Okay, you see? You see the size of the people she brought? Look at all these people. Now, how many people is that? 3, 6, 9, 11. So she probably brought like 30 people, right? Look, all these people she brought, you see? So she brought like almost like 30 people to take care of all these folks. So there's a lot of people, right? Now, when it comes to Shishi, she brought 5 people. Like, girl, are you serious? You know what I'm saying? So one is African, one is Nigerian. She brought 5 people for a crowd of like 20, 50, 60,000 people, right? The other one is African-American, and she brought almost like 20 people. Like, she brought almost 30 people, because it's a lot of people. Yeah, Camille Rose ain't playing. And that's why she ain't getting cussed the fuck out, because she planned accordingly. But there's a way you do stuff. Like, you need to have a team, because it's a lot of people. And then her booth is so big, so people actually have room to move, because she planned it. Okay, she planned it. So that's the point here. You know what I'm saying? So if you're gonna do stuff, do it right. Otherwise, just don't do it. That's all we're saying. But you see, she has a big ass booth, so people can move. They can stretch their arms. Nobody is walking on top of each other. She has the proper rope stuff. Like, she's treating people like human beings. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, treat people right. It's not cattle. These are human beings. But it's a lot of space. You see, like, she got a lot of space because she paid the money to have more space, so people can stretch their arms, they can breathe, they can dance, they can take pictures. But she brought almost like 30 people. Look at them. It's like 30 people deep. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's an experience. People are crying like sardines and stuff. Like, be so for real. But you want people to come to your booth. It's a tiny ass booth. You overpromise when you know damn well you're not going to give all these boxes, but then you want them to start buying. If you want them to buy, you should have said so from the jump. And that's why they're calling her a scammer. So be honest. If you want sales, say you want sales. If you want to give away, you do giveaway. If you do a raffle, do a raffle. But I'm like, Camille Rose, it's a very serious people. So you got to give people a great experience. All that Ulta money she got, you use it for something good. Make it make sense. Like, what the fuck? Weirdo. So they cussed her ass out, rightfully so. I'm like, what is this?
Comments about African American women. Why were they there in the first place? So yeah, people had a lot to say. And now you have the Africans blaming each other over the Juvia's Place disaster. Right. Yes, the ones in support of Juvia's Place, they're running around. Juvia's Place promoted the free boxes to get people to rush over there to her booth in the first place. Exactly. And when all the people got there, they started playing games, didn't want to give the stuff out. Exactly. They obviously didn't have enough. They weren't prepared. So they started rationing out product.
And this is what you call a bait and switch. It's a no-no. Even with like the, what do people call the FTC? Even with FTC, like you can't overpromise stuff like that. It's a bait and switch. You say one thing to get people there, and then you change the rules and say, okay, now you got to start paying something. It is a bait and switch. It's against FTC rules. That's why you got to plan stuff ahead of time. So you know what you can do and what you cannot do. She's lucky all they did was cuss her ass out. Okay, she's lucky. But you can't do stuff like that.
I'm talking holding up the lines, causing more problems, then change the rules from the offer right there on site. Basically saying we're not just going to give out free boxes anymore, but we'll give you a free box if you spend $20. And no, that didn't stop people from waiting. That's why ultimately the fire marshals got involved to disperse the crowd. And now you have the Africans who support Juvia blaming the Africans over Essence, citing logistics issues. I just think it's crazy how Juvia's Place didn't come prepared. They played in everybody's faces. And now instead of taking accountability, you know, like saying, hey, we didn't know it would be like this. We weren't really prepared. They started blaming Essence organizers instead for crowd control. When yes, I do think the organizers could have done better, but that doesn't change the fact that Juvia's Place created the crowd advertising these free $200 beauty boxes. They lured them in. Like, I'm sorry, you created the ruckus, the Boondocks moment you wanted, knowing women would rush down there to your booth because of the deal you advertised. But I digress. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this below.
So yeah, so they were cussing her out on the they was cussing her out on the TikTok. Okay? Because they were not having it on the TikTok. But I'm like, do not go places. Don't do stuff if you're not gonna do it right. Especially this day and age where people can just people making videos and post them on TikTok. And you never know how big a video can go. You know what I'm saying? You never know. So for me, it's like, if you're not going to do it right, just don't go. Because it's not worth it. Because you will get cussed out. Okay? You will get cussed the F out. So people don't want to be treated like second-class citizens. All right? You got to take care of people. You got to take care of people. You know, you got to take care of people. Because I think also people get tired of going places and feeling like, did you even want to be here? Right? Yeah, she's really irresponsible. Like, you know, you like don't promote stuff if you're not going to go. Exactly. Don't like do stuff the right way. You signed up for this Essence thing. So you should hire people to help you plan it. Otherwise, don't go. Don't go. You know what I mean? Do not go. And like the girl said, like you're selling stuff at Essence Fest that you don't even have on your TikTok shop. When some ways were yeah, because some people wanted to buy the stuff that they could promote on TikTok to get the affiliate money stuff, right? But I'm like, this is the problem when people don't plan stuff. Yeah, so they were really going crazy on her ass. Like this day and age, you guys, if you're not going to do something right, don't even bother going. Because they will make a TikTok. And the way that algorithm and the FYP hits, the video might go viral. The video might go viral. And that's like you've hurt your brand. So you might as well not even do it. You know? But if you decide to do it, you got to put a serious team in place and have serious meetings and do a good job. Do a good job. You know what I'm saying? Do a good job. And then, you know, because, you know, the whole point of going there, it's to increase your business. People get to know you. People actually going to like you. You know, you want people to like you. You don't want people to leave there and have a bad experience. And now they're all making videos cussing your ass out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not good business. So I'm like, for me, I'm like, if you're not ready, don't go. You know what I'm saying? It's no rush. Essence is not going anywhere. Yeah. Like, Essence is not going anywhere. So I'm like, for me, I'm like, don't go because you're not ready to go. But if you're going to go somewhere just to ruin your name and start a whole PR frenzy and all kinds of foolishness, you need to just stay in New Jersey. Okay? Just stay your ass in New Jersey. Just stay in New Jersey. So yes, you guys, I don't know. Maybe tomorrow we can watch more Juvia's Place, people roasting the brand. I don't know. But I just feel like it's really unfortunate because do things right. It's not, I don't know. It's not that hard, especially if you have the money. Stop being so damn cheap. You know what I mean? Stop being so damn cheap. And plus, it's like with Essence, like not even just Essence, but I'm like, people have not gone to beauty events in such a long time because of COVID and things like that. So I feel like when you go out, like if it's your first time after all this COVID stuff, you need to make a boom. Like it needs to be really big. It needs to be beautiful. And people need to have a good time. You know what I mean? People need to have a good time. And people should leave. They're like, wow, this was so amazing. They're so sweet. The girls who work for Juvia are so awesome. Like, oh my gosh, like everything I heard on the internet was it wasn't true because they were just so sweet. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it should be. But people went there and they feel like, I heard about your ass online. I heard about your ass. I heard about your ass. And now you left people a bad out. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like people could have met your brand and they could have said, wow, like this is nothing like what I heard online because they were so sweet. They were so nice. Everything was smooth. It was a smooth transaction. It was so easy to check out. They give us like the free gifts and stuff. Customer service, you know, customer service. And I will say this, like even me, once upon a time, I used to struggle with customer service, but I'm going to tell you this, right? Black people are getting tired also of subpar service. They want great customer service. They do. And, you know, especially if they're paying money. I don't even know. But I'm like, think about how do we give people the best experience possible? Because if all you do as a business owner is think about how do I make money? How do I make money? You're gonna keep getting cussed the fuck out. Because the job of a business is not to just focus on sales first. It really is to give people a great experience, right? Even if they don't buy anything that day, but the fact that everything went well, it was well organized and stuff like that. Now they can say, you know what? I've had my own personal experience with Juvia's Place and it was truly awesome. So next time if they hear negativity, they're like, no, I went there. I saw them at Essence and they were really amazing. You know what I mean? That's what you want. But for people to meet your brand in person when they've never engaged with your brand in person like that, and for that to be the first impression that they got, if it was an actual real business, she would have gotten fired. Like the board would have told her to step down as a CEO, like, get the fuck out of here. Like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? It is not that hard, you guys. It's fucking Essence. It is not that hard to make people happy. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to treat people like dignified human beings. And she struggles with that. It's not that hard. It really is not that hard, right? It's not that hard. Like the lady, Janelle Stevens, she can with 30 people. Find 20 people. You're Nigerian. Pick up all your people from New Jersey or whatever, and then bring them people to New Orleans. It's not that hard. It is not that hard. You do this, I do this. It's not that hard. Even finding people locally, it's not that hard. You can even ask influencers who are local to New Orleans if they would like to come for that day and get paid. It's all about planning in advance. You know what I mean? And then, yes, you take them out to eat. You feed them. You're nice to them. Like, it's okay to be bougie with Black people. I don't even know why it's so hard for so many Black businesses to give Black influencer like a luxury experience. The fuck? You know what I mean? I don't understand that. Yeah. Find local influencers and ask them to come and help you do this, this, and that. And then you show up at Essence like a week before and you start having meetings with them. Okay, you're going to do this, You have outfits, uniforms ready for everybody. It's not that hard. And then you take them out to eat. Then you give them a little bit of money. It's not that hard. Like, be nice to people. I don't know, make people have a good time. Stingy, 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 cheap, 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 cheap. What's that gonna get you? It's your brand. Like, think about Louis Vuitton, Dior, Jacques Mus, all these people. They go crazy. And you see, and people are always excited to go out for them. Halo, they take people out shopping, whatever. Like, it's like they take them to the gym, they take them to the restaurant, they put on events for people. It's like, I don't know. You know, I'm going to say that I think a lot of Black business owners, they just don't like to spend money on Black people. Because it's not that hard. It's not that hard to compete. And you know, if this was Morphe brushes, if this was more for you guys, these Arabs, them Lebanese people, they would have shut that shit down. Okay? Like, yeah, exactly. When I tell you, but she can't work with these girls because they're too, like, they're very bougie. She's very cheap. It's not gonna work. Because you're gonna have to make her understand why she needs to spend the money. Like, like, girl, you're slow. Okay? But I'm like, give people experience. Yeah. Give people experiences. You know, give people experiences. Like, give people some great experiences. And I'll have a good time. Like, oh, next time you do something, call me. And then next year, people will be more excited to, oh my gosh, we had such a good time with Juvia. We can't see what they do next year. And then like now, and then after that, people look forward for you to come every year to Essence. Like, you have a solid like base of people who are waiting for you to buy from you every year, right? You got to do serious business. But some people, they just don't care because it happened too easy for them. That's all that is. I think if your business takes off too easily because you got a shout out and you got a big influencer pushing your brand, you don't truly appreciate customers because you got your customers too easy. You got them too easily. So good luck with that shit. Good luck with that. Okay. But yes, y'all. Because they sure were cussing her ass out. Like, some of those comments were just crazy. I said, geez. I don't want her to be in my algorithm, though. Hold on. But anyways, let me do it. Julia's place, you see, even TikTok knows there's drama. Lord Jesus. What was this? Like, she's always in some drama. This is, what the fuck? Yeah, this one.
Update. Essence Festival 2025. The fire marshal had to shut Juvia's place down because the lines were too long. She was shutting the lines down, wouldn't give the free box of cosmetics that she advertised that she was going to give. After she didn't give the boxes that was promised, she said, oh, you have to purchase something to get the free box. $20. A $20 purchase to get the free box. Everybody was willing to purchase something. I wanted to purchase some cosmetics, which, like I said, they told us we couldn't get in the line. She was shutting it down, that she wasn't going to open it back up until 4.
Knowing she closed at 5.
Knowing that the Essence Festival closed at 5. So make it make sense. So you see, God doesn't like ugly. And that is why the fire marshal came through there and shut her down, as he should, because God don't like you when you're greedy. And he don't like you when you're ugly.
They said it was very unorganized. Yeah, that's the problem. On Friday, she was very unorganized. She told us that if we made a purchase, we would receive a gift. But after I made the purchase, she admitted she didn't have any gifts, not even a bag to put the cosmetics in. I think that was my last purchase from this brand. Like, what the fuck? So I'm like, why would you go there? Somebody even put her name, Juvia's place, Shishi been shady. Y'all don't want to hear that. Okay. It's sad. all of this is really unnecessary drama. You see, that's why I'm like, if I don't know, I just feel like don't do stuff if you don't have the time to do it. Like, just don't do it. Just don't do it. You know? Because to do it and get cussed out is just not worth it. Oh, here she is.
Have you ever been told you're too much, too bold, too much makeup, too loud? Well, with a brand like Juvia's Place, you're never too much. I have turned being too much into my superpower, and that is what has gotten me where I am today. So don't let anyone dim your light. Being a part of this movement with Juvia's Place for the first time at the Essence Fest has been such an honor. From bold pigments to bright colors, giving anyone and everyone the freedom to really express themselves through makeup. One of my favorite moments was attending the Juvia's Place BeautyCon booth and seeing the love, support, and community for this brand from people who look like me. They also hosted the Girls United Mixer, which was also an amazing time spent with my fellow creators. But one of my ultimate favorite moments was stepping on the BeautyCon stage with the legendary Sam Fine as he did a demo on me applying the new Juvia's Place liquid bronzers and blushes. So shop my look and join me in entering the Never Too Much campaign for a chance to win $10K because
Here at Juvia's.
So she's promising 10K to people. Oh, well, we'll see how that goes. Also, she was there.
Hey, Kingdom, let's talk about my Essence Fest experience. You see how they had me on this golf cart, child? I felt like I was Beyonce headed to the concert, ready to perform. As soon as I stepped foot in the event, the energy was unmatched. Y'all, this wasn't just a festival. It was a full-blown celebration of Black excellence. If you haven't heard, there was a lot of drama. Hey, Kingdom, let's talk about my Essence Fest experience. You see how they had me on this golf cart, child? I felt like I was Beyonce headed to the concert, ready to perform. As soon as I stepped foot in the event, the energy was unmatched. Y'all, this wasn't just a festival. It was a full-blown celebration of Black excellence, beauty, and community. I was just extremely grateful to be there and represent for the girls that look like me. Baby, let's just say this. Y'all showed up and showed out. Okay, y'all was not playing when it came to Juvia's Place. After meeting and hanging out with a lot of you, we got a chance to actually experience the event, and it was so much fun. You already know what I'm dancing to. Now it's time to get ready for
what in the world? So this is where she got this from. So what did they promise people? Let's see. Where's the sound? Okay, so she did shop $20 to get $200 value mystery. Oh, so here she is. So she was there. She was there. She was there. I thought she wasn't there. She sent these girls into the slaughterhouse. So she was there. Let's look at her page. So this is where Thingy got her videos from. Okay, now I see it. So she was there. Oh, she was there, y'all. She was actually there. Now here she is. She was there. So she was there. I don't know what she was trying to do, but I'm like, you were there. So she was there. Okay, y'all. Now listen, she was there. I thought she sent these girls into the slaughterhouse by themselves, but no, she was there. Well. How interesting this is. Well, like this was just, it really is insane. What y'all saying? Child, please. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know. To me, I do not feel like you need to give people a $200 box. You know what I'm saying? Do not feel like you need to give people a $20 box. Right? She was definitely there. Here's your Libra person. So she was there, and then chaos ensued. So she likes chaos. They have an Orisha. There's an Orisha in the pantheon of Orisha. Her name is Oya. She just brings chaos. She's just known for chaos. Like, that's her energy. You're just known for chaos. Like, she's just known for chaos. What a mess. What a mess. What a real mess. All right, my peoples. Time for me to go. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Hope you learned something. Unlike some people who never learn. Some people never learn. Some people never learn. So I hope you learned something. I hope you enjoyed this. But we'll see. We'll see what happens next time. Yeah, because Kevin wanted us to talk about that. So there you have it, Kevin. Like I said, I don't know why people go places to start a mess with people. It's just better to stay at home. Stay home and don't start no mess. Stay out the way. Truly and honestly, stay out the way. This was a lot. Oh. Hopefully we're done with the whole essence thing. And we can move on. We can move on to the big, beautiful bill by Donald Trump. Because I need to know what he's doing with that bill. This man is so crazy. He is really crazy. But I think this wraps up like our essence coverage. But I honestly feel as though ultimately, you guys, I think people are just unorganized. I think people are not giving the proper budgets to people to do what needs to be done. It's just not getting done. Okay. So, and then people show up and it's not what it's supposed to be because the budgets are just not budgeting. Okay. They're not giving people the right kind of budgets to do what they need to do. All right. So that's that. That's really that. But, you know, I don't think people were complaining about Camille Rose, but she brought a lot of people. So now we got to move on to other topics. Okay. Essence was cute. What is BBB? Is how we were. I don't know what that is. What's triple B? Lines that you think the migrant being deported played a role also. No more cheap labor. Maybe. What do I know? I don't know. But obviously, it really seems as though the budgets are just not budgeting and people were asked to do a whole lot with very little. So maybe that's why all the sound stuff was not perfect. Because I'm like, how much money did you give these people? You know, people don't want to spend money. Because I'm like, when you see people who went to Ulta Beauty World thingy, they had so much crap. Like they had so much free stuff. And the boots were so pretty. Like, oh, I'm like, this is what you call retail. Like, it was just so beautiful. People had these pretty boots and stuff. I'm like, damn, y'all got money. But I think it would be nice. Yeah, it's very messy. I'm like, are y'all giving these people the money they need to do what they need to do? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But that's it, you guys. Love you much. Okay. Hopefully I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll find a new topic tomorrow. Think of a new topic and we could talk about it. Okay. Love you guys. Thank you for spending time with me. Hope you learned something. Hope you've enjoyed the live stream, and I'll be outside tomorrow with a new topic. Okay, Brittany, I'll be praying for your mom. Okay, be praying for your mom. Don't be sad. She's gonna recover. Maybe I played that for you because if his mom recovered, maybe you need to like touch and agree, and then your mom will also recover. Love you more, Kevin. Right? So if his mom recovered, why not you? Touch and agree, okay? And help your mom to eat better food. Truly and honestly, help your mom to eat better food, okay? Love you guys. Good night. Bye-bye. Oh, anytime, Kevin. You can come on whenever you want to. Just ask me to drop the link, okay? Bisous, y'all. Love y'all. Gotta go. Yeah, because she's looking at her current situation. Because sometimes if you look at yourself in the present moment, you're like, oh, no, this is bad. This is over. But is it really, though? Is it really over? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't think so. Okay. But I love y'all. Okay. Good night, people. Stay encouraged with me, okay? Oh, the big, beautiful bill. Highway robbery. Oh, it's the BBB. Oh, I didn't even know it was the BBB. Yeah, we need to look into that. Like, what's in there? What's in the big, beautiful bill? Trump. That crazy ass, clumsy ass Gemini. He gives me palpitations. Yeesh. Okay. Love y'all. Bisous. Gotta go. À demain. Bye, Queen. Bonne nuit. Bonne nuit. À demain.